Crossing into the world of One Piece, I just woke up and was targeted by a vulture. The boy rolled on the beach, his head feeling like it had been shoved into a red-hot branding iron. After more than 10 minutes, he stared blankly at the sky. I'd become guide.Noah in the East Blue. The original owner was 13 years old. His parents had been killed by pirates 3 years ago, and today he encountered a sea beast while sailing. His ship was destroyed, and he was washed ashore on this broken island. Fortunately, the sea beast was fighting otherwise. I'd be fish poop right now. He crawled under a coconut tree, poking for over 20 minutes before managing to bring down 2 green coconuts. Smashing one open, he gulped it down. So refreshing. This coconut was a lifesaver. He hadn't seen a drop of fresh water. Picking up a bamboo pole and a stone, he ventured into the woods. Snap! A bamboo pole struck, and a green snake darted out. Good thing I was cautious. After passing through the mangroves, there were only bamboo trees, but no fresh water. Does this broken island have any water? Can my uncle find out I'm missing? Will a fierce beast pop up in the next second? This start is thrilling enough to make my palms sweat. I found a devil fruit on the deserted island. It's a card fruit that can hold things. Noah discovered fresh water between the rocks, but just as he was happy. Looking up, he saw a fist-sized fruit hanging from the bamboo leaves, its surface covered in square, spiral patterns. A devil fruit. He struck it down with a bamboo pole and, without thinking, shoved it into his mouth. That a strange taste exploded in his mouth, and information popped into his mind. Card fruit? His palms slapped against the bamboo pole, and whoosh. A blank card floated out. That he pressed a stone onto it, and the stone directly drilled into the card, leaving an imprint of the stone's shape. Wow, it can hold things. 1 cubic meter of space. This fruit is simply a survival artifact for the deserted island. He quickly chopped bamboo, collected dry branches, and used tree bark to weave ropes, making a simple bow drill. After rubbing for over 10 minutes, smoke finally appeared. Phew, it's on fire. He stuffed the dry branches and leaves into the card and ran to a large rock. Release. The dry branches all popped out, igniting a fire that burned everything clean, driving away snakes, insects, and ants. Then he used bamboo to build a barrier and lit a bonfire. As the sun set, Noah watched the flickering flames, holding the card and smiling. Once this fruit is developed, won't it be incredible? But I wonder if pirates will come tomorrow? Can my uncle find this island? This plot is exhilarating enough to make one want to scream. The card fruit can even make bombs? Noah is having a blast on the deserted island. Wooden cards burn when they touch fire. Switch to stone cards, seal the burning wood. And after half an hour, release it. The flames are still there. Is time frozen in this space? His eyes lit up, and he started printing cards like crazy. Stone cards raining lanterns. Upon release, dozens of lanterns spewed out thick smoke. Stone card misty lantern rain. Add some drunken fish vine, and it'll knock you out without negotiation. Stone card falling rocks. Release in midair, and big stones come crashing down. There are also thornball rains, sea waves, mud pits, and poisonous ant nests. Over 100 cards piled into a mountain, turning survival on the deserted island into tactical mastery. 7 days passed, and his uncle still hadn't come. Noah killed a sea lion, feasted on over 10 kilograms of meat, and was only 7/10 full. Did the devil fruit make my stomach bigger? He built a charcoal kiln and a lime kiln, exercising daily. What new tricks can the card fruit develop? When will this deserted island be a way out? Will pirates come to deliver heads next second? This plot is absurdly imaginative. After drifting on the deserted island for 7 days, Noah was rescued by his uncle. But when he got home, he began secret training. A fishing boat appeared in the distance, and Noah quickly set off smoke lanterns. His uncle jumped down and hugged him. Let's fish together. Don't ever go out to sea alone again. 7 hours later, they arrived home, and his cousin Joshua rushed over. Bro, I'm so glad you're not dead. At the dinner table, Noah confessed he had eaten a devil fruit. His uncle's face instantly tensed. This matter stays between us. No one can say a word. Joshua nodded vigorously. We'll keep my mouth shut. A week later, deep in the orchard, Noah's fist smashed the wood into the ground. Every day he woke up at 6, pushed 30-kilogram stones for 10 kilometers, and punched wood for 2 hours. At noon, he practiced calligraphy, brainwashing himself with "there's no savior." In the afternoon, he had Joshua whip him with a bamboo pole to practice observation hockey. Half a year later, Joshua grew to 1.8 meters, all muscle, all thanks to Noah using the card to capture sea beasts, ensuring he had meat for every meal. Singing echoed from the wooden house, and Joshua pushed the door open. What kind of training intensity is this? Is he aiming to become the pirate king or a marine? How far has the devil fruit development come? When will he encounter pirates? This plot is so exciting that it makes one want to join in the training. Noah wants to build his own team. He lured 8 orphans with barbecues. A big secret was hidden in the newspaper. Smoker was sent to headquarters on special assignment. Did he wander off with the flame fruit? Noah took over 700 pages of intelligence, keeping a clear grasp of the East Blue situation. Joshua ran over and said, "Bro, there are 32 orphans in town, and 8 of them are under 12. Noah smiled. "Let's invite them over for barbecue tomorrow." 8 children stood shyly by the wooden house. Noah set up dozens of meat racks. "Can you help me brush the sauce?" Noah." Lilith with light golden hair blushed. "I could do laundry, and my sister can cook." The carefree Mary raised her hand. "Free food and lodging?" In. Among the 5 boys, Aaliyah was the toughest. His dad died as a pirate, his mom committed suicide out of shame, and the 2 brothers hated pirates to the core. Anthony, Tony, and Vic all had parents who were killed by pirates. Noah looked at the ravenous children. "Want to come help me work?" Free food and lodging. Everyone agreed in an instant. Is this going to form an anti-pirate alliance? Using the card fruit to help the orphans make a comeback? Will Smoker come knocking? This plot gets more thrilling by the minute. Singing Even Awakened Conqueror's Hockey, Noah's one shout knocked out half the town. All 8 orphans were taken in by Noah. Lilith managed the household. Anthony went to the kitchen, and Vic was the strongest. He could eat 20 kilograms of meat in one sitting. And Noah patted his chest. "Eat as much as you want." The manner was established, and singing There's No Savior Before Dinner became a must-point. 10 people shouting together created an atmosphere that was absolutely incredible. On February 28, 1502, during dinner, "There has never been a savior." After just 2 lines, a surge of power exploded from within Noah. Joseph and the children all collapsed. The neighbors fell unconscious too. Conqueror's hockey? Noah didn't even change his expression that he ran to check, and everyone within 800 meters was knocked out. There was a fire in a household's kitchen, so he quickly used a card to pour water. Returning, he pulled out his own Grand Line analysis report. "See, this is hockey." 2 months later, Noah was blindfolded by Joshua and struck with a bamboo pole, and he surprisingly learned observation hockey. A year later, he grew to 2.09 meters, and the other children also shot up significantly. This Conqueror's Hockey awakening really that simple? Is the card fruit combined with double hockey going to be overpowered? When will we settle scores with the pirates? This plot is so intense, it gives me goosebumps. Vic has grown to 2.23 meters in half a year, eating 80 kilograms of meat in one go. That physique is insane. Noah is about to head out, assigning tasks to the kids. Take turns guarding the safe house. Prioritize your safety in case of danger. He turns and heads to the bay, pulls out a card and flicks it. Release the submarine. A 12-meter-long steel submarine emerges, and he inserts 2 cards. Continue releasing water shock waves. Using reaction force propulsion, it speeds through the 50-meter deep seabed at over 10 kilometers per hour. After more than 10 hours, they arrive near Rogtown. Noah puts on a mask and straw hat, sprays some orange sea salt perfume, and heads straight for number 38 Carl Street. He pushes open the door to the World Economic News Agency branch. Pulling out a piece of paper, he says, "There's big news. I need to speak with Morgans." He slaps down 1,000,000 berries. Service fee. Arrange for a phone bug. The middle-aged man's eyes flash. "Wait 10 minutes, I'll ask the president. This submarine too rudimentary?" It relies entirely on the devil fruit's powers. What big scoop does Noah want from Morgans? Will the Navy find out about him? This plot has taken a wild turn. Trading information about the Golden Lion for the 6 styles and hockey? Noah's move is too slick. In the basement, the phone bug transforms into a bird-headed creature. Noah opens with a bang. The Golden Lion is active in the comm belt. Interested? Morgans instantly understands. Listen up, Navy 6 styles. The tape recorder clicks as Noah drops more explosive info. He moved Vermeer Island and is conducting biological experiments mutated beasts can take on a colonel. Morgans is thrilled. The key points of armament hockey. The deal is done, and Noah changes his appearance to sneak out of Rogtown. In the middle of the night, he drives the submarine home, racing back to the estate under the setting sun. Lillian runs out of the kitchen. "Noah, big brother, you're back. This information gap is amazing." He's pulled off a heist to get the 6 styles. Will Morgan stab him in the back? Will the Golden Lion go crazy if he finds out? This plot is so thrilling, it makes you want to shout wow. The headline of the World Economic News explodes. The Golden Lion's beast army is exposed. Noah throws the 6 styles manual to his companions. First practice iron block. That's the foundation. He turns and sees the newspaper headline Morgans really dares to write, directly exposing the Golden Lion's secrets. This guy is risking his life for news. Even better, Noah has opened a hardware store for his uncle that on the surface, it repairs ships and sells parts, but in reality, it covers up the fact that he bought over 50 tons of steel for the estate. The CP organization is watching closely. We need a reasonable excuse. He repeatedly reminds them. If anyone asks, just say we're making farming tools and kitchenware. Keep your mouth shut. On the other side, Marineford is in an uproar. Vice Admiral Tsuru holds the newspaper, her pupils dilating. The Golden Lion is hiding in the comm belt? As soon as she finishes speaking, the direct line to the Five Elders rings. Admiral Akainu answers the phone. Yes, we're aware. This butterfly effect is too intense. Will the Golden Lion retaliate like a mad dog? Can the CP organization uncover the secrets of the hardware store? Noah's move is too risky, making everyone sweat. Kizaru challenges the Golden Lion. The result is jaw-dropping. With a word from the Five Elders, Borsellino transforms into golden light and shoots towards the East Sea. Upon reaching the comm belt, he sees Golden Lion's island looks like it's been chewed by a dog. Little Monkey is quite capable. Huh? The Golden Lion descends from the sky, and the seawater instantly transforms into a dozen sea lions. Kizaru raises his hand and unleashes the 8 Shaku. Koku, the light bullets collide and slash, creating a thunderous explosion. After fighting for over half an hour, the Golden Lion throws the entire island at him and escapes. Kizaru dodges the island, but the Golden Lion is already nowhere to be seen. The Golden Lion's haki has clearly declined, he reports, stroking his chin. That on the other side, Starfish Island's atmosphere shifts dramatically. Noah's fists, wrapped in armament haki, are hard enough to break bricks. Joshua and Mary awaken their observation haki, and Vic can withstand blows thanks to his iron block training. But the gap in talent becomes evident. Some are skilled with swords, some excel in shooting, while others are still inactive. Noah studies the report and ponders. Looks like I need to get some devil fruits. As soon as dawn breaks, he makes his move. That he going to steal the fruits? Will Kizaru check the East Sea on the way? Will the Golden Lion come back for revenge after escaping? The plot is like riding a rocket. It just won't stop. At the northwest corner of Starfish Island, by the bay, on one side of the makeshift dock. Over the past 3 months, he has worked with a GIA to modify and upgrade the submarine. Now the submarine is 18 meters long, with a diameter of 4.5 meters, and has added a water entry and exit hatch at the bottom, making it convenient to enter and exit the submarine. In diving gear down on the dock, Noah and Vic enter the submarine. Soon, the submarine dives into the sea and begins exploring the seabed near the Starfish Islands. The exploration route he chose was not random, but selected the trade route from the Starfish Islands to Rog Town as the target for this exploration. After all, busy trade routes have enough sunken ships on the seabed. In the waters near those deserted islands, ships haven't passed by for years, so where would the sunken ships come from? After sailing for over an hour, Noah looked at the star navigation chart, which indicated that there was a reef nearby. This navigational data was also purchased by him in Rog Town for relatively established routes. The hydrological information is usually quite detailed. Sure enough, through his observation haki, he discovered more than 20 underwater reefs in the vicinity. He then reduced the water jet volume of the propulsion chamber, and the submarine slowed down. Before long, the first sunken ship appeared in his observation haki. There's a sunken ship below Vic. You can go down and explore it later. Yes, Brother Noah, leave it to me. Be careful. Noah immediately unleashed his Conqueror's haki, driving away all marine life within a kilometer radius. The submarine was about 10 meters from the sunken ship on the seabed when Vic, dressed in a diving suit, quickly descended from the submarine's exit chamber, dragging a breathing hose and an emergency safety rope. He switched on the waterproof spotlight and, through the glass window of his helmet, saw the wooden ship overturned in the muddy seabed. Without hesitation, he held the spotlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other, prying open the wooden hatch of the sunken ship. An hour later, Vic crushed a wooden card tied to his left arm's diving suit. In the submarine's cockpit, Noah instantly sensed the card's damage and began to shake the rope reel, pulling Vic back from the seabed. After more than 20 minutes, Vic emerged from the diving chamber, dragging a fishing net bag. Big brother, this is all I got. Noah looked at the contents of the bag, which held a dozen gold and silver utensils, several hundred gold and silver coins, and a few gemstones, worth around 300,000 berries. Not bad. You should eat something and take a break. Okay. Vic opened a nearby temporary storage cabinet, took out a box of milk and a large piece of jerky, and sat down to eat. Meanwhile, Noah casually sealed the gold and silver jewelry in the secret treasure room. The submarine continued its dive towards the next sunken ship. Before they knew it, they arrived at the new year of 1503. Since last September, Noah had taken Vic on underwater treasure hunts along nearby routes for a week each month. After 4 consecutive underwater treasure hunts, the Noah Manor had gained gold and silver jewelry worth over 80 million berries, along with a good quality sword and 2 permanent pointers to the Grand Line. The seabed of the pirate world is the real treasure trove. After all, the countless sunken ships accumulated over several eras for thousands of years are worth astronomical numbers, compared to the deceitful land struggles for territory. The seabed is where many traversers should focus. It's important to know that over 80% of this blue planet is ocean. And since most powers lack the strength to explore the seabed, while the world government looks down on it, and the fishmen can only shrink back to the waters near the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the majority of the seabed remains undeveloped. After 4 underwater treasure hunts, the route from the Starfish Islands to Road Town had been roughly searched by Noah and his crew in depths over 200 meters. Just after the new year, Noah checked the strength of Joshua and the others, and immediately set out to sea with Vic again. This time, their destination was the route between Road Town and Levis Mountain. This route is dozens of times busier than the one from Starfish Island to Road Town, and is a must-pass for EC pirates entering the Grand Line, leading to a very dense concentration of sunken ships in the area. 2 days later, except for a 6-hour rest on the shore of a deserted island, they spent the rest of the time on the road. Soon, the submarine arrived at the designated route, southwest of Road Town Port, which is the route from Road Town to the Levis Mountain Canal. Noah quickly discovered a location that might contain a large number of sunken ships through his observation hockey. It was an area of dark reefs with a depth of about 100 meters. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the area, his observation hockey sensed the outlines of numerous shipwrecks on the seabed. Familiar with the surroundings, Vic immediately took his tools and swam down after Noah had scared off the surrounding sea beasts. Under the searchlight, the wreckage of the sunken ships was quite tragic, with the hull covered in cracks of various sizes. When Vic saw a skull carving on one of the wooden planks, he realized that this was likely a pirate ship. Pushing open the dilapidated cabin door, he found a skeleton quietly lying on the wooden planks, still clutching a corroded axe. From the layout of the cabin, it seemed to be the captain's quarters. Picking up the ring on the skeleton's finger, he then opened the drawer inside the cabin and discovered a pile of rotting berries, more than 20 pieces of gold and silverware, and a dozen gemstones. After putting the items into his bag, Vic raised his iron spear and thrust it into the wooden planks of the cabin, probing for any hidden compartments. After 20 thrusts, the rotten wooden planks were punctured with large holes. Suddenly, Vic's gaze stopped at the spot where the skeleton lay, under the searchlight. He saw a faint golden light reflecting from the gaps in the planks beneath the skeleton. Clearing away the skeleton and prying open the planks below, he indeed found a hidden compartment with several wooden boxes inside, one of which was already broken, revealing gold, silver, and jewels. Vic couldn't help but feel exhilarated. It seems this haul is quite good. He opened the boxes one by one. 2 of them contained gold and silver treasures. One was filled with rotting berries, and the last one contained a heap of miscellaneous items, including decayed books, a recording pointer, a dagger inlaid with a large sapphire, and a small box. When Vic opened the small box, his eyes widened. Inside was a melon-shaped black fruit, covered in intricate vine patterns. Is this a devil fruit? Great! Vic stored the devil fruit away, searched the remaining cabin again, and then returned to the submarine with his treasures and the devil fruit. Half an hour later, Vic walked out of the diving chamber. Big brother, look at this. Noah saw the black fruit in his hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect it to be a devil fruit, and it was another one he had never seen before. In fact, Noah was not surprised by the appearance of a devil fruit that he had not encountered in his previous life's memories. This is because much of the information about the pirate world is closely related to the main character group. However, beyond the main character group, there are certainly other devil fruits that have not been depicted. Noah picked up the devil fruit and said, Vic, I'll find a way to confirm the specifics of this devil fruit. If it's suitable for your abilities, I'll let you eat it. However, Vic shook his head and replied, Big brother, this fruit is better suited for Lilith and the others. I don't want to become a landlubber, and I believe that training in the 6 styles and hockey can also make me strong. I will find a few more devil fruits, whether you eat them or not. There will be one for you. Thank you, big brother. Vic was deeply moved. Noah patted him on the shoulder and then instructed Vic to take a break, while he maneuvered the submarine towards the southeast, over 80 kilometers away from Rogtown. After more than 4 hours, the submarine arrived at a bay on a deserted island. After securing the submarine, he brought Vic ashore, deep in the jungle of the deserted island. Noah changed his appearance again and had Vic hide near the coast to observe the nearby sea. Taking out the phone bug, he directly dialed Morgan's phone number. Beep beep. After a while, the phone bug transformed into a bird-headed top hat image. President Morgan, long time no see. Hee. Is that you, Lord Dawn? What big news do you have to trade? Noah didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I need 2 pieces of information. the most comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia, and a set of navigation materials about the Grand Line's paradise. You can leave the encyclopedia and materials at the branch in Logtown, and I'll come by to pick them up in a week. Devil fruit encyclopedia? Paradise navigation materials? Okay, but I wonder if your big news is worth this price? Noah said in a calm tone. One is a scandal involving the world government, and the other is information about Kaido. Oh, Morgan showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lord Dawn really has extensive knowledge, even about the world government and the beast Kaido? If it's this kind of information, then this transaction will be no problem at all. Great. Just like before, I'll first provide an easily verifiable piece of information, and the other piece will be given to you after I receive the goods. Okay. In the white town of Fravans in the North Sea, a mineral called amber lead has been mined for nearly a century. However, the local residents are unaware that the dust produced during the mining process causes significant harm to their bodies. For the sake of profit, the world government has covered up this truth and changed the name of the heavy metal poisoning disease caused by amber lead to an unknown infectious disease, secretly planning to incite the neighboring countries to completely destroy this nation. Glug. Even Morgans, who has seen many storms, was shocked by this information. He knew very well that if this news were reported, the world government would absolutely go crazy. However, as a major news story, Morgans was reluctant to keep this information under wraps, which put him in a dilemma. After a moment, Morgans finally calmed down and said with a smile, Lord Dawn can't possibly be with the Revolutionary Army, right? No. Noah's voice was unwavering. Morgans looked at him deeply. The goods will arrive in Road Town in 7 days. See you next time. Have a good day. Goodbye. After hanging up, Noah sealed the transponder snail and continued to treasure hunt along the route near Road Town with Vic. January 12, 1503. 4 days had passed since the last conversation with Morgans. Noah and Vic continued their underwater treasure hunting venture. Over the past 4 days, the two of them explored 17 sunken ships, collecting gold, silver, and jewels worth over 60 million, along with some miscellaneous items. These included navigational instruments, swords, a treasure map on parchment, a telescope, a table made of atom wood, a stone tablet engraved with unknown characters, and a few barely legible nautical logs. As the submarine got closer to the Levis Mountain Canal, the number of sunken ships increased. Of course, due to depth issues, Noah couldn't handle shipwrecks lying deeper than 200 meters. After all, the submarine's maximum diving depth is around 100 meters, and the remaining 100 meters deep exploration relies on Vic, who is equipped with a diving suit. Unknowingly, they arrived at a relatively shallow area of the sea. Suddenly, Noah's observation Haki sensed the wreckage of a massive ship, but it was at a depth of about 220 meters. Noah and Vic discussed and decided to test the waters. Soon, Vic, wearing a diving suit, swam downstream. It wasn't until he saw the surface of the sunken ship that Vic realized how massive it was. This symbol looks somewhat familiar. A lion's head and 3 swords? After a few minutes of recollection, Vic finally remembered that this was the emblem of the kingdom of Triss, located north of the Polaris Islands. Continuing deeper into the wreckage of the ship, Vic found many cabins filled with large numbers of chests, all containing gold, silver, and jewels. Even though he often saw treasures, Vic was still shocked by the amount in front of him. After a moment of calming down, Vic continued his exploration. It wasn't until he had searched all the chests and cabins that he took 2 small boxes and returned to the submarine. Noah looked at the 2 additional devil fruits in front of him, as well as the situation described by Vic. He quickly found a piece of information in the East China Sea reports he had previously collected that matched very well. In 1422, 81 years ago, the Triss Kingdom had lost a treasure ship carrying tribute to the heavens near Lowtown due to a sudden storm. As for why the Triss Kingdom did not send anyone to salvage it, the reason was naturally their inability to do so. Ships sunk by storms are basically impossible to recover. On one hand, the area of the sea is too vast, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, even if the sinking location is confirmed, salvaging it requires technology and specialized equipment. The waters near Lowtown are close to the calm zone, often frequented by small sea kings, and without strong protection. Once they encounter a sea king during the salvage process, the outcome is usually total annihilation. In the past few days, Noah had encountered 2 small sea kings, each several dozen meters long. If it weren't for his conqueror's Haki, an average ability user would likely end up as fish food upon meeting a sea king underwater. The 2 of them spent 2 days busy with the sunken ship, finally clearing out the treasures inside. Noah estimated that this batch of treasures was worth about 2 billion berries. After all, the threshold for tribute to the heavens is 10 billion berries, or high-value gold, silver, jewelry, devil fruits, precious minerals, and special products. With this treasure obtained, Noah would not have to worry about money for the next few years. They were no longer in the mood to continue treasure hunting, and the submarine headed towards Lowtown. After Noah secretly landed in Lowtown and rested for a night nearby, he received a notification from Morgan's the next day. It was still in that basement. After checking the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and the navigation materials of the Paradise, Noah directly informed Morgan's about the intelligence regarding Kaido. That is, Kaido completed his coup plan in Wano country last year and deceived and killed the Kazuki Oden family. Morgan's naturally knew about Kazuki Oden's identity. If it weren't for Wano's extreme isolation and Kaido's deliberate news blackout, even Morgan's would not understand the internal situation of Wano. Clearly, upon hearing this news, Morgan's understood that if this information got out, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates would definitely engage in a fierce battle. After the transaction was completed, both parties were very satisfied with their gains. Noah sealed away several hundred kilograms of books using cards after shutting down the phone bug, and quickly left the World Economic Society branch building. After several changes of appearance, he took a submarine back to Starfish Island early the next morning. By the time he returned to Starfish Island, it was already evening. He immediately went to the study in the orchard, took out the 3 devil fruits and the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and began to identify these 3 fruits. The first devil fruit, which was the black melon type, discovered first. He quickly found related information in the encyclopedia. It was a paramecia type graphite fruit. The second devil fruit was shaped like a red banana, with a scaly structure on its surface. It was a zoan type, common fish fruit, carp form. The third devil fruit was shaped like a white peach, with some fuzz on its surface. It was a zoan type, common human fruit, silverback gorilla form. Aside from the comical carp fruit, both the graphite fruit and the silverback gorilla fruit were quite good. According to this simple introduction in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, the graphite fruit belonged to the creation category and did not exhibit superhuman traits or abilities. It was dinner time. Noah took out 3 devil fruits and introduced their characteristics to everyone. Big brother, this carp fruit is so weak. Joshua couldn't help but complain. Let's skip this carp fruit. Who is interested in the remaining graphite fruit and silverback gorilla fruit? Everyone fell into deep thought. Vic was the first to speak. I won't eat it. Right now, I plan to focus on martial arts and hockey. If my strength stops improving in the future, I'll consider eating a devil fruit. I don't want it either. Neither of these fruits suits me. Lilith shook her head. Lillian and Mary also declined, as the graphite and gorilla fruits were not appealing to girls. Big brother Noah, can I have this graphite fruit? AJ asked somewhat shyly. Noah smiled and said, as the family's designated shipwright, this graphite fruit is indeed more suitable for you. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Thank you, brother Noah. Ajia exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the graphite fruit and took a big bite. The next moment, Ajia's expression changed dramatically, and he even began to look grotesque. However, he still forced himself to swallow the fruit bite by bite. Finishing the entire devil fruit was a special instruction from Noah. Although eating just one bite would grant him the ability, there was still a difference compared to consuming the whole fruit. This difference was not about the completeness of the ability, but rather an enhancement of spirit and willpower. Devil fruits have a somewhat idealistic nature, and hockey is closely related to willpower as well. Those who dare to consume the entire devil fruit have a different level of awareness compared to those who only take a bite. Watching Ajia eat the devil fruit, everyone turned their attention to the remaining silverback gorilla fruit. Anthony shook his head and said, I want to be a swordsman. This zoan-type fruit is a waste for me. The ramen-haired Tamani also waved his hand. I plan to inherit my father's profession. A zoan-type fruit is just too unrefined. Brother, you know me, as a sniper. There's no need for me to waste this zoan-type fruit. Alay also expressed his disinterest in the fruit. Suddenly, Uncle Joseph, who had been silent, picked up the fruit and smiled at everyone, saying, I'm getting old, so let me eat this fruit. Noah looked at his uncle, whose eyes were filled with a complex mix of concern. It was clear that his uncle had sensed the potential dangers that lay ahead and did not want to become a weakness for Noah and Joshua. In fact, Joseph had also been training, but at 33 years old, he had long missed the optimal training phase, and over the past year and more, he had only increased his strength by 4 to 5 times. In the past 6 months, the training results had become increasingly poor. An increase of 4 to 5 times seemed significant, but compared to Noah, Joshua, and Vic, the gap was too obvious. After about a year and a half of training, Noah had increased his strength by 83 times, Joshua by 21 times, and Vic by 49 times. Even Mary, as a girl, had increased her strength by around 8 times. Uncle Joseph silently kept these thoughts in mind, and today, seeing the silverback gorilla fruit, he felt a stirring in his heart. Noah nodded. Uncle, we are all family. Just eat this fruit. Crack. Although he already knew that the devil fruit tasted awful, Joseph still found the nauseating flavor unbearable as he took a bite. However, thinking about the potential dangers in the future, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and swallowed the remaining fruit flesh in large bites. By the time the last bite was swallowed, Uncle Joseph had of the world is not worth it expression on his face. Lilith quickly grabbed a cup of grape juice and poured it into Uncle Joseph's mouth. After drinking a cup of grape juice, Uncle Joseph seemed to come back to life. The taste was indeed terrible, but the power was undeniably strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Joseph's body suddenly surged, his height skyrocketing to over 3 meters, and his muscles inflated like balloons. Crack! Suddenly, his clothes burst apart. Fortunately, his pants were sturdy and had some elasticity, so they didn't completely tear. Hee. Uncle Joseph scratched his head awkwardly and then tried to return to his human form. After reverting to his human shape, he immediately made a dash for the door to hurriedly change clothes. Noah smiled and turned to instruct, Lilith, you go buy a batch of large-size, high-elasticity clothes tomorrow. Hee. I understand. Lilith nodded. Early the next morning, the newspaper had an article about the causes and consequences of the white town of Provence. After reading it, Noah's expression showed no change, even if he had exposed the issues of the white town several years in advance. The outcome for that place would likely not have changed much. As long as the world government, the greatest evil, still existed, the future of Provence was predetermined. However, he didn't expect Morgans to dare report on this matter. He then recalled that after the trading ended the day before yesterday, the local branch of the World Economic News in Rowtown had been emptied that same night, indicating that Morgans had anticipated what would happen next. For these disturbances, Noah felt he had no qualification to participate for the time being. Using the information advantage from his previous life to obtain his first pot of gold was the best choice for a traveler. However, such opportunities to take advantage of the situation were becoming scarce. Putting down the newspaper, Noah activated the card embedded in the soles of his shoes. Immediately, 2 powerful jets of flame erupted from beneath his feet. This flame-spouting card utilized hydrogen and oxygen stored in the card space, released in a controlled manner, combined with a spark igniter modified from the shoe sole, creating a type of propulsion device. As for where the hydrogen and oxygen came from, the answer was using wind turbines to electrolyze water. The electricity on Starfish Island was generated by wind turbines and batteries. Over the past year, Noah's Manor had purchased over a dozen sets of wind turbines and battery packs. Aside from daily electricity needs, the remaining power was used for electric furnace steelmaking, electroplating, and water electrolysis. With the eruption of flames, Noah soared into the air, adjusting his body to change direction. In no time, he arrived above the training ground at the northwest corner of the bay. This training ground had been specially opened for him to practice his conqueror's hockey. At that moment, Aji was attempting the abilities of the graphite fruit. He landed in the center of the field, and Aji had already stopped. Brother Noah, do you want to use the training ground? Noah shook his head. No, I came to see how your fruit development is going. Regarding the development of the graphite fruit, Noah had already come up with a preliminary idea and plan last night. Ajay, try turning your shoes into graphite. Turn my shoes into graphite. I'll give it a try. Ajay concentrated, and in an instant, the shoes under his feet turned into black graphite. Deactivate ability. Ajay was confused, but he still deactivated the ability. Noah then said, don't change the shoes, but generate a layer of graphite at the bottom of the shoes. Okay, big brother Noah, it's done. Take a couple of steps and see. As Ajay just lifted his foot, he involuntarily stumbled backward, startled, and tried to twist his waist to stabilize his body. However, as soon as the other foot landed on the stone slab, it immediately slipped, and he fell hard to the ground. Don't use brute force. Imagine the shoes as ice skates, and then glide quickly on the ground. Under Noah's guidance, after falling over a dozen times, AGF finally managed to use the graphite ice skates steadily, gliding on the stone slab. Ha ha ha, big brother, I did it. Noah shook his head with a smile. Don't celebrate too early. You can only slide on stone slabs or concrete floors right now. If you encounter dirt or swamps, this trick won't work at all. He continued to explain. The principle of graphite skates is based on the lubricating properties of graphite. You can further develop based on this characteristic. Brother, you're so amazing, you even know this. That's why I usually encourage you to read more. Sometimes knowledge is power. Ajay clenched his fists with admiration in his eyes. Knowledge is power? I need to remember this phrase. You truly are my brother. All right, next, let's try out the other properties of graphite. Noah asked Ajay to create some graphite shields and then attack them with fire-type cards. As expected, the effect was just as he anticipated. General fire attacks had little effect on the graphite shields. Even a flamethrower card using a hydrogen-oxygen combination could only burn through 1 centimeter of the graphite shield at close range. The reason lies in the properties of graphite. Under normal air conditions, graphite's ignition point is between 850 to 1000 degrees Celsius, and its excellent thermal conductivity makes it difficult for ordinary flames to ignite graphite. Especially for graphite shields thicker than 1 centimeter, flames find it hard to burn through instantly, giving the graphite fruit user time to adapt. Additionally, graphite is an excellent conductor. In combat, if faced with an opponent using electric abilities, one can utilize the grounding principle to direct the current underground. Of course, as a paramecia-type ability, the graphite fruit also has common skills associated with the creation-type abilities, namely material shaping and the creation of puppets. For example, the cookie fruit showcases this quite well, with its army of cookie soldiers being a typical representation of this type of ability. After sharing these development ideas with Ajay, Noah solemnly reminded him, "Ajay, what do you think is the essence of a fruit user?" Ajay fell into deep thought. You must remember a crucial core. The body is the foundation of everything. As long as the body is strong enough, the development of abilities will be easier, and the awakening of hockey will also be easier. Now that you have become an ability user, I sincerely hope you do not slack off in training your body. Do you understand? Ajay nodded thoughtfully. I remember, Brother Noah. After giving these instructions, Noah left the training ground. In fact, he had another development idea about the graphite fruit that he did not mention. However, considering Ajay's current level of ability development and physical strength, he decided against overwhelming him with more information. After all, one cannot chew too much at once. On the other hand, Noah did not worry too much about Uncle Joseph's situation. The development of ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits hinges on 2 core points. One is to continuously train the body, and the other is to forge a steel will. As long as these 2 points are achieved, the Zoan-type devil fruit will enter the awakening state. Both points are indispensable. If one only trains the body, once the fruit reaches the awakening state, it may turn into something like the jailer beasts of Impel Down. If one only forges a steel will, the fruit will not awaken if the physical strength does not meet the standard. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. The cold wind of January gently blew. Noah was in the study of the wooden cabin, playing with a stack of cards. These cards were not created by his powers, but rather a set of tarot cards he purchased in Rogtown. One set was the major arcana, and the other was the minor arcana. In the pirate world, the most famous person known for playing tarot cards was the later magician Hawkins. To some extent, Hawkins' Strawman fruit and his ability to use tarot card for divination are not very related. Instead, Noah's card fruit is the true devil fruit of the tarot realm. Previously, he had focused on developing the spatial storage characteristics of the card fruit because this feature provides early support for the user, allowing quick access to various auxiliary and combat cards. Now, having passed the high-risk early stage and awakened the 3 types of hockey, it was time to explore another branch of the card's characteristics. Devil fruits are essentially the crystallization of the collective will of billions of beings in the pirate world. If tarot cards did not exist in this world, it would be extremely difficult for Noah to develop related abilities, leading to inefficiency. Especially for a fruit like the card fruit, which is half rule and half fantasy, it requires real-world entities and the fantasies of billions of humans as the source of its abilities. For example, with the graphite fruit, since graphite is a naturally occurring material, the source for developing its abilities lies in the physical and chemical properties of graphite. This also explains the significant differences among ordinary, ancient, and mythical types in the Zoan category. Mythical Zoan types have not only the biological source, but also the unique source of human fantasies, effectively providing a dual core. At this moment, Noah focused his mind and concentrated his observation haki onto the tarot cards in his hand. Observation haki has the basic ability to foresee the future, which could serve as a catalyst to trigger the divination capabilities of the tarot cards. Under the dual influence of the card fruit and observation haki, Noah quickly noticed that the tarot cards in his hand were undergoing a transformation. His physical and mental energy was being consumed rapidly. 5 minutes later, the tarot cards completed their metamorphosis, and golden flame cloud patterns appeared on their backs, resembling the awakening mode of Zoan-type devil fruits. Let me test how effective this is. First, he took out a blank card and wrote down the location of the slippery fruit on it. Then, he closed his observation haki and tossed the major arcana deck into the air. The cards spread out like flowers falling from the sky, and 22 cards slowly descended. The tarot card closest to the divination card was the Fool. The Fool, knowing nothing? Noah fell into deep thought. After a moment, He revised the content on the divination card to ask whether the slippery fruit was in the EC. He tossed the major arcana deck again. This time, the card closest to the divination card was the world. The world? The endpoint? He took out the auxiliary minor arcana deck and tossed it out as well. After some testing, he had determined the approximate location of the slippery fruit, which was on a deserted island near Shell's town. After completing this divination, the golden flame cloud patterns on the cards dimmed. This made Noah realize that using tarot cards for divination requires consuming the power stored in the cards. Physical energy was not a problem, but mental energy could not be quickly replenished. He estimated that the mental energy infused into the tarot cards this time was equivalent to using observation hockey at high intensity for about 5 hours straight. Moreover, through the divination, he vaguely sensed the limitations and some taboos involved. For instance, the more important the divination subject or the stronger the target's power, the more mental energy it would consume. If the divination content exceeded his capacity, it would not be possible to conduct an accurate divination. Additionally, vague, general suggestions for divination could be used daily without limit, similar to Hawkins' divination. However, once it involved specific items, creatures, or locations, it would require a large amount of mental energy stored in the cards, and success was not guaranteed. If Noah were to divinate the location of the Nika fruit now, the tarot cards would not be able to successfully divine it because it exceeded his current capacity. His observation hockey was already warning him that infusing mental energy into the tarot cards should ideally have a 1-month interval, or else serious side effects could occur. Indeed, probing into destiny often comes with great risks. Having the card fruit, the true devil fruit of the divination realm, allowed Noah to obtain accurate results at a minimal cost. Hawkins' form of divination makes it difficult to pinpoint specific objects, only allowing for broad, directional suggestions. Now, Noah could perform a specific divination once a month, as long as he avoided divining creatures much stronger than himself or god-level devil fruits. The success rate would be very high. With the approximate location of the slippery fruit now confirmed, according to the EC maps he had collected, there were 16 deserted islands near Shell's town. As long as he searched through them one by one, he was sure to find a slippery fruit. Noah took out his forbidden book. This book is a secret where he has organized and recorded the information about the pirate world from his past life memories. While reminiscing, he transcribed the possible devil fruits that might exist in the EC, excluding the smoke fruit already eaten by Smoker, the barrier fruit that has not yet been reborn, and the confirmed location of the slip fruit. The possible devil fruits still existing in the EC are flame fruit, scythe fruit, whisper fruit, soundwave fruit, steel fruit, and slime fruit. According to the newspapers and bounties he has collected, none of the above fruits have appeared among the pirates active in the East Sea in recent years. On the contrary, the steel fruit is still with a member of a pirate crew in the New World, indicating that this current host of the steel fruit has not yet met their end. Among the pirate crews active in the East Sea in recent years, there are currently 3 alive who are also devil fruit users. The Goldhook Pirates, Captain Buck, a Zoan-type hedgehog fruit user. The Jack Pirates, Captain Jack, a Paramecia-type bag fruit user, and the Blood Knife Pirates, Vice Captain Giro, a Zoan-type parrot fruit user. Noah collects this information with the purpose of hunting down these pirate groups. The reason for hunting these pirate groups is twofold. On one hand, it is to train Joshua and the others, as only by experiencing battles can their potential be further unleashed. On the other hand, it is for the purpose of experimentation. Noah wants to study how to recycle devil fruits, and needs these pirates as experimental subjects. This will take place over the next period of time. Noah did not continue to search for treasure in the depths of the sea, but instead made several secret trips to Rogtown to purchase a large quantity of steel, shipbuilding equipment, shipbuilding materials, and some navigational instruments. He would exercise during the day and at night. He built a secret dock in the northwest corner of the bay. The location of this secret dock was previously a small hillside next to the coast. Noah and his companions worked together to hollow out the inside of the hillside, excavating a cavity that was 50 meters high and covered an area of nearly 30,000 square meters. They also dug a tunnel through the cliff near the coast that could accommodate ships, with the exit door framed in steel and covered with a layer of rock. To construct this secret dock, Noah and his team spent a month and a half. As a preparatory shipwright, Jeff followed Noah every night to personally build the family second ship. Uncle Joseph, Joshua, Anthony, and others would also come to help transport materials and parts. Although Noah is not a professional shipbuilder, the vessel he is creating this time is not a traditional wooden sailboat, but a steel submarine. Compared to a flashy sailboat, Noah feels that a submarine is more suitable for his family. The first submarine is quite simple and crude, while Noah plans to carefully design the second one. The design length is 56 meters with a displacement of 400 tons, and it can accommodate 20 people of average size. It features a hybrid propulsion system, water jet propulsion, human-powered pedal propeller, an electric propeller, a battery system, an internal air exchange system capable of using card-stored air for replenishment, an electric lighting system, an independent washing cabin, an underwater diving cabin, a temporary food storage room, a resting cabin, a cockpit, and an all-around periscope. To increase the internal activity space, Noah improved the buoyancy control method. Previously, buoyancy was changed by taking in and expelling water, but this time he adopted a method of adding and removing iron blocks using cards to change buoyancy. After all, the density of iron is about 7 times that of water, which means that by changing the water tank to an iron tank, the volume can be reduced to 1/7 of its original size. This improvement has more than doubled the internal activity space of the submarine. Clearly, this submarine is a custom version for Noah, and others simply cannot use it. For Noah, who does not have much professional shipbuilding technology, this is an inevitable choice. Of course, for safety reasons, emergency escape devices that were not arranged in the first submarine are included this time. For instance, he specifically ordered a batch of high-end diving suits from a diving equipment company in Rogtown, totaling 30 suits, costing him over 40 million Bailey. In the face of life safety, tens of millions of Bailey are nothing. Additionally, he ordered a batch of high-strength alloy steel to enhance the structural strength of the submarine. To build this submarine, he spent nearly 500 million Bailey in total, not including labor costs. It wasn't until September 1503 that the submarine completed its sea trials. On September 11th, in the secret dock, the family members gathered to witness the steel submarine before them, and being part of its construction made them feel honored. Noah tore down the red cloth that was, revealing the name of the submarine, Nautilus. Family, let us board and set sail for the sea. Soon everyone boarded the Nautilus, including Uncle Joseph, who was pulled onto the ship by Noah. As for the Noah family's businesses on the island, the hardware store hired 2 clerks, while the manor and orchard were temporarily sealed. The hardware workshop and some equipment for the wind turbines were taken away by Noah using cards. The equipment from the secret dock was also taken away by Noah using cards. This time, as the family left Starfish Island, they did not know when they would return. If the secret dock were to be discovered during their absence, the equipment could be damaged or occupied. Noah didn't want to return to find his home being robbed. The Nautilus exited the secret dock through an underwater opening and began to enter the vast ocean. As soon as they entered the sea, Noah instructed Joshua and Mary to take turns using their observation hockey to sense their surroundings, training their abilities. Joshua's observation hockey talent was similar to Noah's, leaning towards a wide range, covering an area of about 1 kilometer in radius. Mary's observation hockey talent, on the other hand, was more focused on emotional perception. She could sense the emotional states of others, but her range was only a little over 100 meters. Everyone in the cabin performed their duties. Uncle Joseph served as the lookout, responsible for the periscope, while Tomini was the backup. Joshua and Mary acted as security personnel, taking turns using their observation hockey to scout the surroundings. Vic and Anthony were the power operators, alternating pedaling the bicycle to drive the propeller. Lilith was the navigator. Lillian was the cook, REI was the logistics officer, and Ajay was the boatman. They proceeded at full speed towards Shellstown. Lilith was reviewing the nautical charts and quickly planning the route. The area where Shellstown was located was in the northeastern part of the East Sea, belonging to the Clover Kingdom, situated on the main island of the Clover Archipelago. Along the way, they needed to pass by Hobby Island, where Cocoa West Village was located, Moonlight Island, where West Rob Village was located, the Organ Islands, where Orangetown was located, and finally reached Shellstown in the Clover Archipelago. Noah had little interest in engaging with the so-called protagonist group members along the way, besides possibly having a chance with Nami's family. The other members of the protagonist group were destined to be incompatible with Noah's family. Monkey D. Luffy had a rear guard of a Marine Vice Admiral grandfather, a Revolutionary Army leader father, a Celestial Dragon guide in red-haired Shanks, an older brother who was the son of the Pirate King, and a second brother who was the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Zoro was a collateral relative of the Shimatsuki family, with a master named Shimatsuki Yasuhiro, and had connections to Wano country and the Revolutionary Army. Usopp was the son of Yasop, who was the sniper of the red-haired pirates. Sanji was from the Vinsmoke family, and who was Vinsmoke Judge, a warmonger who destroyed nations and cities. Nami and Luffy were simply not on the same path. Her birthplace, the kingdom of Oiket, was destroyed by pirates just last year, and her biological parents were killed by pirates. Later, Her adoptive mother Belmir was also killed by the dragon pirate crew, and she and her hometown were enslaved by them for over 8 years. If Noah were Nami, he would never join the Straw Hat Pirates or any other pirate faction. Not to mention later, the Straw Hat Pirates even recruited Jinbe as their helmsman, which was like rubbing salt in Nami's wounds. If it weren't for Luffy defeating the dragon pirate crew, Nami would have never joined the Straw Hat Pirates, especially since they hadn't killed the dragon and mouse, leaving a huge hidden danger for Cocoa West Village. If the Gorosei had any brains, the Straw Hat Pirates would have been dead 100 times over. For example, they could have sent CP agents to kidnap Nami's sister, Kaya, and set a trap for the Straw Hat Pirates to walk into. They would have definitely taken the bait. Therefore, Noah and his group did not engage with the protagonist group. As for Nami, she was only 2 years old now and had not yet experienced oppression from the dragon pirate crew. Her adoptive mother was a retired Navy officer, making it unsuitable for her to engage. A week later, the Nautilus arrived in the waters near the Organ Islands. Lilith, let's find a deserted island to rest for a while. Lilith nodded. A week of underwater travel had left the unaccustomed crew feeling a bit uneasy. Soon, Lilith found the nearest deserted island on the nautical chart. This island didn't even have an official name on the general nautical map, only marked as Organ 52. 3 hours later, the Nautilus surfaced in a bay suitable for docking. After everyone disembarked, Noah casually sealed the Nautilus in a card. Now he had adjusted the dimensions of his card space just enough to fit the Nautilus. "Brother, it seems this island isn't just us," Joshua whispered, squinting his eyes. As Noah approached the island, he had already noticed that there were people present. However, he did not immediately alert the others. "Joshua, just keep watch. No need to say anything else." Upon hearing this, Joshua understood and suppressed his urge to warn the others. Once the group landed, they acted like wild horses that had broken free, starting to shout and make noise on the beach. At that moment, bang, a lead bullet was shot at Uncle Joseph, who was stretching. In the next instant, Joshua swiftly appeared in front of Uncle Joseph. Iron block. Clang. The bullet struck Joshua's chest, but did not penetrate his skin. The others were on high alert, some frantically grabbing their weapons. Noah shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with their reaction. "Who fired the gun? Come out." Vic shouted angrily towards the jungle at the edge of the beach. In response, 3 bullets fired back at Vic. Vic's body tensed, as if the bullets had struck steel. Bang, bang, bang. Ari pulled the trigger, firing his revolver continuously towards the direction for which the bullets had come. Meanwhile, AJ reacted quickly, creating a graphite wall to surround several girls. Roar. After a brief moment of distraction, Uncle Joseph let out a roar, pounding his chest as his body expanded to over 3 meters tall, directly entering a fully beastly state. In the next moment, Uncle Joseph leapt into the jungle. Joshua and Anthony followed closely behind, brandishing their long knives as they charged into the jungle. Moments later, a bruised and battered dwarf was dragged out by Uncle Joseph, with the lower half of his body still encased in a box. Noah immediately recognized the person. It was the treasure chest man, Common. This guy was crying and begging for mercy, but Noah felt no sympathy at all, despite the good person look he had after more than a decade. Based on his earlier action of shooting Uncle Joseph, it was clear that this guy intended to kill and silence him. A pirate is a pirate. Let us take action. Everyone give him a stab. Alan, who particularly hated pirates, directly shot and broke one of Common's hands. "Ah, you bastards!" Common screamed. Mary gritted her teeth and picked up a rapier, stabbing it into his leg. "This is for attacking us, die. Scoundrel." The others also took action one after another. Even Lillian and Lilith each stabbed him once. Finally, Noah beheaded him. After dealing with Common, Noah commented on everyone's performance. "Your performance just now was very poor. Except for Joshua, who used observation hockey to detect the hidden enemy in advance. The rest of you failed to notice the danger and were unprepared for potential threats. Don't think that just because we are on a deserted island, we can let our guard down. There may be pirates, wild beasts, or unknown diseases. If you remain so careless in the future, you will eventually suffer a great loss." Everyone felt a bit dejected. Noah waved his hand. "All right, let's remember this lesson and not make the same mistake again. Now we'll split into 2 groups. Uncle Joseph will take Vic, Joshua, and Anthony to explore the island, while I and the others will stay here to set up camp." "No problem, let's go." Uncle Joseph quickly led Joshua, Anthony, and Vic into the island. This time, they became very vigilant, even somewhat overreactive, mistaking several bizarre creatures for enemies, which caused chaos in the forest. Noah quickly cleared a large area of the primeval forest to set up a temporary camp, then released the wooden cabins, living supplies, and kitchen utensils stored in the cards. Lilith, Lillian, and Mary began preparing food. Ajay and Tamani chopped a large pile of firewood. In the depths of the forest, Uncle Joseph and his group found Cayman's dwelling. Is this guy living alone? Anthony looked at the utensils and bedding inside the cabin and could basically confirm that there were signs of only Cayman living there. He mentioned there was treasure here. What do you all think? Uncle Joseph asked the group uncertainly. Vic casually said, we could just look around the area, right? That's true. Joshua nodded. Everyone began to carefully search around Cayman's cabin. Soon, Anthony discovered a dozen wooden boxes on a mountaintop platform. After opening the boxes, the group exchanged glances. Empty? It turned out to be a fake. It's also possible that someone got there first. Anthony was puzzled. That's strange. Even if the treasure was taken, why were these boxes placed here? Reminded by Anthony, Joshua also realized. Indeed, if the treasure was here, this location is too obvious. If the treasure wasn't here before, why would the person taking it move the boxes here? Isn't that redundant? There were no places to hide things around, either. Vic looked around in confusion. Who said there were none? Right beneath our feet. Anthony squatted down, pulled out a dagger, and inserted it into the ground. It's soil underneath. Should we dig? The group began to dig with swords and knives. After digging over a meter deep, they encountered rock. It seemed like stone. No, this stone has signs of human cutting. There might be something below. Continue. After a while, they finally cleared out a pit about 4 or 5 square meters and found a huge stone slab. Anthony inserted his knife into the gap of the stone slab and found it went in several centimeters before hitting a barrier. This stone slab is quite thick. You all step back. Let me do it. Vic put on his alloy gauntlets and concentrated all his strength. Iron cannon fist. He punched the stone slab, instantly shattering it and revealing a dark hole. Vic, wait before going down, Anthony reminded, lighting a windproof lighter and bringing it close to the hole. Sure enough, when the lighter entered the hole, the flame dimmed. There was insufficient oxygen inside, making it impossible to go down for now. After thinking for a moment, Anthony said, Vic, go get 2 diving suits from Brother Noah. Diving suits? Okay. At the campsite, Noah, after hearing Vic's explanation, realized they had discovered a cave that potentially held treasure. He took out 2 diving suits for oxygen tanks and 2 handheld searchlights from the equipment storage and instructed them to be careful. When Vic returned to the mountaintop platform, he handed the diving suits and oxygen tanks to Joshua and Anthony. The 2 put on the diving suits, took the searchlights and weapons, and entered the cave. The entrance of the cave had stone steps built up. After going down a dozen steps, they reached the bottom. Under the searchlight, they found a hole covered in hewing marks. Anthony suddenly saw some text carved into one of the walls and brushed the surface dust with his dagger. The treasure is half a meter beneath our feet. Anthony, the treasure is right beneath us. Be careful. Something feels off, Anthony said, somewhat worried. Joshua hesitated. What should we do? Stay or give up? Now that we're here, there's no reason not to dig, but we can't dig together. I'll dig first. And you keep watch. Anthony put away his dagger and took out a long knife, scraping away the covering soil bit by bit. Meanwhile, Joshua remained highly alert, using his observation hockey to stay aware of what was beneath the covering soil. Half an hour later, after scraping about 30 centimeters, Anthony's long knife touched something hard. After scraping a few more times, a golden reflection emerged under the searchlight. There really is gold? He used the long knife to lift out a piece of gold jewelry. It was a gold necklace. He suddenly stopped to examine the necklace closely, breaking out in a cold sweat. The necklace was entwined with fine needles, and even after being buried underground for so long, it still glimmered ominously. Joshua, don't get close. These treasures might have poisonous needles. Joshua cursed softly. Which bastard hid this treasure? It's really sinister. They took several wooden boxes from above and used chopsticks to place the treasures inside. After over an hour of busy work, they finally filled 12 wooden boxes. Back at the mountaintop platform, Anthony took off his helmet, looking at the 12 boxes filled to the brim, and said with a smile, although this treasure-hiding guy is incredibly cunning, these treasures, once processed, are worth at least 80 million belly. Just as Vic was about to lift one of the boxes, a crack appeared in it, scaring him into throwing the box away to avoid being pricked by the poisonous needles entangled in the treasures. With a crash, the box shattered, spilling gold, silver, and jewels everywhere. Anthony jumped in surprise. Be careful, don't get close to there. They had to bring over another empty box to use chopsticks to gather the scattered treasures back, and Vic chopped a large pile of wooden pieces, adding vines from the nearby forest to reinforce the treasure boxes to prevent them from breaking during transport. Suddenly, Anthony looked at the boxes in front of him. What's wrong? Joshua asked curiously as he saw Anthony in a daze. Wait, there are 13 boxes here, but only 12 are filled with treasure. There should be treasure from another box beneath. Anthony suddenly remembered something. Damn, almost got tricked again. What do you mean tricked? Joshua was confused. Do you remember the words on the wall? The treasure is half a meter below our feet. I only dug 30 centimeters before finding treasure, so clearly, the real treasure is the last box hidden half a meter below. Joshua suddenly understood. I see, this guy really is cunning. The two put their helmets back on and descended into the cave again, feeling even more alert. After slowly digging for another half hour, they finally found the hidden items underneath. Two small boxes, one long and the other square. Anthony and Joshua didn't dare to open them there, worried that the old cunning treasure hider had set traps inside. Carrying the boxes, they returned to the temporary camp. After hearing Anthony and Joshua's description, Noah realized the danger of this treasure. It was a series of traps. If someone with low alertness encountered it, they would definitely be caught off guard. Noah first instructed Age to pick out the gems, then use the graphite furnace to melt the gold, silver, and poison needles together, and finally separate the gold and silver from the mixture. The ultra-high temperature can eliminate most of the toxins. Meanwhile, he used tarot cards for divination. This box is not dangerous. He casually opened the box, and inside was a devil fruit. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect it to be a devil fruit. They didn't know what kind of fruit it was. They would check the encyclopedia later to find out. Noah performed a divination on the remaining box, and the result shocked him. A 50 risk? With his strength, there was still a 50 risk? The contents of his box were indeed beyond his expectations. He had a GA use graphite to create a room, and his observation hockey focused on the box. Then a GM manipulated the graphite puppet and opened the box. A knife? Suddenly, an ominous aura spread from the knife. Demon knife? No wonder. If it was a demon knife, the risk was indeed significant. Especially this demon knife before him. A faint voice echoed in his heart. Pick it up. You will gain endless power. Endless power? Just because of you? A mere knife? It's simply ludicrous. Noah's conqueror's hockey seemed to ignite like a blazing flame, fiercely pouring into the demon knife. In the next moment, he directly drew the knife, and the iron will forged conqueror's hockey pressed down on the demon's instinct within the knife, making it tremble. Disappear. The conqueror's hockey ground the demon knife's instinct to dust, and as the knife's instinct was destroyed, the conqueror's hockey and armament hockey that Noah infused into it were slowly absorbed by the knife. I don't want to know your previous name. From today onward, you shall be called Chishin. Others also began to awaken at this moment, especially Anthony, who looked particularly frightened. He was grateful that he hadn't opened the box in the cave earlier, because just now various thoughts had emerged in his mind, clearly indicating that the knife was continuously enticing him. Noah put away his sincerity and solemnly reminded, this knife is a legendary demon knife. If one does not have sufficient energy, it is easy to be deceived by it and eventually become a knife slave. In the future, you all need to be extra cautious when facing situations. Brother Noah, what should we do if we are controlled by the demon knife? Ajia asked worriedly. As long as you take away the demon knife or destroy it, the person who is controlled can return to normal, Noah stated his solution. This is also the method used later to break the curse of the 7-star sword, directly destroying the demon knife, causing any curse to become rootless. After resolving the potential threat of the demon knife, everyone turned their attention to the devil fruit inside the small box. This fruit is greenish-blue, shaped like an oleander fruit, covered in intricate patterns with 2 leaf-like tendrils. Noah had already pulled out the devil fruit encyclopedia and directly flipped to the zone section. After a few minutes, he found a devil fruit that matched the shape and characteristics. It was the Zoan bug fruit, emperor butterfly form. A butterfly? Anthony was greatly disappointed. This was clearly not the fruit he wanted to eat. Tamani and Vic also lost interest in this fruit. Mary, Lilith, and Lillian whispered among themselves for a while. And finally, it was Lilith who spoke up. Brother Noah, I want to eat this fruit. You want to eat it? Sure, go ahead. In fact, Noah had anticipated the girl's choice. As a chef, Lillian would definitely want to eat a fruit related to her profession, and Mary, her fruit was the slippery fruit. Lilith picked up the fruit, looking as if she was willing to risk her life, then opened her small cherry-like mouth and took a big bite, not daring to chew, but swallowing it down and then hastily consuming the remaining pulp. At the moment she swallowed it, her skin began to emit a faint purple gas. Not good, it's toxic. Noah quickly released an air card, compressing the surrounding air out. Lilith also seemed to awaken from a dream, realizing she was emitting toxins, and quickly controlled her body, soon stopping the release of toxins. Uncle Joseph was somewhat surprised. This fruit has a strong toxicity. Just eating it causes one to involuntarily release toxins. Noah reminded, Lilith, why don't you try using your observation hockey? Observation hockey? Okay, Lilith calmed herself down and began to activate her observation hockey. It had only awakened for a little over 4 months and was very ordinary, with no remarkable skills to speak of. However, this time when she activated her observation hockey, she felt something different. The information about her surroundings seemed within reach. What was going on? Noah explained. This should be a universal talent among insects. Extremely sensitive to changes in the environment, and when combined with observation hockey, it transforms into a super strong sense of environmental and climate awareness. Lilith suddenly understood and tried to enter her half-beast form. As 2 antennae sprouted from her forehead, her perception of the environment skyrocketed. She could not only sense subtle changes in her surroundings, but also quickly expanded the range of her observation hockey to several dozen kilometers. This was also why Noah did not oppose her choice of this devil fruit when he saw her pick it. As a navigator of the Noah family, Lilith worked very hard, but her sailing talent was quite average. This is another reason why Noah chose to use a submarine, as it can avoid most of the harsh weather at sea, reducing the burden on the navigator. Now, Lilith was like a synthetic Nami, gaining the ability to sense weather through the combination of the devil fruit and observation hockey. Of course, this fruit is also excellent in other aspects. Noah continued, you should enter your full beast transformation state and try environmental camouflage. This should be one of the common talents of butterflies. Environmental camouflage? I'll give it a try, Lilith said as she immediately entered her complete beast transformation. After about 10 minutes of trying, the color of her skin and clothes began to blend perfectly with the surrounding environment, making her disappear from the sight of everyone. However, those with observation hockey could still sense her presence. Anthony commented, this ability can deceive those who can't use observation hockey for a moment, but it's basically useless against those who can. That's still pretty good. Lilith was actually quite satisfied with this ability. In fact, the monarch butterfly is almost comparable to the top ancient species among ordinary zoan-type animals. Its abilities are very comprehensive, including 5 aspects: extreme poison, perception, camouflage, endurance, and flight. The extreme poison of the monarch butterfly comes from various toxic plants, as it stores the poison in its body by consuming these plants, which also indicates that this fruit has a strong adaptability to toxins. Perception and camouflage have already been introduced, and flight is also a common talent of butterflies. As for endurance, the monarch butterfly is one of the few butterflies that migrates over long distances. In the pirate world, they migrate back and forth between the South Sea and the East Sea, directly crossing 2 windless zones and the Grand Line's paradise, demonstrating terrifying endurance. In some ways, this monarch butterfly fruit is almost equivalent to half a mythical zoan fruit. Indeed, in the following power test, Lilith's strength increased by about 8 times compared to before eating the fruit, coupled with her already considerable strength, which was about 10 times that of an ordinary person. Her overall strength became nearly 100 times stronger than that of an average person. Even Uncle Joseph, who ate the silverback gorilla fruit, only had strength equivalent to about 70 times that of an ordinary person. Truly, it is worthy of being an insect-type devil fruit. After resting for 2 days on Rare Beast Island, the Nautilus set sail again. This time, the Nautilus did not dive, but traveled on the surface of the sea, choosing a relatively desolate route to avoid encountering other ships along the way. Noah, Joshua, and Lilith all have a wide range of observation hockey, allowing them to easily detect nearby ships. Sailing on the sea feels very different from navigating underwater. Fortunately, Lilith can sense subtle changes in the environment, enabling them to avoid many extreme weather surprises. After leaving Beast Island on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the Nautilus passed by the offshore of Orange Town in the Organ Islands. 11 days later, the Nautilus entered the area of Clover Islands. At this point, they were very close to Shur's Town, with a distance of about 122 kilometers. Brother Noah, we are approaching the first target, the deserted island. Noah glanced at the sea chart of Clover Island. Although he felt that the possibility of finding the smooth fruit on this deserted island was small, he still ordered the team to land. Anthony, Vic, Joshua were going ashore. The rest stay on the boat. Understood. On the deserted island designated as Clover 08, Vic took the lead, with Anthony holding a long knife behind him. Joshua and Noah positioned themselves on either side at the back. The distance between the 4 of them was about 7 to 8 meters, allowing for mutual support without hindering the use of weapons and physical techniques. The island wasn't large, with a radius of less than 5 kilometers. Even with careful searching, they reached the other side of the island in just over 2 hours. Just as Noah was preparing to split into 2 groups to search along the coast, his eyes suddenly narrowed. On the other side of the island, aboard the Nautilus, Lilith, who was organizing the sea charts, suddenly frowned. In the next moment, she focused her mind and activated her observation hockey, extending its range to the maximum of 36 kilometers. A shabby sailboat was heading towards the deserted island, with less than 5 kilometers separating them. Lilith immediately sounded the alarm. The members left on the boat quickly gathered. "Lilith, what's going on?" Uncle Joseph asked, holding a large axe. "A sailboat is approaching this deserted island. Everyone stay alert." "I see." Lilith then picked up the din mushy to inform Noah of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, Noah and his team returned to the Nautilus via the flame booster and retracted the Nautilus into the card. Everyone hid in the jungle by the shore, quietly waiting for the sailboat to approach. Half an hour later, Noah had already seen the sailing ship and the pirate flag on it. This pirate flag design? So it's the Blood Blade pirate crew. However, these guys are in pretty bad shape. The Navy's bounty notice says this pirate crew has 3 sailing ships and about 200 members, but now only 48 are left. On the shore, as the Blood Blade ship docked, a small wooden boat was immediately lowered. 4 pirates rowed the small boat, preparing to land. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man, standing on the deck, transformed his hands into a pair of wings and flew towards the sandy beach. Bloodblade's first mate, Giro, Noah, and the others did not stop the pirates from landing. About half an hour later, with the help of a bald pirate, the one-armed Bloodblade, Taro Tanaka, finally reached the beach. "Boss, take it slow." The parrot Giro was holding a chair. "Cough, cough. I'm not dead yet. Hurry up and prepare some food." Taro Tanaka's face was gloomy, and then he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn old ghost. Saying my intentions are not righteous and that I'm unfit to use that sword. Even refusing to teach me flowing Sakura. I hate it. It's clearly you old ghost who is jealous of my talent. Worry that I would surpass Gong Shiro. That's why you deliberately didn't teach me. Just wait. For this severed arm, I will make your Shuangyue clan pay the price." Just as Taro Tanaka was lamenting his fate, Noah has confirmed that there are no news birds around and there are no small creatures on these pirates, nor is there any Navy flame photographer nearby. In the next moment, Noah triggered more than a dozen bomb cards buried in the sand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and shrapnel from the explosions scattered in all directions. Help! At the moment of the explosion, Taro Tanaka and the parrot man Giro sensed danger with their observation hockey. Disregarding their wounds, one jumped into the sea, and the other tumbled into the air. Giro, flapping in midair, hadn't even caught his breath before a bullet pierced his wing. At the same time, a tremendous force suddenly struck his back, slamming him into the sea. Just as Taro Tanaka sprang out of the water, he looked up to see a shadow crashing onto the surface nearby. The next second, a steel gauntlet enveloped in armament hockey appeared before him. Damn it! He drew his sword and raised his hand. Fist against blade, they collided. Sparks flew as hockey clashed. Taro Tanaka stared wide-eyed. Nanny? Hockey? However, Vic didn't respond at all. He swung his fist towards Taro Tanaka. Bang, bang, bang. The gauntlet and the katana clashed intensely for 6 or 7 exchanges. Damn it, if it weren't for that old ghost cutting off my right hand, I wouldn't. Boom! Taro Tanaka felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. Crack! Vic unhesitatingly crushed the remaining bones in Taro's left hand. Lilith's figure appeared above Taro Tanaka, casually throwing a lasso to drag him into the air. Meanwhile, Vic jumped into the sea to search for the parrot man Giro, who had been knocked into the water. At this moment, on the beach, Noah detonated over a dozen bomb cards, leaving the rest to others. The bombs killed several people instantly, while the remaining 30 or so pirates were still lively. Truly a testament to the pirate world where everyone is a meat shield and a blood cow. Ari, Tamani Lillian, and Mary used rifles or pistols to shoot at the pirates in the jungle. Anthony and Joshua wielded long knives, teaming up to decapitate a burly pirate. Uncle Joseph transformed into a half-beast form, swinging 2 large axes powerfully, taking down 1 pirate with each swing. AJ controlled over a dozen graphite puppets to besiege the fleeing pirates. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 pirates were wiped out as easily as chopping vegetables, leaving only 2 pirates kneeling and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Vic also fished out the barely alive parrot man Gullo from the seabed, along with the blood knife Taro Tanaka, who was tied up by Lilith. In less than 10 minutes of battle, the blood knife pirate crew was entirely wiped out. This was still under the condition that Noah didn't go all out. Did they really think his bomb cards could only kill a few small fry? His strongest bomb card contained a ton of gunpowder and a large amount of nails and steel balls. At the moment of explosion, everything within a 50-meter radius would be obliterated. Not to mention there were poison gas cards, napalm cards, white phosphorus burning cards, etc., none of which he had used. This battle was actually a training exercise meant to train the family members to quickly adapt to the atmosphere of killing. Vic, Joshua, gather the bodies of these pirates together. Lilith and Anthony search the pirate ship. Uncle provides some psychological counseling for the others. Lilith carried Anthony as they flew towards the pirate ship. At this point, the 3 pirates left behind on the ship had already met their end, their faces bruised. The pirates on the ship were Lilith's first attack targets. She used the environment to disguise herself and quickly poisoned these 3 pirates to death. The 2 searched through each cabin without hesitation, using their swords to cut through all the compartments to avoid missing any hidden spots. Over an hour later, Lilith looked at the treasure worth less than 3 million berries and over 1 million berries in cash, shaking her head. Let us go. As they left, Lilith casually stuck Noah's burning card onto the deck of the pirate ship. The 2 captured small fry had already revealed information about the Blood Knife pirate crew. This Nika was one of the refugees from Wano country, his father a follower of Shimatsuki Kozeman, and he himself was a disciple of Kozeman. A few days ago, he returned to Shimatsuki village to demand a cursed sword and the training methods for the flowing Sakura technique, resulting in a fierce battle where he lost a hand to Kozeman, and he in turn killed Kozeman's wife. Unfortunately, this guy held little value for Noah. Under the joint interrogation of Mary and Noah, Taro Tanaka revealed a set of techniques for the one-mind flow swordsmanship and a set of blood demon swordsmanship, before giving in quickly. As for whether Taro Tanaka would play tricks on the swordsmanship training methods, the answer was yes. He intentionally left many hidden dangers. However, under Mary's observation hockey, which could sense emotions, and Noah's divination cards, he couldn't hide anything and ultimately had to confess everything. Unfortunately, there was no advanced application technique for flowing Sakura. After squeezing out the last bit of value from the Blood Knife pirate crew, Noah sealed the unconscious parrot man Gullo in a card. Then, he released a solidified oil burning card towards the gathered pirate corpses and immediately detonated the burning card attached to the pirate ship. Boom! Under the blazing flames, the blood blade was blown to smithereens, sinking to the bottom of the sea amidst the raging fire. The corpses were soon burned to ashes by the solidified oil. He was not someone who would be careless. To prevent his information from leaking, he had to reduce these pirates to ashes to avoid anyone secretly leaving any information on them or faking their deaths. After all, the devil fruits in the pirate world are bizarre and varied. They might be types similar to the Yomi Yomi no Mi. After destroying the corpses and the pirate ship, Noah and his team searched the deserted island again, but there was indeed no trace of the Suk Suk no Mi. This is the uncertainty of divination. Even knowing that the Suk Suk no Mi was in this sea area, he still could not pinpoint its exact location. That evening, considering the appearance of the Bloodblade pirates here, Noah abandoned the plan to spend the night and piloted the Nautilus to dive to the seabed, heading towards the next deserted island. 5 days later. Over these days, they had searched 7 deserted islands, but still found nothing. Today is October 13th, 1503. Noah glanced at Lilith's sea chart and noticed 3 deserted islands nearby, one of which had a name, Goat Island. Many people might be unfamiliar with this island. However, if the name Alrita is mentioned, everyone who has watched One Piece would likely recognize it. Goat Island was the stronghold during Alrita's time as a fat lady, and it was also the place where she was defeated by King Luffy. Noah took out the tarot cards and looked towards Clover Island number 11, the closest to Goat Island, to conduct a divination draw. The journey went smoothly, but the outcome was uncertain. Noah frowned. The Pope, the 9 of Wands. Does this mean that 2 popes will engage in stubborn debates and arguments? Draw again. The Pope, the Knight of Cups. A false friend, a stranger, and a seducer. Decisively grasping the current fate, Noah seemed to understand something and turned to give instructions. Lilith, head towards Clover Island number 11 at full speed. Yes, Brother Noah. The Nautilus quickly adjusted its course and sped towards Clover Island number 11. 4 hours later, a small island with a radius of less than 2 kilometers came into view. Everyone wasted no time and quickly split into groups to search the island. Soon, Mary and Vic's group found a slippery fruit among a cluster of coconut trees near the beach. As soon as they found a slippery fruit, Noah immediately called everyone back. And without lingering on the island, they set sail for the next destination. About 6 hours after the Nautilus departed, on the beach at sunset, a gust of wind swept in, and a figure appeared on the sand. Looking at the footprints on the beach, the gaze beneath the green robe and hood flashed with thought. Very fresh footprints formed just today and left in a hurry. Could it be the Bloodblade pirates? Moments later, the figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the still swaying storm, stirring up the flickering fine sand. After leaving the Goat Island waters, the Nautilus was now sailing towards Dawn Island. Dawn Island is where the Gone Kingdom's envoy is located. However, the Gone Kingdom is not Noah's destination. This time, his destination is the most beautiful island in the East Sea, Cece's Island. Cece's Island is also known as the Hell Ant Nest. This island is very famous in the East Sea because ships entering it never return, and nearby islands often report that there are treasures inside. Its location is approximately 436 kilometers southeast of Dawn Island. As for whether there are treasures on Cece's Island, Noah does not know. However, there are definitely a large number of shipwrecks on the seabed nearby. After all, the sea area surrounding this island has a very special climate, somewhat similar to a windless zone, combined with the circular ocean currents that surround the entire island. Unless equipped with new-style ships powered by steam or the like, old-fashioned sailing ships cannot leave there. A few months ago, Noah conducted a specific divination once a month. It is now basically confirmed that the burn fruit is on Cece's Island. Additionally, 3 other devil fruits have also been confirmed, among which the scythe fruit has already been consumed. The soundwave fruit is located in Nami's homeland, the Yonko Kingdom, and the glue fruit is among the Dominica Islands, 733 kilometers north of the Organ Islands. The steel fruit and the whisper fruit have likely not yet been reborn, to quickly enhance the strength and potential of family members. Devil fruits are a shortcut. In the kitchen of the Nautilus, Lillian cut the slippery fruit into pieces and handed them to Mary, who quickly stuffed the pieces into her mouth. So disgusting, woo. But thinking of Noah's expectations, Mary forced herself to swallow the remaining fruit pulp. Quick, Lillian, give me apple juice. Lillian had already prepared a large bottle of apple juice. Mary took the bottle and gulped it down. Glug, glug, glug. Phew, I'm alive again. Mary, your skin has become so smooth. Try out your ability. Lillian said enviously, touching Mary's arm. Mary picked up a kitchen knife and chopped it herself. But in the next moment, the knife seemed to hit something and instantly slid aside, nearly hitting the floor. Before eating the slippery fruit, Noah had already informed her of its development direction. This fruit's ability is very powerful and is one of the few that doesn't fear sea prism stones or seawater. The reason it performs mediocrely on Alita is naturally due to the user's lack of knowledge, preventing them from developing the slippery fruit deeply. What does smoothness mean? It means that the particle structure on the surface of the material is very orderly, creating a kind of surface tension that prevents other substances from adhering to it. In other words, once the user utilizes the slippery fruit's ability, their body will form a surface tension force field membrane. Even if this force field membrane is very thin, it creates a barrier between the body and the outside. It is this barrier that prevents sea prism stone particles from directly contacting the user's body. As long as the user of the slippery fruit has enough endurance, they can even swim in the sea. Additionally, the slippery fruit can achieve functions similar to the rubber fruit, such as accelerating blood flow within the body to gain instant explosive power. Finally, there is the conceptual expansion of the slippery fruit, achieving functions similar to the meatball fruit, such as sliding away toxins, fatigue, pain, and memories from the body. Although the slippery fruit's ability cannot act outside the body before awakening, its applications are still very broad when used on oneself. Due to being inside the submarine, Mary could only try it out little by little in her own cabin. The weather was fine and the sun bright. A pitch-black steel ship was smoothly entering Cece's Island. After passing through a circular area about 20 kilometers wide, the lush Cece's Island was finally within reach. Besides a few small beaches, the other coasts were lined with cliffs hundreds of meters high, filled with numerous caves. There was nothing around except for some strange birds circling in the air. The Nautilus chose to dock near a relatively low cliff. After everyone disembarked from the cabin, Noah casually sealed the Nautilus. Let's set up camp first. I plan to rest here for a month and also train everyone's abilities. Uncle Joseph nodded. Sounds good. After staying in the submarine for almost a month, I really miss life on land. Soon, they found a suitable spot to set up camp. Noah released the stored wooden houses and living facilities one by one, and installed some training equipment. After lunch, everyone split into 3 groups. One group stayed behind to guard the camp, while the other 2 groups began a thorough search. After searching for more than 2 hours, they found the burn fruit mixed among a pile of debris in a tidal cave by the shore. This fruit was given to Lillian, as the fire ability suits a chef well. After finding the burn fruit, they did not stop, because there were legends of treasures on this island. Although they didn't know if it was true, everyone decided to conduct a thorough search of the entire island. Due to the interconnected caves within Cece's Island, it took them 3 days to complete the exploration. The result was a treasure haul worth about 200 million berries. These treasures were most likely left behind by adventurers or those who had been stranded here. After all, there There are no large edible animals on Sikisese Island. The cliffs by the shore are the nests of strange birds. The underground is the home of black ants. And the only plants are the bitter banyan trees and poisonous sweet potatoes, with no obvious freshwater rivers present. An ordinary person here, without food and fresh water, would not last a week, and with no way to leave by sailing, they would basically have to wait to die here. In the cave on the island, Noah and others found a considerable number of notebooks, many of which recorded the despair of the trapped individuals and some horrific events. After thoroughly scavenging, everyone began their training. Of course, Noah did not forget about the sunken ships in the waters surrounding Sikisese Island. Since they had encountered them, he naturally would not miss the opportunity. This time, he did not dive himself, but instead had Vic give up his diving suit and only take an oxygen tank to dive down to the seabed to search for treasures. Areas beyond a certain depth were left for Ajay to explore. Ajay's treasure hunting plan was very simple. He used graphite puppets connected by special graphene wires, controlling the puppets from the shore. The multi-layered graphene wires could currently support lengths of over 10 kilometers without breaking. This allowed Ajay to remotely control the graphite puppets to conduct treasure hunting operations on the deep-sea seabed. For centuries, a large number of ships had sunk around Sikisese Island, forming an underwater ship graveyard. Although the scale of the sunken ships here could not compare to that of the Shambadi Archipelago, the sunken ships in the Shambadi Archipelago had already been scavenged several times by the fishermen. In contrast, the sunken ships around Sikisese Island were still in an undeveloped state. With the help of the graphene wires, Ajay achieved a capability similar to consciousness descent, possessing one of the graphite puppets to observe the underwater situation. The graphite puppet was equipped with a special searchlight, and then it destroyed the ship's cabin. Under Ajay's control, a dozen puppets quickly searched a sunken ship. His goals were very simple: gold, silver, jewels, swords, devil fruits, log poses, or other special items. On the fifth day, they found a devil fruit on the seabed in the northwest waters of Sikisese Island. After Noah's identification, it was confirmed to be the Zoan type Inu no Mi. Model, red fox, and it was temporarily sealed. On the 12th day, they found a stone tablet covered in ancient writing in the depths of a trench on the southern seabed of Sikisese Island. On the 15th day, they found another devil fruit, which was identified as the Paramecia type Doka no Mi. This fruit was eaten by ale. The Doka no Mi had spatial abilities similar to the Moku no Mi, but in addition to opening wormholes, it could also be used for rapid excavation. However, to achieve long-distance teleportation with wormholes, it was necessary to establish a spatial coordinate point in advance. Currently, it could only establish 5 coordinate points, and any more would be unsustainable. Additionally, the Doka no Mi did not have the alternate space that the Moku no Mi had, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that wormhole teleportation was instantaneous, without needing to travel through an alternate space like with the Moku no Mi. The disadvantage was that it required ensuring the safety of the spatial coordinate points, as it could not hide in an alternate space like the Moku no Mi's user, who could secretly observe the normal world. The Doka no Mi was very important for Noah's family. This ability could ensure the safety of family members. Whether for emergency retreats or urgent support, there was significant operational space. After finding 2 devil fruits on the seabed of Sikisese Island, no more devil fruits were found in the nearby seabed. When the month of rest was completed, Vic and Ajay's findings on the seabed of Sikisese Island amounted to treasures valued at approximately 3.7 billion berries, including 2 devil fruits, a large blade-level Miao knife-style longsword, a good quality alloy war hammer, 173 log poses, 24 permanent poses, 1 ancient stone tablet, 16 nautical logs, 34 treasure maps, 532 kilograms of blue tungsten, or a mixture containing tungsten and another unknown rare metal, 22 kilograms of Millennium Dragon bones, and 3 pieces of atom wood taken from the sunken ship. As for other materials like steel, copper, and ceramics, Ajay and Vic did not have the time to bring them back. In fact, this underwater treasure hunt did not uncover all the sunken ships in the area, as some ships were too old and had been covered by seabed silt and marine life. However, Noah was already very satisfied. With the planned time up, he also did not intend to continue staying on Sikisese Island, only leaving a spatial coordinate for Ale. This island had a natural barrier, and the surface was a desolate place, making it very suitable as a secret base or refuge. In case they encountered an insurmountable enemy, they could escape here with people. The Nautilus set sail again, heading east toward Nami's homeland, the Oikote Kingdom, passing through 5 inhabited island nations along the way. Boom! A pirate ship attempting to rob a merchant ship suddenly experienced a violent explosion at its hull. The terrifying explosion shattered the pirate ship into pieces. The merchant ship that escaped quickly set full sail and left. Hidden beneath the sea, the Nautilus had no intention of surfacing and silently sailed away into the distance, leaving no credit or fame. 5 hours later, in Sugarcane Town on Rum Island, Noah and his group, disguised as members of a trading company, landed in Sugarcane Town. The reason they came ashore was mainly due to not having communicated with others for several months. They needed to relieve some stress. Sailing could sometimes be very monotonous, and it was essential to regularly conduct psychological counseling. Otherwise, it could easily lead to mental illnesses. In a restaurant, several waiters quickly served dishes, but the table's food was scant. Uncle Joseph carefully tasted a bottle of locally produced rum. Vic was performing a trick called 3 bites, 1 pig, while Lillian was pondering how to replicate the restaurant's delicacies. Noah leaned back in his chair, silently observing the pedestrians on the street outside. This is a small island nation that survives on the rum and sugarcane industry, especially with the advent of the golden age of piracy. Rum has become an essential commodity for sea voyages, bringing even more prosperity to the area. However, Noah noticed that many of the passers-by did not reflect this wealth. Many were gaunt and haggard, with pale faces, and their clothes were full of patches. Noah stopped a waiter. A silver coin was placed in the waiter's hand, and the middle-aged female waiter immediately smiled brightly. "Sir, how can I assist you? I am a merchant from the Kingdom of Goya, and I am new here, not very familiar with the situation on Rum Island. Could you please give me an introduction?" The waiter looked around and then replied softly, "Sir, to do business here on Rum Island, you must have the approval of Minister Powell. I heard a large sum of money is required to purchase rum and sugar here." Noah pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Are those people outside locals?" The waiter glanced at the pedestrians Noah was pointing to and quietly replied, "Those people are atonement seekers. They have violated the law and cannot pay the atonement fee, so they can only work arranged by the kingdom to make amends. It seems your country's laws are very strict." Noah exclaimed, "Sir, please don't say such things on the street. If a knight of punishment hears you, you'll be fined. Do you have any legal books from the Kingdom of Rum?" After Noah finished speaking, he handed over a silver coin. The waiter nodded. "The boss has one. I can borrow it for you, but you can't take it away or damage it." "No problem." After a while, the waiter sneakily handed him a thick book. Just then, Anthony and Vic, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed the door open and entered. After taking a sip of coffee, Anthony said in a low voice, "Boss, this is the local business investigation report." Noah took the pamphlet and quickly skimmed through it. After reading, he understood the situation in the Kingdom of Rum. The dense array of various taxes and harsh punishments seemed to squeeze every last copper coin from the common people. From what he knew, among the more than 170 member countries of the world government, they were divided into 3 tiers, each requiring a different amount of heavenly gold annually. The first tier paid 50 billion berries a year, the second tier 30 billion berries, and the third tier 10 billion berries. Small countries like the Kingdom of Rum were usually third-tier members, required to pay only 10 billion berries or equivalent treasures and relics each year. With a population of 200,000, this meant an annual per capita contribution of 50,000 berries, which wasn't too high. It's worth noting that the Dragon Pirate crew demanded a ransom in Cocoa West Village of 100,000 berries for adults and 50,000 berries for children each month. The prosperity of the Kingdom of Rum was not something Cocoa West Village could compare to. According to the investigations, the total annual income of the Kingdom of Rum was no less than 100 billion berries, nearly 10 times the amount of heavenly gold required. Why would they deplete their resources in such a manner? Noah fell into deep thought. Unable to comprehend, he drew tarot cards. Soon, the tarot cards revealed the prophecy: a false scale, the sin of greed. Noah's observation hockey directly affected the pedestrians on the street. Although these people were at work, their expressions were very numb and pained. He called Mary over and whispered a few words in her ear. Mary casually went to the fruit shop across the street to buy some fruit. After returning to the restaurant, she looked a bit pale. "Boss, those people's hearts are in great pain. If they don't work, their whole family might starve." "Are they all the same?" "The so-called atoners are all the same." Noah, combined with the prophecy of the tarot cards, seems to have guessed something. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone checked into a nearby high-end hotel. As night fell, 3 dark figures silently left Sugar Town. There are 4 towns in total on Rum Island: the open southern Sugar Town, Bamboo Sugar Town on the southeastern plain, Bluefish Town on the northwestern coast, and Rum City in the central plateau of the island. Rum City is the capital of the Rum Kingdom. The trio of Noah, Mary, and Lilith, who have awakened their observation hockey, avoided the patrolling soldiers within the Rum Kingdom. In less than an hour, they crossed over 80 kilometers and arrived in the mountains and forests on the outskirts of Rum City. Big brother, the density of sinners here is even higher than in Sugar Town. Mary, who has emotional perception through observation hockey, felt very uncomfortable. This is also the fundamental reason why the Red Count does not trust others. This type of observation hockey can easily drive one mad. Fortunately, with the care of her family and high-intensity training, Mary can now control her observation hockey freely. If it were the Red Count's naturally awakened observation hockey, due to information pollution from childhood and unfortunate experiences, the result would only be the loneliness of seeing through people's hearts and a distorted mind. Let us visit Minister Powell's residence. Lilith directly altered the subtle structure of her appearance and quickly blended into the environment. Mary slid the light away from her body, entering an invisible state as well. Noah, on the other hand, used observation hockey to confidently walk into Powell's residence by anticipating the surrounding events. The portly Powell was currently engaged in human reproduction activities. Suddenly, the 5 people in the room felt their eyelids grow heavy before Powell could call out. They slumped down like dead pigs. Wearing a gas mask, Noah pushed open the door, grabbed a blanket to bind Powell, and then took out a phone bug. REI, come pick me up. Noah's line vest gem badge flickered with a hint of light. Immediately, a circular void opened in the air before them, and Noah, along with Powell, passed through the wormhole, instantly arriving in a cave. The cave was located beneath a coastal cliff in the southern part of Rum Island. This was also the landing spot for Noah and his group. The Ajay and Ale brothers did not go to Sugar Town during the day. Instead, they excavated a temporary underground cavern here. With Ale possessing the whole fruit, he easily dug out an underground cave spanning several thousand square meters. After the wormhole opened, Noah and the others passed through one after another. Looking at the pig-like Powell, I was a bit puzzled. Big brother, is this guy really the mastermind? He doesn't seem special at all. If there's any problem, we'll find out soon enough. Lilith injected an antidote into Powell's body, and Noah casually gave him a cubic meter of seawater. As the refreshing seawater drenched him, Powell shivered and slowly regained consciousness. Still unclear about the situation, the chubby man immediately began to curse. So cold. Where the hell is everyone? Suddenly, it seemed as though Powell's throat was blocked by something, and he panicked. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go, or else what? Just as he finished speaking, Lilith smiled and approached him, then jabbed a syringe into Powell's arm. What have you done to me? Moments later, Powell felt warmth spreading through his arm, followed by an itch that soon spread all over his body. It itches so much. If he weren't bound, Powell might have scratched his skin raw. At that moment, he wished he could tear his skin off and roast it over a fire. After a dozen minutes, the effects of the venom began to wane. But Powell lay there like a puddle of mud, sweat soaking the blanket wrapped around him. Lilith smiled and asked, "Could you repeat what you just said? Minister Powell? Don't come any closer." Powell cried in fear, tears streaming down his face. Noah stands up. I ask you to answer. Why is the tax in the Rum Kingdom so heavy? This is of course to pay for the gold in the sky. Noah looked at Mary, and she shook her head. He wasn't angry and smiled as he instructed. Lilith, increase the intensity for our minister. No, I mean... Lilith once again injected 2 syringes into his arm. Soon, the cave was filled with the sounds of screams akin to a slaughtered pig. This time, Powell endured the pain and itch for a full 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, his eyes were vacant, and he was completely exhausted. Noah repeated the previous question. I ask. You answer, why is the tax burden in the Kingdom of Rum so heavy? This time Powell finally spoke honestly, trembling as he replied, "It is His Majesty the King. He ordered me to do this." "Oh, why does he need so much money? Isn't this 10 times more than the gold in the sky?" Who? Powell took a moment to breathe, then darkened his expression and explained, "I don't know why, because I was only promoted to Chancellor 3 years ago. Is there anything unusual about your king?" Unusual? Powell furrowed his brows, and after a while, he seemed to remember something. The current king actually ascended to the throne 5 years ago. He is not the son of the former king, but his brother. Continue. The only son of the former king was killed by pirates 5 years ago. Not long after, the former king died of illness, and the current king, who inherited the throne, was initially very normal. However, 4 years ago, the commander of the former kingdom's army, Clark, was killed by pirates, and he promoted a man named Barton to succeed him as commander, after which he began to introduce increasingly harsh laws. 3 years ago, the former chancellor, Count Tim, was executed on charges of colluding with pirates, and then the king promoted me as chancellor, ordering me to enact various laws. Noah pondered. Is there something strange about that Barton? Barton? He doesn't have anything particularly special, but his strength is quite good. If it weren't for his protection over the years, Rum Island would have been overrun by pirates long ago. He has the title of hero among the people. Hero? Noah chuckled. It seems he has seen this script before. After asking a few more questions, Noah casually sealed this guy into a card. Lilith seemed to sense something. Brother, do you suspect that Barton has some kind of conspiracy? If their essay problem, we'll find out tomorrow. He quickly wrote a letter and then gave Alii a few instructions. The next day, at the Powell residence in Rum City, the butler discovered that Powell and his wife and children had disappeared, leaving behind a letter. Looking at the clues in the letter, although the butler wanted to know its contents, he still didn't dare to break the wax seal. Get someone to deliver this letter to the commander's residence. Yes, sir. After the servant left, the butler's expression was somewhat uncertain. After pondering for over 10 minutes, he quickly gathered a large amount of treasure, disguised himself, and left Powell's residence. Meanwhile, at the Commander Barton's residence, upon receiving the letter, Barton's face turned very grim. He hurriedly left the residence with a few trusted subordinates, heading towards Sugartown. 5 hours later, in the waters southwest of Rum Island, 48 kilometers away, a sailing warship flying the flag of the Rum Kingdom appeared on the surface of the sea. Not far away was a deserted island. As they got closer to the deserted island, Barton, standing at the bow of the ship, looked increasingly grim. Brother, we've arrived, a bald man reminded him. Barton clenched his fists. Disembark, wait for my signal. Understood. The other 5 were already fully armed. As the ship approached the shore, Barton and his 5 subordinates jumped onto the beach, leaving the bald man to watch the ship. They crossed through the jungle and arrived at a grassy hillside. A figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a vortex mask stood on the hillside, looking down at Barton and his group. Where's Powell? In a safe place. Barton suddenly laughed. What do you want? Name your price. Let me guess. What is your ability? You've gone to great lengths to control the Rum Kingdom. It can't just be for those scraps of paper, right? Noah calmly looked into the other SIs. Barton grinned. Scraps of paper? That's over 200 billion berries. Aren't you tempted? If you're willing to join us, I can give you half. Isn't living just for treasure? Plus, I can make you a noble of the Rum Kingdom. Isn't that better than going out to sea for adventures? Such tempting conditions, but why should I join you? If I kill you, I can get all the treasure. Barton's smile grew even brighter. So you're after that money. No problem. Let us be friends. As long as you agree to join us and help me become the king of the Rum Kingdom, I can give you 300 billion berries. Now you've got me interested, Lord Sis. My friend, come help. Suddenly, Barton's body stiffened, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. How did you see through it? Captain Baroque Sis of the Money Pirates, a user of the exchange fruit, with a bounty of 253,690,000 berries, killed 6 years ago by Marine Major Sakazuki in Water 7 on the Grand Line? Noah spoke very calmly. It seems that exchanging fruits can also allow you to obtain the bodies or organs of others. Barton lowered his head, his gaze hidden in the shadows, and suddenly his body trembled slightly. Yes, I'm appreciating you more and more. I'll give you a choice. Join my pirate crew or die here. So confident of you. Over the years, you must have exchanged for many things in the Rum Kingdom, right? Vitutizitacion, baton attacket, d. Dozens of crescent-shaped leg strikes swept over. Make your move. Noah's shoes erupted with flames, and his body soared into the air, shooting out dozens of cards. Release the tidal wave. Hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of seawater suddenly erupted, crashing down from above towards Barton and the others. What? Barton's face changed dramatically, and in an instant he stomped hard, stepping on the air repeatedly, while simultaneously tightening his fists, infusing his armed color into his punches. Ha! 8 burst fist penetrates the wave. 2 shock waves struck the waterfall of seawater descending from the air. The 5 cadres of the Money Pirate crew quickly reacted, fleeing in all directions. In midair, Noah continued to draw cards. The area was cleared and the battlefield transformed. Dozens of cards shot out in all directions. Soon, the cards exploded in midair, sending hundreds of tons of graphite powder swirling in the sky, enveloping the entire deserted island like a mass of black mist. Just as Barton broke through the waterfall of seawater, he saw the scene before him, and his expression was very grim. Meanwhile, on the warship docked at the coast, the bald man observing the ship on the deck also saw the black mist over the deserted island, and he immediately drew his giant sword, on guard for changes on the island. However, the next moment, a violent explosion erupted from the bottom of the warship, with continuous explosions that completely destroyed the vessel. The bald man had no time to react, and he was swept into the depths of the sea by the shockwave of the explosion. Just as he endured the pain in his internal organs and struggled to swim towards the surface, a figure resembling a sword suddenly appeared behind him. Before the bald man could react, his kidney was pierced by a short sword. Ah, gurgle! The bald man struggled in pain. However, the figure gave him no time to breathe, and another lightning-fast attack suddenly appeared behind him. The furious bald man immediately swung his giant sword backward, as if intending to go down together. But the incoming short sword showed no signs of stopping. The next moment, the short sword pierced the bald man's chest. Meanwhile, the bald man's giant sword seemed to strike the air, gliding past the opponent's body. Gurgle! The bald man could no longer control his mouth. Seawater rushed into his throat and lungs. He looked unwillingly at the girl before him, but his body grew heavier. His opponent was Mary, who had eaten the slippery fruit. At this moment, Mary was biting a small oxygen tank breathing apparatus, carrying 4 short swords on her back, fully maintaining her slippery mode. Without hesitation, Mary drew a short sword again and decapitated the bald man. The 8th captain of the money pirate crew, with a bounty of 26 million berries, Grom, was killed. After Noah's seawater dispersed, the other 5 cadres of the money pirate crew had now been scattered. The sniper, the cunning gunman Troy, held a pistol, vigilant about the situation in the forest. Especially after the eerie black mist descended, he fully activated his observation hockey. Suddenly, he dodged to the left behind a large tree. Boom! The spot he had just occupied was hit by a fireball. Damn! Another ability user? Could these guys be from the world government? Troy's face turned grim, gripping his pistol tightly as he quickly jumped to another tree. Suddenly, his observation hockey went off like crazy. But it was too late. In midair, hundreds of blue fire crows descended from the sky. Mimetic hydrogen-oxygen swarm crows falling. The blue fire crows, simulating hydrogen-oxygen combustion, indiscriminately covered Troy's location. No, Troy's proud cunning gun techniques were useless. Facing the widespread attack of the burn fruit, he was turned to ash in an instant. The money pirate crew's sniper, with a bounty of 132 million berries, the cunning gunman Troy, was killed. The 5th captain of the money pirate crew, Claw Bryan, who was fleeing towards the coast, had now entered his half-beast state, sprinting madly towards the shore. Damn, there's an ability user who can control seawater. I must escape. There's no chance of winning if I stay. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the ground suddenly shook, then cracked open, and a massive amount of seawater gushed out from below. What? He was taken aback and immediately stepped into the air to avoid being affected by the rising seawater. Damn, it's getting more dangerous here. I must return to the ship immediately. However, he was too happy too soon. In midair, Lilith grabbed the special belt on Aliai's back. Aliai's hands formed a hollow, explosive water shockwave. A giant wormhole formed in midair, and the other end connected to the nearby seabed. It was as if the sky had been pierced, and a vast amount of seawater mixed with fish and sea beasts crashed down towards Bryan, who was stepping in the air. Bryan's beast instinct was triggered immediately, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Then he felt darkness around him, and his body was struck by the seawater. It's over, was his last thought. As a fruit user, being hit by seawater, and with such a massive amount of it plus that terrifying impact, Bryan didn't even have a chance to struggle. This was also Bryan's fault for being too ostentatious. If he hadn't used his half-beast form while fleeing, Lilith and Aliai wouldn't have targeted him specifically. Lilith picked up the transponder snail. Anthony, Tomani, that devil fruit user who was thrown into the sea, cooperate with Mary to capture him back, alive or dead. Although the prey was taken, Anthony still understood the seriousness of the situation. Leave it to us. On the other side of the island, 2 cadres of the money pirate crew, fleeing towards the mountains, encountered an ambush from Joseph and Vic, who were lying in wait. These 2 cadres were both swordsmen of the money pirate crew and brothers. You're the enemies? The one-eyed swordsman immediately swung his great knife, hacking at Joseph. Joseph had already entered his half-beast state and was clad in steel armor, with armed color hockey attached to his battle axe. Clang! The axe blade clashed violently with the knife blade. An animal-type ability user, and also armed color hockey? The one-eyed man was extremely shocked. He never expected to encounter such a monster in the East Sea. His brother, Go Jian, also wore a face full of astonishment. At this moment, Vic's fists were covered in a pitch-black armed color hockey. Go Jian's quick blade collided with Vic's fist, and both parties retreated immediately. Vic then kicked fiercely with both legs, unleashing several storm leg energy blades that swept across. Go Jian dodged while covering his blade with armed color to block the incoming storm leg energy blades. The one-eyed man, entangled with Joseph, listened to the sounds coming from other areas, and felt increasingly anxious. The two sides fought fiercely for several minutes, yet they were evenly matched. The reason for this awkward situation was that neither side could gain the upper hand. The One-Eyed Man and Go Jian were high-speed type fighters, while Vic and Joseph were high-defense type fighters. One side couldn't break through the defense, and the other couldn't hit the opponent. Thus, they reached a stalemate. To break the deadlock, they could only rely on others for support. Clearly, the advantage lay with the Noah family at this moment. After dealing with the Claude Brian, Lilith and her had arrived in the air above the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, R performed a wormhole jump, suddenly appearing behind the One-Eyed Man. Waterblade. He opened a thumb-sized miniature wormhole in his palm, connecting to another wormhole located over 8,000 meters deep in the ocean trench. At such depths, the water pressure exceeded 800 atmospheres. In an instant, a water blade swept towards the One-Eyed Man's back. Joseph, who was facing the One-Eyed Man, immediately stomped the ground and swiftly retreated. The One-Eyed Man's observation Haki sensed the danger, and he rolled forward instantly. The water blade swept by, cutting trees in half. Just avoiding the water blade disrupted the One-Eyed Man's rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. R, with his other hand holding a revolver, continuously attacked the One-Eyed Man in conjunction with the indestructible water blade. The One-Eyed Man was soon hit by bullets, and, as he bled from the gunshot wounds, his movements became increasingly chaotic and his reaction slower. Joseph, having just jumped out of the combat range, quickly picked up a stone and hurled it at the One-Eyed Man. Caught between the front and back attacks, the One-Eyed Man's situation became increasingly precarious. Oh no, the scream did not come from the One-Eyed Man, but from his brother, Go Jian. Just moments ago, worried about his brother, Go Jian was struck by a hidden poison needle from Lilith, and the intense supracardiac glycoside toxin instantly caused his muscles to spasm and his heartbeat to become erratic. The prerequisite for using observation Haki was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Vic delivered a punch that broke Go Jian's left hand. In total disarray, Go Jian couldn't evade in time and was hit again by Lilith's poison needle. Vic then followed up with a punch that pierced through Go Jian's chest. Hearing his brother scream, the One-Eyed Man cried out in rage, "Bastards! I will kill you!" However, R and the others did not waste time talking. They launched an even more intense attack. Water blades swept across, bullets roared. Poison needles struck from the shadows, and massive stones were thrown. In just a few seconds, the One-Eyed Man's body was riddled with bullet holes, and the toxins spread rapidly. The next moment, a water blade bisected him, and a falling boulder crushed his head, exploding it. The One-Eyed Man and Go Jian were both slain. The last remaining cadre of the money pirates was now frantically fleeing. His small stature did not hinder his speed. Instead, he used his size to dodge trees in the forest. Little did he know, he was already being targeted. As the battles in other areas came to an end, Ajia, who had been secretly preparing to support his comrades, finally found the opportunity to act. In an instant, countless black lines emerged from the forest. The previously hidden graphene lines seemed to come alive, surrounding the fleeing dwarf. What is this? The dwarf, having emptied his gun, realized it was useless and immediately raised his hands. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I know where Barton's money is hidden." Ajia, hidden in the dark, did not reveal himself but controlled the graphene lines to bind the dwarf tightly. Thus, all 6 remaining cadres of the money pirates were wiped out. The scene shifted back to the center of the deserted island. Standing on the moonwalk, Barton looked at the surrounding black mist and the raging seawater below. He noticed that the position chosen by the opponent was very clever. The center of the island was a lowland, preventing the seawater from receding quickly. "I must fight in the mountainous area, or I will easily be affected by the seawater." He quickly stepped through the air and ran toward the slope where Noah had been standing moments ago. Noah raised his hand and clenched it. The bomb buried under the hillside was immediately activated. In midair, Barton had just stepped onto the slope when his observation Haki went wild with warnings. "Damn, there's no time. Life exchange, black armor." In an instant, the hillside erupted like a volcano. Barton's vitality continuously diminished, and the pitch-black armament Haki was crazily consumed. When the smoke cleared, Barton was still unscathed. "Die for me." Barton gathered terrifying armament Haki in both hands. 8-burst fist, C-splitter punch. Noah shot a card out, and flames surged from his feet, instantly elevating his body by over 100 meters. The card was struck, and in an instant, thousands of cubic meters of seabed silt surged downwards. The non-Newtonian fluid formed by the silt caused Patton's attack to stall, and then the silt exploded. Patton wanted to use the moonwalk to chase Noah again, but he was splattered by the rain of flying silt, and a sudden feeling of weakness overwhelmed him. Not good. This silt is problematic. However, there was too much silt around, and Patton's body grew weaker. The next second, he became even more desperate, because a large mass of seawater was crashing down from above. Boom! Struck by the seawater, Patton's body completely lost its strength, and his fruit ability reacted not at all. I can't accept this. But what does it matter? In the end, it's the victors who prevail. The loser is just a loser. Noah took out the phone bug. Agia. Activate the capture net. Receive, Brother Noah. Soon, the graphene wires hidden in the central lowlands would be washed into the lowlands by the seawater and caught by Batten. However, to avoid the other party pretending to be dead, Agia, following Noah's instructions, submerged the lower half of the opponent in seawater. Soon, from a swamp in the central lowlands, a giant graphite figure crawled up from the mud. The graphite giant, over 10 meters tall, was connected to a large number of graphene wires. The graphite giant approached Noah, and then its chest opened up, revealing the cockpit inside, where Agia had been hiding within the graphite giant. Brother Noah. He released Batten from his bindings. Understood. Immediately, the graphene wires binding Batten were loosened. Noah took out a metal barrel resembling an iron lung, placed Burton inside the barrel, leaving only his head outside. The barrel was filled with seawater. Then, he sealed Burton into a card. Noah took a jai and sealed another captured gnome, and finally gathered at the seaside. On the beach, Anthony soaked the claw brine that Mary found in an oak barrel, which was naturally filled with seawater. Noah dealt with brine in the same way. Then, he had Alii open a wormhole, and the group returned to the underground cave on Rum Island. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the numerical advantage of the Noah family, along with the battle plan Noah had formulated at the beginning, the outcome could have been a Pyrrhic victory. For example, Uncle Joseph and Vic both had obvious shortcomings. Without control skills and large area attack methods, they might not have encountered much trouble in the East Sea. Once they reached the Grand Line, they could easily become targets for the enemies. Noah let some of his companions rest first. He took Mary and Lilith to release the gnomes sealed in the card. Once released, the gnome, waking from a dream, was startled by the sudden change in environment. How should I address you, Mr. Gnome? Noah asked with a smile, playing with the tarot cards in his hands. Gulp. The gnome swallowed hard and quickly replied, My name is Rudin, and I'm a navigator of the Money Pirate crew. Did Barton change your appearance? Rudin nodded vigorously. Yes, it was Barton who used his ability to transform us. What's the situation with King Rum? King Rum is one of our pirates. The original king is dead, and the current King Rum is disguised by Barton using his fruit ability. How much do you know about the exchange fruits ability? Rudin was very perceptive and explained everything about how Barton used his fruit ability. Based on Rudin's description, along with snippets from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Noah quickly grasped the ability of the exchange fruit. The core principle of this fruit is equivalent exchange. Of course, this equivalent exchange is a relatively idealistic equivalence, as everyone's values are different. What is sweet for one may be poison for another. This is the principle. Therefore, the exchange fruit must meet several conditions when using its ability. First, both parties must verbally agree to the transaction. Second, during the transaction, the user cannot take action against the trader. Third, if either party fails to fulfill the agreed conditions, a portion of the deceiver's organs or life force will be forcibly taken and given to the other party. Fourth, if the trader dies before completing the transaction, the user can designate a portion of the other party's organs or life force to be taken. The unfortunate king fell victim to Barton's deceit, asking Barton for help to usurp the throne, only to have Barton pull a switcheroo on him. After all, the so-called transaction rules have too many loopholes to exploit. For example, while the user cannot act against the other party during the transaction, Barton's subordinates do not have this restriction. This is also why Barton has been tempting Noah to agree to join the Money Pirate crew. Once Noah agrees, the other party can force Noah to be unable to act against him, thereby setting traps for Noah through repeated transactions. From Rudin's explanation, Noah also learned about Barton's strength. After being struck by Sakazuki, Barton, having escaped to the East Sea, reflected on his failures and decided to use his fruit ability to gain enough life force, and then continuously train his body using that life force. The reason for imposing heavy taxes in the Rum Kingdom was to force the common people into bankruptcy, and then conduct transactions with those desperate civilians through underground loan sharks. In this way, Barton gained a massive amount of life, force, and money in the Rum Kingdom, which gradually inflated his ambitions, even planning to make himself the true king of the Rum Kingdom. If it weren't for encountering Noah and his group, he might have succeeded. Noah was also very glad for his caution. Barton's physical skills were incredibly strong, combined with the vast life force stored within him. If they clashed head-on, Noah might not be able to take him down. This also indirectly demonstrated how terrifying the sea's restraint on devil fruit users is. Even a master like Barton, whose physical skill reached the level of an elite vice admiral, would turn into a soft-shelled shrimp upon contact with seawater. When Barton came over, did he say anything to that false king? Rudin shook his head. No. As soon as he received your message, he hurriedly brought us over without notifying the false king. Seeing Noah silent, Rudin quickly pledged his loyalty. Sir, if you need, I can help control that guy. He has many secrets in Barton's hands. And I also know where Barton's money is hidden. That will be troublesome for you, Noah smiled. Lilith took out a syringe and, under Rudin's anxious gaze, inserted the syringe into his arm's vein. Noah smiled and comforted. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me. I will naturally give you the antidote when the time comes. Hee, I understand. Ludin didn't dare to show any reaction. When Ludin was taken down to rest by Lilith, only Mary and Noah were left in the room. Mary expressed what she had sensed earlier. Brother, he should only know the leverage of that fake king. As for Barton's money, based on his emotional state just now, I don't think he knows. It's normal. To avoid being discarded by us, he deliberately inflated his own importance. That noon, in the slums northwest of Rum City, inside an underground usury bank hidden underground, several responsible individuals were lying on the ground. Lilith and Noah, having obtained a large stack of documents, flipped through them for a few minutes. Noah smiled and patted the documents in his hand. Rudin, well done. It's an honor to be able to assist you, my lord. In the next moment, his eyes widened as Lilith's poison dagger pierced through his heart from behind. Cough, cough. Why? Because I never believed you. Only the dead won't leak secrets. Looking at Rudin's unblinking eyes, Noah took out a card named Pool of Aqua Regia and released it, casually tossing Rudin's body into the pool. Rudin, just thrown into the pool of Aqua Regia, immediately let out a terrible scream. Noah smiled and said, the life return practice is quite good, but unfortunately, I don't like to leave corpses for my enemies. You won't die a good death. In the end, Ludin turned into a puddle of blood in the king's water. Lilith, Mary, I'll leave it to you two. Just make them obedient for now. Lilith and Mary nodded. Soon, the two began to deal with the lenders. Meanwhile, the false king was still unaware that Barton and the others had met their demise. Nor did he care about the Grand Minister Powell. He knew he was just a puppet, and all he needed to do was to eat, wait to die, and enjoy himself. Back in the underground cave, Noah released the clawed Brian who was imprisoned in the card. Looking at the unconscious Brian before him, a hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. Turning to the side, he looked at Ale. Ale quickly focused, and soon a palm-sized wormhole appeared on Brian's forehead, revealing Brian's brain behind it. Noah has already disinfected the scalpel and then, without hesitation, made an incision into Brian's brain, removing part of his frontal lobe. All right, close the wormhole. Okay. As Ali revoked the ability, Brian's forehead returned to its original state, with no visible abnormalities on the surface. This is the convenience of the devil fruit ability. If it were a normal surgeon performing a craniotomy, they would need to make complex preparations in advance and face various risks of infection. However, using the power of the whole fruit, combined with observation hockey, directly avoided the craniotomy process, minimizing the surgical risks while also reducing the difficulty of the operation. Even though Noah had only performed surgeries and related experiments on animals, he could safely remove Brian's frontal lobe. With the completion of the frontal lobe surgery, Noah took away the iron bucket soaked in seawater. Moments later, after being removed from the seawater, Brian's hidden Zoan-type devil fruit began to awaken within him. The powerful recovery ability of the Zoan-type allowed his body to quickly heal, supplemented by the nutrients from the foredrip. After more than an hour, Brian regained consciousness on his own. However, just after waking up, Brian appeared dazed, as if he had fallen into a state of indifference. Brian? Here. How do you feel now? I don't know. Noah asked a dozen questions and quickly confirmed the other party's condition. However, just to be safe, he called Mary back. In Mary's perception, he asked again. Mary looked at Brian in shock. Big brother, what happened to him? Why is he so calm? It's even a bit unnaturally calm. I performed a surgery on him. A frontal lobotomy. A frontal lobotomy? That kind of surgery only has one effect. It removes emotions. Mary widened her eyes, murmuring somewhat reluctantly, there's actually such a surgery. But isn't that too cruel? Mary, the ordinary people who died at Brian's hands are the ones you should sympathize with. Don't empathize with these sea scum. Perhaps they went to sea out of necessity at first, but that is not an excuse for their evil deeds. If they dare to strike against the world government and the celestial dragons, then I would respect them as men. The moment they target the weak and the innocent, they become evil dragons, no different from the so-called celestial dragons. Mary fell silent, and when she thought of the commoners in the Rum Kingdom, her sympathy for Brian dissipated. Big brother, I understand. If we want to change this world, we must be merciless towards the wicked. Because the wicked will not show mercy because of your compassion. Instead, they will exploit your compassion. Your kindness should not be given to these sea scum. Yes, Brother Noah. Noah continued to examine Brian's body and conduct a series of tests. With the completion of the tests, Noah discovered that after the removal of the frontal lobe, Brian had completely lost his emotions. However, the side effects were also very evident, as he could only act based on biological instincts. It was difficult to execute commands with 100% accuracy, and his domineering presence had completely vanished. Noah had anticipated this. Emotions are the root of biological behavior. Without feelings, a being is merely a walking corpse. But this was also the result Noah desired. He took out a tarot card, which prominently displayed the Page of Wands from the Minor Arcana, the root of the heart, the crystallization of illusion. Page of Wands, I grant you form. The card was placed on Brian's chest, over his heart, and in an instant, the golden flame cloud patterns on the card began to spread all over Brian's body. Brian showed no resistance and was soon covered by the golden flame cloud patterns, transforming into a golden cocoon. Then the golden cocoon began to fade, still resembling Brian. But his eyes became lively. After a while, Brian knelt on one knee. Master, your loyal servant Brian greets you. Do you have all of Brian's memories? Yes, Master. Can you use hockey? Yes. As soon as the words fell, Brian activated observation hockey and armament hockey. What about the devil fruit ability? Same goes. Brian's body inflated, transforming into a half-beast form, the leopard form of the cat fruit. Noah's mind shifted. Return. Brian's body transformed into a golden light, then condensed into a card. However, the design on the card had changed from its previous form to resemble Brian, with a leopard curled up behind him. The name changed to Staff Attendant, Brian. He referred to this modified product as an apostle. Essentially, it involved removing the frontal lobe of a normal person, causing them to lose all emotions, and then using the spirit of the tarot card as a substitute for the emotions of the modified individual, thereby creating an apostle that obeys him. The step of removing the frontal lobe is essential. The reason lies in the fact that the spirit of the card, as the instinctual will of the card fruit, is divided into 22 major arcana cards and 56 minor arcana cards, resulting in a very small amount of innate will stored within, insufficient to suppress a normal person with emotions. Therefore, normal people must lose their emotions to be suitable raw materials for creating apostles. Additionally, Noah also tested the effects of Conqueror's hockey on the apostles. The result was minimal since the core of the apostle's soul is a combination of a damaged human soul, the card spirit, and the devil fruit. Particularly, the interaction between the card spirit and the devil fruit enhances their resistance to Conqueror's hockey by leveraging a portion of the devil fruit's instinctual will. Of course, this is also related to Noah's will. As a master of the cards, Noah's strength of will and thoughts would influence the willpower of the card apostles. If the card master is timid and fearful, the card apostles will also be timid and fearful. Conqueror's hockey is most effective against those with weak willpower. With the birth of the first card apostle, Noah realized the awakening method of the card fruit. As long as he creates the corresponding apostles for the 22 major arcana cards and 56 minor arcana cards, the card fruit will naturally awaken. However, creating all the corresponding apostles for the tarot cards is extremely difficult. Apostles cannot be made from just any raw materials. Devil fruit users are the best material, and selecting suitable devil fruits further increases the difficulty. However, if he can indeed create a complete set of tarot card apostles, Noah's strength will reach an unprecedented height. Following the method, Noah soon transformed Barton into a tarot card apostle. However, Barton does not belong to the minor arcana group, but rather to the major arcana group. His card is Devil, Pan Barton. As raw materials for creating card apostles, both Barton and the apostles he produces are not arbitrary, but have their inherent affinities. Brian was used to create the staff attendant because the devil fruit within him is a leopard, and the staff attendant represents mischief, signifying a variable personality and enthusiasm, which aligns closely with the nature of a leopard. Similarly, the exchange fruit within Barton has a similar affinity to the devil Pan. Using the exchange fruit to gain power is akin to the devil's deceitful transactions with mortals. Looking at Barton before him, Noah's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. After years of planning, Barton had gained immense vitality. However, this vitality cannot significantly increase lifespan. A human's lifespan is determined by their genes. And while Barton gained a vitality of thousands, his lifespan limit only increased to 200 years and cannot be extended further. Essentially, 200 years is the lifespan limit of the human species. It is like a bottle with vitality being the water inside. No matter how much water there is, it cannot change the capacity of the bottle, and as time goes on, the bottle may crack, leading to a diminishing capacity for water. To change the upper limit of the bottle, one must alter their genes, which is something only the surgery fruit can achieve. Nevertheless, even so, the vitality within Barton is still a tremendous wealth. Vitality can replace his own life force consumption during cultivation and can heal quickly. Otherwise, how could Barton, in about 5 years, transform from a failure unable to withstand a punch from Sakazuki into an elite vice admiral-level expert? It is worth noting that Barton is already 43 years old, and he has had the exchange fruit for less than 8 years. The exchange fruit has other applications that even his subordinates, like Rudin, are unaware of. For example, if a traitor dies, the user can not only choose to obtain a part of the other party's organs and some of their life force, but even their memories. This is also the reason why Barton knows the 8-pound fist, Navy 6 styles, hockey, and life return. He acquired these cultivation methods by using the power of the exchange fruit to kill an officer from the 8 Treasures Water Army and 2 fallen Navy officers. Barton, sell me a portion of life force. Sure, master, you need to pay me 1 silver coin. As Noah handed a silver coin to Barton, a surge of life force flowed out from Barton and into Noah's body. All of his internal injuries and fatigue began to heal. As if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, the dark injuries started to self-repair gradually, and the fatigue quickly dissipated. This portion of life force is equivalent to about 10 years of lifespan for an ordinary person. Noah's observation, hockey, seemed to sense every cell in his body cheering with joy. The hardships of his previous training were ultimately no match for the legacy of the Orthodox powers. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed quite a few hidden injuries. This is actually a common problem for many upstart forces. Why have the Navy and the world government been able to suppress the seas for 800 years? It's because of their strong foundation and heritage. For example, Whitebeard was indeed terrifyingly strong in his youth. However, the hidden injuries caused by the tremor fruit led to a significant decline in his strength when he grew old. If Whitebeard had been a member of the Navy or the world government, his body would certainly have received better care, as well as various systematic martial arts, medical treatment, and treasures, which could have allowed him to maintain his peak for at least another decade. Now, Noah and the others could finally cultivate recklessly by utilizing the life force stored within Barton. However, cultivation was a matter for the future. There was still one most important task to attend to at present. He gathered everyone together. After everyone was seated, Noah laid out the upcoming plan. Noah's plan is very simple. To continue the coup d'etat designed by Batten, with just a few modifications to the details, Noah can take over the plan. After all, Batten is now the guardian hero of the Lamb Kingdom, and the False King has leverage in hand, while the Grand Chancellor Powell has become Noah's prisoner. Originally, Batten planned to have someone impersonate a pirate to ambush the False King, who was on his way to a meeting in Mariewa, and then take the throne himself. Unfortunately, after reviewing this plan, Noah noticed several issues. The first issue is that the East Blue Navy is responsible for escorting the False King to Mariewa, which could lead to an encounter with Carp, who might be returning home to visit family. The second issue is that while the False King is fake, the others are unaware of this fact. If the enemy contacts the world government through a transponder snail during the pirate ambush, Batten's plan will undoubtedly fail and could even end up benefiting others. The third issue is that although the False King is notorious, Batten has the reputation of hero. However, there are other nobles in the Lamb Kingdom who would not want an outsider to become the new king. Therefore, killing the False King would be a poor strategy. Noah's plan was very simple. Soon, the group sprang into action. Inside the palace, although the False King often indulged in revelry, he was secretly prepared with a phone bug in his sleeve, specifically for mutual destruction. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Noah, who played by his own rules. With the help of Barton's undercover agent in the palace, Lilith, accompanied by Ale, quietly infiltrated the False King's restroom by digging a tunnel. As the False King entered the restroom and had not yet reacted, he was knocked out by Lilith. In the next moment, Ale brought the False King to an underground laboratory, where Noah and Ale joined forces and decisively cut off each other's frontal lobes, then woke each other up. "Uncle, are you ready?" Uncle Joseph nodded. "Noah, I'm ready." "Barton, shall we begin? Let's make it quick." Barton looked at the dazed False King and said, "Give me your face, and I'll give you your original face." "Okay." The False King agreed without hesitation. Exchange successful. In an instant, Barton activated the exchange scale, and the False King's face returned to its original appearance, while Barton acquired the False King's face. Then, Barton exchanged the False King's face with Uncle Joseph's face. Uncle Joseph's build was similar to the false king's, except he was 27 centimeters taller. Previously, Uncle Joseph wouldn't have been able to disguise himself as the false king. But now he could, because Barton not only exchanged the false king's face with Uncle Joseph, but also transferred the life return he controlled to Uncle Joseph. This special memory exchange wouldn't strip Barton of his ability to return life, but previously, Barton had been very wary of his subordinates and naturally hadn't used this ability on them. Uncle Joseph adjusted his body through life return and soon became identical to the false king. The next step was to extract the false king's memories and hand them over to Uncle Joseph. With the false king's memories, Uncle Joseph's disguise could be flawless. Of course, Noah and the others still needed to address the last hidden danger. Uncle Joseph, disguised as the false king, returned to the restroom in the bedroom through Aile's wormhole, and only about 18 minutes had passed. In several concealed corners of the bedroom, a few custom phone bugs were quietly at work. In the bluefish town of the Rum Kingdom, inside a hidden house, there was an underground facility with a different world. At that moment, in this underground facility, a middle-aged man wearing a specially designed collar was groggily watching the images transmitted by the phone bug. The scene depicted was unmistakably the false king's bedroom. Moreover, on the middle-aged man's desk, there was a glass jar containing a piece of paper. Suddenly, a tiny wormhole opened in the underground monitoring room, and a colorless, odorless gas seeped through from the other side. The middle-aged man's eyelids grew heavier, and in a moment, he collapsed onto the table. Immediately, the wormhole expanded, and Aile and Lilith walked through it. Aile picked up the glass jar on the table with interest. Is this the life paper? That counterfeit actually had a bit of brains, using a slave to monitor himself, and leaving behind a life paper. He was clearly very wary of Barton. Lilith found another imaging phone bug on the middle-aged slave. She pressed the play button, and the imaging phone bug projected an image on the wall. In the image, the false king directly revealed the existence of Barton and the Money Pirate Group, as well as that he was a puppet supported by Barton. Clearly, this was an unforeseen risk for Barton. If the original plan had proceeded, once the false king's life paper burned out, this slave would hand the phone bug over to Morgan's. As for how to ensure this slave would be obedient, the false king used both soft and hard tactics. On one hand, he promised the slave a large sum of money if he died, while also keeping the password to activate the collar bomb solely to himself. If the false king died, the slave would be free. However, to avoid the slave taking the money without doing anything, the false king left a letter and the slave's life paper in the royal treasury. The letter simply informed Barton about the phone bug he left behind. This meant that once Barton read the letter, the slave's fate was sealed. Moreover, the false king had arranged 3 monitoring slaves. As long as one of them handed the phone bug to Morgan's, it would suffice. The 3 slaves knew of each other's existence, but were unaware of each other's locations and appearances, thus forming a chain of suspicion. Additionally, the false king had always been wary of Barton's exchange fruit and had not reached another exchange agreement with Barton. Even if Barton killed him, he could not obtain the false king's memories. Unfortunately, the false king had meticulously planned but encountered Noah, who directly cut off his plans. Lilith and Aile swiftly raided the 3 slave secret hideouts and destroyed all the phone bugs and life papers. As for the 3 slaves, they were exchanged for their life force using a silver coin through Barton's exchange fruit. Since these 3 guys were pirates before becoming slaves, Noah naturally showed no mercy. If they had been innocent civilians, Noah would have temporarily sealed them in cards and, through guidance and education, absorbed them as peripheral members of his family. Once all potential risks were addressed, Uncle Joseph, in the name of the king, ordered all the nobles in the country to hold a farewell banquet in Sugartown. As there were less than 10 days left before the arrival of the Navy escort fleet. 3 days later, in the Honey Palace of Sugartown, Joseph and the nobles were engaging in empty pleasantries. After a few rounds of drinks, Joseph coldly smiled to himself. Eat up. We'll be on our way soon. Suddenly, a group of notorious punitive knights burst into the palace. What are you doing? A noblewoman wearing a black pearl harshly reprimanded the invading knights. In the next moment, her head rolled on the floor. Ah, you bastards. Are you rebelling? Joseph immediately entered a state of panic, roaring in alarm. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, long time no see. Noah, having changed his body through life return and wearing Powell's big face, looked quite pleased. Powell, is that you? I treated you well. Why are you doing this to me? Joseph cried out dramatically. Ha ha, it's hilarious. Did you really think you were the wise ruler of the Rum Kingdom? No way. Do you know why? Because you've now become a tyrant despised by all. Joseph showed an expression of disbelief. Why? How could this happen? It's impossible. My dear king, let me clarify things for you. In your name, I ordered the collection of taxes. Noah recounted everything in Powell's tone. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Ha ha, you're all shocked, aren't you? I've been preparing for this moment for 3 whole years. Now you can all die. As soon as the words were spoken, those punishing knights and Lilith hidden in the shadows charged directly at the notorious nobles. Help! Don't kill me. Lord Powell, I am willing to surrender. Yes, yes. I am also willing to surrender. Noah sneered at everyone. Do you think I'm a fool? Since I share the plan with you, I have no intention of letting you leave here alive. Kill them. At this moment, Joseph was with several loyal royal attendants, along with a few relatively kind minor nobles he had deliberately overlooked, using a room as a fortress to resist the attacking punishment knights. Just then, Barton smashed open the palace doors. Boom! Powell, you treacherous rebel. What? Why are you here? Oomph. Do you think that by colluding with pirates to lure me out to sea, you can kill me? Powell, today is your doom. The Noah pretending to be Powell suddenly expanded in size and began to fight with Barton. The two were stalling for time until the notorious nobles were all killed, at which point Noah pretended to be defeated, lying on the ground as if dead. Barton immediately unleashed his fury, slaughtering all the punishment knights present. The remaining dozen or so nobles were of decent character, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, their gazes towards Barton were somewhat unusual. After all, these nobles were not fools. They naturally realized that Barton had been playing a fake game, deliberately allowing Powell's punishment knights to massacre those notorious nobles. Sure enough, when Barton produced the video phone bug hidden in the Honey Palace, the remaining few nobles understood that this was all Barton's scheme. However, when they saw the king's contented expression and Barton's extremely respectful attitude towards him, a storm of emotions surged within them regarding this king, who usually only indulged in feasting and revelry. Soon the king, holding the video phone bug provided by Barton along with his own recorded self-incriminating video, announced a decree to exempt taxes for a year, employ labor for relief, and crack down on underground usury, to be proclaimed in towns across the country. The public sentiment of the entire Rum Kingdom was suddenly reversed. Powell became the object of everyone's disdain, while our King Rum ate, Joseph, and Commander Barton became the great saviors. Thus, the entire Rum Kingdom fell completely into the hands of the Noah family. In the sugar town of the Rum Kingdom, the local residents were spontaneously holding various celebrations. The Navy escort fleet that had just arrived from the Oikote Kingdom, along with a dozen kings traveling together, were surprised to see the port adorned with festive decorations. Carp, standing on the deck eating donuts, used his observation hockey to scan the port but did not sense anything unusual. Next to him, his aide Bogart took out a piece of intelligence just received by the Navy and whispered, 3 days ago, a serious internal conflict occurred in the Rum Kingdom. The Grand Chancellor colluded with pirates, slaughtering many nobles present in Sugartown, and intended to kill King Rum 8. After hearing Bogart's explanation, Carp looked towards Rum 8 at the dock. Joseph on the dock seemed to have also seen Carp. However, he remained very calm, not feeling that Carp could see through him. After all, the ability to perceive people's hearts like the Red Count was ultimately rare. Moreover, those who possessed such special observation hockey were unlikely to pledge loyalty to the world government. Furthermore, Joseph had a gem coordinate point made by Erate. In case of an emergency, he could have Erate transfer him. Not bad. This king has some strength. Bogart nodded. According to the intelligence, the opponent is a devil fruit user, whose ability is the animal-type silverback gorilla form. Carp dumped the remaining donuts into his mouth, chewing while laughing and saying, "Ha ha, who cares? We just need to deliver these kings and the heavenly gold to Mariewa." Meanwhile, in a restaurant at the port, Noah and others were also dining, but they were in an exclusive private room, which provided a clear view of the port. He had no intention of approaching Carp. The two sides were simply not on the same wavelength. Carp held no value in terms of winning over the Noah family. Just based on his stance during the God Valley incident, it was evident that his sense of justice was nothing but a joke. If it were just that, Noah wouldn't look down on him too much. For example, with Sakazuki, Noah merely felt that their positions were different, but Noah wouldn't disdain him, because Sakazuki was just a loyal dog of the world government, and in that regard, Sakazuki consistently upheld his beliefs. However, Carp was simply two-faced. He claimed to despise the Celestial Dragons, yet he protected the Celestial Dragons during the God Valley incident. He said he was loyal to the world government, yet secretly raised Roger's son, who was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson became a great pirate. Additionally, during the South Sea baby incident, Carp displayed extreme double standards, watching babies in the South Sea get slaughtered by the world government for the sake of Roger's son. Essentially, how is he any different from the world government and the Celestial Dragons? Such a person is a typical product of aristocratic thinking. As long as it doesn't involve those he cares about, he shows almost no concern, at most shouting a few slogans. If he were truly loyal to the world government, he should have upheld that loyalty to the end and reported the existence of Roger's wife and son. If he truly despised the celestial dragons, he should have stood by and watched during the God Valley incident or directly helped Rox. Yet he consistently acted contrary to this. Then, during the Marineford War, he put on a tragic facade. Wasn't all of this self-inflicted? From the moment he secretly adopted Ace, he should have known that Ace was a taboo for the world government, leaving him with only two choices. Either keep Ace's identity a secret and arrange for him to become an ordinary person, or reveal Ace's identity, retire immediately from the Navy, and face the future together with Ace. Instead, he made a very foolish choice, informing Ace of his background while remaining in the Navy, ultimately leading to Ace's execution. And then he was there, powerless and furious. Did Sakazuki do anything wrong during the Marineford War? The answer is no. Noah had no intention of winning over the Carp family at all. One was a double-faced hypocrite, one was a weak and naive type, and one was a stubborn liberal. If the five elders weren't senile, the monkey family wouldn't last 3 episodes. Relying on such people to save the world is worse than letting Buggy become the Pirate King. At least Buggy has always been a real pirate. A person who does many evil deeds is not scary. What is scary is doing many evil deeds without realizing it. This world is not black and white, but a delicate shade of gray. However, the vast majority of people do not like to disguise themselves as the white of the black. Noah's ultimate goal from the beginning has been to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and establish a brand new world, rather than making minor repairs within the old framework. With the initial accumulation of strength, he has already begun to put this into practice. Taking over the kingdom of Ram is just the beginning. As the sun sets over the port of Sugartown, the Navy escort fleet slowly sails away into the distance under the twilight. After seeing Uncle Joseph off, Noah and his group began to secretly consolidate the entire kingdom of Ram, using Barton as a visible pawn, along with the decrees left by the 8th king of Ram. The Noah family established an underground base in the northeast of Ram Island and had Alii leave a spatial coordinate point at the base. They then split into 2 groups. One group, consisting of Alii, Vic, and Anthony, was dispatched to the kingdom of Oikote to search for the soundwave fruit located there. Meanwhile, Noah and the others stayed in the kingdom of Ram to continue strengthening their control over it, especially with Mary, who possesses emotional perception and observation hockey. She became an indispensable member in the process of expanding the family's personnel. Many ill-intentioned individuals could not escape Mary's perception, which greatly ensured the loyalty and purity of the core members of the Noah family. Even within the military of the Kingdom of Ram, controlled in Barton's name, there were numerous spies from various factions, including members of CP, domestic nobles, as well as revolutionaries, pirates, and underground forces. Without Mary, identifying these hidden spies would be an incredibly difficult task. Those confirmed spies were secretly assigned to tasks in Sugartown and Ram City, while Bamboo Sugartown and Bluefish Town were purified to facilitate the Noah family's covert development in these 2 towns. Furthermore, the more than 200 billion berries that Barton had secretly hidden were also taken over by the Noah family. This money was not returned to the victims of Ram. As such a benefit is one time only, it would not only lead those civilians to become dependent, but could also easily cause resentment. It was better to use this money to initiate large-scale construction projects that provide work relief. Of course, for those who had lost their ability to work, support would be provided directly through relief houses. At this time, the internal changes within the Kingdom of Ram did not attract much attention. This was also part of Noah's strategy. He would not openly rebel until he had sufficient strength. At this stage, as long as he did not touch the bottom line of the world government and paid the required heavenly gold each year, the world government would not easily target a compliant member state in the face of increasingly unstable seas and the pirate groups of the New World. 355 kilometers southwest of the Kingdom of Ram, an armed merchant ship flying the flag of the Ram Commercial Company was rapidly sailing towards the Kingdom of Oikote. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky from a nearby black deserted island. Boom! Anthony, who was on the lookout tower of the armed merchant ship, saw this scene and his expression instantly turned grave. He immediately sounded the alarm. Vic and Alii, who were resting in the cabin, rushed to the deck, where they saw the panicked crew and the terrifying pillar of fire in the distance. A volcanic eruption underwater. What should we do? Anthony jumped down from the lookout tower and immediately ordered, Alii, you go to the bridge and open a wormhole to teleport everyone back to the secret port of Bluefish Town. Vic, gather all the crew to the bridge right away. Ali ran towards the bridge, clasped his hands together, wormhole activated. Soon, more than a dozen crew members, led by Vic, quickly arrived at the bridge and entered the wormhole in single file. Just seconds after everyone left the merchant ship, a large shower of molten lava rained down from the sky. However, this was just the appetizer, as a tsunami over 100 meters high soon followed, rapidly spreading in all directions. Having just returned to Bluefish Town, Anthony and the others immediately reported this incident to Noah. Upon hearing about this, Noah quickly gathered all members in the Kingdom of Ram, while Ali and Lilith went to monitor the situation of the approaching tsunami. At a distance of 355 kilometers, this meant that when the tsunami reached the waters near the Kingdom of Ram, its power would still be estimated to be over half. The southwestern part of Ram Island, with an elevation of only about 20 to 80 meters, could not withstand a tsunami of over 50 meters. Noah immediately arranged for Barton to take people to evacuate the residents along the southwestern coast. At the same time, he received a report from Lilith via the phone bug, informing him that the tsunami was moving very quickly, currently less than 200 kilometers from Rum Island, and it was estimated that the tsunami would reach Rum Island in less than an hour. He did not sit idly by. He quickly took a Jia and Lillian, along with the returning Alay, and used a wormhole to teleport to a small island about 80 kilometers away from Rum Island. This small island was very tiny, covering an area of less than tens of thousands of square meters. They chose this small island because it was located on the line between the tsunami and Rum Island, and Noah planned to weaken the tsunami here as much as possible. Ajia built a V-shaped, wave-dissipating dam with graphite. Yes, Brother Noah. Ajia plunged his hands into the soil beneath him, and soon a massive V-shaped graphite dam emerged from the ground, with its pointed angle facing the direction of the incoming tsunami. This graphite creation was temporary. Once the user's stamina could no longer support it, or if the user fell unconscious, these creations would revert to their original material. The permanently existing graphite was not created by Jia using the fruit ability, but rather synthesized by drawing free carbon elements from the surrounding environment using the fruit ability. If the graphite fruit could create graphite out of thin air or transform other non-carbon elements into graphite, its power would definitely rival that of a planet-destroying existence. Even when a devil fruit enters a state of awakening, it cannot achieve permanent creation or transformation of elements from nothing. For example, Doflamingo's string fruit, when in its awakened state, causes surrounding matter to become string-like. But this change is only temporary. Once Doflamingo stops using his stamina to maintain it or falls unconscious, the surrounding string-like matter quickly returns to its original state. At this moment, the V-shaped dam on the small island was rapidly expanding and rising. Meanwhile, Lillian transformed into a flame form. However, unlike the orange-red flames of previous users of the burn fruit, her flames were blue and white. The merciless sun. The blue-white fireball suddenly expanded, with Lillian at its core, its radius instantly increasing by hundreds of meters. Then the blue-white fireball smashed down onto the sea surface. Sizzle. In an instant, the edges of the fireball made contact with the sea surface, causing the seawater to boil immediately, reaching a scorching temperature of 2,830 degrees Celsius. This was the power of simulated hydrogen-oxygen combustion. The fireball struck the center of the sea surface, and the boiling seawater not only turned into steam, but a portion of the water was even split into hydrogen and oxygen, further intensifying the power of the flames. In less than 10 minutes, a void covering over a kilometer appeared on the sea surface in front of the small island. At this moment, Lillian was standing on the glass-like dry seabed, gasping for breath, clearly indicating that this technique was a massive burden for someone her age. However, Lillian's task was now complete. The enormous void in front of her was sufficient to generate a small tsunami. Lillian transformed back into her flame form, leaving the dry seabed and appearing behind the dam on the small island. Compared to Lillian's miraculous strength, Noah's operation was more technical. He used a combinatorial method to throw dozens of blank cards into the seabed, then instantly sealed the surrounding seawater within the blank cards. In an instant, a series of void areas appeared on the sea surface. The seawater would quickly fill these voids, but these suddenly appearing voids would cause the surrounding sea level to drop, resulting in a depression-type tsunami. These depression-type tsunamis spread in all directions. Although their power was not great, at most they could only raise a few meters of tsunami, but their sheer number was overwhelming. Waves of small tsunamis spread out in all directions. Soon, they encountered the tsunami generated by volcanic eruption. Although the tsunami from the underwater volcano swept away these small tsunamis, its power was still gradually weakened. When the tsunami approached the vicinity of the small island, Noah stood on the more than 50-meter high dam, observing for a moment. At this time, the height of the tsunami in this section was roughly only about 50 meters. He immediately threw the previously sealed seawater card into the air. Release. Flood. Tens of millions of cubic meters of seawater fell from the sky, crashing down on the crest of the tsunami. Lillian, who had been resting for a while, instantly transformed into a moving artillery platform. Roar of the fire dragon. Streams of fiery dragons charged toward the tsunami ahead. The continuous weakening caused the height of the tsunami when it struck the dam to drop to less than 20 meters, creating a large breach in the dam. After successfully blocking the tsunami, Noah looked at the turbulent sea before him, his conqueror's haki seemingly elevated, his aura growing even larger and more solid. When the tsunami reached near Rum Island, its power was no longer a cause for concern. Although there were still waves over 10 meters high, the residents on the southwestern coast of Rum Island had already evacuated, so there was naturally no large-scale casualties. As for other places affected by the tsunami, they could only hope for the best. After all, Noah's current strength was still insufficient to completely dissipate such a massive tsunami. The natural forces of this blue planet are indeed a great terror that ordinary people find hard to resist. On January 7th, 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, after the turmoil caused by the tsunami, Ale, Vic, and Anthony continued their journey to the kingdom of Oikot. Meanwhile, Noah sent Lilith and Lillian to the area where the volcanic eruption had previously occurred. The reason for sending the two girls to the volcanic eruption area was, of course, significant. At this time, a piece of land with a radius of several kilometers had appeared at the location of the previous underwater volcanic eruption, and this land was clearly formed by the volcanic eruption. In addition to the already solidified obsidian and volcanic rock, there is still a considerable amount of magma that had not cooled and solidified in the center, with molten magma continuously flowing from the vent in all directions, occasionally releasing hot steam and white mist. A flame descended from the sky and then transformed into a girl wearing a gothic dress. Lillian had arrived. Lilith, gently flapping her wings, looked at her sister standing at the edge of the volcanic crater with some concern. Although Lillian had exited her elemental state, it did not mean that the flowing magma at the crater could threaten her. After all, she had been infused with a lot of scientific knowledge by Noah, as well as various directions for the development of devil fruits. The intensity of the flame fruit in her body had already surpassed that of previous users of the flame fruit. Why did the flame fruit perform poorly in Ace's hands? The answer lies with Ace himself. Expecting an illiterate person to deeply develop the flame fruit is akin to hoping to get rich from winning the lottery. Garp threw Ace to the mountain bandit Dayton to raise him, and Ace had to rely on the tavern owner in Windmill Village to teach him how to read. In such an environment, his ability to read and some basic life knowledge was basically the result of the tavern owner's responsible teaching. Although Noah was not a scientist, as a university graduate living in the information explosion era, he was still a science student and had some understanding of scientific knowledge. The development direction of the flame fruit does not lie in the flames, but in the word burn. To burn means to ignite. Burning is the process of a substance entering a plasma state. The core of the flame fruit lies in simulating the burning of substances. The burning temperature of ordinary fuels in the air is about 600 or 700 degrees Celsius, which is also the reason why Ace's flame fruit couldn't produce high temperatures. So how can we increase the burning temperature? The answer is to choose more suitable fuels and oxidizers. The burning substances that Lillian was simulating at this time were pure oxygen and hydrogen, and the combination of the two raised the burning temperature to an altitude of 2,830 degrees Celsius. The magma before her was only over 1,000 degrees Celsius, which not only couldn't harm Lillian, but would instead be burned back by her flames. Of course, Lillian was not trying to show off that her flame temperature could burn magma. She was aiming to enter the magma. After re-entering her elemental mode, Lillian dove into the lake of magma at the volcano's crater. Upon entering the magma, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt a warm sensation, as if returning home. Lillian did not linger on the surface of the magma lake, but quickly dove deeper after estimating her stamina. As she descended, she felt the temperature of the surrounding magma gradually rising. It wasn't until she reached the layer of 2,830 degrees Celsius that Lillian felt a scorching heat. She then began to utilize her unique observation haki. That's right, Lillian also had her own unique observation haki. Originally, her talent for observation haki was as ordinary as Lilith's. However, after eating the flame fruit, she combined the fruit's ability with observation haki based on Noah's hints, developing a unique type of observation haki, thermal sensing observation. She could see the temperature of all substances and the changes in temperature around her would also be captured by her observation hockey. At this moment, she was using this observation hockey to carefully sense the thermal energy deep within the magma and the source of that thermal energy. Soon, Lillian detected some special substances within the surrounding magma, which continuously released heat, persistently heating the surrounding magma and steam. Is this what Brother Noah meant by radioactive substances? The energy produced by elemental decay actually releases such massive energy. Lillian attempted to simulate the process of elemental decay to further transform her fruit ability. Unfortunately, even though she exhausted most of her stamina, she still did not simulate any signs of elemental decay. Unable to achieve her wish, Lillian could only quickly return to the surface. Bursting out of the volcano's crater once more, Lillian saw her sister waiting for her. "Lillian, are you okay?" Lillian shook her head. "I'm fine. In my elemental state, radioactive substances can't harm me. I just wasn't able to successfully simulate elemental decay this time." "You mustn't act recklessly. Brother Noah has reminded you that your physical fitness is currently insufficient to support the elemental decay mode." Lillian deeply understood this point just now. Her simulation deep within the magma felt as if she had encountered a high wall. Of course, Noah had already warned her about this situation, advising Lillian not to hold out too much hope. The reason he didn't oppose Lillian going deep into the magma was mainly to allow her to get in touch with the magma situation and the radioactive substances hidden within the essence of the magma. Clearly, Sakazuki had not fully awakened the magma fruit. If he reaches a complete awakening state, he will be able to use radioactive attacks, with a temperature limit exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. The upper limit of the burning fruit is actually the sun mode. This is the development plan Noah has laid out for Lillian. The first stage, the limit of compound combustion for 1,990 degrees Celsius. The second stage, elemental decay, first awakening. The third stage, elemental fission, second awakening. The fourth stage, elemental fusion, complete awakening. If Lillian can achieve complete awakening, she will become a new sun. However, this idea is still quite distant for the current Lillian. Right now, she hasn't even reached the temperature limit of compound combustion, let alone enter the elemental decay mode. Lillian did not give up right away, but continued to stay at the volcano's mouth for more than half a month. During this time, she would dive deep into the magma every day, carefully sensing the elemental decay process within the magma. Although she did not successfully simulate the elemental decay mode, she still gained considerable insights and harvests. For example, she initially conceived the Flame God mode, a special mode that uses simulated solid fuel as a skeleton and simulated liquid fuel as muscles. After entering the Flame God mode, Lillian can transform into a massive Flame God giant and can form a Flame God exoskeleton. In this mode, Lillian can even swim and walk directly in the sea. Furthermore, by observing the water vapor deep within the strata, she conceived the Steam Dragon series technique. Compared to straightforward flame attacks, the Steam Dragon series utilizes high-pressure, high-temperature water vapor to harm enemies. Feeling that it was difficult to continue comprehending the magma, Lillian decided to return to the Rum Kingdom. Just as Lillian and Lilith were returning to the Rum Kingdom, Vic, and Anthony finally arrived at the Oikot Kingdom on January 23, 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the southeastern sea of the East Sea, the Oikot Kingdom, the damage caused by the pirate attack 2 years ago is still affecting this land. In the northeastern part of the island nation, at a trading port called Maki Port, a merchant ship flying the flag of the Rum Trading Company slowly docked in the port area. The port's security officer, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, kept a watchful eye on the armed merchant ship. However, after Anthony presented the official documents from the Rum Kingdom, the security officer relaxed a bit but still requested to board the ship for inspection. Anthony had no objections, as their purpose for coming to the Oikot Kingdom was to search for devil fruits. Trade was merely an excuse. Soon, Anthony took care of the port matters. That night, in a hotel room on the third floor of the port, Anthony, and Vic each shared their gains from a day. According to the eldest brother's divination, the Soundwave fruit is within the territory of the Oikot Kingdom, but this range is still too large. Anthony frowned as he looked at the map on the table. This map is the official map of the Oikot Kingdom, which consists of one main island, Oikot Island, and 8 small inhabited islands, along with 42 uninhabited islands. The area of Oikot Island alone exceeds 3,000 square kilometers, making the search efforts significantly challenging. After thinking for a moment, suggested, according to the eldest brother's divination, this fruit should not have been eaten by anyone, which means it is very likely that it has not been discovered yet. Therefore, our priority should be to search the uninhabited islands. However, Anthony shook his head. No, we should first search the inhabited islands. If the sound wave fruit is on an inhabited island, the risk of it being found or eaten will be very high, and we must exclude high-risk areas first. Or immediately realized, this is indeed possible. I agree to search the inhabited islands first. But the Yonko kingdom has over 30 towns. Checking them one by one will probably take a lot of time, right? Vic looked at the map, feeling overwhelmed. Anthony, however, was confident. We can use our identities. Additionally, the Yonko kingdom has many refugees due to the pirate attack incident, and we can use them to gather some local information. Early the next morning, Anthony, under the guise of an underground merchant, hired dozens of locals. Then he had them spread a message around the towns near the port. Soon, a message began to circulate around Maki Port. In the slums south of the port, a young man with a big hairstyle, wearing an old pair of glasses, was shopping. He had just picked up a potato when he heard someone at the neighboring fruit stall talking to the owner about something. Luke, have you heard about that incident? The fruit stall owner, who was wiping oranges, looked puzzled. What incident? You don't know? Old Jim, what do you know? Tell me. It's that foreign merchants are buying all kinds of rare plants at the port. Whether it's seedlings, seeds, or fruits, they will buy them. Really? Of course. Just go to the port area and ask around. Rare plants? What's the starting price? It seems to start at 100,000 berries. The fruit stall owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately continued to ask, I have a peculiar sweet melon vine at home. I wonder if they will buy it. Oh, you want to sell? I have a friend who knows that merchant, but if the deal goes through, I want 10% as a commission. The man smiled, rubbing his hands. The fruit stall owner seemed a bit conflicted. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man at the neighboring vegetable stall couldn't help but adjust his glasses, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. After 3 days of fermentation, many people had the idea of making a move, and these individuals, guided by the underground intermediaries, secretly went to various trading points, or directly went to check the goods with R and Vic themselves. Although they did not acquire any devil fruits, Anthony did not let the two refuse everything, but selectively bought some genuinely rare plants. The young thug who had talked with the fruit stall owner was now in contact with others, unaware that he was being followed and was working hard. Suddenly, as I was inspecting goods, he frowned. Vic also sensed something unusual. The two exchanged a couple of words in code without drawing attention and continued checking the goods in front of them. Although Anthony did not expect to find the Soundwave fruit at Maki Port, luck is something that cannot be stopped when it comes. On the 6th day after the secret acquisition operation began, R and Vic purchased a devil fruit from a grocery store owner in a rural area. But it was not the Soundwave fruit they were looking for. It was a Zoan-type devil fruit. R casually sent this fruit back to the secret base in the Rum Kingdom. Noah received the fruit, which was identified as the snake fruit, model, rattlesnake. For the next 3 months, Anthony and his companions traveled within the territory of the Yonko Kingdom. Until April 19th. They successfully acquired the long-desired Soundwave fruit from a farmer on North Wind Island, which is under the jurisdiction of the Yonko Kingdom. The moment Anthony got the Soundwave fruit, he immediately consumed it, as this fruit was arranged for him by Noah. With the Soundwave fruit found, Anthony and his group prepared to leave the Yonko Kingdom and head to the northern waters of the Organ Islands to search for the glue fruit. Just as the merchant ship was about to leave the port, a person hidden in the shadows could no longer contain their greed. Under the cover of night, they swiftly infiltrated the captain's cabin of the merchant ship. Looking at the sleeping Anthony, the intruder brandished a sharp claw-like weapon towards Anthony's throat. However, in the next moment, the person's eyes widened in shock. Their prideful 10 blades were blocked by Anthony's neck, even creating a series of sparks. What kind of monster is this guy? Not good. I must escape. Before the intruder could make a move, they suddenly felt dizzy and a wave of indescribable nausea surged in their abdomen. Anthony turned on the light and quietly watched the bespectacled man convulsing on the ground. Brave, but somewhat overestimating yourself. Vic, who had just entered the room, glanced at the man on the floor and shook his head in disappointment. I thought it was a master, but it turned out to be just a little kitten. How do you plan to deal with this guy? Let me take a look. If there's no value for modification, just let him return to nature. Anthony nonchalantly decided the intruder's fate. Airy directly threw the attacker back to the secret base of the Rum Kingdom, and the three of them set off towards the Dominica Islands on the northern side of the Organ Islands. However, traveling from the Yonko Kingdom to the Dominica Islands was nearly a cross-section of the entire East China Sea, with a straight-line distance of over 2,400 kilometers, making it a long journey. Meanwhile, on the side of the Rum Kingdom, Joseph, who had gone to Mariehua for a meeting at the end of last year, returned to the Rum Kingdom more than half a month ago. Upon returning, the reform efforts in the country intensified. Previously, Joseph had reservations about some of Noah's ideas. But this time he became even more radical than Noah. The reason for this change lay in his trip to Mariewa. What Joseph saw and heard in Mariewa made him realize a harsh reality. This is a dark and bloody world, and the celestial dragons are undoubtedly the embodiment of evil in this world. Even though Noah had repeatedly mentioned the atrocious crimes of the celestial dragons, Joseph had not had much direct experience of it. This trip to Mariewa profoundly impacted him. After returning, Joseph not only demanded to accelerate the reforms in the Rum Kingdom, but also intensified his physical training. Noah did not oppose Uncle Joseph's idea. Previously, Uncle Joseph's physical potential was indeed limited. Even after eating the silverback gorilla fruit, he would still not have the potential to reach the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. However, things are different now. With the presence of the card apostle, Barton, he can continuously replenish his vitality. Even if Uncle Joseph trains hard, he will not suffer serious side effects or hidden injuries. As time goes by, it has been almost 3 years since Noah was reborn in this world. The family members have not only aged 3 years, but have also undergone tremendous changes in strength. In the training ground of the secret base, 16-year-old Noah has reached a height of 276 meters, with streamlined muscles all over his body, and long black hair tied in a simple ponytail. The card fruit he has developed is exceptionally powerful, and his 3-color hockey has reached new heights. He has also mastered a series of 6-style extension techniques, including life return, with his strength roughly at the quasi-admiral level. 33-year-old Uncle Joseph has not increased much in height, reaching only 1 meters, with explosive muscles and a spiky black hairstyle. His ability is the animal-type silverback gorilla, and he has mastered the 6 styles and life return, with his armament hockey covering his entire body and conventional observation hockey, with his strength roughly at the level of a Rear Admiral in the Navy. 13-year-old cousin Joshua has surpassed expectations, reaching a height of 255 meters, with streamlined muscles and a spiky black hairstyle. He currently has no fruit abilities, but is proficient in the 6 styles and armament hockey, with a wide-range observation hockey, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. 14-year-old Lilith stands at 213 meters. An animal-type Emperor Butterfly user with top-level observation hockey and beginner-level armament hockey, knows some 6 styles, a top navigator, and the family steward, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. 11-year-old Lillian is 182 meters tall, a natural-type flame fruit user, with top-level observation hockey and beginner-level armament hockey, a family chef, with a strength roughly at the level of a Rear Admiral in the Navy. 12-year-old Green Mary is 193 meters tall, a paramecia-type slippery fruit user, with emotional-type observation hockey and beginner-level armament hockey, knows some 6 styles and short sword techniques. A family intelligence officer and examiner, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. 15-year-old Anthony stands at 222 meters. A paramecia-type sound wave fruit user, with intermediate armament hockey and intermediate observation hockey, knows all 6 styles and sword techniques, a family combat member and chief of staff, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. 14-year-old Tamani is 191 meters tall, has no fruit abilities, with beginner-level armament hockey and beginner-level observation hockey, knows some 6 styles and gun techniques, a family combat member and painter, with a strength roughly at the level of a major in the Navy. 13-year-old Vic stands at 291 meters tall, has no fruit abilities, with advanced armament hockey and beginner-level observation hockey, proficient in the 6 styles, and has developed extension techniques, a family combat member, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. 13-year-old Ale stands at 211 meters tall, a paramecia-type whole fruit user, with intermediate observation hockey and beginner-level armament hockey, knows gun techniques and some 6 styles, a family sniper and strategic supporter, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. 10-year-old Age is 1.8 meters tall, a paramecia-type graphite fruit user, with beginner-level observation hockey and beginner-level armament hockey, knows some 6 styles, a family shipwright and engineer, with a strength roughly at the level of a colonel in the Navy. This is the current situation of the 11 core members of Noah's family. As for whether this strength is a bit exaggerated, it is actually not, because the runaway King Kobe Undercarp went from being a weak pirate to an elite Rear Admiral in just 2 years. Even if the opponent has strong talent and receives guidance and resources Undercarp, the members of Noah's family also possess certain potential, especially after eating the devil fruit, along with a large amount of vitality to expend. If not for their age still being underage, their strength would not be limited to this. As for the accumulation of wealth and power, the Noah family has already completed the primitive accumulation and is now entering a period of rapid development. The newly recruited members in the Secret of the Rum Kingdom are still in the preliminary training stage, mainly consisting of orphans aged 6 to 12, with over 200 in total. Although there are some adult members within the Rum Kingdom, their number is about 2,000, but they are all peripheral members who do not even know the family's true situation. With over 200 billion berries left by Barton, along with the continuous tax revenue from the Rum Kingdom and the Rum Trading Company, the family will not need to worry too much about financial issues for at least the next 10 years. Of course, while the Rum Kingdom is currently the family's largest asset, Noah does not intend to treat it as the main base. On one hand, because the Rum Kingdom is a member state of the world government, many things cannot be too overt and can only undergo limited transformation. On the other hand, the potential of the Rum Kingdom is limited, as the land area is finite, and there is the looming crisis of rising sea levels in the future. Therefore, Noah must quickly find a more concealed and safe place to serve as the family's main base and fallback. He plans to stay in the Rum Kingdom until June 1504, that is, this June, and intends to take some members to the paradise of the Grand Line. With his and his member strength, entering the Grand Line is more than sufficient. As long as they do not encounter multiple Admiral-level enemies, they will not face any fatal danger in the Grand Line. In the ocean, the only forces capable of mobilizing the combat power of 2 or more admirals at once, aside from the world government, are the Emperors of the Sea in the New World. At this stage, there is currently only one Emperor of the Sea, that is Whitebeard. Kaido's Beast Pirates and Charlotte Lean's Big Mom Pirates, as well as the rising red-haired pirates, have not managed to reach the top, and the New World is still embroiled in chaotic warfare. Entering the Grand Line now is actually safer than during Luffy's time. As long as they do not rush into the New World, they won't have to worry about suddenly encountering the subordinate forces of the 4 emperors in paradise. Noah had just returned from the training ground when Lilith came into his study with a document. Big Brother Noah, this is Mary's interrogation report. After taking a sip of milk tea, Noah opened the document and showed a hint of surprise on his face. It's actually him. Previously, Noah hadn't paid much attention to the bespectacled man that Ale had thrown back. The reception and review work had been handled by Lilith and Mary. The person on this report was none other than Haikluo, who later made a splash in the East Sea and then withdrew quickly. At this time, he was only 15 years old, born in the port of Maki in the Kingdom of Oikot. His father was a small merchant, and both his parents died in a pirate attack 2 years ago, which led to the decline of the Klo family, forcing them to move to the slums. Noah finished reading the report and found that although Klo was engaging in black-on-black behavior, he had not yet developed the ruthless nature of his pirate days. He decided to give him a chance. There wasn't any major issue. He could arrange for his reformation. What level? A-level potential. So arrange for B-level treatment and training. Temporarily observe his changes, and do not let him access the family's core secrets. If he remains unrepentant, then he'll be dealt with. Although Noah recognized the other's potential, it did not mean he would tolerate his reckless behavior. If the other could not be reformed, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Lilith nodded, I understand. Noah recalled another matter. Right, Lilith. How is our secret recruitment of scientists going? It's not going very smoothly. There are indeed a few well-known scientists in the EC, but these people are prominent figures in their respective kingdoms. So far, we have only recruited a dozen second-rate researchers. Noah was not surprised by this. Those renowned scientists either have state support or are arrogant, and the secretly operating Noah family does not have much appeal. It's fine. Second-rate researchers are still second-rate researchers. At worst, they can serve as teachers in basic sciences to cultivate our own scientists. In fact, we could secretly kidnap. Noah waved his hand. All right, Lilith. Even though we are in the dark, there will come a day when we stand under the sun. Some bottom lines must still be upheld. Okay. Lilith did not find Noah to be old-fashioned, because some things indeed require a bottom line, and that is what makes him a man worth following for a lifetime. In fact, Noah was reluctant to do so, because the essence of the Conqueror's Haki is the embodiment of a person's spirit. The Noah family is currently in a stage of covert development, but that doesn't mean they can act without boundaries. Take Moria and Crocodile, both of whom have the potential for Conqueror's Haki. They have been operating in the darkness for too long, and their styles have become completely devoid of limits and strayed from their original intentions. Not only has their Conqueror's Haki not awakened, but even their armament Haki and observation Haki are continuously degrading. If a person strays from their original intentions, their will be shaken and their Haki will stagnate, or even degrade and disappear. Noah never considered himself a person of the dark world. His goal had always been to overthrow the world government and change this sad and desperate world. At the Rapid Bay on the north side of Bluefin Town in the Kingdom of Rum, this was one of the secret training camps established by the Noah family. After being released from the secret base's cell, Chloe was sent here after changing into a new set of clothes. The person in charge of the Rapid Bay training camp was Noah's apostle, Brian. This camp was specifically designed for evaluating a portion of undecided personnel. After reviewing Chloe's profile, Brian had no intention of targeting him. Instead, he planned to observe him secretly. After all, there was a comment about this person in Noah's directives. For someone as clever as Chloe, there was no need for other methods. Silent observation would suffice. Chloe was unaware of the existence of observation hockey. If he had any dangerous thoughts, he would certainly not escape Brian's eyes. Inside the camp's dormitory, Chloe, who initially thought he was in big trouble, learned from a few roommates that this was a secret training camp specifically for cultivating talent. Chloe adjusted his glasses with the inside of his wrist, various thoughts flashing through his mind, but in the end, he decided to remain still. After all, the psychological shadow brought by Anthony was too severe. The overwhelming pressure and the strange devil fruit ability left Chloe feeling powerless. Now that he could preserve his life, it was already a stroke of luck amid misfortune. The next day, just as dawn broke, a sharp whistle echoed in the dormitory. "Get up, gather! Quick, quick! Kello, devilderith!" Hurriedly put on his clothes and followed a few roommates to the playground. By then, more than 50 people had already gathered on the playground. Brian smiled as he watched everyone's performance. Run 20 laps around the playground to warm up? Let's start. Everyone was already used to it and began to run. Chloe could only go with the flow, running alongside the crowd. However, while running, he surveyed the entire playground, and soon his expression turned anxious. The playground was quite large, with each lap being about 2 kilometers. This meant that running 20 laps would be equivalent to running 40 kilometers. Coupled with Brian's earlier mention of warming up, Chloe broke out in a cold sweat. By the end of the day, Chloe felt completely exhausted, while several roommates appeared lively. One of them was enjoying a hearty meal and reminded him, "Chloe, eat more meat. Later, go to the pharmacy to get some ointment. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." "Thank you." Chloe, feeling weak, gritted his teeth and took a big bite of meat. As the sea beast meat was swallowed, he felt warmth spreading through his body. The sea beasts consumed were small sea kings, which had great benefits for the body. After a hearty meal, Chloe, under the guidance of his roommates, went to the camp's pharmacy to get ointment that could relieve muscle fatigue and injuries. This ointment was made from a sea deer beast infused with vitality by Barton, containing a lot of life energy. Although it wasn't as effective as the direct infusion from Barton, the advantage was that it didn't require Barton to infuse it frequently, thus not exposing Barton's abilities. After applying the ointment, Chloe felt his body gradually recovering, as if soaking in a hot spring. However, they hadn't reached rest time yet, as the trainees still needed to attend cultural and science classes. For Chloe, attending cultural class for the first time, looking at the dragon-slaying book in his hands, he felt a storm of emotions rise in his heart, and cold sweat dripped down his back. A nearby roommate noticed Chloe's panic and comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, if you don't say anything, no one will know what you've learned." Moreover, a lot of what's in this book is the reality of this world. Chloe wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt like he had boarded a pirate ship and found it hard to escape. After all, once someone knew he had studied such books here, the world government would definitely not let him go. But in his current weak and helpless state, what could he do? He could only passively accept reality and remind himself never to casually mention what he had learned here. 1,000 miles away on the Wind Organ Islands, an armed merchant ship quickly set sail after resupplying at a nearby port, heading towards the northern Dominica Islands. A news bird soared in the air nearby. Suddenly spotting the ship, it flapped its wings slightly and approached. Anthony casually handed over 50 berries, and the news bird took out a newspaper from its bag before taking off again. "Any noteworthy news?" Are asked, leaning against the mast. Anthony flipped through the pages and replied, "Kaido has defeated the Prussian kingdom and plundered the country's military equipment. It seems the arms market in the New World is about to undergo significant changes. Hasn't that guy become the Sea Emperor yet?" "Not yet, but it should happen within a year or two." Suddenly, Anthony's gaze sharpened as he noticed a piece of news in the corner of the newspaper. Vice Admiral Sakazuki has killed the Beast Pirates. This meant that the steel fruit user from the Beast Pirates was most likely dead. Anthony committed this matter to memory. 3 days later, while planning to dock and rest at a nearby deserted island, Anthony looked at the empty sea before him and quickly took out a permanent pointer from the cockpit. In fact, not only the islands in the Grand Line have permanent pointers, the islands in the Four Seas can also possess them, as the overall magnetic field in the Four Seas is relatively stable. Therefore, using a regular compass can accurately navigate. As a result, fewer people use permanent pointers or record pointers. However, the Noah family possesses a considerable number of permanent pointers, which were primarily found from sunken ships on the seabed. Hundreds of years ago, the development of the four seas was not as advanced as it is today, and during that time, permanent pointers and compasses coexisted. The permanent pointer in Anthony's hand was pointing towards an island called Balak Island. At that moment, the pointer unexpectedly deviated from its original direction, pointing to the northeast. Anthony fell into deep thought. What happened? Why did the direction of Balak Island change? Anthony, what's wrong? Or jump down from the lookout on a mast. The position of Balak Island is different from what is recorded on the sea chart. Now it points northeast. How could this happen? Or was equally perplexed. What should we do now? Should we head straight for the Dominica Islands, or look for this Balak Island? After contemplating for a moment, Anthony made a decision. Change course. Let's go check out this Balak Island first. Okay. The armed merchant ship quickly adjusted its course, sailing northeast. Unknowingly, they drifted at sea for another 3 days, covering nearly 600 kilometers during this time. The armed merchant ship finally dropped anchor and stopped. However, Anthony on the deck looked gravely at the permanent compass in his hand, which was now pointing towards the white clouds in the sky. He took out his binoculars and observed for a while, finally spotting some vague outlines among the clouds, confirming his suspicions. Balak Island had been moved by the Golden Lion. The Beast Legion incident 2 years ago had put the Golden Lion under the Navy's watch, and to avoid a repeat of such events, he abandoned the dozen or so islands he had previously moved. Instead, he chose some unnamed deserted islands in the East China Sea to transform into brand new floating bases. However, the Golden Lion did not realize that the casually relocated Balak Island actually had a permanent compass. In fact, Balak Island was a very famous medical nation in the East China Sea 438 years ago, which is why many permanent compasses flowed out from there. According to the official historical records of the world government, Balak Island experienced a rare plague 438 years ago and soon disappeared from the annals of history. However, after reviewing the annotations in Noah's world history, Anthony knew that the celestial dragons conducted so-called human hunts every 3 years on countries that had not joined the world government. It was very likely that Balak Island was destroyed by the celestial dragons. Naturally, the Golden Lion was unaware of Balak Island's history. He thought it was just a deserted island with some historical ruins and moved it. Due to being on the way, Anthony planned to land on Balak Island to inspect any medical technology left behind by the Balak Kingdom. As a result, he instead found the location of the Golden Lion. At this moment, Anthony quickly calmed down and took out a snail phone, directly dialing Noah's number. Brother, there's been a slight issue with the goods, and I need you to come in person. I'll have Ale come and pick you up. Oh, no problem. I'll be there right away. This was a prearranged code within the Noah family, mainly to prevent the snail phone from being eavesdropped on. Soon, he'll open a wormhole, and Noah crossed over from the wormhole near the Rum Kingdom. As soon as Noah arrived, Anthony revealed his findings. The Golden Lion is right there. Noah was somewhat surprised by this news. He originally thought that after taking a loss, the specific location of the Golden Lion would become very difficult to find. He didn't expect to encounter it in such a manner. Soon, Noah took out the tarot cards. The divination results appeared on the cards, a 100 win rate, 62 of the opponent fleeing, 21 kills against the opponent, and 7 captures of the opponent. Noah did not find the divination results troublesome, as they were merely a reference, and the future was not set in stone. Soon, he thought of a method to increase the success rate of the capture to nearly 100%. The merchant ship stayed here for more than an hour before setting sail again, with Anthony and Vic continuing their previous tasks. Meanwhile, on a nearby deserted island, Ale and Noah emerged from the wormhole. Ale then brought Lilith over from the Rum Kingdom. Soon, a small sailboat appeared on the shore. Lilith had changed her appearance, donning a set of old clothes and dressing like a female pirate, sailing alone in the nearby waters. 2 days later, when the Golden Lion and his crew went out to sea to plunder, Lilith skillfully appeared nearby in her small sailboat and began to maneuver it to escape. Seeing the small sailboat, the Golden Lion naturally would not let Lilith go, and he quickly approached her vessel. However, with her keen environmental awareness, Lilith used the ocean currents and weather to slightly provoke the Golden Lion. After capsizing Lilith's small boat, the Golden Lion looked at the surrounding storm with a hint of nostalgia and anger, while also casting a somewhat suspicious glance at the little girl before him. He grabbed Lilith by the neck and said, "Do you know a storm will appear here?" Lilith pretended to be unable to resist, coughing, "Haha, very good. If you're willing to make me your navigator, I can give you everything you want." Lilith's expression showed disdain. Even if you were the Golden Lion, you can't help me." The Golden Lion was instantly filled with rage. "Are you sure? If you can bring me the head of a celestial dragon, I will agree to be your navigator. Otherwise, please let me go. Lilith's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Hearing the mention of killing a celestial dragon, the Golden Lion's doubts about Lilith lessened considerably. After all, CP agents dare not speak ill of celestial dragons. Although the Golden Lion did not agree to help Lilith kill a celestial dragon, he still tricked her into the floating island under the condition of teaching her hockey and swordsmanship. Noah, hidden more than 10 kilometers away, since when Lilith tore the card on her body, knowing she had successfully infiltrated the Golden Lion pirate crew, Lilith did not carry a den mushy with her. Her only insurance was the spatial coordinate gem around her neck and a deck of playing cards made by Noah. On the floating island, Lilith showcased her sailing talents to the Golden Lion while pretending to be an ordinary person, seeking his guidance on hockey and swordsmanship. After more than half a month of effort, Lilith's status in the Golden Lion pirate crew rose sharply, closing in on the second-in-command, the scientist Indigo. At the same time, Lilith also discovered the Golden Lion's weakness, which was the ship's helm on his head. It not only limited his hockey power, but also occasionally caused symptoms of confusion. Inside a specialized training ground on the floating island, the Golden Lion was explaining advanced applications of armament hockey. After a few minutes of explanation, his expression suddenly changed, and he began to crow like a rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Opportunity. Lilith instantly burst into action, releasing a colorless and odorless poison from her body. Soon, the toxin began to enter the Golden Lion's lungs with his breathing. In just a minute, the Golden Lion fell into a deep coma. The composite toxin not only had a rapid anesthetic effect, but also induced hallucinations and had excellent sedative properties. Lilith tore another playing card. In an instant, the spatial coordinates in her necklace gem were activated and a wormhole appeared in the training ground. Since this training ground was very concealed, coupled with Lilith's observation hockey monitoring, the other members of the Golden Lion pirate crew were unaware that the Golden Lion had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Noah and her jumped out of the wormhole. Big brother, the mission is complete. Lilith had a look on her face that seemed to say, "Come on, praise me." Noah patted her head and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's deal with the rest of the Golden Lion pirates first, and then it will be up to you, Lilith, to handle the Golden Lion." Okay. Lilith continued to inject venom into the Golden Lion's body, ensuring he remained in a deep sleep. Of course, she didn't dare to soak the Golden Lion in seawater just yet. Otherwise, the buoyancy of these floating islands would disappear, causing them to fall from the sky. Noah, Mary, Aji, and Anthony quickly made their way towards the headquarters of the Golden Lion Pirates. During this time, Noah's observation hockey was fully activated, locking onto all the people on more than a dozen floating islands. In addition to the originally present winged people on Vermiu Island, there were also over 2,000 pirates under the Golden Lion. Those winged people were concentrated on another floating island. Most of the Golden Lion's subordinates were on Lion Island, the main island of the floating archipelago. Additionally, there were a few floating islands used for cultivating evolutionary beasts, which also housed several hundred pirates. According to Lilith's intelligence, the scientist Indigo and the red gorilla Scaridoo were on this island. Meanwhile, the fishman swordsman was on Beast Island number 1. Noah sent brothers Ale and Age to eliminate the fishman swordsman. He personally took charge of clearing the entire island. Soon, Noah's observation hockey saw Indigo. He knew this guy could use chemical reactions to create poison, so he had no intention of engaging in close combat. Before Indigo could react, Noah instantly appeared behind him, having lost his vigilance from spending too long on the floating island of the Golden Lion. By the time his observation hockey sensed the danger from behind, it was already too late. Noah knocked out his opponent with a swift chop and casually sealed him away. Immediately after, Noah's Conqueror's hockey erupted violently. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey instantly caused a large number of pirates to fall unconscious. However, those who remained awake did not sense anything unusual at that moment. This was because when the Golden Lion had his episodes, he would occasionally unleash Conqueror's hockey as well. But when Anthony's subsonic waves and Mary's sliding blades struck the remaining conscious pirates, they finally came to their senses. Enemies? Idiot. Quick, counterattack. Bastards, you're dead. Captain Shiki will never let you go. The invisible ultrasonic blades seemed to cut down the pirates like wheat, knocking them down one by one. Mary slid rapidly through the air, her speed so fast it was imperceptible to the naked eye, coupled with her extremely smooth short swords. The pirates she struck usually ended up being cut in half. Bastard! The red gorilla roared angrily. In the next moment, Noah appeared in front of it, concentrating his Conqueror's hockey on the red gorilla, making the simple-minded creature feel as if it had encountered a great terror. Before it could react, Noah threw a card covered in armament hockey. The card, like a flying knife, sliced at a tricky angle, hitting the red gorilla's left knee, an old injury that rendered its left leg immobile. In an instant, Noah's finger gathered armament hockey and, in a flash, pierced the third rib on the right side of the red gorilla. Internal destruction of armament hockey. The red gorilla's eyes widened as if its entire body had been smashed by a hammer, and it fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. In less than 20 minutes, the pirates on this island were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, on the other side, the REI and Age brothers swiftly annihilated several pirates from Beast Island, including the last cadre, the Fishman Swordsman. Even the exceptionally strong Fishman Swordsman had no chance against Age, who controlled thousands of graphene lines, combined with the lurking REI. His fate was to be bound like a dumpling. After clearing away these pirates, Noah and the others finally began to assess their gains. Besides the Golden Lion himself and the two supreme great knives, the greatest value of this floating island lay in the cultivated IQ grass and the research materials related to it. However, the urgent task now was to deal with the sleeping Golden Lion as soon as possible. Noah finds the situation with the Golden Lion quite tricky. The only safe way to handle the Golden Lion's head is to use the surgery fruit. Unfortunately, the surgery fruit has not yet appeared. If the Golden Lion is not dealt with soon, this immovable floating island will eventually be discovered by the world government, and it will be very dangerous then. However, after consulting the tarot cards, Noah did not see any possibility of success in directly transforming the Golden Lion, which is why he hesitates. It is important to note that the strategic significance of the float fruit is immense. Having this fruit means that the Noah family can remain invincible. Even the world government would not be able to encircle the Noah family. After all, the reason the Golden Lion was captured largely stems from the fact that he acted irrationally, insisting on challenging Garp and Sengoku alone at Marineford, with a stubborn attitude of fighting to the death. In the absence of a way to transform the Golden Lion, Noah can only choose another relatively conservative approach. Since it is temporarily impossible to guarantee the apostolic transformation of the Golden Lion, Noah can only adopt a conservative backup plan. Noah activated the previously standby secret base. Sakasi's Island are open to teleportation wormhole, bringing a portion of IQ grass and those feathered villagers to Sakasi's Island. The beasts transformed by Indigo were sealed by Noah using cards, and those floating islands were also sealed by Noah with cards. Some of the oversized floating islands were split into several pieces and sealed separately. At this point, Noah's card space limit was equivalent to a cube with a side length of 3 kilometers, with a volume of 27 cubic kilometers, barely accommodating some smaller islands. As for the seawater and freshwater brought up by the Golden Lion, Noah let this water fall back into the sea after sealing the Golden Lion. At this time on Sakasi's Island, more than 2,000 feathered villagers accepted the rule of the Noah family. After all, compared to the cold and ruthless Golden Lion, Noah at least would not force them to do things. As long as they helped cultivate IQ grass and selected some of their people to become peripheral members of the Noah family, Noah guaranteed they could live safely on Sakasi's Island. Although Sakasi's Island was very barren, this barrenness was not a bad thing and could be transformed. Lilith and Mary managed the affairs here while also capturing the strange birds on Sakasi's Island. The population of strange birds on Sakasi's Island was not small. With more than 1,300 in total, the adult strange birds were large and had considerable attack power, capable of killing unprepared ordinary people in an instant. Lilith used her abilities to concoct a special toxin that would make the strange birds addicted after consumption. Of course, the intensity of this addiction was not high, roughly equivalent to the effect of mint. Additionally, she prepared some substances that made the strange birds' bodies itchy and their antidotes, secretly poisoning the strange birds while having the villagers give them the antidote, thus fostering intimacy between the strange birds and the villagers. Lilith formed an aerial cavalry unit of 200 people centered around strange birds and villagers. In the pirate world, due to the vast ocean area, the flexibility and mobility of aerial forces were superior to ground and naval forces. Although the maximum load capacity of adult strange birds could only reach over 600 kilograms. This was not unchangeable. For example, IQ grass could cause animals to grow larger and become more violent, resulting in a surge of power. Specifically, IQ grass contains components that can allow biological evolution. The Noah family naturally looks down on the Golden Lion's ferocious beast army. However, the direction of gigantism is a research direction worth exploring for the strange birds. In the future, the Noah family will surely recruit scientists in the fields of biology and medicine to put the research on IQ grass on the right track. For instance, in the Iron Bucket Kingdom, there are many excellent doctors and pharmaceutical researchers. However, It is still too early to plot to recruit doctors from the Iron Bucket Kingdom. At this time, the king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom is still Walpo's father, and Walpo probably ascended to the throne around the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Noah deduced this from Princess Vivi's memories. Princess Vivi followed Cobra to Mariewa for a world government meeting in 1512. During this period, Walpo slapped Princess Vivi. The conflict between the two erupted because Cobra publicly accused Walpo of his eradication of Doctor's plan. Given Walpo's character, he would surely launch the eradication of Doctor's plan within a year or two after ascending to the throne. Therefore, Noah speculated that Walpo must have ascended around the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Of course, Noah would not wait until 1510. The Iron Bucket Kingdom has some valuable devil fruits, such as the swallow fruit, mushroom fruit, and the human fruit, ordinary human form, which are worth his early visit. Lilith not only formed an airborne cavalry unit, but also successfully subdued part of the Hell Black Ants underground in Circassus Island using special toxin-like pheromones. The reason for subduing the Hell Black Ants was not due to their combat power, but because their ecological niche in Circassus Island is that of cultivators rather than predators. After all, besides the flying strange birds, there are only toxic sweet potatoes and bitter banyan trees on Circassus Island, with very few other large animals present, making it impossible for the thumb-sized Hell Black Ants to obtain food through hunting. Therefore, Hell Black Ants continuously dig underground caves and collect leaves from bitter banyan trees and toxic sweet potatoes as a substrate for cultivating several edible mushrooms. By growing mushrooms, Hell Black Ants can maintain their population size. Lilith's sister, Lillian, had previously discovered many delicious mushrooms on Circassus Island, including cream mushroom, honey mushroom, beef mushroom, and coriander mushroom. These mushrooms are very tasty and highly nutritious. Lilith plans to have the Hell Black Ants provide mushrooms for the Feather People Village, while the Feather People Village provides sea beast meat for the Hell Black Ants. The reason the Hell Black Ants need sea beast meat is that solely consuming mushrooms would lead to poor development of their larvae. To obtain sea beast meat, the Hell Black Ants excavate ponds on the coastal rock walls, utilizing the tidal patterns to attract sea beasts and fish during high tide, leaving some behind when the tide recedes. However, this method of capture can only yield a small amount of sea beast meat, which is another reason why the Hell Black Ant population is difficult to expand. Thus, through this characteristic, the Feather People and Hell Black Ants can preliminarily achieve symbiosis. As a result, Circassus Island can achieve preliminary self-sufficiency, avoiding food shortages due to sudden situations. Of course, to prevent unwanted guests from entering Circassus Island, Lilith, according to Noah's arrangement, set up many hidden sentries on the island to monitor the surrounding sea. At the same time, with the help of Aliai's cave fruit, she transformed the underground caves of Circassus Island into a real underground maze and set up numerous traps inside. Noah also took action, selecting some ordinary islands from the Golden Lion's floating islands for cutting and filling several small beaches on Circassus Island, ensuring there were no mudflats for external ships to land on. With the airborne cavalry unit, the defense system of Circassus Island was initially constructed. However, this is not the final version. After all, at this stage, Circassus Island can only remain fixed in the sea area as a fixed island. Once it encounters the world government, it will be challenging to defend. Therefore, the future of Circassus Island must be a floating fortress in the sky, which would ensure it is not easily locked onto or destroyed by the world government. As the preliminary transformation of Circassus Island neared completion, Anthony and Vic in the Dominia Islands finally found the glue fruit growing on a deserted island. Meanwhile, in the southwestern sea area of the East Sea, about 1,157 kilometers from the Rum Kingdom, a newly formed pirate crew landed on this small island and began to burn, kill, and plunder. Kill them all. Go! Laughed the burly pirate captain maniacally. Stinky, looking frustrated, kicked over a fruit basket. Big Bear, this village is too poor. There's nothing here. Looking at the rolling apples. Big Bear also showed a look of disdain, but when he saw one eccentric apple, his gaze suddenly stopped. He pushed Stinky aside and picked up that apple. Looking at the silver-gray vine pattern on it, Big Bear trembled. Could this be the legendary sea treasure? A devil fruit? Stinky, getting back up, cautiously reminded Big Brother. This thing might be poisonous, right? However, Big Bear didn't listen and directly took a bite of the fruit. As the indescribable stench spread in his mouth, a sickly smile appeared on Big Bear's face. It really is a sea treasure. After eating the fruit, Big Bear looked at the trembling villagers with a brutal gaze and then revealed a cruel smile. In the next moment, Big Bear's body entered a steel state, and with one punch, he smashed a villager's head. Ha ha ha! I love this power. To test the fruit's ability, Big Bear slaughtered the remaining more than 200 villagers. In the end, he left behind a scene of devastation and a field of corpses as the poker pirate crew sailed away. The next day, in the Rum Kingdom's intelligence organization, the winery, the news of the massacre at Red Maple Town by pirates was learned through that day's EC Times. The head of the winery did not pay much attention to this news, only noting that with the new bounty on the poker pirate crew, Big Bear's acquisition of a steel fruit was also announced by the Navy. Noah listened to Mary's report, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Has the steel fruit already been eaten? No matter. Were they now? The distillery had discovered the traces of the poker pirates on Aladu Island. They had secretly resupplied at the island's port last night and then quickly left. Send Lilith and Alii to find them for me. Leave no pirate behind except for Bear. Understood. Soon, Lilith on Sakasasai Island received the notification. Alii first took Lilith to Aladu Island, then began searching in all directions from the island as the center. With Lilith's ability to fly quickly and Alii's ability to jump through wormholes, the poker pirates were soon found by the two. Although this Bear was naturally brutal, among his subordinates was Skunk, a strategist. Skunk knew that slaughtering a town would draw the attention of the Navy and powerful bounty hunters, so he quickly devised a plan. First, they would secretly resupply at Aladu Island, then swiftly leave the nearby waters to head to a previously prepared hidden deserted island. Unfortunately, their sailing ship was too slow. They were soon found by Lilith and Alii. Lilith, are there any others around or newsbirds? No. Then let's go meet them. In the next moment, Lilith gracefully descended onto the deck of the Bear's ship, with Alii following closely behind, appearing behind Lilith through a quick wormhole jump. Both wore masks and white suits. The lookout clown was the first to spot the sudden appearance of the two. He jumped down from the mast. Who are you? Are you the clowns of the poker pirates? The next second, Alii appeared behind him, and a finger gun pierced the clown's spine. Puffed. The clown felt his spine break, and his body grew weaker. He shouted in terror, Boss Bear, save me. Boom! A steel man, steaming with heat, crashed onto the deck where Alii stood. However, Alii's observation hockey had already detected him, and he jumped through a wormhole to the top of the mast. Bear looked at the clown writhing on the ground, his face showing uncontrollable anger, and his body quickly turned red. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. However, what responded to him was Lilith's poison needle. Those pirate lackeys instantly fell in droves. Woman, you will die. Bear swung his high-temperature iron fist violently at Lilith. Lilith covered her hands with armament hockey, then performed a paper-drawing maneuver, dodging Bear's iron fist, her hands moving like agile poisonous snakes. In an instant, Lilith's fist struck Bear's lower back and back of the head. Bear felt a jolt in his brain, and his body involuntarily pitched forward. The next moment, Lilith kicked Bear's back 3 times in quick succession, sending him crashing into the sea. At this point, Bear, who had just regained consciousness from the previous concussion, felt utterly weak as seawater began to flood into his mouth. Alii, bring Bear back. Leave it to me. Lilith coldly glanced at the remaining pirates. In an instant, armament hockey covered her short sword, severing Skunk's arm as he prepared to ambush, followed by a finger gun piercing his forehead. A backflip ensued, her feet swirling up a flurry of wind blades. Secret technique, mid grande. In no time, the deck was left with severed limbs and bloodstains. A pirate hiding at the back, upon witnessing this scene, was instantly terrified and wet himself. Devil. I want to go home. He then jumped directly into the sea. Unfortunately for him, Lilith did not let him escape. A poison needle shot out, piercing the back of the fleeing pirate in a flash. The potent cardiac glycoside toxin caused the pirate's body to lose control entirely, and a large amount of seawater flooded into his mouth and nose, drowning him alive. Those pirates hiding in the cabin also could not escape. Under Lilith's observation hockey, they had no way to hide. As the last pirate had his head severed by Lilith, Alii also used observation hockey and wormholes to retrieve Bear from the sea, and Lilith administered another dose of paralysis toxin to him. The two returned to the Rum Kingdom through a wormhole. Meanwhile, the Bear ship quickly sank to the bottom of the sea amidst explosions and flames. In the secret base of the Rum Kingdom, Noah looked at the big bear in front of him, which resembled a dead dog, without any pity. He directly instructed Alray to open a wormhole to assist him in cutting off the bear's frontal lobe. Then he took out a stack of tarot cards and let the cards select the appropriate one. Soon, a minor arcana card appeared in Noah's hand. The King of Wands. The Tyrant? Steel represents strength. High temperature represents passion. The fusion ritual was completed quickly, and the card transformed into the King of Wands, the Big Bear. Noah put away this card, along with the previously created staff attendant, Brian, and the demon, Pan Barton. Currently, Noah has 3 apostle cards, equivalent to having the abilities of 3 additional devil fruits. August 11th, 1504, in the era of the sea. The birthplace of the Noah family, Starfish Island. The family still maintains several small industries on Starfish Island, and at this moment, Noah is jumping back to the island with ale through a wormhole. However, the two of them do not stay on Starfish Island for long. Soon, they will secretly pilot the Nautilus and head to the Red Earth continent. In fact, the entire Polaris archipelago is located right next to the Red Earth continent, with the shortest distance between the two places being less than 700 kilometers. Noah and his companion went to the Redland continent with the purpose of reaching the North Sea. In fact, traveling from the East Sea to the North Sea is relatively easy, as there is just the Redland continent separating the two oceanic regions. Later, the Vinsmoke family crossed the Redland continent directly to enter the East Sea using the Great Snail ship. However, to reach the South Sea and the West Sea, one must pass through the sky-high canal of the Leviathan Mountains, and it is necessary to go against the current, making it very difficult. Of course, the forces capable of crossing the Redland continent are already quite formidable, and they are certainly not to be underestimated. After Noah and his companion arrived at the nearby Red Earth continent, they looked at the towering red rock walls and the pure white ice and snow at the top of the continent, realizing they would have to cross this plateau that was over 10,000 meters high. For ordinary people, the difficulty was truly immense. However, Noah did not need to cross the Red Earth continent. The two spent over a week wandering in the nearby seas and finally found several suitable locations. These locations were all in very dangerous waters below the rock walls. Among them, the Tidal Sea section, the Great Whirlpool section, and the Ghost Reef Bay section were the most perilous. If it weren't for the strong abilities of Noah and Alii, it would have been uncertain whether they could safely pass through these waters. After careful examination and selection, Noah ultimately chose the most dangerous yet relatively concealed tidal sea. The entire tidal sea presented a trumpet shape. Every day during high tide, seawater would continuously flow in from the open sea, and as the waves approached the innermost area, they would grow higher and higher. During astronomical tides, the waves could even exceed hundreds of meters. Conversely, when the tide receded each day, the sea level in the tidal sea would rapidly drop, exposing many underwater reefs and turning the area into a treacherous zone where navigation was difficult for vessels. Noah and REI directly abandoned the idea of entering the Nautilus and instead relied on their own abilities to reach the innermost part of the tidal sea. Over time, the waves have worn down the rock walls here, leaving them riddled with holes, somewhat resembling the rock walls of Sicosis Island. This was also the reason Noah chose this location. Although the world government is stationed in the core area of the Red Land, which is Mariehua, it does not mean they do not monitor other areas of the Red Land. If a cave suddenly appeared on the rock wall of the Red Land, it could easily be discovered by the world government's patrol boats. The tidal sea, on the other hand, has not seen patrol boats for years, and its rock walls are filled with natural caves created by wave erosion, providing excellent natural cover. The two found a suitable cave and began constructing a secret passage. REI utilized the abilities of the whole fruit to quickly dig a tunnel into the rock wall in front of them. The excavated rocks were directly transported to a nearby trench via wormholes, which is the basic principle behind the whole fruit's tunnel excavation. The width of the Red Land is enormous, with the widest section reaching over 5,000 kilometers and the narrowest no less than 1,000 kilometers. The section of the tidal sea between it and the North Sea on the opposite side is approximately 200 kilometers wide. Additionally, the excavation route does not necessarily have to be a straight line, as Noah was still unaware of the conditions in the sea on the opposite side. If the opposite sea was calm, they would need to adjust their route. REI's digging speed was very fast. With his stamina, he could continuously dig for about 3 hours, and the cross-section radius of the tunnel was around 50 meters. REI could advance about 10 kilometers per hour, meaning he could excavate 30 kilometers of tunnel each day. To cover the 200 kilometers, it would take about 107 days. Noah was not idle either. Although the tunnel had been excavated, it did not mean it could be used immediately. The air exchange rate inside the super long tunnel was very slow, and there was even a risk of suffocation. If the cross-section radius could be expanded by about a kilometer, it could solve this problem. Unfortunately, this radius was too large, which would not only easily expose them, but also destabilize the surrounding rock layers, leading to a large-scale collapse. Therefore, Noah could only choose another compromise solution. Every so often, He would build an oxygen tank storage room on one side of the tunnel to supply oxygen tanks to passing family members. And it could even store some fresh water and food. In addition, to speed up transit, Noah also laid down 2 stone tracks for electric trains to travel quickly. These facilities and the tunnel were actually for the ordinary members of the family. After all, Noah had cards to store supplies, and REI could use wormhole jumps. The two did not need the supply stations inside the tunnel. The reason for building this secret tunnel, even with REI's presence, was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, such as if REI suddenly sacrificed himself or was temporarily unable to assist, allowing the family to quickly travel between the East Sea and North Sea through this tunnel. Noah had actually prepared several similar backup plans. After all, it's better to be prepared. If a situation arises and they have to think of a solution then, it could lead to serious consequences. This was a situation Noah had always tried to avoid. As the preliminary construction of the Tidal Sea rock wall base was completed, REI also left a semi-permanent wormhole transfer coordinate point here. Currently, the maximum number of wormhole coordinate points REI could maintain was 8. One was set up at the Rum Kingdom's Rum base, one at the Ant Nest base on Sycosis Island, one at the bottom of a trench near the Rum Kingdom, and with the one set up at the tidal base for fixed wormhole coordinate points had already been used. The remaining 4 wormhole coordinate points were for REI's combat and daily travel use. Inside the tidal base, in addition to REI's wormhole coordinate point, there were also self-destruct devices secretly set up by Noah, as well as various defensive facilities. Time passed unknowingly for over 3 months. After more than 100 days of continuous work, REI finally dug close to the rock wall on the other side of the North Sea. For the remaining more than 1 kilometer of rock layer, REI did not break through immediately, but chose to excavate a small passage that could only accommodate 1 person. Soon, REI broke through the rock layer, but was very cautious, only opening a small gap to carefully observe the conditions of the surrounding sea. This location was on a rock wall about 150 meters above sea level, and the surrounding sea surface was very calm, which greatly disappointed REI. Such a tranquil sea surface was not suitable as an exit. Following closely behind, Noah, through the use of observation hockey, did not detect any human activity or ships on the nearby sea surface. Noah, accompanied by R, searched along the coast of the Red Earth continent in the North Sea, dressed in black suits and masks. Hard work pays off. After 2 days of selection, the two finally discovered a suitable location. This spot was less than 80 kilometers from the previous small exit, and in the nearby waters, a special organism called acid coral was thriving. The acid coral dominated this area, particularly forming a large forest of acid coral in the shallow waters close to the Red Earth continent. This organism poses a significant threat to ships. As soon as the hull touches the acid coral, it triggers a defense mechanism, releasing a high concentration of acidic liquid into the surrounding water. Noah collected this acidic liquid and found that it could not only corrode wood, but also steel. With the density of acidic corals in the Coral Sea, any ship that gets close will be 100 corroded at the bottom. Moreover, due to the high density of acidic corals in the Coral Sea, the air is thick with acidic mist, and acidic rain falls from time to time. Human skin coming into direct contact with these acidic liquids, mist, and rain is almost like bathing in sulfuric acid. With this natural fortress, Noah immediately decided to set the exit on the side of the Coral Sea. He filled in the small exit that had been previously dug and eliminated any obvious traces. The diversion took more than half a month. Finally, the exit was excavated into the rock wall near the Coral Sea. However, this exit was not left open but underwent a series of disguises. By this time, it was January of the year 1505 in the Oceanic calendar. Having completed the construction of the East Sea and North Sea tunnel, Noah and Ale were secretly sailing around the North Sea, aside from returning to the Rum Kingdom to celebrate the new year. Noah and his companion's goal is to find the surgical fruit that may be located in the North Sea. In the original timeline, the Kingdom of Frevans, where Trafalgar Law is from, was destroyed by its neighboring country between 1505 and 1506. In 1506, Trafalgar Law joined the Don Quixote family, and in 1509, at the age of 13, Law was taken away from the Don Quixote family by Rosinante, and that same year, he consumed the surgical fruit on Minion Island in the North Sea. According to the tarot reading results from Noah, the surgical fruit is indeed in the North Sea at this time. However, when it comes to the specific location, the tarot reading proves to be ineffective, clearly because the will of the devil fruit is too strong, instinctively resisting Noah's divination. Although it is impossible to pinpoint its exact location through divination, Noah has another method. That is to operate in reverse. He does not ask the tarot about the information on the surgical fruit, but instead divines whether each island in the North Sea has a devil fruit. This method of searching, like looking for a needle in a haystack, has been Noah's work for more than a month. So far, the two have searched 21 islands and found a devil fruit on one of them, which is a normal zoan-type dog fruit, specifically the bulldog form, a decent zoan fruit. As time passes, their journey gradually approaches the large island of the Kingdom of Provence. Due to Morgan's exposure, the lead poisoning in Provence has suddenly become public knowledge, putting the world government in a passive position. However, upon entering Barclay Island, the island where the Kingdom of Provence is located, Noah discovers that the other 4 countries on the island are secretly mobilizing their troops. Clearly, the world government is eager to eliminate witnesses. Noah and Ale, who are secretly infiltrating the Kingdom of Fredericks, watch the Provence civilians in the streets, who appear like zombies. The two feel that this country has completely lost hope, with many people even drowning their sorrows in alcohol on the streets. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a white coat rushes by, carrying a medical kit. "Dr. Andy, haven't you given up yet?" A drunken man shouts with a face full of sarcasm and despair. The doctor named Andy shakes his head. "Please don't give up, as long as we are alive. There is hope. I will find a way to treat lead poisoning." An old man with a lifeless face weakly says, "Give up. Can't you see the king has fled? Moreover, neighboring countries won't even allow us to enter. Right now, we are like on a deserted island, with no chance to escape." Despite Andy's earnest persuasion, the other residents show no signs of confidence. Hidden in the shadows, Noah and Ale also have no intention of intervening. According to the intelligence collected by Ale from the armies of the 4 countries, their plan to destroy the Kingdom of Provence will likely commence in about 2 weeks. Currently, the coalition is only gradually increasing the search efforts at the borders to prevent anyone from escaping. There is still plenty of time, and there is no need to rush. After following Dr. Andy for more than an hour, he returns to the small hospital after seeing several critically ill patients. Inside this small hospital lives a large group of children, including Trafalgar Law and the siblings Trafalgar Remy. Noah realized that the Dr. Andy should be Ro's father when he heard Ro call him daddy. After secretly observing the hospital situation, Noah discovered that the children's health was very poor. Many of them had white patches on their faces, a sign of late-stage lead poisoning. Given the current medical level in Beihai, unless they could invite the witch living in the Iron Barrel Kingdom, they could only wait to die. Of course, Noah's card sealing technique could temporarily seal these patients, and once a doctor or surgical fruit was obtained, treating lead poisoning would not be a big problem. In the dead of night, with everything quiet, the drug research room in Trafalgar Hospital was still brightly lit, but Andy and his wife, Malai, wore worried expressions. The conditions of Andy, Ro, and Rami were becoming increasingly severe. Looking at the blood test results, Andy naturally knew that the situation for the 2 children was not optimistic. Even if they could move out of the Provence Kingdom now, it was unlikely they could last more than 3 or 4 years. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Andy frowned, feeling a heavy weight in his heart, thinking that something had happened to the children. He hurried to open the door. As soon as he opened it, 2 unfamiliar young people appeared at the entrance. "Who are you?" Andy asked suspiciously. Noah walked into the drug research lab with a smile. Dr. Andy must feel quite hopeless about lead poisoning, right? After all, developing an antidote in just a few years is almost impossible. Andy instinctively wanted to refute this, but then a hint of bitterness showed on his face. "I really have no way. We have been living in the Kingdom of Freven for a long time, and the lead components have already seeped into our blood, organs, and bones. I do have 2 ways to solve lead poisoning." "What? You're also a doctor?" Andy looked at Noah in surprise. However, Noah shook his head. "I am not a doctor, and my methods are not medical." "Not medical?" Andy was somewhat confused, but at that moment, he didn't care about whether it was medical or not. As long as it could solve lead poisoning, he would accept it. However, Andy quickly calmed down because he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "Is there something you need our help with, Your Excellency?" Noah smiled and sat across from Andy. "You're a smart person. To me, your value is dispensable. However, I admire your medical ethics. And this is also a practice of my own will." "Practice of will?" Andy didn't quite understand Noah's request. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should help the world. I am saving this country because I have the ability to do so. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should help the world. Andy repeated these 2 sentences, while also feeling the strong and profound aura emanating from Noah. Meanwhile, Malai was wiping her tears and pleaded, As long as you are willing to save free vans, I am willing to gather 10 billion berries for you. In fact, the common people of the kingdom of free vans do not have a small income. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a member of the world government. If these common people prepare for a few months, gathering 10 billion berries would still be relatively easy. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. The four-nation coalition around them will launch an attack on the kingdom of free vans in 2 weeks. And the king of free vans has long left with a group of loyalists to travel to the Iron Barrel Kingdom in the Grand Line. Before Andy could speak, he was informed. Let me tell you the news. The 4 neighboring kingdoms are strengthening border blockades. Look at this. Our pulled out a transponder snail and played the discussion footage of the internal officers of several kingdoms. After watching the footage, Andy and Malai felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. How could this happen? Didn't we already clarify the situation of the lead poisoning to our neighboring countries? Noah shook his head with a smile. Naive. Do you really think this is the 4 countries acting on their own? I've investigated the recent lead exports of your Provence kingdom, which have plummeted from 270 tons in 1490 to just 288 tons now. This is the fundamental reason why you are facing extinction. What? Andy pondered. Lead is not only the source of revenue for the Provence kingdom, but also for the neighboring countries. They continuously export lead products to the world through transportation and deep processing, thus earning enormous profits. However, as many commoners in Provence have died from illness, especially after the exposure of lead poisoning in recent years, many local miners have refused to continue mining lead, resulting in a rapid decline in production. Having lost this significant source of income, the 4 surrounding countries must raise internal taxes to maintain their status as member states and the luxurious lifestyles of their nobles. If they do not raise taxes, the nobles of the 4 countries will have to cut various expenses. At this point, all it takes is a hint from the world government, and they will definitely set their sights on the rich pickings of the Provence kingdom. Once they eliminate all the commoners in Provence, the hundreds of billions of berries accumulated among the people of Provence will fall into the hands of the 4 countries and the world government. After hearing Noah's reasoning, Andy and Malai broke out in a cold sweat. Coupled with some of their previous experiences, Andy became even more convinced that all of this was highly likely to become a reality. As a doctor, he often needed to purchase medicines from nearby neighboring countries, and the attitudes of the merchants there used to be quite decent. However, in recent years, they have become increasingly cold, and even entry into the country has become subject to scrutiny and difficulties. Your Excellency, you must have a way to save Provence. I am willing to give everything. Andy pleaded. I have a certain ability that can seal people away. Those in a sealed state have their bodies time frozen. This is the first method, and currently the only way to save the common people of Provence on a large scale. Suddenly, Andy realized, is it the power of a devil fruit? So that's it. This is indeed a method. As long as we can buy time, once the antidote and medical technology advance, we can treat them. Noah continued. The second method is to use the surgical fruit. This devil fruit can completely cure lead poisoning, but I haven't found it yet. In fact, Noah has a third method, which is to use IQ grass extract combined with Barton's immense vitality. By stimulating the body's potential with IQ grass, we can expel the lead components from the body. However, this plan would require a massive amount of vitality. And with the vitality reserves in Barton, it would be impossible to treat over 80,000 civilians within the Frivance kingdom. Therefore, Noah chose the first plan and waited to find the surgical fruit for a complete cure. Andy quickly made up his mind. May I ask how to address you? Just call me Noah. This is Ale, and we come from the Noah family. The Noah family? Although Andy had never heard of the Noah family, he couldn't think of anything else at this moment. Lord Noah, how do you need us to cooperate? I plan to recruit you as the family's doctors and pharmaceutical researchers. As for the others in Frivance, you only need to gather the nearby residents at a designated location under the pretext of a health check. The rest will be handled by the family. Is that so? Andy thought for a moment. I suggest starting with the remote Baishar village. The 30,000 people in the urban area are easily exposed. The 2 sides discussed for over 2 hours. While it was still dark, Andy first had Noah seal off more than 130 orphans in the hospital, along with his 2 children. Then Andy, along with his wife and Noah disguised as a caregiver, quickly headed to Baishar village, which was 11 kilometers away. In less than 3 days, all 13 villages surrounding Frivance City were completely evacuated. At this point, only more than 30,000 people remained in Frivance City and over 5,000 in the mining town. Noah did not plan to go to the mining town under the pretext of free health checks because it was directly controlled by the king, with hundreds of thugs recruited by the king acting as overseers for the miners. In the quiet mining town at night, Mary, Lilith, Ale, and Age teamed up. Age released a dense network of graphene lines, quickly enveloping the entire town tightly. Lilith released paralyzing toxins to restrict everyone's movements, including the hidden telephone bugs. Mary was responsible for examining each person. Those with a bad record were directly eliminated, while those without major issues were sent back to a temporary underground cave by Ale to be sealed by Noah. It took 2 days to clear the entire mining town, with more than 536 problematic overseers, thugs, and managers killed by Mary. On the other side, within Vance City, Noah and Andy quickly sealed off part of the single population or those living alone. Once Mary finished dealing with the mining town, Noah led the family members to take full control of the entire city. To avoid leaking secrets, Age graphene fog completely shrouded the city. The king's army and some royal attendants left behind in the palace were swiftly subdued by Noah and Lilith. Those with bad records were dealt with, while those without issues were sealed on the spot. In less than 3 days, the entire Vance City was evacuated, and all valuable gold, silver, jewelry, and berries were thoroughly looted by the Noah family. After a preliminary inventory, the Noah family obtained a total of 83.6 billion berries in cash and approximately 160 billion worth of gold and silver jewelry. This was still after a significant portion of the treasure was taken away by King Vance III. Otherwise, it could have easily been doubled. On February 8, 1505, in the C-round calendar, when the coalition forces of the 4 countries charged fiercely across the Vance border, the Noah family has left with the civilians of Vance and over 200 billion treasures for 5 days. This has shocked the world government, which has been secretly stirring the pot, and even the 5 elders are alarmed. In Mary Geos, amid the power struggles, the 5 elders listen to the report from the CP6 leader via a snail phone. Although their expressions remain unchanged, their eyes reveal surprise and contemplation. Justice God Topman watchfully Saint looks at the others. What do you think? It must have been some kind of devil fruit ability to transfer. But lead poisoning isn't easy to treat. We should keep an eye on the Iron Barrel Kingdom. If they want to treat lead poisoning, they will most likely go to the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Science Defense God Jagaruthius Satan Saint analyzes. Justice God Topman watchfully Saint continues to ask, how should we characterize the situation in the Vance Kingdom? Environmental God Marcus Maz Saint suggests, we can announce that a large explosion occurred in the mining area, releasing a significant amount of lead dust, leading to the destruction of the Vance Kingdom, and simultaneously seal off the area for 50 years. How's that sound? Agreed. As for the Vance people who have secretly fled, once their location is confirmed, we will immediately launch a demon extermination order to eliminate them all. Agreed. Soon, the world government published a characterization announcement regarding the incident in the Vance Kingdom through its official newspaper. Although some intelligent individuals knew there was definitely something fishy about this matter, the world government's 800 years of accumulated authority and control over information channels made no one dare to openly question it. Even Morgans received a warning. In the North Sea, in the kingdom of Rubniel, the hometown of the boastful Roland, in a remote coastal villa, Andy and Malai are nervously conducting treatment. They have been in the temporary ward for 3 days. During this time, Noah first injected Andy with about 50 years of vitality, and then administered a small dose of IQ extraction liquid into Andy's body. After 3 days of stimulation from the IQ components, his immune system became extremely active, akin to a bat capable of resisting multiple viruses, with his body temperature rising to 42 degrees Celsius. If it were a normal person, maintaining a high temperature of 42 degrees for 3 days and nights would have resulted in severe brain damage. However, with the support of the IQ components and substantial vitality, Andy not only endured the high temperature state, but also successfully expelled the accumulated lead components from his body at the cost of rapid metabolism and significant vitality consumption. With the first successful case, Andy quickly improved some plans, such as increasing nutritional supplements and potassium salt solutions, which could enhance the body's self-recovery and expedite the excretion of lead from the body. Malai completed her detoxification and self-repair in just 53 hours. Unfortunately, both of them are very aware that this method can only be used for a limited number of people. Treating one person requires the consumption of about 50 years of vitality, which is simply too extravagant. Given the scale of the Vance survivors, it is impossible to generalize this approach. Andy didn't even propose to Noah to use this method to treat the 2 children because his medical ethics do not allow him to make such a request. The couple can use this method for treatment to ensure their survival. Whether it's taking the surgical fruit or developing other treatment plans, they need to keep striving, so they cannot afford to die. However, Noah still had the couple treat Luo in advance. The reason is very simple. Noah needs Law to attract the WokenUp. As a user of the WokenUp from the original timeline, Law's connection to the WokenUp is a result of mutual choice. Furthermore, to ignite Law's desire for the WokenUp, Noah tells Law about his sister Rame and the illness of his orphan companions, stating that only the WokenUp can completely cure them. They stayed in the Rubernir Kingdom for over half a month. Law learned medicine from his parents while also training in martial arts and hockey under Noah. Of course, Noah did not relax his ideological education. He not only taught the 5 scrolls of dragon slaying, but also combined it with the harsh realities of the Freevance Kingdom, helping Law further understand the world and the hopelessness of the celestial dragons and nobles. Inside the Nautilus, Law closed his eyes, his head full of bumps. Airy, who was responsible for hitting the bamboo strips, asked with a smile, "Law, do you want to take a break?" "No, I can still hold on," Law shouted stubbornly. Bang. Oh, you got distracted. At that moment, Andy and Mireille were not in the Nautilus. Both were assigned to the Cicasis Island to research IQ grass and other medicines. Noah crossed another island off the map, clearly another island without a devil fruit. More than 2 months had unknowingly passed. The turmoil of the Fravans incident was gradually submerged by the tides of time. Meanwhile, the CP6 agents lurking in the Iron Barrel Kingdom had been sitting on the sidelines for more than 2 months. However, these agents did not give up and continued to remain undercover in the area. One noon, in order to avoid a large iceberg at sea, the Oro Jackson changed course to the island before them. "Big brother, there's a small village on the other side of this island." Noah's gaze flickered slightly. "I know, this island has another devil fruit." Devil fruit? Airy wasn't too surprised, as they had found a devil fruit on another deserted island over the past 2 months, which was a regular zoan-type sheep fruit in its sheep form. Currently, the Noah family had several uneaten fruits, including the carp fruit, red fox fruit, rattlesnake fruit, glue fruit, bully dog fruit, and sheep fruit, with zoan types making up the majority. "Are we going treasure hunting again?" Law asked with some excitement. "Don't be careless. Let's go ashore," Noah reminded, then stowed away the Nautilus and brought Airy and Law ashore. The residents of this small island were on the other side, and Noah was always closely watching the surroundings with observation hockey. Therefore, their landing did not attract the attention of the locals. They searched for treasure in the mountains and forests for a whole day, but did not find the devil fruit, which the 3 took very calmly. The next day, they continued searching until they reached the edge of the village. In a large peach orchard, Law saw a red heart-shaped fruit covered in vine patterns, which clearly indicated it was the surgery fruit he had been longing for. He quickly called Noah and Airy over. When Noah saw the fruit, he knew it was the surgery fruit. Law ate the fruit. Law hesitated. "If I give this fruit to Dad, will he be able to master the ability faster to save people? Your father is not suited for this fruit. Don't you think it would be more meaningful to save Lammy with your own hands?" After hearing Noah's persuasion, Law's resolve quickly solidified, and he picked up the surgery fruit and ate it. Although he knew devil fruits were hard to swallow, Law clearly underestimated how bad it would taste. As soon as he swallowed the entire fruit, he immediately fell to the ground, retching, "Ugh, it's so disgusting." Noah casually picked a few peaches for Luo and then placed a 500 berries coin on the tree trunk. The group arrived silently and left just as quietly. After obtaining the surgery fruit, Noah and his companions continued to navigate the Nautilus in the North Sea. Due to the presence of the Arctic Circle and the Arctic ice cap, the northern part of the North Sea is almost entirely covered in ice and snow, with a climate very similar to that of the Iron Barrel Kingdom's magnetic drum island. The Nautilus, navigating through this area, did not have a smooth journey because there were too many underwater icebergs and dark currents in these waters. After passing Labrador Island and moving further north, there were no longer any member states of the world government. The Arctic region is barren, mostly consisting of small nations made up of fishing and hunting tribes. For example, the famous Amoski people are a well-known fishing tribe in this area. Noah, along with Law and REI, visited several small tribes of the Amosk people, and then set sail again towards the southwest. Half a month later, they arrived at Sea Swallow Island, where they found the fur tribe child Beepo, who had been stranded there, along with several other orphans, including Pecan and Shachi, who would later become part of the Heart Pirates. During this month, Law became increasingly proficient in the application of the surgery fruit's abilities, especially with Noah's guidance. Law's development of the surgery fruit would be faster and more comprehensive than in the original timeline. After all, the concept involved in the surgery fruit is surgery, or more precisely, the conceptual thinking of surgical medical techniques. In this regard, Noah could provide Law with a plethora of reference ideas. For example, directions like X-rays, ultrasound, nuclear magnetic resonance, proton-heavy ions, and gamma rays. Without exposure to these medical technologies, it would be very difficult for Law to develop related derivative abilities. However, with Noah's hints, the results were different. Although Law's physical strength at this time was not enough to support the use of abilities like X-ray, gamma ray, and proton-heavy ions, he could initially use nuclear magnetic resonance and ultrasound. On the northern wilderness of Sea Swallow Island, Law quickly dodged REI's attacks using ultrasound in conjunction with his newly awakened observation hockey. Even though the surgery fruit has the unique space ability of surgical room, allowing Law to gain spatial mobility within a certain range, he still couldn't completely avoid REI's attacks. Breathless, Law was very aware of his shortcomings. Physical strength is the foundation of devil fruit abilities. Without sufficient physical strength, even the most powerful devil fruit abilities would perform poorly. This can be seen from Ace and Sabo's application of the Flame fruit. At the same time, the gap in observation hockey was another reason Law could not evade REI's attacks. Not far away, Beepo, Peekun, Shachi, and others were also training their physical skills. Noah was setting up a temporary base in the underground caves excavated by Aura on Sea Swallow Island. Although the majority of the Noah family's power was in the East China Sea, it did not mean they would abandon the other 3 seas. At this moment, Noah and Ajia were trying out a special device. On top of the stone mountain above the cave, dozens of dead trees grew between the cracks in the rocks. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the surface of these dead trees was covered with tiny black crystals. These were modified graphene crystals created by Ajia using his abilities, characterized by their ability to absorb surrounding electromagnetic wave signals. These received electromagnetic wave signals were then transmitted to the underground cave. Through several specially cultivated phone insects, this information was decoded. In fact, to cultivate this specialized decoding phone insect, the Noah family sacrificed hundreds of phone insects and used IQ components along with a considerable amount of vitality to successfully cultivate a dozen or so spying phone insects. The first phone tapping station was established on Sakasi's Island, while Sea Swallow Island served as the second tapping station. With the lines connected, Ajia and several newly joined members of the Noah family began intense testing. This spying operation was not conducted blindly. It required specific planning and skills. It could be divided into 6 offices: number locking, relationship mapping, key person grading, specialized tailing, information analysis, and overall coordination. For the communications of ordinary forces phone insects, the tapping station certainly would not focus its attention on them. The real targets that the spying station needed to closely monitor were either the world government, the CP organization, the Navy or regional overlords, revolutionary armies, and great pirates. For example, in the North Sea, the first batch of forces selected by Noah for close attention included the Vinsmoke family, the Don Quixote family, and Vice Admiral Crane. As for how to determine the phone numbers of these forces, the answer was keyword monitoring. For instance, regarding the Don Quixote family, with Noah's information, as long as the other party mentioned terms like Doflamingo, Young Master, Don Quixote, Pica, Diamante, and Toribol during phone conversations, the recorder would initially lock onto that number and then continue monitoring for a period until the identity of the owner behind it could be confirmed. Although there were anti-eavesdropping phone insects in the pirate world, they were not widely used, mainly due to production issues and strict government control. Moreover, many forces rarely used anti-eavesdropping phone insects in their daily communications. This provided the Noah family with the opportunity to eavesdrop on their calls. Sure enough, on the 4th morning after the Sea Swallow Island tapping station was put into operation, a phone insect signal from the Navy was intercepted. Initially, the recorder did not notice any issues. It wasn't until the conversation's content included information about Vice Admiral Crane's whereabouts and mentioned terms like Young Master and family that the recorder began to take notice. Soon, during the continuous monitoring of these 2 numbers, the entire phone insect number of the Don Quixote family was rapidly locked down, including some phone insect numbers of underground forces in the North Sea. At this moment, Doflamingo, who was evading Vice Admiral Crane's pursuit, was still unaware that his phone number had been locked. The tapping station recorded some valuable intelligence. While browsing through this intelligence, Noah suddenly discovered a very valuable piece of content. Recorded time: see circle calendar. Call parties: Doflamingo and Diamante. Call record: a girl suspected to be a devil fruit user was discovered on the Angabo Islands, and her ability might be the snow fruit. Is it Monet and sugar? Noah glanced at the map of the North Sea and found that the Angabo Islands were not too far from Sea Swallow Island, approximately 976 kilometers away. He then recalled the information about Monet and sugar. This year was 1505. Monet should be 13 years old, and sugar was 5. Monet had eaten the snow fruit at this time, while Sugar likely had not. This was because the toy fruit has a characteristic. The moment the fruit is eaten, the body's age becomes fixed. On the original timeline, Sugar's body age was 10 years old. This meant that Sugar must have eaten the toy fruit at the age of 10. Although she had not eaten the toy fruit, Noah did not plan to hand the two over to Doflamingo. Now, Doflamingo and his family members were evading Crane's pursuit and did not have time to search for the Monet sisters. He could seize the opportunity. Noah quickly ordered R and the others to set sail. Soon, the Nautilus was heading at full speed towards the Anguapo Islands. A few days later, on one of the inhabited islands of the Anguapo Islands, Noah and the others disguised themselves as merchants and appeared in a bar in a small town. The bartender poured Noah a glass of rum and half-jokingly asked, "This gentleman looks a bit unfamiliar. He's shooting TB from our Anguibo kingdom, right?" "Ha, good eye." Noah casually placed a silver coin on the counter. Seeing this, the bartender's smile grew even brighter as he discreetly accepted the coin. "Sir, may I ask what information you need? I heard that there is a famous gin distillery in Anguibo. If I need to purchase gin from them, what should I prepare?" The bartender shook his head. "Sir, you are too late. That distillery has already been acquired by someone else. It seems the previous owner was killed by pirates." Noah certainly knew about this matter. He even knew that the owner of the winery had been secretly taken out by Diamante with the purpose of taking over the winery. "Oh, it was actually purchased by someone? That is quite troublesome. But aren't there a lot of pirates near the Ombop Kingdom?" The bartender smiled wryly. "Indeed, there have been quite a few more pirates in recent years, and even 2 small towns have been destroyed by them. Those damn sea scum are really reckless." Noah sarcastically commented. The bartender also complained, "Yes, but these pirates will eventually face retribution. Just half a month ago, a pirate crew was killed by a snow demon on Macquarie Island, all turned into ice sculptures." "Snow demon? What is that?" "I don't know. I just heard a few passing merchants say that several islands near Macquarie Island have frequently had pirate ships attacked this year, and those pirates who were killed turned into ice sculptures." "I see. It seems I need to avoid this island to prevent being attacked by the snow demon." After getting the answer he wanted, Noah quickly left the bar and hurriedly brought his people to Macquarie Island. Meanwhile, Diamante was also searching for the so-called snow demon on Macquarie Island with a few peripheral members of the Don Quixote family. Unfortunately, Diamante's observation range was too small, and with insufficient manpower this time, he couldn't act openly, which made the search progress very slowly. When Noah and his group set foot on Macquarie Island, Diamante still hadn't found the whereabouts of the 2 sisters, Monet and Sugar. However, Noah's extensive observation range quickly locked onto a dozen targets, all of whom were together. After filtering out these people, he further analyzed based on Monet and Sugar's gender, age, and fruit abilities, quickly pinpointing their exact location. In less than 10 minutes, in a forest in the northwest of Macquarie Island, a girl was cutting deer meat, and there was a 5 or 6-year-old little girl beside her. Noah descended from the sky. "Who are you?" Monet was taken aback, her body tensing up instantly, her hands already gathering snowflakes in the dark, while she protected her sister behind her. "Are you the one with the snow fruit ability?" Noah glanced at the frozen fawn, then assessed Monet and Sugar's emerald green hair. "Blizzard." Monet struck without hesitation. "You damn pirates." However, the raging blizzard was like a gentle breeze to Noah, who was fully clad in armament hockey, and the ice was instantly shattered by his hockey. Monet's pupils constricted as she quickly picked up her sister and fled deeper into the forest. Yet the next moment, the 2 sisters felt the sky darken, as if a force was pressing down on them, causing them to fall to the ground, unable to even elementalize to fight back. Noah's conqueror's hockey instantly subdued the 2 people. However, Noah did not approach immediately. Instead, he turned his head and instructed, "Alii Luo, take them back to the Going Merry first." "Yes." "Okay, big brother Noah." Luo instantly teleported behind Monet and slapped her on the back. Suddenly, a part of Monet's nerves was anesthetized, and she fell into darkness. Alii picked up the trembling Sugar, casually opened a wormhole, and left with Luo and the 2 captives. A few minutes later, in the mountains, several figures appeared before Noah. At this time, Noah had changed his outfit, now wearing a white suit and a white mask. Diamante, seeing Noah's attire, felt a bit uncertain. Could he be from CP? However, in the next moment, Noah struck directly, using a conqueror's hockey shockwave that knocked out all members of the Don Quixote family except for Diamante, including the Den Mushi they were carrying, which were also rendered unconscious. At this moment, Diamante's expression changed drastically. "Conqueror's hockey? Impossible. You're not from CP." Unfortunately, Noah didn't have a habit of wasting words, and threw out a dozen seawater cards. Diamante quickly swung his rapier while preparing to unleash various stored weapons. However, he never expected that the moment those cards were pierced by his sword, the seawater sealed inside them would burst forth. What? Seawater? Diamante was shocked, and by the time he wanted to escape, it was too late. The seawater quickly engulfed Diamante, and he soon felt his body weaken before falling into unconsciousness. Noah pulled Diamante out of the seawater and then put him into an iron bucket, finally sealing him inside a card. After doing all this, Noah silenced the members of the Don Quixote family present, allowing Arel to pull him back into the Thousand Sunny. Inside the cabin, Monet, who had already regained consciousness, looked at her calves soaked in seawater, her expression very poor, and she anxiously glanced at her sister Sugar. Noah looked at the girl in front of him and smiled, asking, "Are you interested in joining my family?" "Join you? Heh, you damn pirates." Monet spat out angrily. "Who told you we're pirates?" Monet was taken aback for a moment. "What? You're not pirates? Our Noah family consists of respectable people. How can we be pirates?" Noah explained with a grin. "Heh, do you invite people like this? I don't think you're good people either," Monet immediately mocked. However, she did not notice that her sister was nearby, eating grapes. Clearly, Sugar had forgotten about everything else and was focused on the grapes and cheese crackers on her plate. When she heard the sound of someone eating beside her, she finally noticed her sister Sugar. Her heart sank at the thought of her sister, and Monet felt she had a compromise. "As long as you are willing to take us in, I am willing to work for you, but on the condition that you can't force us to do things we don't like. My sister can't work for you until she comes of age." Noah didn't pay much attention to this. After all, the training system of the Noah family was sufficient to reverse many ideas of the two sisters. At the same time, Noah was very confident that as long as Monet agreed, he had plenty of ways to win her heart. Soon, Noah untied the seawater barrel from Monet's calf. As for whether she would take the opportunity to damage the Nautilus, as long as Monet wasn't foolish, she should know that they were currently at the bottom of the sea. Once the submarine structure was damaged, the two sisters would surely face death. Meanwhile, Noah and the others could escape through Ael's wormhole, which was Noah's confidence. The captured Diamante quickly became Noah's fourth apostle. Sword Knight, Diamante, Floral Fruit, along with the previous three apostles, Devil, Pan Barton, Exchange Fruit, Scepter King, Big Bear, Steel Fruit, Scepter Attendant, Brian, Fruit. This made Noah's power even stronger. With the development of fruit abilities and enhancement of his body, he could now not only summon apostles to help in battles and tasks, but also borrow their fruit abilities. Of course, this borrowing had certain limitations. For example, he could only borrow one fruit's ability at a time, and during the use of an apostle's fruit ability, that apostle could not be summoned, and the stamina required would also double. Currently, Brian was stationed at the training camp in the Rum Kingdom. Barton assisted Uncle Joseph in managing the entire Rum Kingdom in the capital city, Rum City. Big Bear and Diamante were carried with Noah, and Big Bear's Steel Fruit, as a superhuman-type fruit similar to the Smooch Fruit, was a great supplement for Noah, who didn't possess much physical strength. Diamante also could not be summoned casually. The reason was the life paper. The core members of the Don Quixote family had their life papers controlled by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Once Diamante appeared in apostle form, the life paper could sense his movements. Therefore, he could only be maintained in card status, making it impossible for the life paper to detect his position. If Noah borrowed Diamante's fruit ability, the life paper would also be unable to sense it. In fact, the floral fruit's ability was quite good, even having certain spatial capabilities. For example, turning items into a fabric state was a form of spatial compression. Diamante had only developed abilities like smashing iron balls, iron thorns, and iron fabric, which was truly a result of insufficient study. With the power of the Don Quixote family, preparing a bunch of bombs, gas bombs, incendiary bombs, and glass water tanks would not be difficult at all. Then compressing these things into a fabric state could fully realize a storage space similar to the card fruit. However, Diamante did not develop in that direction. Instead, he mixed fruit abilities with swordsmanship, resulting in poorly developed fruit abilities and average swordsmanship, ending up in an awkward position. In Noah's view, the floral fruit's ability had a certain strategic nature. Its role was to assist and provide long-range attacks. Swordsmanship and physical techniques did not need to be the main force, as long as he could ensure his escape and avoid enemy attacks. As for the steel fruit, Noah's core development direction focused on steel experiments and high heat reactions. As a superhuman type ability, the steel fruit itself could not produce or manipulate steel externally. However, it could simulate one's body as steel. The term steel not only refers to iron, but also includes alloys based on iron, and the knowledge involved is quite extensive. making it difficult for ordinary people to develop. For instance, low-carbon steel, medium-carbon steel, and high-carbon steel have different properties. High-carbon steel can be used to make springs, meaning that the steel fruit in high-carbon steel form could achieve the abilities of spring fruit. Furthermore, in pure iron form, the steel fruit's high-temperature limit could reach 1,535 degrees Celsius, while the magma fruit, before fully awakening, had a limit of only around 1,400 degrees Celsius, making it unable to melt the steel fruit. Additionally, in the form of rubidium magnets, the steel fruit could achieve some strong magnetic abilities and even generate electricity within the body. There were also stainless steel, silicon steel, high manganese steel, and so on. In summary, the steel fruit encompassed not only steel itself, but also high heat reactions, magnetic field generation, and mirror reflection derivations. This is the power of wisdom. Time flies, and another year has passed. Unknowingly, it was now January 1st, 1506, in the sea circle calendar. After wandering in the North Sea for about half a year, Noah and his group not only enhanced their strength, but also found 3 devil fruits during their journey. Of course, during this period, Noah also captured 2 pirates with devil fruits. In these 6 months, the North Sea had been tumultuous. The reason was naturally the disappearance of Diamante, which made Doflamingo extremely angry. He activated the underground forces of the Don Quixote family to search for Diamante's whereabouts and capture the mastermind behind his disappearance. Along with the navy led by Crane, also pursuing Doflamingo in the North Sea, the situation for the Don Quixote family became increasingly precarious. However, these events did not affect Noah. After all, Noah's observation hockey coverage radius had reached 120 kilometers, and his single-direction perception limit could even reach around 600 kilometers. The reason for such an exaggerated improvement was naturally due to Noah combining the abilities of the steel fruit to construct a rubidium magnet mode within his body, along with the electric current generated by blood flow, thus amplifying electromagnetic waves, achieving an effect similar to the thunder fruit's amplification of observation hockey. With such a vast coverage range of observation hockey, as long as Noah didn't want to be discovered by others, he could change course or hide in advance, preventing anyone from detecting his whereabouts. Back at the secret base of the Rum Kingdom, Noah and his group celebrated the new year while allowing the new members to get to know the old members. The old members of the family included Noah, Uncle Joseph, Cousin Joshua, Anthony, Tony, Vic, Ale, Aji, Lilith, Lillian, and Mary, totaling 11 people. The new members included Andy, Malai, Luo, the Rami family, the fur tribe White Bear Beepo, Peking, Shaki, as well as the sisters Monet and Sugar, totaling 9 people. As for Barton and Brian and other apostles, they could only be considered part of Noah and did not belong to the complete human category. The peripheral members also had no qualifications to participate in this annual meeting. After all, the core of the Noah family involved too many secrets, which are not suitable for these people to know, and this was also to protect them. Finally, there were the Absorbed Sky people, a total of 388 people, the Training Camp Scouts, a total of 321 people, and the personnel just screened from the Fervan survivors, a total of 261 people. These people actually belonged to the middle-level members of the Noah family. Noah looked at the family members gathered together, picked up a glass of grape juice, and said, "Everyone, the family's achievements today have not come easily. I hope we can all witness the arrival of a new era. Cheers! Cheers!" The crowd cheered with excitement. After drinking the grape juice, Noah continued with a smile. "Currently, the family is growing larger, and I am preparing to conduct a comprehensive restructuring of the family." Uncle Joseph echoed, "Noah is right. The family indeed needs to be reorganized at this point. My idea is this. First, the family should establish a round table meeting, selecting 7 people to become rotating elders of the round table to assist me in handling affairs. The 7 elders will manage 7 departments: the Internal Affairs Department, the Military Department, the Business Department, the Supervision Department, the Science and Education Department, the Industrial Department, and the Resource Department. Everyone listened attentively. I appoint Lilith to oversee the Internal Affairs Department, responsible for managing the family's internal affairs. Joshua will be the head of the Military Department, and Anthony will serve as the Chief of Staff, responsible for managing the family's armed forces and military construction. Uncle Joseph will be the head of the Business Department, in charge of the family's business operations, while also overseeing the management of the Kingdom of Rum. Mary will be the head of the Supervision Department, with Tamani as her assistant, responsible for internal supervision and also handling intelligence for the winery. The Science and Education Department will be temporarily managed by my Apostle Brian. The Industrial Department will be overseen by Age, and the resource department will be managed by Ale. Noah paused for a moment and continued. At the same time, we need to categorize the family members into 5 levels: patriarch, elder, cadre, elite, and newcomer. Apart from Uncle Joseph, Joshua, Lilith, Mary, Ale, and AJ, who have become elders. Tammany, Anthony, Vic, and Lillian have become cadre members. Meanwhile, Andy, Ro, Malai, Monet, Pecan, and Shachi have become elite members. As for Sugar, Rami, and Beppo, due to their young age, they can only be newcomers. Previously, Noah collected 3 devil fruits from the North Sea, which are the childlike fruit, the art fruit, and the crow fruit. The art fruit was given to Tammany, who had always hoped to acquire a splendid devil fruit ability. As soon as Noah obtained this fruit, he requested it be given to him. Although Noah felt that the development of the art fruit was somewhat difficult, its development concept is quite peculiar. It requires people with artistic talent and imagination. Since Tammany wanted to eat it, Noah naturally wouldn't oppose it. The remaining 2 fruits, the childlike fruit, is intended for Sugar. However, at this moment, Sugar is too young, and once she consumes the childlike fruit, her physical age will be fixed. Therefore, he plans to wait until Sugar is around 17 years old before giving her this fruit. As for the animal-type crow fruit, like many other animal-type fruits obtained before, it is temporarily sealed in a card by Noah and can be awarded to some family members who have made contributions in the future. With the family restructuring complete, the new year has also passed. In the biological laboratory on Sycosis Island, Andy and Ro looked at the golden-haired old man soaked in seawater, their faces showing a hint of surprise and fear. "Don't worry, I've already controlled him. Shall we begin?" Noah said, focusing his attention on the golden lion. After half a year of training, Ro had already mastered the ability of the surgery fruit to some extent. The previously released remnants of free Vans were healed by Ro using the ability of the surgery fruit. Now, Noah finally planned to take action against the golden lion. Ro concentrated, instantly unfolding the surgical field, disassembling the unconscious golden lion's head, and gradually cleaning out the ship's fragment embedded in his skull. Andy, on the other hand, was monitoring the physical monitoring equipment to prevent the golden lion from suddenly dying. Time passed second by second. The fragment in the golden lion's skull was being cleaned out piece by piece until the last piece stuck to the brain was removed. Quick and precise, Ro swiftly cut off the frontal lobe of the golden lion. After removing the frontal lobe, Ro nodded to Noah. "Continue as planned." "Understood, head of the family." Ro immediately injected the modified IQ extraction liquid into the golden lion, along with a special life serum, which allowed the golden lion's body to recover rapidly. Next was the main event, as Ro needed to repair the nerves and blood vessels in the golden lion's brain that had been damaged by the ship's fragment to avoid leaving hidden dangers. The surgery lasted for more than 3 hours. Fortunately, with the IQ extraction liquid and life serum, otherwise, even if the golden lion was successfully modified, his strength would be greatly reduced. The completed surgery not only removed the ship's fragment from the top of the golden lion's head, but also eliminated all internal injuries and deficiencies in his body, while also connecting a pair of healthy legs. Even though he lost his emotions and conqueror's haki, the golden lion still exuded an imposing aura. Noah swiftly threw the Emperor card from the Major Arcana deck towards the sleeping golden lion. A golden cocoon enveloped the golden lion. Soon, a brand new apostle appeared before Noah. The Emperor, Shiki, float fruit. Shiki, with his eyes open, had already sorted through the remaining memories of the golden lion. And with the memories bestowed by Noah, he understood his identity. Kneeling on one knee, Shiki gazed at Noah with fervent eyes. "My lord, your loyal subordinate Shiki pays his respects. Rise, my apostle." Noah's conqueror's haki is further ascending. With the apostle Shiki, this signifies that Noah's strength has officially reached the level of an admiral. Although Apostle Shiki has lost his conqueror's haki, his armament haki and observation haki have been restored, and his physical strength and vitality have returned to their peak. Coupled with the abilities of the float fruit and his dual-wielding swordsmanship, his strength is at the admiral level. However, due to the loss of conqueror's haki, Apostle Shiki finds it difficult to return to his true peak. He cannot suppress an admiral and can only be compared to one. Even so, Shiki's strength is still terrifying, and the strategic significance of the float fruit is extraordinary. At this point, the Noah family can truly be considered invincible. With Shiki's float fruit, Diamante's flare fruit, and Arai's whole fruit, the family can rapidly move and transport goods across the entire world. Furthermore, in the face of the future crisis of rising sea levels, the Noah family can also avoid harm. More importantly, they have gained safe access to various sky islands, such as the thunder fruit that Noah has been longing for, which is located on the Sky Island Baika. Originally, he planned to go to the top of the West Sky in the West Sea to access the Sky Island and then search for Baika. Now, that is no longer necessary. Moreover, with the abilities of the float fruit, the Noah family does not need to worry about sea kings in the doldrums and can directly enter the Grand Line's paradise from the East Sea or the New World from the North Sea. After encouraging Luo and Andy, Noah left Sakasasai Island with Shiki and Tamani, using the power of the float fruit to control the Going Merry. They crossed the calm belt from the East Blue and entered the paradise section of the Grand Line. Hidden high in the sky, the Going Merry was disguised using Tamani's fruit abilities. Even Morgan, whose eyes and ears were spread all over the world, could not discover their whereabouts. Once they entered the paradise of the Grand Line, Noah and his group, who had long collected the permanent pointer to Gaia Island, went straight to Gaia Island without any hesitation. According to Noah's analysis, it was highly probable that Enel had not yet eaten the Rumble fruit. Based on the description of the original timeline, Enel destroyed his hometown Burka around 1514 and then took his subordinates to occupy Angel Island. Given Enel's personality, if he obtained the Rumble fruit, he would not be able to wait too long. At most 1 or 2 years, he would destroy Burka. This means the earliest point at which Enel could have obtained the Rumble fruit would not be before 1512. At this time, it was early 1506, leaving at least about 6 years before he could eat the Rumble fruit, giving Noah the opportunity to act first. 3 days later, in the high skies near Gaia Island, Noah, through his observation hockey, has sensed the massive cumulonimbus clouds above Gaia Island, as well as the islands and creatures higher up. The Nautilus, under the effect of the float fruit, quickly ascends, soon breaking through the sea clouds within the cumulonimbus. Without riding the Nautilus, ordinary devil fruit users would be unable to break through the cumulonimbus, as these clouds contain sea prism stone, which can sap a user's powers. At an altitude of 7,000 meters, an invisible silhouette suddenly bursts through the cloud sea, and the surrounding sky sea beasts are intimidated by an unseen aura, quickly fleeing the nearby waters of the White Sea. The Nautilus, having removed its artistic disguise, reveals its silver-gray steel exterior. However, the Nautilus does not stop. It continues to drift along the cloud currents towards the gate of heaven. Angel Island, Noah, Tamani, and the accompanying dozen or so Sky Knight warriors disembark from the Nautilus and walk along the lovely avenue. Although the Sky Island inhabitants curiously observe Noah and his group, there is not much hostility. Instead, a few shop owners are seen promoting their Sky Island specialties to the crowd. Noah picked up a hot shell and began to examine it carefully. Big brother, these shells are quite interesting. Tamani also held a few differently functioning Sky Island shells, curiously touching them. At that moment, at the end of the street not far away, a group of Sky Island soldiers and a thin old man were walking towards the crowd. Noah had long known the other party's movements, but in the face of absolute power, the actions of the Sky Island people were meaningless. The current Sky Island god, gone full, approached Noah cautiously and asked, "Guest from the Blue Sea, may I ask how you arrived at Sky Island? Are you the god of Sky Island?" "Impudent," a priest shouted angrily. However, Noah did not choose to adopt a conciliatory attitude. Instead, he directly unleashed his conqueror's hockey. The terrifying yet relatively restrained conqueror's hockey instantly filled the surrounding Sky Islanders with fear, especially Gone Full, whose face became increasingly anxious and his posture immediately lowered. "My lord, we were in the wrong just now. Please forgive our offense." Noah shook his head with a smile. "You must have seen the conqueror's hockey, the kind of aura that Roger had." "Roger? You know Roger?" Gonfur quickly asked. Noah glanced at the old man. Who doesn't know Roger on the sea now? It's a pity he's just a notorious pirate now. There's no need to discuss a dead man. Pirate? Did Roger die? Gonfal's expression was somewhat complicated. He was executed by the world government 8 years ago, but before he died, he played a trick on them. Noah put down the Sky Island shell in his hand and continued. "Now let's talk about business." Gonfal immediately felt a bit nervous. "Sir, our Sky Island is very barren, and we don't have the treasures that you Blue Sea people like. If you need anything, I can offer you some Sky Island shells as a gift." "Oh really? Your so-called Island of Gods has a lot of things, doesn't it?" Noah reminded with a smile. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Gonfal. "Sir, there is indeed some gold on the Island of Gods. I can give you that gold, hoping you can spare us." "You're quite sensible, but I want not just gold. I want the whole Sky Island. Are you willing to abdicate and let someone else take over?" "What?" Gonfal was naturally unwilling. However, he didn't dare to show it at this moment, as Noah had just put immense pressure on him. He quickly complained. "Sir, our Sky Island is very barren and cannot bring you any benefits." "Who said that ruling must be for benefits?" Noah had no intention of exploiting the Sky Islanders. His goal was to establish a unified kingdom, and the Sky Island would naturally not be an exception. Faced with Noah's strong stance, Gonfal, though reluctant, ultimately chose to yield to avoid angering him, just like he did later when facing the unbeatable Enel. Soon, on Angel Island, along with the Sky Islanders living on the Island of Gods, a total of 259 people were gathered together on a temporarily built high platform. Noah looked at the more than 3,000 Sky Islanders in the small square, and he opened his arms. "Dear Sky Island residents, hello, I am your new god, Noah. From today onwards, we are one family, and you will all become citizens of the Kingdom of Dawn. Our Kingdom of Dawn is a land of equality, freedom, fairness, and harmony, as well as a nation that strives for self-improvement and does not fear powerful forces. I have a dream that one day, everyone can live in the sunlight. I have a dream that one day, whether ordinary people, feathered people, Sky Islanders, fish people, or all wise races, can coexist peacefully. I have a dream that one day, Sky Islanders can have their own land, fish people can bask in the sun, and humans can sail freely on the sea. I have a dream that one day, children will not be left to roam the streets, but can go to school, young people can achieve their aspirations and dreams, and the elderly can enjoy their twilight years, reminiscing about their youth in the sunset." Noah's passionate speech and strong gestures stirred a sense of excitement among many of the Sky Islanders. "I will use my life to practice my beliefs and dreams." As soon as the words left his mouth, an island roughly the size of the Island of Gods descended from the sky, slowly landing next to Angel Island. "My family, from today on, you will live on this land." The residents of Angel Island immediately erupted in excitement. "Really? That's great. So much Earth. God Noah, long live." Meanwhile, Gonfal couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected Noah's first act would be to deliver a dirt island for the Sky Islanders. The value of gold was less than that of iron. Dirt was their treasure. The newly appointed Noah quickly garnered the admiration of many Sky Islanders. After all, the previous Sky Gods had strict control over the soil on the Island of Gods, even prohibiting ordinary Sky Islanders from entering. This clearly set Noah apart from previous gods. After securing the Sky Islanders of Angel Island, Noah immediately relocated the winged people who had been settled on Sycosis Island, bringing in over 2,000 of them. Along with the annexation of the original priestly forces of Angel Island, the manpower on the Sky Island side became relatively adequate. Noah designated the empty islands in the area as the Paradise Sky Governorate and placed 3 deserted islands near Angel Island, one of which is Lion Island, the previous base of the Golden Lion. The Paradise Sky Governor's office was established on Lion Island, overseeing 5 empty islands: Lion Island, Angel Island, Feather Island, Field Island, and Shangaya Island, the Island of the Gods. As for the previous site of the temple, the so-called Island of the Gods, Noah directly renamed it Shangaya Island, planning to use this island to settle the Sandia people after he conquers them, as this place was originally the ancestral land of the Sandia people. In fact, regarding the mutations around Angel Island, the Sandia people, who have been trying to reclaim their ancestral land, have already discovered the sudden appearance of new empty islands around Angel Island. However, they did not dare to act hastily as they were unclear about the specific situation. Even if they remained still, Noah would soon take the initiative to find them. After all, Noah would not allow the Sandia people to continue their disturbances, as this would be detrimental to the management and stability of the Paradise Sky Governorate. On another front, after the Feather people evacuated from Sycosis Island, Luo brought some of the survivors of the Fry fans to take over. Currently, there are about 3,000 Fry fan survivors settled on Sycosis Island, whom Luo has been gradually treating for lead disease. For these people, being cured of lead disease makes leaving their homeland acceptable. As for their wealth being taken away, they have no objections. After all, the currency inside Sycosis Island is the Dawn coin, and they cannot trade with the outside world, making bail of no value. In the Cloud Sea about 2 kilometers northwest of Angel Island, 3 Sandia warriors cloaked in artificial clouds were carefully observing nearby. Suddenly, the 3 saw over 100 airborne cavalry and a large wooden ship rapidly approaching their direction. "Not good. We've been discovered. Let's go." The still somewhat inexperienced Lachi's expression changed. The Mantis Kamachili and Braham immediately reacted. However, a voice suddenly sounded behind the 3. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." Tomini appeared behind them with a smile. The Mantis immediately swung his burning sword, but in the next moment, his burning sword only slashed through an illusion, and Tomini's body vanished with the wind. Visual art palette. In an instant, dozens of Tominis appeared around the 3. Explosive burning slash. The Mantis faced a formidable enemy. launching indiscriminate sweeps in all directions. Visual art inverted corridor. In a moment, the surrounding environment seemed to turn upside down, with colorful kaleidoscopic staircases enveloping the three from all sides. The mantis, Lachi, and Braham stood back to back. However, they soon felt dizzy, as the kaleidoscopic staircases had strong hypnotic and visual disturbance effects. At this point, they had fallen into an illusion and could not break free. The next moment, the surrounding kaleidoscopic staircases transformed into countless petals scattering. Yet Lachi, the mantis, and Braham found their hands and feet shackled. When did this happen? Lachi was very surprised. Tomini walked out from the void with a smile. The moment you heard my voice. The mantis, awakening from the dream, then discovered a crucial point. Without wings. You're not people of the empty islands. Tomini, are you done playing? Bring them up. Hearing Noah's reminder, Tomini casually lifted the three and returned to the deck of the wooden ship with a step. The mantis saw Noah basking in the sun on the deck, but his expression was very serious, as he sensed a terrifying aura from Noah. Noah glanced at the other party, but had no intention of talking to them. The wooden ship and the airborne cavalry quickly advanced to the northwest, crossing approximately 37 kilometers of the White Sea. Noah and his companions arrived at a seemingly ordinary White Sea. However, soon a large group of Shandians emerged from the nearby White Sea, including Vipa, who had just become a great warrior, as well as the chief of the Shandya tribe. Noah stood on the deck, looking at the encircling Shandians. This must be the cloud-hidden village. Seeing the mantis and Raki tied up on the deck, Wiper couldn't suppress his inner anger and charged at Noah with a weapon made from Sky Island shells. Blue Sea people, hand over the mantis and the others. You are overestimating yourselves. In the next moment, a violent conqueror's haki surged towards all the Shandians, and Wiper, who was at the forefront, turned pale as a pig's liver. Even with gritted teeth, he was still immobilized. The other Shandians fell over in a heap, looking at the figure on the deck with horror. The experienced chief immediately stepped forward. My lord, we did not intend to offend you. Please forgive our rudeness. All right, I don't want to hear your so-called history. I am here to bring you a brand new future. I just don't know if you are willing to accept it. Noah replied with a half-smile. The chief and Wiper, who were brought onto the deck, showed expressions of uncertainty upon hearing Noah's words. My lord, how do you plan to deal with us? The chief asked cautiously. I have already incorporated Angel Island and God's Island into the rule of the Dawn Kingdom. If you are willing to join and abide by the rules of the Dawn Kingdom, I can allow you to live on God's Island. My lord, will you really allow us to live on God's Island? The chief was both surprised and delighted. Do I need to deceive you? If I want to deal with you, why would I go through all this trouble? The chief suddenly realized. Indeed, given the current situation, if Noah really wanted to eliminate the Shandians, he could simply wipe them out without any schemes. My lord, I am willing to lead the Shandians to join the Dawn Kingdom. The chief immediately knelt on one knee, pledging loyalty to Noah. Get up. From now on, we are one family, and your grievances with the Sky Islanders end here. Although Wiper and the other young Shandians were reluctant, the chief accepted this reality. After all, they had been fighting the Sky Islanders for 400 years and were already tired. Soon, with the chief's cooperation, all won. 273 Shandians from the entire Shandian tribe were gathered together, and then Noah released several large transport ships to take them all back to Upper Jaya Island. When the transport ships reached the shore of Upper Jaya Island, the chief and the Shandians stepped onto this land with tears streaming down their faces. However, soon an unexpected visitor arrived. A massive python emerged from the clouds. Noah's conqueror's haki instantly condensed, creating a pressure that felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting, causing the Lord of the Void, Nolan, to tremble. I know you can understand me. From now on, you will be the guardian of this Sky Island. Do you agree? The Lord of the Void, Nolan, had already felt the chill in Noah's words, as if it would be torn apart if it disagreed, so it quickly nodded in fear. Go play by yourself, and don't hurt others casually in the future. Nolan, as if granted a reprieve, immediately plunged into the sea of clouds. The chief looked at the departing giant serpent. A hint of nostalgia on his face. It turned out to be the Lord of the Void. Lord Noah's strength is truly formidable. Noah did not chat with them, but led a group of people to the Pandora ruins. He took down the golden bell and the historical texts that were held high in the air by massive vines. The golden bell. It was actually the golden bell. The chief was very excited as he caressed the golden bell, then looked at the huge black stone. This is what our ancestors have been guarding all along. Noah laughed. You should be grateful that you were swept up to the Sky Island by the soaring sea current back then. Otherwise, you would have been destroyed long ago. What? Why? Weepa was a bit confused. Do you know what this is? This is the historical text, a taboo of the world government. If you were still on the Gaia island below, you would eventually be targeted by the world government and then completely annihilated. Noah then reminded also that Rolando in your ancestors' agreement, you better not let your brains get muddled. The chief felt a bit uncomfortable but still restrained himself. Lord Noah, although we agreed to join the Kingdom of Dawn, the agreement with Rolando concerns the promise of our ancestors, and we cannot violate it. Let's take a look at this book first. Noah casually handed over a book. The chief was somewhat puzzled, but accepted it. When he saw the content of the book, a trace of anger involuntarily appeared on his face. Our benefactor has been slandered as a fraud. Noah shook his head, truly worried about the intelligence of these people. You are really honest folks, being sold out and still feeling grateful. What does Lord Noah mean? The chief furrowed his brow. Ronaldo exposed the fact that there was gold on Gaia Island, and afterward, the exploration fleet of the Rubnial Kingdom, based on Ronaldo's description, arrived at Gaia Island, but found no gold there, and then the king executed them. Don't you see anything wrong with this situation? The chief began to think carefully, and suddenly he broke out in a cold sweat. It seems you have realized that if Pandora had not been washed up to the Sky Island, your fate would have been to be attacked by the exploration fleet of the Rubnial Kingdom, and you might have been annihilated. How could this be? The chief felt extremely uncomfortable for a moment. The Sandia people waited 400 years for an agreement, only to find such hidden consequences behind it. The other Sandia people also looked troubled. After Noah's reminder, the Sandia people finally re-evaluated Ronaldo. Although he had helped solve the tree plague in the Sandia tribe back then, he later made the world aware of the vast gold reserves in Pandora. If it weren't for the sky currents washing Pandora up to the Sky Island, the Sandia people would likely have been exterminated. At this moment, the Sandia people's feelings toward the so-called agreement had faded, and they abandoned the idea of ringing the golden bell. As for the even older historical text, the Sandia people handed it over to Noah as it was too dangerous. Once discovered by the world government, even on the Sky Island, they would find ways to seize that historical text. After settling the Sandia people, Noah arranged for the Sandia chief, Gon Fuel, and the leader of the Feather people to serve as advisors in the governor's office on Lion Island, assisting Noah in managing the Paradise Sky Governor's District. Once everything was in order, Noah once again took Shiki and Art of the Sky Island Baika, while Tamani stayed behind as the acting governor to oversee the governor's office on Lion Island. Baika is located to the south of Angel Island, and the distance between the two Sky Islands is about 322 kilometers. The Nautilus was sailing at full speed towards Baika. In just a few hours, the outline of Baika came into view. This Sky Island is much smaller than Angel Island, with a population of less than 500 people. The island is very barren, lacking the strong ocean currents found in the waters below Gaia Island, and is instead close to the calm belt of the South China Sea. When the people of Baika saw the Nautilus, they immediately surrounded it. Noah directly unleashed a conqueror's Haki shockwave. The gods and priest army of Baika were instantly pressed to the ground by the conqueror's Haki, paying the price for their greed. Looking at the trembling Baika people, it was clear that their wings were much larger than those of the Sky Island people from Angel Island. REI, go bring Mary over. Okay, big brother. REI opened a wormhole and disappeared from the deck. In a moment, the wormhole opened again. REI appeared with Mary. Mary, the inspection work is up to you. Mary nodded helplessly. So troublesome. There are over 1,000 of them. Soon, the Noah family took control of the entire Baika and began comprehensive renovations of the whole Baika. Of course, they were also searching for the thunder fruit hidden in Baika. Noah did not find the thunder fruit in the Baika temple, but instead discovered the ancestors of the Baika people, specifically many technological blueprints left by the Moon people, including the design of a spaceship called Ark Proverb. Noah placed great importance on this blueprint. Although the Ark Proverb's power requires a huge amount of electricity, which can only be maximized by the thunder fruit, this does not mean that the Noah family cannot make use of it. Aegea has made deeper developments on the graphite fruit and has currently developed graphene batteries, which have a very strong energy storage capacity. Instead of constructing a large Ark Proverb, if they build a medium-sized one, using graphene batteries along with wind turbines and air sacs, they can basically achieve long-distance aerial flight. This is more comprehensive than a singular Ark Proverb and safer than using floating wooden boats that rely on the buoyancy of the floating fruit. After all, the buoyancy from the floating fruit is a result of the fruit's ability. If an accident occurs with Shiki, those floating wooden boats will be rendered useless. Therefore, the large-scale production of medium-sized Ark Proverbs as a core transportation channel for the family's control of Sky Islands is something that must be taken seriously. 3 days later, Noah was in the temple, looking at Enel, who had a defiant expression on his face. Enel had been captured by the Sky Knights the day before and had been very resentful. At 23 years old, Enel's worldview was already mostly fixed. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't done any evil yet and was also a victim in Baika, Noah would have already struck him down. He turned to Mary and said, "Give him a chance. Send him to the training camp for reformation. If he still doesn't change, then let him be reincarnated." Hearing Noah's words, Enel was taken aback. Mary nodded and then reported on the review work of the past few days. "Brother Noah, all the major evildoers among the Baika people have been eliminated, a total of 28 individuals, all executed." Noah glanced through the inspection report and found that the god of Baika was also among those being purged, which did not surprise him. After all, the atmosphere in Baika is one of hostility towards people from other places, especially those without wings. Without the god of Baika leading the way, the other Baika people would certainly not act so brazenly. In Mary's inspection, this god of Baika not only oppressed those without wings, but also, citing limited resources, expelled Baika residents over the age of 50. This policy has been in effect for over 30 years. In fact, although Baika is impoverished, it is not to the extent that it cannot support a few elderly people. However, as the ruling deity, the god must enjoy a certain lifestyle, so resources can only be extracted from other Baika residents. This is the reality. Noah felt no waves of emotion or pity about getting rid of these people. Mary left the temple with Enelu, while Ar, who was responsible for the search, walked into the temple with a hint of embarrassment. "Brother Noah, we haven't found that thunder fruit in the past few days." "Not in Baika?" Noah pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something. "Investigate the area where the punishment of flowing clouds is being enforced and focus your search there." "The area of enforcement for the punishment of flowing clouds? I'll go right away." Noah believes that the rumble fruit is in that area because Enel's unwelcome status in Burka. The area where Enel obtained the rumble fruit can only be Burka and the surrounding White Sea. Since no rumble fruit has been found around Burka, it is highly likely that the place where Enel later obtained the rumble fruit is the area where he was executed by the punishment of flowing clouds. 2 days later, Ari appeared in the temple holding a small box. "Brother Noah, the rumble fruit is indeed in the area where the punishment of flowing clouds was executed. I found a dilapidated sailboat from 200 years ago there, and the rumble fruit is hidden in the lower deck of the ship." Noah opened the small box and looked at the golden thunder fruit, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The thunder fruit, a Logia-type fruit, is among the most powerful in the natural category. It possesses super speed similar to the Goro no Mi, but with better agility, terrifying attack power, and exceptional support capabilities. If Enel from the original timeline hadn't neglected hockey training and physical training, his strength would undoubtedly be much greater. As for Enel being defeated by Luffy, this is actually due to the protagonist's halo. Without hockey and observation hockey, even if Luffy is immune to lightning and high heat, he wouldn't be able to attack Enel. After all, Enel possesses extremely strong observation hockey and can elementalize, and lightning isn't countered by water like the Suna no Mi, essentially putting him in an unbeatable position. Luffy's victory over Enel is purely a result of the protagonist's halo. After finding the thunder fruit, Noah did not store it away, as this fruit is too important. Noah asked Ar to bring Joshua to Sky Island. Soon, Ar brought Joshua through a wormhole to the Baika temple. "Brother, is there something going on?" "Of course it's a good thing." Noah handed over the thunder fruit. "This is the thunder fruit. You should eat it." "This is the thunder fruit." Joshua looked at the golden fruit in the small box, a hint of surprise on his face. Since among the core members of the family, except for Vic, who is a dedicated martial arts practitioner, everyone else had already eaten a devil fruit. Therefore, Joshua didn't hesitate and directly picked up the thunder fruit. "Brother, thank you." Then, Joshua took a big bite of the fruit. Suddenly, his expression became extremely grim, as if his soul was about to leave his body. However, he still endured the nausea and continued to eat the remaining fruit piece by piece. Noah had already taken out a large bottle of watermelon juice that Joshua liked from the cards. After taking a sip of the watermelon juice slowly, he said, "Thanks, bro." Joshua lifted the large bottle and chugged it down, finishing several liters of watermelon juice in one go. He let out a long breath. "Phew, I'm alive again. Let's try the ability," Noah reminded him. "Okay." Joshua closed his eyes and focused, and soon dense currents of electricity began to surge across his body. Then, his palms started to turn into a bluish-purple electric light. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound resonated throughout the temple like the chorus of 1,000 birds. At that moment, the power of the thunder fruit began to manifest. After 300 years, the thunder and lightning of the thunder fruit were finally about to echo in the world once again. Noah released a large amount of iron sand from the cards. Joshua had already seen Noah's development ideas for various devil fruits. These development ideas, along with the Devil Fruit Compendium, were compiled by Noah into the Book of Devils. With Joshua's strength now nearing that of a Navy headquarters brigadier general, his power surged dramatically after obtaining the Thunder Fruit. Electromagnetism and magnetic-controlled iron. The several tons of iron sand in the temple quickly wrapped around Joshua under the influence of electromagnetic force, soon enveloping him in a black cocoon. Thunder metallurgy. The electric current transformed into high heat, instantly melting some of the iron sand. Magnet shaping. High-frequency oscillation sword. Electromagnetic cannon. Maglev. Magnetic field induction. Thunder God mode. Plasma cannon. Force magnetization. High heat demagnetization. Magnetic field shield. Electromagnetic interchange. So powerful. The abilities of the Thunder Fruit displayed by Joshua at this moment were astounding. If he did not intentionally control it, destroying Baika would be effortless. In a sense, the Thunder Fruit is a superior version of the Magnet Fruit, naturally restraining the superhuman Magnet Fruit. Just the high-temperature demagnetization move rendered the Magnet Fruit utterly defenseless. What is the limit of your observation, Hockey? Joshua sensed carefully for a moment. Coverage of about 200 kilometers in all directions and about 1,000 kilometers in a single direction. Not bad. You're almost as good as me. Noah was very pleased. With the Thunder Fruit, Joshua, along with his original foundation, could now rival the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters and would soon reach the admiral level. At this moment, the Noah family had become very powerful. There was a bizarre, superhuman, 3 natural types, and a considerable number of mid-level members. The family's overall strength could potentially reach that of the Navy headquarters in the future. Lillian's Burn Fruit could be compared to Sakazuki's Magma Fruit, and its potential was even greater. Joshua's Thunder Fruit could be compared to Borisolino's Glint Fruit, with the Thunder Fruit having slightly higher potential. Monet's Snow Fruit could be compared to Kazan's Ice Fruit, but the potential of the Snow Fruit was clearly inferior to that of the Ice Fruit. Fortunately, Noah could enhance Monet's ability development through scientific guidance. In terms of temperature, the Snow Fruit could not compare to the Ice Fruit. However, this does not mean that the Snow Fruit lacked other ways to enhance its power. Conceptually, snow is a state, not a substance. This means that snow can be formed from water or other substances, such as oxygen snow, hydrogen snow, nitrogen snow, carbon dioxide snow, etc. This is the core development route for the Snow Fruit. Comparing low temperatures with the Ice Fruit is like competing with one's weakness against the opponent's strength, which has no chance of victory. However, exploring various snow substances can, to some extent, enhance the strength and potential of the Snow Fruit. For example, oxygen snow can allow Monet to instantly turn the oxygen in a closed space into snowflakes, creating localized hypoxia, which is almost a crushing blow against opponents outside of the natural type. At the same time, oxygen snow can produce pure oxygen gas, which can have a significant effect on healing and intensifying combustion. Carbon dioxide snow can create artificial rain in the clouds and can also poison enemies. In summary, as long as the mind doesn't stagnate, there are always more solutions than difficulties. After trying some applications of his abilities in Baika, Joshua returned to the Kingdom of Rum for secret training. Noah then summoned Monet from the temporary headquarters in the Kingdom of Rum to replace Tomani as the temporary head of the Sky Paradise District. After all, the Snow Fruit had a greater deterrent effect in the Sky Islands. Tomani's Art Fruit was not suitable for direct combat. He was now the Deputy Minister of the Inspection Department, responsible for intelligence work at the winery, where the Art Fruit had good applications in intelligence. Meanwhile, Noah used the ability of the Float Fruit to relocate all the Baika people from Baika Island to Field Island next to Angel Island. However, he did not completely abandon Baika, as it is one of the nodes on the West Sky route and a necessary stop for traveling from Angel Island to the peak of the West Sky. There is no development potential here, but it serves well as an observation and outpost station. Noah instructed Monet to arrange a squad of airborne cavalry, 10 people, to be stationed at Baika to prevent other Sky Islanders from directly entering Angel Island. This guard squad will rotate every month. After Noah returned to Lion Island, he replanned 5 Sky Islands and strengthened the monitoring of Gaia Island, especially during the time of the monthly surge of the sky current, to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Therefore, it is essential to set up several fixed outposts in the White Sea area below. Noah entrusted these tasks to Monet, Chief Care, Gonfur, and the Winged Village Chief Usha to handle. Noah, along with Shiki, Ariai, and Vepa, secretly made their way to the surface of the Grand Line Paradise, with their first stop being the island of Jaya below. In the stillness of the night, Noah and his companions descended from the sky, appearing not far from the town of Magic Valley on Jaya Island. This marked the first official entry of the Noah family into the Grand Line. The next day, in the morning, the transformed Noah and his companions appeared in the cherry bar of Magic Valley Town. Noah picked up a cherry pie and took a bite. The taste was mediocre, not bad, but it didn't leave much of an impression. Ari brought over a copy of today's newspaper. Boss, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have reached the top. Noah took a sip of lemonade. Oh, that's to be expected. Is there anything else interesting? Admiral Sengoku has been confirmed as the new fleet admiral, officially taking office in 1510. 1510? Noah murmured, taking another sip of lemonade. Bang! Suddenly, the bar's door was violently opened. A few rough-looking pirates swaggered in. This place is booked by the Dragon Pirates. Noah glanced at the other party. The one speaking was Kate, the first mate of the Tyrannosaurus pirate crew, and standing behind him was the captain, Velociraptor Veer. It was quite an unexpected surprise. Alette instantly understood Noah's thoughts. The next moment, Alette appeared in front of Kate, and the dark spear pierced directly into his forehead. Pop! Kate fell down, his eyes wide open in death. Bastard! Veer exploded in anger, transforming. However, Alette appeared behind him this time, placing his palm on Veer's back. In an instant, a super-micro wormhole appeared behind Veer, and a high-pressure seawater blade pierced through him. The seawater severely suppressed Veer's abilities, and the high-pressure seawater blade broke through his defenses in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the bounty of 240 million berries on Velociraptor Veer was left lifeless on the ground. Gulp. So terrifying. Who's this guy? Never seen him before. The other patrons in the bar whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with wariness and fear as they looked at Noah and the others. Noah swallowed the remaining cherry pie in one bite, wasting not a single morsel of food. He then wiped his mouth and left 7,000 berries. Let's go. Arai casually picked up the severely injured and unconscious Veer, then followed Noah as they walked away. After avoiding the surrounding surveillance, the two disappeared into an abandoned house. Back inside the Nautilus at the bottom of the sea, Noah sealed Veer away. The Nautilus then set sail towards Drum Island. Drum Island is very close to Magnet Island and is on the same route. With the permanent pointer in hand, Noah and his group reached the waters near Magnet Island in less than 3 days. Disguised, they secretly landed on Magnet Island. On this icy winter island, apart from a few small ports, there were not many people in other areas, with vast stretches of desolate ice plains. Noah's observation Haki subtly swept across Drum Island, and then the group entered a remote jungle. A young deer, expelled from its herd, was grazing on the moss hidden beneath the snowflakes. This deer had a unique blue nose. At this moment, Chopper, who had not yet eaten the human fruit, was still a naive little deer. It looked up at the suddenly appearing humans, showing a hint of curiosity and fear in its eyes, then quickly fled deeper into the jungle. However, it underestimated the fearsome nature of humans, as Ale soon jumped out of a wormhole, blocking Chopper's escape route. Noah, on the other hand, did not pay attention to the chase between Ale and Chopper. He and Weepa, Riki, and others were carefully searching through the jungle. Before long, Riki discovered the human fruit, covered in ice and snow on a fallen dead tree. Picking up this mushroom-like devil fruit, Noah tossed it casually. For humans, this fruit was merely a useless item, comparable to the previously obtained carp fruit in terms of worthlessness. However, for animals, this fruit was a chance to change their fate. Meanwhile, the little reindeer, exhausted from being toyed with by Ale, finally ran out of strength and was brought back by Ale. Seeing the fruit in Noah's hand, Ale was somewhat surprised. Big brother, is this the human fruit? Let this reindeer eat it. After all, this devil fruit is useless for humans. Taking the devil fruit, Ale looked at Chopper with some malicious intent and then revealed a sinister smile. Before Chopper could react, something was shoved into its mouth, and it felt an unprecedented wave of nausea. However, Ale tightly covered its mouth, giving it no chance to spit it out. Moments later, after being forced to consume the devil fruit, Chopper's body began to change, gradually transforming into a special humanoid reindeer. All right, Ale, stop playing around. Hand it over to Lilith. Let it live with Beepo for a while, and teach it some knowledge about human society. Okay, what a lucky little deer. Ale casually opened a wormhole and took Chopper back to the base in the Rum Kingdom. Meanwhile, Noah and the others continued to explore Drum Island. This island was not large, with a diameter of just over 70 kilometers, and the natural environment was extremely harsh, making it unsuitable for human habitation. If it weren't for the Iron Barrel Kingdom's medical and pharmaceutical industries, this island could not support a population of nearly 40,000. Amidst the snowstorm on the icy plains, Noah and his group arrived at a village. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Noah and others, the locals immediately became alert. However, When Noah took out over 100,000 berries and claimed to be a patient seeking medical help, the villagers relaxed a little. While using the pretense of seeking medical help, Noah also subtly inquired about the internal information of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Soon, he obtained some very useful information. For instance, last year, the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom expelled the eldest prince, Mushy, to the neighboring Fire Nation due to his abuse of the Devil Fruit's powers, which resulted in the release of toxic spores in the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Clearly, the mushroom fruit had already been consumed by this eldest prince, Mushy. Noah was not disappointed by this. After all, it didn't matter if the fruit was eaten. At worst, it could be transformed into an apostle, or it could be recovered once the technology to reclaim devil fruits was successful. Additionally, according to the villagers' descriptions, the second prince, Walpo, although having a nasty personality, had not been seen eating everything in sight. This indicated that Walpo had not yet consumed the Gura fruit. Currently, the Gura fruit was likely still within the territory of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, and there was a high probability it was in the palace's treasure vault. After all, the current king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom was relatively decent, and under his rule, the kingdom had accumulated considerable wealth. That mushroom fruit was something he was seeking for his son. After Alii returned, Noah secretly infiltrated the royal palace of Magnadrum Mountain during the quiet of the night. With Alii's abilities and the help of electromagnetic wave sensing, they quickly located the secret treasury within the palace. As expected, the Goma Goma Nomi was right there. The two did not touch anything else, and only took the Goma Goma Nomi. Before leaving, they carved a fake fruit out of wood and placed it in the box. As long as it wasn't eaten, the Iron Barrel Kingdom wouldn't notice anything wrong with the fruit. Of course, Noah also had no intention of letting go of the medical technology books in the royal library. For the next month or so, Noah and his group pretended to seek medical treatment while secretly collecting medical books from the Iron Barrel Kingdom, including copying all the books from the royal library. Almost all medical-related books in the Iron Barrel Kingdom were captured by the Noah family, except for the collection of the Witch Doctor. Just as Noah's group finished gathering the medical books, a small team of 5, dressed in black suits and cloaked in white, appeared not far from their temporary camp. Cuckoo, are you sure these people are collecting medical books? The tall leader asked in a low voice. The purple-haired girl beside him nodded. I saw them interacting with several renowned doctors at Magnetic Drumport, and then buying some books from those doctors. Good. Although I'm not sure if it's related to Fry Vance. These guys are sneaky and must have some unspeakable secrets. WokenUp, the world government's watchdogs, are quite sharp. What? The tall man's pupils shrank in fear. However, the next moment, he felt a terrifying pressure as Noah's conqueror's hockey instantly suppressed the 5. REI used a wormhole to punch, and in an instant, his hockey-imbued fist struck the back of the necks of the 5. REI lifted the 5 and brought them to the underground cave of the camp. He then called for Marie to interrogate the 5 CP agents separately. Although these CP agents were very tight-lipped, Marie didn't need them to speak. She only needed to preset the questions. For instance, when Marie asked which department of CP they belonged to, they could keep their mouths shut, but inside, they would inevitably think about it, and Marie could sense their thoughts to determine the information. After extracting all the intelligence from the 5 CP agents, Marie directly eliminated them and destroyed the bodies. Noah flipped through the intelligence extracted from the 5 CP6 agents. It seemed that the 5 elders still had some brains, but they were a bit outsmarted when it came to the main characters. It appeared that it was not safe to stay here for long. Sar was preparing to set sail, with the destination being the Land of Fire. Okay, big brother. After clearing all traces of their camp, Noah and the others released the Nautilus at a secluded beach on Magnadrum Island and quickly headed towards Fireland. Upon arriving at Fireland, they casually inquired and pinpointed the location of the exiled Prince Mshuru, mainly because this guy was very flamboyant and often caused trouble. Noah had no intention of talking to the other party. He directly crushed and knocked out the sealed dragon and then left without a word. Soon, Noah turned Muxaloo into a card apostle. Death, Muxaloo, mushroom fruit, along with the captive wolf from Gaia Island. Knight of the Staff, will velociraptor fruit. At this point, Noah had gathered 6 card apostles, but with the increase in card apostles, he also felt the power of the devil fruit within him approaching an awakening state. Moreover, he discovered that the major arcana deck was the core, and even if the minor arcana deck was not complete, it would not affect the awakening of the card fruit. This relieved Noah a bit. After all, the major arcana deck only had 22 cards, while the minor arcana deck had 56 cards. He had already created the devil, Pan Barton, Exchange Fruit, Emperor, Shurji, Float Fruit, Death, Muxaloo, Mushroom Fruit, and just needed to gather the remaining 19 major arcana card for the card fruit to directly enter the awakening state. Of course, this did not mean Noah would give up on the minor arcana deck. After all, the numerous minor arcana cards could quickly increase the mid-tier combat power of Noah's family. For example, the newly created Velociraptor will. Noah used the exchange fruit to give him a makeover and then send him to station at Circassus Island. The Nautilus, sailing beneath the sea, did not head to the nearby Alabasta, but crossed several shipping routes to the 6th node island, Broccoli Island, located on the 2nd route of Paradise. The reason for heading to this island was not because it held anything valuable for Noah, but to search for Moon Island, located near Broccoli Island. Moon Island, on today's maps, is a non-existent island due to a disaster that occurred 132 years ago, which led to the complete destruction of the island. From snippets collected from the winery, Noah had roughly guessed what happened. Among the islands destroyed in the pirate world, only about 10 to 20 were due to pirates and wars, with the vast majority being the work of the celestial dragons, especially for islands like Moon Island, which were destroyed by mysterious disasters. It was highly likely that they were obliterated by the celestial dragons. After all, islands destroyed by pirates or enemy countries will be directly reported by the world government, with no need for secrecy. 2 weeks later, on a clear afternoon, the Nautilus finally spotted the desolate Moon Island 196 kilometers northwest of Broccoli Island. This was an autumn island. Stepping onto Moon Island, although many ruins were covered by vegetation, the general outlines still revealed the island's former prosperity. Due to the long absence of human activity, the flora and fauna here were much like those of a primeval forest. Big brother, this place is quite nice. Art curiously surveyed the surrounding ruins. Unfortunately, the elevation was a bit too low. If the sea level were to rise by 100 meters in the future, this island would be completely submerged, unless the island could be moved to the Sky Island. But such islands were not suitable for Sky Islands. Art felt a bit regretful. The reason Moon Island could not be moved to a Sky Island was that it had numerous permanent pointers circulating in the Grand Line, especially the world government. They must have stored the permanent pointers of Moon Island. If Moon Island were transported to a Sky Island, the world government could potentially know its location based on the permanent pointers, unless Joshua's Thunder Fruit awakened and could change the island's magnetic field. Noah would not casually move islands from the Grand Line to the Sky Islands, strolling through the ruins of a town named Sleepy Ancient Town. Indeed, this was the place where the Red Count obtained the vampire fruit. The winery specifically infiltrated the library of the Alabasta Palace to search through various historical records from the past 800 years to find this place. After all, Alabasta, as a kingdom with a 4,000-year heritage, is still a powerful nation, and they must be very knowledgeable about the Grand Line, especially the Paradise segment. At least, Moon Island and Sleepy Ancient Town were not taboos. Alabasta must have very comprehensive chart data for Paradise. The winery spent nearly 4 months, even borrowing Ars Whole Fruit, to dig a concealed cave beneath the Alabasta Palace, employing hundreds of people to copy and organize all the books in the library. With the materials from the Alabasta Palace library, the Noah family's understanding of the Grand Line significantly improved. Sleepy Ancient Town was an accidental gain. Originally, the winery collected materials from the Alabasta Palace library to find a forbidden drug, the luxury water, and the secret of the fruit's rebirth in fixed areas. Everyone carefully searched every corner of Sleepy Ancient Town, especially areas that might contain hidden chambers or underground structures, which were thoroughly examined. However, after 2 days of searching the town, almost turning the entire ruins upside down, the vampire fruit still could not be found. As the sun set over Sleepy Ancient Town, under the autumn wind, numerous bats circled in the air, catching moths and mosquitoes. A wisp of smoke rose into the sky. Noah and Vepa were grilling steaks from Sea Kings. Ale and Lachi, however, were looking at the map on the table, their faces a bit troubled. On the map, various areas of the sleeping ancient town had been marked with crosses, indicating that those areas had already been searched. Let's eat first. Noah cut the steaks into several pieces and handed one to Ale and Lachi each. The two of them were enjoying the crispy yet tender steaks. Noah activated his observation hockey again, enveloping the entire Moon Island. With the assistance of electromagnetic waves, he carefully scanned the terrain of Moon Island. The entire Moon Island was not just the sleep ancient town, but had 4 towns, as well as a palace ruin resembling an altar located halfway up the mountain in the center of the island. Logically analyzing, if Moon Island was destroyed by the celestial dragons back in the day, then the treasures on the island would have surely been thoroughly plundered by the celestial dragons and the world government. The vampire fruit could only have been preserved if it was hidden in a very concealed location, thus becoming a fish that slipped through the net. Their current search of the Sleep ancient town was actually influenced by Noah's past life memories. However, in those past life memories, it only mentioned that the Red Count found the vampire fruit in the Sleep ancient town, but did not introduce any of the details. As if Robin needed to interpret the ancient text to unlock the location of the hidden vampire fruit. After all, the suburbs of Sleep ancient town could also be considered part of it, and the palace ruins halfway up the mountain, less than 2 kilometers from Sleep ancient town, could also count. However, Noah did not plan to continue searching in this way. The next day, early in the morning, Noah borrowed the power of the float fruit. With his palm touching the ground, the entire Moon Island floated several meters in an instant. He then began to violently tear apart the ground, stripping away all places where underground ruins might exist. In less than 2 hours, a hidden ruin within a nearby mountain was uprooted and revealed to everyone. As the outer rock shell of this ruin was torn open, treasures inside were exposed. However, Noah and the others didn't pay much attention to the treasures worth only a few tens of millions of berries. But a huge obsidian coffin caught Noah's eye. He ripped off the lid of the coffin, revealing a body dressed in luxurious clothing, with its hands cradling a small box. Opening the box, a dark red fruit was revealed. Is this the vampire fruit? Ari looked curiously at this mythical zoan-type fruit. Noah picked up the parchment book that was beside the corpse's head, opened it, and casually glanced through it, only to find it filled with ancient characters he did not understand, quickly losing interest. As for the vampire fruit, Noah planned to give it to Vic. After all, among the core members of the family, Vic had not consumed a fruit yet. However, at that moment, Vic, relying solely on his physical skills in hockey, was already able to compete with the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Of course, Noah was well aware of Vic's potential, even with an endless supply of life force. Vic could at most reach the level of a Vice Admiral. Therefore, consuming the vampire fruit was the quickest way for Vic to break through to the Admiral level. After putting away the vampire fruit and the treasures, the group did not linger on Moon Island for too long and set sail again. This time, Noah planned to head to the West Sea. Considering safety issues, he did not intend to go directly through the upside-down mountain canal to the West Sea, but rather planned to detour through the South Sea and then cross over to the West Sea from the Red Earth continent on that side. In fact, it was also possible to reach the West Sea from Angel Island, as long as one followed the Western Sky route to the last stop at the Western Sky summit, and then descended from the summit to the sea surface, reaching the central part of the West Sea. However, Noah did not choose this route, as traveling through the South Sea was also one of his objectives. After leaving Moon Island, the Nautilus did not sail continuously underwater, but instead surfaced periodically for a while. During this time, Noah and the others experienced the bizarre weather of the Grand Line. One moment it was sunny and calm. The next it was a storm with fierce winds and heavy rain, which was bearable. However, the sudden emergence of tornadoes, hail, and massive waves was truly life-threatening. Ships capable of sailing the Grand Line either had skilled navigators or powerful experts. Noah and his crew dared to race through the Grand Line without Lilith's company, relying on their strength. This is the boldness that comes with skill. After bypassing Saint Island, where Alabasta is located, they entered the area of the 5th Route of Paradise. Just then, Noah, who was reading a newspaper on the deck, suddenly frowned. REI, prepare to dive. Although REI was unsure of Noah's intentions, he quickly took Lockheed and began to maneuver the Nautilus to dive. Half an hour later, a huge sailing ship appeared in the nearby waters. Jesus, didn't you say there was a ship nearby? The instant noodle-headed man, standing on the mast, looked bewildered. What do we do now? Lockheed was somewhat anxious. As the first mate, Ben Beckman immediately made a decision, abandoned the plan to go to Magnet Island and return to the Twin Gorges immediately. No problem, but the captain's illness. Ben Beckman was also feeling helpless. We can't take the risk to go to Magnet Island. Originally, they planned to borrow a pointer to Magnet Island from the nearby ship, but they didn't expect that ship to disappear. Facing the strange weather of the Grand Line, even on the route, Beckman couldn't guarantee that they would encounter another ship in the coming days. Nor could he ensure that the other ship would have a pointer to Magnet Island. Now, Shank's illness could last at most about 10 days. If they exert all their effort, they could indeed return to the Twin Gorges within 10 days. This time, they were careless. They initially thought their opponent was a small fry, but didn't realize that the ship's doctor was a user of the disease fruit. Before dying, he released a concealed virus, infecting Shanks and the other 3 crew members who now fell into a coma. Just after the red-haired pirates left, the Nautilus slowly surfaced on the nearby sea. Red-haired Shanks? Poisoned? Although Noah was at the bottom of the sea, his observation hockey enhanced by the electromagnetic field, allowed him to hear Beckman and the others' conversation. Of course, Noah had indeed considered taking action against them just now. However, after sensing Beckman and the others' presence, he abandoned that thought. Although the red-haired pirates only reached the peak of the Sea Emperor around 1514, their current strength was already extraordinary. Moreover, the red-haired pirates were known as the Iron Wall Pirates, with crew members who were almost all masters in physical arts, marksmanship, and swordsmanship, making their strength relatively balanced. At this moment, Beckman was at a quasi-vice admiral level, and with other crew members equivalent to naval rear admirals or vice admirals. Noah, even if he exerted all his effort and called upon other members of his family for support, could not be 100% sure of annihilating them here. Furthermore, he did not know how severe Shank's illness was. If he couldn't guarantee the complete destruction of the enemy, Noah wouldn't act lightly, as it would not only expose his intentions, but also raise the enemy's vigilance, eliminating the element of surprise for any future attacks. 3 days had passed since the unexpected encounter with the red-haired pirates. At this point, the Nautilus had crossed 3 routes and arrived near the doldrums. Suddenly, Noah's hand holding the pen stopped. Vepa, surface, adjust course, head northeast. Yes, Lord Noah. Soon, the Nautilus surfaced and then turned its bow, quickly heading northeast. Noah instructed REI, prepare for battle. Okay. Over an hour later, the Nautilus appeared near a cluster of islands. Noah stood on the deck, looking at the surrounding islands with a hint of surprise on his face. It truly was effortless to find them, as he didn't expect to see more than a dozen of the Baron of Stomach growing here. Big brother Noah, there are creatures approaching from the sea, Alei warned vigilantly. Just a little fishman. In an instant, Noah's hands touched the surface of the sea, causing the water around him to rise. The seawater enveloped a fishman, who was wearing sunglasses and holding a meteor hammer, already covered in hockey, swimming quickly towards the Nautilus. Meanwhile, not far away, inside one of the islands, a gnome old man wearing a Viking horned hat monitored the situation through a phone bug outside and saw the suddenly floating mass of seawater. His expression changed drastically. Is this the float fruit of the Golden Lion? But that person doesn't look like the Golden Lion. Is that Ben Jack, the vice captain of the Ward Pirates? Who? Ben Jack's expression changed, but his strength was too weak. Alei, who jumped out of the wormhole, instantly knocked him out with a single punch. With Ben Jack, the brain, subdued, the other 2 members on the Giracidio were unaware of the situation outside. The fishman Sebastian, who was fighting Noah, although he had very strong physical skills and mastered the fishman karate and fishman jiu-jitsu, unfortunately, he encountered Noah. Just as Sebastian burst out of the mass of seawater, he directly encountered a large area of iron sand and was wrapped up like a fishman rice dumpling. Even though he desperately used fishman karate and hockey, he couldn't withstand the all-pervasive iron sand. The float fruit was equally ruthless in dealing with weak opponents, comparable to the natural type in this regard, as long as one's strength did not reach the level of a Navy elite rear admiral. Encountering Noah basically meant a dead end. The strength of this fishman was roughly at the level of an ordinary rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Especially after being blinded and with accumulated dark injuries over time, his strength could only be barely comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Noah did not directly eliminate his opponent, but instead prepared to interrogate them about the training methods for fishman karate and jiu-jitsu. Meanwhile, Law and Joshua, who were temporarily summoned by Noah, found their opponents aboard the Gloricidia. Law faced the Ward pirate ship doctor, Nathan, while Joshua confronted the Ward pirates fighter, Garum. In the ship's medical room, Nathan, who had briefly restored her youthful state through medication, looked at the young man in front of her with a very grim expression. Surgery fruit. Your luck is truly enviable, kid, but I'm not interested in playing games with you. Chinese medicine boxing. Aconitum heart piercing. You've already failed. Law sheathed his katana. What? Nathan, furious and embarrassed, suddenly found herself speechless. Ugh. Nathan began to convulse, kneeling on the ground and dry heaving. An invisible ultrasound resonated with the medication in Nathan's body at a special frequency, causing the accumulated toxins and hidden injuries within her to erupt all at once. Even her hockey could not suppress this backlash. This was a special development direction of laws regarding the surgery fruit under Noah's guidance. No matter how powerful a creature is, there are always weaknesses, hidden injuries, toxins, and disharmonies in their body. Unless one is not a carbon-based life form, these weaknesses are hard to avoid. Tell me your medical skills and the formula for the rejuvenating medicine, and I can give you a quick end. Having been torn apart by the surgery fruit, Nathan revealed a bitter smile. Is this the trend of the times? We truly are not suited to continue sailing. Disheartened, Nathan divulged her medical skills and the formula for the rejuvenating medicine to Law. Hidden nearby, Mary emerged from her concealed state and nodded to Law. She didn't lie. Nathan was very surprised to discover there was another person hiding nearby. Law showed no mercy, crushing her heart and giving Nathan a quick end. As a pirate, one must be prepared for death. He would show no mercy to any pirate. On the other side, Joshua and Garam were engaged in a very intense battle. Garam had developed his cube fruit quite well. However, the power of the thunder fruit almost completely overwhelmed the cube fruit. Amidst the ruins of piled-up cubes, Garam, panting heavily, stared at the young man before him. The thunder fruit truly deserves its reputation as one of the strongest Logia types. The waves of this era. You should exit the stage. Joshua wasted no words. Wireless transmission, 1 million volts. Unbeknownst to him, a part of Garam's body had already been magnetized by Joshua, and he suddenly felt a massive electric current coursing through him. Zzz. Garam's body was enveloped in electric snakes and smoke, and then he collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Capture complete. On the Nautilus, Noah, monitoring the situation aboard the Gloricidia and its surroundings, knew that everyone had dealt with their opponents before instructing Weepa to dock the Nautilus. The Gloricidia was enormous, with a radius of about 500 to 600 meters, and its surface was covered with a large number of trees for concealment. It was an island ship, somewhat similar to Gecko Moria's thriller bark. Soon, the Noah family took over the Gloricidia and renamed it World. Benjak and the giant fishman Sebastian were handed over to Mary for interrogation, while Garam, the cube fruit user, was turned into a card apostle. Justice, Garam, cube fruit. The reason the cube fruit aligns with the Justice card in the Major Arcana is that the cube symbolizes a geometric body of rules, fitting the orderly nature of the Justice card. After dealing with the remnants of the Ward Pirates, Noah then shifted his attention to the Baron of Stomach nearby in the sea. The so-called Baron of Stomach, also known as Stomach Baron, is a massive carnivorous plant resembling a small island. The most famous group of Barons of Stomach belongs to the Soundwave Islands. However, this does not mean that Barons of Stomach only grow in the Soundwave Islands. In fact, they're distributed across many sea areas of the Grand Line. The Baron of Stomach before them was clearly not from the Soundwave Islands, as there was no one named Hercules here. The Ward Pirates came here to collect ingredients from the Baron of Stomach. The World Island ship was sealed in a card. Noah and Ale took the others aboard one of the Gastronomus. On the Petal Island of the Gastronomus, there were enticing ingredients everywhere, along with animals drawn to them. Particularly, the amphibious sea beasts were exceptionally plump from feasting. This Petal Island, derived from a Gastronomus, had a unique charm. El casually broke off a piece of plant meat coated in nectar and stuffed it into his mouth. This tastes amazing. Lillian, who discovered the Gastronomus, was taking notes in a small notebook about the various ingredients around her. The Petal Island of the Gastronomus had fertile leaves in areas other than the central feeding area, which were similar to soil. These leaves not only harbored the nectar flowers and plant meat produced by the Gastronomus, but also delicious fruits and a plethora of symbiotic plants and fungi. Lillian didn't pay much attention to the beasts that had become fat from overeating, but the symbiotic plants and fungi of the Gastronomus were indeed very tasty ingredients. Looking at the array of ingredients before her, Lillian could hardly suppress her drooling. Noah, can we build a base here? Here? Noah pondered for a moment. Setting up a secret base here wasn't impossible. However, it certainly couldn't be directly on the Gastronomus or on the nearby sea surface for a very simple reason. The Gastronomus would release pheromones that attracted animals. Not only animals, but even humans could sometimes be difficult to avoid. If the base were set up nearby on the sea surface, it would eventually be discovered by passing ships, and the Noah family couldn't crazily kill everyone who passed by. Therefore, a base could be established, but could only be in the sky. Lillian, when you go back, contact Monet and have her send someone to create a small cumulus cloud over the sea area using cloud-making technology, then inform me to come over. I will set up a small floating island on the cumulus cloud. Lillian nodded happily. Thank you, Noah. You can come over to study cooking, but you must not expose it carelessly. Understand? I will keep it a secret. Lillian quickly nodded. Just then, a call came in from Vipa, who was out exploring other Gastronomus along with Mantis and others. Before long, Ale brought Raki over from one of the Gastronomus's Petal Islands. Raki was holding a dark purple fruit covered in vine patterns. Noah glanced at the fruit and immediately recognized its type. Huh? It's actually a disease fruit. Disease fruit? Law, not far away, looked at the fruit with some surprise. Noah didn't expect that the disease fruit user, who was just taken down by red-haired Shanks a few days ago, would have their fruit reborn here. This disease fruit is originally the fruit of the character known as Poison Q from the Blackbeard Pirates in the original timeline. However, This isn't much of a problem, as Poison Q is only 14 years old at this time, and he likely didn't eat the disease fruit until later. If Noah and his group hadn't found this fruit, it would probably have been swallowed whole by that barren stomach. Then that barren stomach would be affected by the devil fruit, eventually dying from disease in the sea. This isn't due to any side effects of the disease fruit itself, but rather because the sea would weaken the user. Once the barren of stomach becomes weakened, it wouldn't be able to consume the animals attracted to it, leading to its flower petal island being eaten clean by those animals, resulting in nutrient deficiency, and ultimately, it would wither away. This is also the fate of most marine creatures that consume devil fruits. Noah looked at the sick fruit in his hand, knowing that it was most suitable for a doctor to eat. REI, you go to Sakasasai Island and bring Andy over. REI nodded. Noah, should this fruit be given to my father? Noah tossed the disease fruit. This fruit is most suitable for doctors. You already have the surgical fruit, and now only your parents are left in the family who are most suitable for it. That's true. After a while, Aliai's wormhole opened again. Aliai appeared in front of everyone with Andy. Confused, Andy quickly asked, Lord Noah, is there anything you need my help with? This fruit is for you. It's the paramecia-type disease fruit. Seeing the fruit Noah tossed over, Andy looked somewhat incredulous. Lord Noah, isn't this too precious? The devil fruit is meant to be eaten, and within the family, you and your spouse are the most suitable for this fruit. Don't refuse it. The devil fruit can only unleash its potential in the hands of those who can use it. I hope you won't let down my expectations. Andy excitedly nodded. Thank you for your trust, Lord Noah. I will definitely work hard to contribute to the family. Hurry up and eat it. Without hesitation, Andy took the fruit and took a bite. Luo looked at the painful expression on his father's face and showed a hint of schadenfreude. Dad, you have to eat it all. I did the same before. Not wanting to be outdone by his son, Andy silently continued to eat. Noah shook his head and took out a bottle of pear juice that Andy liked, handing it over. Rinse your mouth. Thank you, Lord Noah. Andy quickly took it and drank the whole bottle of pear juice in one go. Andy, how is the research on the luxurious water formula we obtained from Alabasta going? Upon hearing this question, Andy immediately became serious. Lord Noah, we have researched the formula for luxurious water, and combined with the medical books we obtained from the Iron Barrel Kingdom, we have currently developed 3 derivative products. Noah said with great interest, tell me more. The first type is based on the essence of the sea, with the addition of the component of life's blood, which greatly suppresses side effects and allows a person to instantly unleash the strength of a Navy headquarters colonel for about an hour. The side effect is extreme fatigue and weakness after 1 hour, and I have named it Blood of the Sea. The second type is based on the Blood of the Sea, with the addition of IQ grass, allowing a person to instantly unleash the strength of a Navy headquarters rear admiral for about half an hour. The side effect is a loss of rationality, and after the effect wears off, there will be a depletion of vitality and even organ failure. I have named it Blood of Madness. The third type abandons the previous concepts of Blood of the Sea and Blood of Madness, combining the characteristics of IQ grass and life's blood, allowing for a slow release in the body over a month. It enables a person to engage in high-intensity training during the effect period, thus quickly and safely enhancing their strength. It has varying degrees of enhancement effects for those with physical strength below that of a Navy Vice Admiral, and I have named it Source Blood. Noah is very satisfied with these 3 achievements. Indeed, the blood of the noble and the blood of the source can be used by some members, and he hopes you can continue to work hard. It is an honor for us to gain Lord Noah's approval. Andy is very happy. The 2 talked for over an hour, and after Noah provided some guidance on Andy's development direction for the disease fruit, he had Ale take Andy and Luo back to Sakasi's island. Meanwhile, Lillian returned to the Kingdom of Ram to prepare for Monet to set up the Imperial Cloud over the territory of the Baron of Stomach. Noah and his companions left the Baron of the Stomach and, using the powers of the float fruit to control the Nautilus, prepared to cross the doldrums into the South Sea. It was June 22nd, 1506 in the sea circle calendar. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Nautilus was almost undetectable. They had already arrived in the northern part of the South Sea. As the temporary navigator, Lachi carefully reviewed the nautical charts of the South Sea. Meanwhile, are occasionally opened wormholes to send documents that needed Noah's review and decisions from various departments and control zones of the Kingdom of Dawn. Currently, the control zones of the Kingdom of Dawn included the Governor's Office of King Huayu Port in the Kingdom of Rum, total population of 240,000. The Governor's Office of Lion Island in the Sky Island, total population of 12,000. And the Governor's Office of Ant Nest on Zakasi's Island in the East Sea, total population of 11,000. There are also the Sea Swallow Island listening station in the North Sea, the Tidal Sea Base in the East Sea, and the Coral Sea Base in the North Sea. Among these, the population of Zakasi's island was nearing its limit, primarily consisting of the former residents of Fravanth who had been gradually healed by Luo. The population capacity of the Sky Island was around 30,000, currently housing over 3,000 former residents of Angel Island, over 2,000 winged people, over 1,000 Sky Islanders from Baikar Island, and more than 4,000 drawn from the Fravanth survivors, totaling the current population of 11,000. To expand the population capacity of the Sky Island, more islands needed to be transported there. However, the amount of cumulonimbus clouds near Angel Island was limited, capable of supporting only a dozen small islands at most. The weight-bearing capacity of the cumulonimbus clouds was not infinite, and their natural growth required specific conditions, namely the presence of sea floor stone components. The formation of large cumulonimbus layers near Angel Island was due to volcanic eruptions in the sea below. This meant that the sea floor stone components were brought to the surface by magma. Relying solely on natural volcanic eruptions to bring sea floor stone components into the sky to form cumulonimbus clouds would inevitably be a long-term process. Noah has already realized this issue. For example, the planned cumulus clouds to be built over the Sea of Gluttony, the area previously identified as the location of the Baron of Stomach, can only be cut from the cumulus clouds near Angel Island or Bike Island. This approach is akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. As for the composition of the sea prison stone, Noah already has an idea. Returning to the kingdom of Rum, Lillian, having not rested for 2 days, was sent by Noah to Black Rock Island, where a submarine volcano had previously erupted. Black Rock Island remains the same, with dark red lava continuously flowing from the volcanic crater. After more than a year of preparation, Lillian has completed the temperature limit simulation of the compound, and her flame combustion temperature has now reached 4,990 degrees Celsius. However, this time she is not there to test temperature limits, but to complete the task assigned by Noah. Lillian's arm transformed into the form of simulated liquid combustible material, flame-killing black dragon wave, infused with armed color. Her liquid combustible material arm shot up into the sky and then crashed into the volcanic crater. Boom! This technique, which consumed almost a third of Lillian's stamina, instantly penetrated the lava at the volcanic crater, reaching a depth of over 1,000 meters underground. The underground fire is boiling. A few minutes later, the energy of the underground magma chamber was activated, and the volcano erupted directly. Flame-killing steam dragon wave. Lillian manipulated the high-temperature steam from the surrounding sea with both hands, instantly pouring it into the volcanic crater. The collision was like a needle against a wheat awn, causing the steam to erupt continuously into the sky along with volcanic ash. This artificially induced volcanic eruption lasted for more than 3 hours. During this time, the high-temperature steam and volcanic ash that erupted into the sky nearly blackened the sky for dozens of kilometers around. Ari brought Noah over to seal part of the volcanic ash cloud and take it back to the cloud processing workshop on Sky Island for testing to see if this volcanic ash cloud could be used as a raw material for cumulus clouds. The experiment was very successful. These volcanic ash clouds indeed contained sea prison stone components, and with a little processing, they could be used to create cumulus clouds. The success of this experiment provided the Noah family with raw materials for large-scale production of cumulus clouds, laying the foundation for the gradual expansion of Sky Island in the future. Of course, this experiment also confirmed that the composition of the sea prison stone comes from underground magma. Noah, based on the results of this experiment, has instructed a GIS Department of Science and Education to establish a laboratory for the synthesis of sea stone, attempting to create large blocks of sea stone from volcanic ash. Currently, the large blocks of sea stone circulating in the ocean all come from Wano country, which are almost monopolized by Kaido and the world government. In a short period, the Noah family cannot conquer Wano country. Even if they manage to secretly scheme against Kaido and take Wano through strategy, it will be difficult to withstand the covetousness of the world government. Therefore, to obtain affordable and high-quality sea stone products, synthesizing large blocks of sea stone artificially is a very worthwhile path to explore at this moment. In Noah's view, the reason Wano country has large deposits of sea stone is fundamentally due to the special underground magma chamber, which forms mineral veins similar to basalt underground. This means that the components of sea stone in the magma can be compressed into crystals under high-pressure seal conditions. As for why no scientists have discovered this situation over the years, the reasons are actually complex. On one hand, Wano country, as the core mining area of sea stone, has been closed off, making it difficult for outsiders to investigate the geological formation of sea stone. On the other hand, there has been a disruption in civilization in this world, leading to the loss of much technology and a very scarce number of scientists. Moreover, the world government intentionally controls scientific technology, so those engaged in scientific research have either been recruited, eliminated, or simply impelled down, with only a few lucky ones operating secretly outside. This includes Vegapunk, who claims to be the smartest in the world. In Noah's eyes, he is merely a humanoid hard drive storing ancient technology. The synthesis idea of sea stone crystals can be deduced by anyone familiar with the pirate world, combined with some scientific research methodologies. Since the sea contains sea stone components and the sky islands have sea stone components, it indicates that sea stone components are widely distributed, based on the continuous surging ocean currents around Gaia Island, along with the characteristics of Wayno's volcanic islands. It can be inferred that the sea stone components are brought to the surface by volcanic eruptions. Since they are all sea stone components, why not use the dispersed volcanic ash containing sea stone to synthesize large blocks of sea stone crystals? The people in the pirate world cannot think of this, as they are caught in their own perspective. While Noah is different, he has observed the development of the pirate world storyline for a period of time as a traveler. Many things, in fact, only require one to calm down and think carefully to uncover the mysteries within. After Noah arranged these matters, the Nautilus had arrived near the first inhabited island in the South China Sea. Disguised, the group secretly boarded the port of this small island, preparing to gather information about any noteworthy events in the South China Sea. In the original timeline, the South China Sea's storyline was largely blank, with only two places being relatively famous. One was the island where the son of the Pirate King was born. The other was the hometown of the world's biggest fool in the pirate world, Bartholomew Kuma, the Kingdom of Sorbet. Other islands had little to no information. This piqued Noah's interest, prompting him to explore the South China Sea. At the bar in the port of Whitewood Island, Noah and his group were gathering the information they needed in the Wind Chimes bar. Noah was looking at the newspaper while Ari was chatting with the bartender. After flipping through this month's South Sea Weekly, he looked up at the wall next to the bar's liquor cabinet, where a wanted poster was displayed featuring some of the more notorious pirates of the South Sea. Noah's gaze swept over the row of bounty notices. He didn't find many familiar faces. The later supernovas like Kid and Killer were still just kids at this time. However, there was one unexpected person among these bounty notices: Katarina Devon, captain of the Crescent Moon Pirates, beauty head collector, Crescent Moon Hunter, user of the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit, and later the 6th ship captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Despite her appearance resembling that of an older woman, she was only 34 years old when she just joined the Blackbeard Pirates, and now she was merely 20. Noah was surprised to find out that she was actually born in the South Sea. According to the description on the bounty notice, Katarina Devon had already consumed the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit and had recently hunted several young girls from allied countries. Suddenly, the bar door slowly swung open. "A cup of Earl Grey tea and a plate of cookies, please." "Huh, it's him? Interesting." Noah's lips curled slightly. The newcomer was wearing a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt and a pair of blue and white striped glasses. Although the bartender wanted to comment on the fact that someone came to a bar for tea, he thought about all the strange people at sea. As a bartender, one should have self-awareness. Otherwise, it could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. He quickly brewed the tea for the customer. The person sitting not far from Noah casually picked up a newspaper and the bounty notices from the counter. After a while, the bartender quietly placed the teapot, teacup, and a plate of cookies on the left side of that person. "Are you a bounty hunter?" Noah asked with interest. The person put down the newspaper and took a sip of the tea. "A fellow traveler?" "No, I'm just an ordinary merchant. I plan to head to the Black Sea Kingdom in the next few days. If you're willing to take on an escort mission, I'm willing to pay 500,000 berries as a reward." "The Black Sea Kingdom?" The person frowned, clearly aware of the recent situation in the waters near the Black Sea Kingdom. However, the price of 500,000 berries for a single escort mission was already quite good. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Okay, I accept this mission. I'm bounty hunter Galdino." Noah smiled and raised his teacup. "I am Noah, the president of the Noah Trading Company. Mr. Galatino, I look forward to your guidance in the coming half-month." The two respectfully raised their teacups in a toast. 2 hours later, a commercial transport ship, stored within a card and filled with rum, appeared in the port of Whitewood Island. Noah, along with Ale and Chloe, who was disguised and here for an internship, boarded the commercial transport ship named Wankai. As for Weepa, Lachi, and Mantis, their Sky Islander characteristics were too obvious. After entering the South Sea, Noah planned to conduct normal surface navigation and send them back to the Sky Island. "Chloe, are you still getting used to it?" President, I'm doing very well, Chloe nodded. After more than a year of transformation, Chloe had not only become physically stronger, but had also undergone significant changes in his mindset. Chloe's skill subject in the training camp was navigation and strategic planning, so he served as a temporary navigator on the ship. Il was the first mate. After Galatino boarded, he had been lying on a deck chair on the deck, sunbathing, and had not noticed the strength of these commercial company members on the ship. This was mainly due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Even after consuming the wax fruit, Galatino's rough martial arts skills were still difficult to compare with the trainees from the training camp. In the Noah family training camp, the graduation requirement was to master the 6 styles and awaken a type of hockey. At this moment, the dozen or so temporary crew members on the ship were all elite family members who had mastered 2-color hockey and were proficient in the 6 styles. Noah was flipping through various intelligence collected by the distillery in the South China Sea in the captain's cabin, which included information about Galatino from the Bounty Hunter Group and Catherine Demi from the Pirate Group in the South China Sea. Big Brother, the distillery's tequila, just sent news that the Crescent Moon pirate crew has appeared on Fully Island. After hunting several young girls locally, they looted supplies, and Tequila has hidden his life paper among those supplies. After saying this, Ale took out a glass bottle containing the life paper, and it was seen that the life paper inside the bottle was pointing in a certain direction. Noah put down the documents in his hand. Let's move in this direction. Yes. A week later, in a calm sea, the Wonkai ship was still moving at full speed. However, at that moment, Galdiano was on pins and needles. Although Noah had not made a direct confrontation in these days, he still indirectly let Galdiano accidentally see many books. After browsing through the 5 volumes on dragon slaying, the analysis reports of various countries in the East China Sea, the incident in the Kingdom of Fravanus, and books on human hunting and nation extermination, Galdiano was in a bad state. Now, Galdiano just wanted to quickly complete the escort mission and then leave Noah and the others, so as not to be affected. After all, he wasn't a fool and knew that such matters were not something he could participate in. Just as Galdiano was lost in thought, Claw shouted to Noah on the deck, "President, there's a small island to the southeast. Should we dock and take a break? Maybe replenish some fresh water?" Noah's mouth curled up, sure, because they had reached their destination. At this moment, the life paper inside the glass bottle in the captain's cabin was pointing towards the deserted island. Meanwhile, in a concealed bay on the other side of the island, a large sailing ship was anchored, and at the campsite on the shore, several pirates were roasting meat. Inside the largest tent, several white, wriggling flesh worms were entangled, and indescribable sounds echoed throughout the camp. The big sister is really impressive. Those 3 boys don't know if they can handle it. Hee, you should worry about yourselves. A few stronger pirates suddenly changed their expressions, as if recalling some nightmarish experiences. Just then, a pirate on guard at the top of the island rushed into the camp. Panting, "Captain Sean, there's a merchant ship approaching from the other side of the island, and it seems they want to land." The first mate, Sean, a thin man with glasses, stood up to report this to Catherine's tent upon hearing the news. Outside the tent, Sean shouted, "Sister Butterfly, there's a merchant ship landing on the other side of the island. You need to handle it quickly." TCH, what a buzzkill. Catherine Butterfly's dissatisfied voice came from inside. However, despite her dissatisfaction, she quickly got dressed and came out of the tent with her weapon. "Has the ship landed yet? It should be about time." When the little monkey came to report earlier, it was roughly a kilometer from the coast. Sean hurriedly explained. After lighting a woman's cigarette, Catherine Butterfly sneered. "I was just getting interested, and these guys come at the right time. Later, I'll personally chop off their 5 limbs." Sean quickly agreed. Once the sister makes her move, they're doomed. But to prevent them from escaping, why don't we split into 2 groups? Not bad. San, you've learned to use tactics. You truly deserve to be my first mate. On the other side of the unnamed deserted island, the Wonkai ship was anchored near the mouth of a small river, with several crew members pretending to fetch water. On the deck, Noah sat on the side of Galdino, picking up a cup of black tea. "Mr. Galdino, many people are flocking to Roger's great treasure. Why didn't you set sail to join them?" I don't have that ambition." Galdino awkwardly waved his hand dismissively. Noah shook his head with a smile. "I see, nowadays on this vast sea, there are fewer and fewer people like Mr. Galatino who have self-awareness." Galatino did not respond, but took a sip of his red tea. Suddenly, a large sailing ship flying a skull flag appeared on the surface of the outer sea. The lookout on the mast shouted, "A pirate ship is approaching." Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the jungle on the island. Galatino's expression changed, and he immediately created a large amount of wax liquid, Candlewall, Crow also adjusted his glasses. Everyone counterattack freely. Received. Boom. Boom. The two cannons on the Fortune ship fired in succession, bombarding the approaching pirate ship from the outer sea. Galatino's cannon wall provided a layer of defense for the Fortune ship, blocking a considerable number of cannonballs and bullets. At that moment, a strong wind rushed out from the forest. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter the famous wax statue hunter Galatino. Galatino, armed and on guard on the deck, saw the woman appearing on the beach, and his expression turned ugly. In a grim voice, he said, President Noah, the opponent is Captain Catherine Demi of the Crescent Moon pirate crew. Her strength is formidable. I may not be able to protect you later, so you need to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Galatino's hands transformed into rotating machine guns. Candle gatling. Bang, bang, bang. Countless candle bullets swept towards Catherine Demi and the pirates behind her. Catherine Demi's body instantly swelled up significantly as she entered her beastman form, with 9 foxtails waving, her hands and feet turning into fox claws, and fox ears sprouting from her head. Let me see the power of the wax fruit. Of course, Galatino wouldn't foolishly rush in to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a Zoan-type user. He immediately created a dozen candle soldiers, using them as cover while he took shots from behind. The two sides were fiercely battling it out on the beach. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rapidly approaching Crescent Moon pirate ship was still unaware that danger was imminent. Noah drank red tea throughout the entire process, showing no intention of intervening. Even REI seemed disinterested. When the two ships were less than 100 meters apart, Kuro took off his black suit and stepped onto the deck of the Crescent Moon ship with a moonwalk. The vice captain of the Crescent Moon pirates, Sean, didn't react in time, and Kuro's 10 blades claw had already slit his throat. Splurt. Blood gushed onto the deck, and Sean collapsed, convulsing without even a scream. Ugh. Truly weak. Worthless trash. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 more pirates were killed by throat slits. Terror instantly enveloped the hearts of all the pirates. Some of the more timid pirates were already trembling in fear. Shoot. Everyone shoulder to shoulder. Kill. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. Kuro didn't even use haki and slaughtered all the pirates on the Crescent Moon ship. At that moment, Catherine Butterfly, who was fighting Galatino, did not notice the carnage on the Crescent Moon ship because her opponent, Galatino, favored the old 6 tactics, and they were evenly matched. Kuro, who had not gotten a drop of blood on him, returned to the deck of the Prosperity ship. Sir, should I continue to take action? Noah shook his head. Wait. If Galatino fails, you take action. Understood. Crow stepped aside, wiping the 10 blades claws with a towel. However, his eyes were focused on the battle on the beach. Meanwhile, the other pirates on the beach were also gradually cleared out by the temporary crew members. At this moment, Catherine Butterfly finally reacted. She realized that not only her subordinates on the beach had been killed, but even the Crescent Moon was silent, which gave her a bad premonition. Similarly, Galatino also noticed the changes around him. Have all the other pirates been killed? Something's wrong. Very wrong. Galatino and Catherine Butterfly stopped simultaneously, then cautiously observed their surroundings. To their shock, they found that the surrounding pirates had been killed very cleanly, almost with a single blow, coupled with the spotless Noah and Crow on the Wonkai. This made them highly alert to Noah and his group. Seeing the two stop, Crow knew he could no longer just watch. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Catherine Butterfly. Upon seeing this, Catherine Butterfly couldn't help but recall a naval colonel she had encountered before, who also had a similar sudden appearance technique. What a waste of a mythical Zoan fruit. Crow's claws turned pitch black in an instant. Silent killing technique. Not good. Catherine Butterfly's beast instinct reacted instantly, her hair standing on end like a frightened animal. Her abdomen was suddenly torn open with 5 wounds, blood gushing out. And she didn't even have time to feel the pain before it reached her brain. Throat, heart, femoral artery, kidney, spine. The silent claw attacks avoided all vital points. However, at this moment, Catherine Butterfly was covered in wounds, and the continuous blood loss made her body grow weaker. If she weren't a mythical Zoan user, she would have been dead long ago. Not far away, Galatino felt a chilling cold wash over him. He had not expected that this seemingly refined navigator on the ship would possess such terrifying strength. Suddenly, Noah raised his eyebrows, and then a hidden electromagnetic wave erupted from his body. 11 kilometers away on the sea, a newsbird was flying toward them. In the next moment, an invisible current emerged from a newsbird. Then, the bird began to smoke and fell into the sea from midair. Back to the deserted island. Catherine Butterfly had already fallen to the ground, her whole body stained red with blood. Noah casually threw out a card, sealing the opponent. At this moment, in the mountains and forests, The members who had previously pretended to fetch water appeared on the beach with 5 lifeless-looking boys. Clearly, they had come from the other side of the past island, clearing out the remaining pirates in the pirate camp, and these 5 boys were rescued in the process. Noah was very clear that, having suffered repeated torment from Catherine Butterfly, these young people had been greatly harmed both physically and mentally, and could only be temporarily sent to a training camp for psychological counseling. However, at this moment on the beach, there was another person to deal with. Noah looked at Galdino, revealing a big white smile, and asked with a half-smile, "Mr. Galdino, after reading those books, what insights do you have?" "What?" Galdino was taken aback at first, then quickly realized, "Are you doing this on purpose? What do you think?" Noah retorted. At that moment, Galdino felt a deep sense of frustration. He knew he had likely boarded a pirate ship, and not just any pirate ship. Bitterly, he asked, "What do you want?" "I just sincerely want to invite Mr. Galdino to join our big family and help create a brand new world. What do you think?" I don't think so." Although he wanted to respond this way, Galdino knew he had no room to refuse. Especially after seeing Chloe, who was eager to jump in, Galdino decisively gave in. "All right. I'll join. The journey of the Wonkai ship continued. Although Galdino agreed to join, Noah did not immediately let him join the training camp, mainly because he was a bit older, already 21 this year. Therefore, Noah temporarily arranged for Galdino to stay on the ship. This time, their destination was the famous Longhand tribe kingdom of the South Sea, the Baishan Kingdom. The culture of the Baishan Kingdom is quite unique, similar to the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea. The later captain of the broadcasting pirate group, Skillickman AP, was from the Longhand tribe born in the South Sea Baishan Kingdom. Noah and his companions aim to find a yet-to-be-consumed sound fruit, which is actually correctly named the instrument fruit. In the PirateWorld storyline, there have been 3 fruits related to music: the sound wave fruit, the song fruit, and the sound fruit. Based on the later development of Apu's abilities, the concept of the sound fruit is that of a superhuman instrument. Yuda's song fruit leans more towards the concept of song melody superpowers. The sound wave fruit, consumed by Anthony, leans towards the physical essence of sound vibrations as a superpower. The 3 have certain distinctions, but also some overlaps. Regarding the sound fruit, Noah discovered through tarot divination that it is located within the territory of the White Mountain Kingdom. During their voyage at full speed towards the White Mountain Kingdom, Galdino can only grit his teeth and accept Noah's comprehensive teachings. In addition to cultural lessons, there are also hockey lessons, martial arts lessons, and ability development lessons. Noah watched as Galdino created wax soldiers and various wax weapons, calmly reminding him, "Your development in candle shaping is already quite good. However, you still haven't fully understood the conceptual essence of the wax fruit." Conceptual essence? The semi-illiterate Galdino looked confused, clearly unaware of the essence of wax. The essence of wax is solidified grease. Do you understand? The wax you create with your ability is actually paraffin. Galdino squeezed the wax ball in his hand, and soon the wax ball melted into a pool of oil. Noah continued, "Paraffin is wax, butter is also wax, soap is also wax, and various fats are essentially a type of wax." He casually took a row of reagent bottles from the card warehouse, which contained all kinds of wax. These included paraffin, lignite wax, beeswax, shellac, spermaceti, lanolin, wood wax, rice bran wax, coconut wax, butter, soap, cheese, and more. Galdino picked up a piece of butter and felt its material structure. After a moment, he transformed the wax liquid in his other hand into butter. "Lord Noah, it seems that butter isn't anything special. I could do the same with paraffin." Noah shook his head. Every material has its characteristics, and it's rare to find 2 substances with the same properties. Can paraffin be eaten? Butter can supplement nutrition, which paraffin cannot do. Galdino pondered for a moment, ate the butter in his hand, and discovered a property that was absent in wax products. You can combine butter and cheese while adjusting the proportions and ingredients to create a creamy wax that can serve as emergency food, Noah pointed out. In Noah's view, the wax fruit is a higher-level version of cheese fruit, butter fruit, and soap fruit. Although the wax fruit cannot produce permanent wax products out of thin air, it can utilize existing fats for large-scale modified manufacturing. For example, using industrially produced paraffin oil to make butter, cheese, soap, and beeswax, or vice versa. This modified manufacturing is the key development direction of the wax fruit, a type of creation-type devil fruit. In addition to these special wax products, Noah also pointed out other development directions. Your application of the wax fruit is still too superficial. As a devil fruit user, you should know that users are restrained by seawater. Galdino nodded. "I know this. But what you don't know is that the wax fruit is one of the few devil fruits that allows users to enter seawater. What? You can go into the water? The wax coating is waterproof. You can try it and see. guide.Noah quickly applied a layer of wax to himself and then dipped his hand into a bucket of seawater. Indeed, his hand was completely submerged in the seawater, yet he felt no weakness in his body, which made him involuntarily excited. Great, I can swim in the sea again. Don't celebrate too early. The wax coating is indeed waterproof. But the wax coating is also fragile, which means that if you're in the sea and attacked by sea beasts or enemies, you could be killed in one hit. Gulp. guide.Noah was startled. Just imagining the scenario of the wax coating breaking in the sea sent chills down his spine. Also, you haven't noticed another problem. The wax coating only acts like a wetsuit. But you're not a fisherman, so you cannot breathe normally underwater. This issue must be solved. Lord Noah, you must have a solution, right? guide.Noah became increasingly respectful towards Noah. Two solutions. One is to carry a breathing apparatus and oxygen tank, and the other is artificial gills. guide.Noah found the first solution understandable. However, the second solution made him feel the gap in intelligence between people. Given his already limited knowledge, Lord Noah, where can I buy artificial gills? Noah had a look that seemed to say, have you lost your mind? Did you eat the wax fruit for nothing? Such a simple thing. Can't you make it yourself? guide.Noah pointed to his own face. Make it myself? This thing feels really difficult, right? Stupid. Can't you catch a few fish and mimic their gill structure? Noah scolded him with some disappointment. Huh, that actually sounds like it could work. Truly worthy of Lord Noah, guide.Noah said, slapping his fist into his palm, looking enlightened. This kind of situation was often encountered by Noah when guiding others in developing their devil fruit abilities. To accelerate guide.Noah's ability development, Noah would throw him into the sea for 2 hours every day, then tie him up with a rope to keep him in a wax-coated state and with wax gills. The rest of the time, Chloe would practice with guide.Noah's body using hockey, allowing him to feel the hockey while also trying to awaken his observation hockey. On the way to the kingdom of White Mountain, guide.Noah fully experienced what it meant to be painfully happy. Of course, Noah also placed great importance on ideological education, using both words and actions to help guide.Noah understand the true nature of the world. A month later, the Wonkai ship arrived at Yuzu Island in the kingdom of White Mountain. Disguised, Noah and his group stopped at Yuzu Port on Yuzu Island, preparing to gather information about this kingdom. Inside a bar at the port, Noah and guide.Noah were drinking red tea and had learned some news from the bartender and a dozen customers. Noah put down his teacup and picked up a hat beside him. We should go. The two left the bar. They had just learned a piece of news. An underground auction would be held on a deserted island not far from Yuzu Island. The auction was scheduled for 4 days later. However, this kind of underground auction was by invitation only, and without a familiar introduction, one could not get in at all. guide.Noah asked in confusion, Mr. President, how are we going to get the invitation? Hee, you'll know when the time comes. The two returned to the Wonkai ship. That night, Noah and his companions appeared above the deserted island in the Wonkai ship, using the ability of the floating fruit. Looking at the faint lights on the island, Noah casually released a small patch of emperor clouds to cover the Wonkai ship, then fixed it at an altitude of about 7,000 meters above the island. guide.Noah was very shocked by Noah's abilities. He had previously seen Noah use cards to seal and release things, knowing that Noah was a card fruit user. However, he did not expect that Noah could manipulate the Wonkai ship to float in the sky. Brother Chloe, isn't Lord Noah a card fruit user? Can a card fruit really make things float? guide.Noah curiously whispered. Chloe adjusted his glasses and replied with a half-smile. Regarding Lord Noah's abilities, it's a family secret. Are you sure you want to know more? I was just curious, forget I asked. guide.Noah quickly waved his hand with a sheepish smile. Standing on the deck with his eyes closed, Noah was using his observation hockey combined with electromagnetic waves to scan the island below. There are a total of 392 strong life forms and 125 relatively weak life forms. There are 13 tunnels underground, as well as an underground submarine port with 3 submarines. On the northern side of the island's mountain, there is a cave that can accommodate thousands of people. Many situations on the island were almost invisible to Noah's enhanced observation hockey, and he even heard quite a bit of conversation. After about 10 minutes, Noah opened his eyes. Brother, did you find anything? Ari asked curiously. Noah shook his head. There are over 100 slaves locked inside, and a devil fruit. In addition, the other party mentioned a poisonous mushroom called paradise mushroom. In Aile's mind, relevant information about the paradise mushroom quickly came to mind. Paradise mushroom? Isn't that the raw material for creating a paradise of happiness? It's quite normal. Underground auctions selling contraband fits their sewer rat style. Noah sneered and mocked. Big brother. Should we take him down? Noah's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of murderous intent. What do you think? Should we let them celebrate the new year? If we hadn't encountered them, we could remain indifferent. Since we have, there's naturally no need to show mercy. I'll open the wormhole immediately. Don't rush. We'll entertain the guests properly once they arrive. Noah had no intention of letting the guests of the underground auction go. After all, without trade, there would be no harm. 99 of those who came to participate in the underground auction were scum. Galatino expressed some concern. Lord Noah, I've heard that many underground auctions in the South Sea are connected to the local nobility and the world government. Isn't this a bit too risky? Risky? Just kill them all, right? Noah made a cold joke. Galatino was instantly at a loss for words. On the evening of the third day, as the last sailing ship docked at the temporary pier of the deserted island, this underground auction was finally about to begin. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Prosperity, hovering above the deserted island, Joshua, who had just come through the wormhole from the Rum Kingdom, had activated the electromagnetic shielding mode, rendering all phone worms within a 10-kilometer radius of the island inoperative. Let us go down and entertain these guests. Noah controlled the iron plate, descending directly from the air with Ale, Chloe, Galdino, and more than 50 elite members of various families. A few minutes later, boom, the iron plate crashed at the entrance of the auction cave. The dozen or so men in black suits guarding the door immediately grabbed their weapons. Who goes there? Don't waste time. The visitor has ill intentions. Shoot immediately. Puffed. Chloe instantly appeared in front of the door, and the dozen or so men in black suits behind him sprayed blood from their throats and then fell to the ground, twitching a few times before losing their breath. Ale shrugged, then opened a wormhole, taking the 5 elite members to the underground submarine port on the deserted island. Noah was surrounded by several iron sand chains, which instantly pierced the door. Under the influence of the float fruit's ability, the door opened automatically. A group of people walked smoothly into the auction venue. In the bustling auction hall, no one noticed a group of uninvited guests entering. It wasn't until Noah reached the auction stage in the center of the hall that Kuro cut the auctioneer's throat with a claw. How dare you? Who are these guys? The scene erupted into chaos and shock, mixed with screams and curses. Can you all be a bit quieter? As soon as Noah finished speaking, a terrifying conqueror's haki descended upon everyone. As the person in charge of this underground auction, Kuraso, who had just come from the monitoring room, instantly felt a wave of horrifying pressure. Kuraso's expression changed drastically. Conqueror's haki, the other guests were even worse off, paralyzed by the pressure, with some of the timid ones even wetting themselves. Kuraso, suppressing his inner anger and fear, asked in a low voice, "My lord, I don't know how our auction has offended you, but we are willing to apologize and compensate you. The Don Quixote family members are still as trashy and disgusting as ever." Noah mocked mercilessly. What? Kuraso's face turned even uglier, but refusing to lose his composure. He knew from Noah's tone that the other party was familiar with the Don Quixote family, so he had to bring up his background. I admire your strength, but this auction is backed by more than just the Don Quixote family. There are things needed by the world nobles. I hope you can give us a face. World nobles? You mean the celestial dragons? Noah shot Kuro a glance. Oh no, Kuraso's heart tightened. However, Kuro's silent killing technique was even more terrifying, instantly severing Kuraso's limbs. By the time the pain reached his brain, Kuraso, now reduced to a human stick, had collapsed on the ground, wailing. The young master won't let you go. The other guests were now pale with fear. Many started to scramble towards several passageways in a panic. Unfortunately, in the next second, a large mass of iron sand blocked all exits. Upon realizing the escape routes were blocked, these people revealed their ugly sides. Bastards, let me go. Do you know who my dad is? Please spare me. I'm willing to give you all my money. Help. Woo, I want to go home. Go die. Pucci. Kuro severed the hands of gang leader who was about to open fire. This bloody scene made the nobles, big businessmen, and gang leaders even more terrified. So you can also feel fear and bleed. I thought you were no longer human. Noah joked with a smile. An extremely frightened old noble, trembling and wetting himself, knelt before Noah. My lord, please spare me. I was tricked into coming to this auction. I'm a good person. Noah's smile grew even more radiant. Dino, make a wax statue of our good man. Galdino poured out a large amount of wax, then wrapped it around the noble old man. The wax quickly solidified, turning him into a wax figure, but it left openings for breathing through his mouth and nose. However, before the noble old man could feel relieved, he realized that his body temperature was rising rapidly. Within a few minutes, the noble old man was literally roasted alive. The other participants in the auction felt a chill rise in their hearts as they witnessed the tragic death of the noble old man. Noah showed no signs of hesitation or compassion as he turned and walked towards the temporary storage room on the side of the auction platform. Galatino and Chloe immediately understood Noah's intentions. The ruthless slaughter transformed the entire auction house into a hellish battleground. Pushing open the storage room door, the several men in black suits responsible for guarding it were already lying in a pool of blood. The elite members of the 5 families conducted a preliminary screening and registration of the slaves held here before handing them over to the inspection department for review. Although there were ordinary people and children among these slaves, there were also some extremely vicious criminals, and he would not allow such criminals to mix into the family. For instance, Chloe and Galatino were accepted because both were at the stage of minor offenses. Chloe had only engaged in black market dealings in his hometown for a while. Galatino, as a bounty hunter killing pirates, could not be considered as committing evil. If Chloe had become the captain of a pirate crew and Galatino had joined the Baroque works, Noah would definitely not accept them and would even kill them outright. This is Noah's principle and bottom line. No matter the reason for becoming a pirate, if one considers themselves a pirate, he will show no mercy. After all, being wanted by the world government does not necessarily mean one has to become a pirate. One can also be part of a resistance or revolutionary force. And that does not justify becoming a pirate. In Noah's view, those who become pirates after being persecuted by the world government are merely transforming their persecution into the persecution of ordinary people. True strength lies in bravely wielding the blade against stronger foes. Those pirates who turn their blades against ordinary people are simply the scum of the sea. Noah skipped the room where the slaves were held and entered the room storing the auction items. In the first room, there were a large number of firearms and ammunition, approximately around 2,000 guns and about 2 million rounds of ammunition, which he casually collected using cards. In the second room, there were several freezing cabinets, which contained tens of thousands of heaven mushrooms. Heaven mushrooms? Although Noah detested drugs, he understood that things can have both good and bad aspects. These could actually be used as raw materials for some special medicines. After collecting them, he planned to take them back for Andy to research. The third room was filled with antiques and jewelry, which he also collected casually. The fourth room appeared very spacious, containing only 6 boxes. One was a good quality knife. Another was a box of 50 sea stone bullets. One was an animal-type devil fruit, red spider form. 3 bottles of a forbidden drug called black blood. A book titled Flying Willow Swordsmanship, and a treasure map leading to an island in the Lost Sea. These items were the highlights of this auction. Picking up a reagent bottle, Noah looked at the black blood drug inside. He had heard of it before. It originated from the kingdom of Shada in the South Sea and was a forbidden drug that could render a person immune to toxins for a short period. The side effect was that consuming 1 dose of black blood would consume 5 years of one's lifespan. The good quality knife and the swordsmanship book had little value. The sea stone bullets were somewhat valuable. The red spider fruit was decent, as it was an insect-type animal, which had better potential. Lastly, he had some interest in the treasure map. The Lost Sea was an area in the South Sea near the Antarctic ice cap. According to local legends, the Lost Sea used to be a very prosperous region, until about 630 years ago when a disaster struck, causing the climate of this sea area to become very abnormal. Although the Lost Sea was not on the originally planned route, it was very close to it, and with a slight adjustment at one of the route's nodes, they could make a detour. After Noah organized the auction items, Alii had also eliminated over 50 members of the Don Quixote family in the port and destroyed all the phone bugs. Meanwhile, on the island, the elite members of the Noah family had also systematically killed the members of the Don Quixote family and destroyed all the phone bugs. In less than an hour, the entire deserted island was deserted. The members of the Don Quixote family and the auction guests were all brutally killed here, and everything was looted. In the North Sea, on the North Wind Islands, bang! The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged as he smashed his fist into the desk. Beside him, Rosinante, with his clown makeup, showed a hint of worry. Tory Bowl, who managed the family business, had an extremely gloomy expression. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and sneered. "Investigate for me. I want to see who is so bold." "Doflamingo, I will find the culprit." Tory Bowl clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Rosinante, pretending to be mute, was secretly calculating how to report this incident to Sengoku. Compared to the furious Don Quixote family, the massacre on the deserted island in the South Sea had also triggered a strong reaction. The kingdom of White Mountain and the surrounding 10 or so kingdoms, where the nobles, wealthy merchants, and gang leaders who participated in this auction were located, were suddenly wiped out. This created a power vacuum in these areas, and those forces that reacted quickly organized manpower to seize these vacated territories or businesses. At the same time, on Hard Island in the South Sea, The Navy had established Base 201 here, which was also the residence of the South Sea Admiral. However, at this moment, Admiral Oster was respectfully showing a tall, lazy middle-aged Navy officer around the base. Admiral Kazan, how long do you plan to take leave back to your hometown this time? Kazan was about to answer when his phone bug rang in his pocket. Brew brew. Kazan waved his hand and picked up the phone bug. Admiral Oster immediately instructed the others. Everyone, go on alert. After speaking, he quickly retreated to give Kazan space. Kazan connected the call. Hello, this is Kazan. Admiral Kazan. This is the headquarters staff office. I'm Kongming. A sudden incident has just been reported by the South Sea Intelligence Office, so I'll be brief. After listening to Kongming's explanation, Kazan's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. So the Admiral's intention is? The Admiral hopes you can take a detour to the Kingdom of White Mountain to investigate, but the mission to capture the Crescent Hunter Catherine Butterfly remains unchanged. What a hassle, fine. I'll take a detour and check it out. Kazan hung up the phone and lay down on a sunny lawn. Meanwhile, the officer who came with Kazan immediately arranged for warships and supplies. In fact, high-ranking naval forces like Kazan are often given permission to return home on leave as an excuse to assign them some more troublesome tasks in the four seas. For example, Carp frequently goes back to the East Sea, resulting in a sharp decline in the quality of pirates in the East Sea for nearly 20 years. This time, Kazan's leave back to the South Sea came with the task of capturing Catherine Butterfly. It wasn't that Catherine Butterfly was particularly strong, but her actions had instilled fear in many nobles of the allied countries, and coupled with the transformation ability of the nine-tailed fox fruit, it made it difficult for the South Sea Navy to capture her. However, Kazan was unaware that Catherine Butterfly had already become Noah's captive and was imprisoned within the cards. As for the impact of the deserted island incident, Noah and his group did not pay much attention. Mainly, Noah was confident in his own strength. Unless faced with an all-out assault by the five elders, he was not afraid at all. Even if he couldn't win, he could use Aliai's wormhole to escape or temporarily enhance his flotation fruit ability to leave from a high altitude. Therefore, Noah chose to continue wandering within the Kingdom of White Mountain with Galdino, Kuro, and others, searching for the hidden Tone fruit. Time unknowingly passed for more than a week. Noah and his crew searched 8 islands within the White Mountain Kingdom and finally discovered the Enian fruit trapped in the crevice of a cliff on the 8th island. After obtaining another devil fruit, Noah had no intention of staying in the White Mountain Kingdom any longer. The Fortune set its course towards the Lost Sea further south. However, just as the Fortune was leaving the territory of the White Mountain Kingdom, it encountered a naval fleet head-on. Noah, who was sipping tea and reading the news, didn't pay much attention to the Navy. After all, he was flying the flag of a merchant ship. Unfortunately, sometimes not wanting trouble doesn't mean trouble won't come knocking. You are to stop the ship immediately and submit to a naval inspection. A small warship shouted from a distance with a loudspeaker. Chloe glanced at Noah, who nodded. The Fortune then came to a halt. The small warship also anchored nearby. Soon, a colonel dressed in a Navy Justice cloak jumped onto the deck of the Fortune. Chloe immediately put on a fake smile and said, "Colonel, we are law-abiding citizens. Here are the qualifications and permits for our commercial transport ship." The colonel took the permits and qualifications, glanced at Chloe, and noticed that Chloe's appearance was not on the wanted list, then nodded. "We are just conducting a routine inspection. Is it convenient to enter the cabin?" Chloe nodded. "No problem. I'll lead the way." Suddenly, a soldier whispered a few words in the colonel's ear. The colonel then looked towards Noah and Galdino, who were not far away, drinking tea. Chloe also noticed this scene and smiled as he explained, "Mr. Galdino is a bounty hunter we hired for escort." The bounty hunter Candleman Galdino? The colonel didn't suspect anything. After all, it was very normal for a transport ship to hire a bounty hunter for protection. However, things soon took a turn. The sea around the Fortune was rapidly frozen over. A mass of ice and snow condensed on the deck. "Have you been to that deserted island?" Noah patted the ice shards off his clothes and glanced at the tall, middle-aged man in front of him. "Why do you think so, Your Excellency? You have the scent of heaven mushrooms on you." "I see. So your Navy has ability users with scent detection?" Noah asked with a smile. Kazan's gaze behind his glasses became increasingly serious. "Why don't you come back to Marineford with me and cooperate with us in investigating the White Mountain Kingdom deserted island incident? If it's a misunderstanding, we are willing to compensate your trading company for the losses." Kazan, the Rear Admiral, is quite confident. The next moment, a violent and solid conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted. Boom! Hundreds of sailors on the small warship collapsed instantly. "Are you going to resist?" The temperature around Kazan rapidly dropped. "I want to measure whether you, the future Admiral of the Navy, truly live up to the title." Ice fist. High heat fist. Boom. The steel fist, hotter than ordinary magma, instantly smashed through Kazan's ice fist. However, Kazan did not retreat, but advanced, swinging his ice blade towards Noah's neck. Iron sand wings. High-frequency vibration blade. Clang, clang, clang. Even though Kazan maintained his ice blade, it was still torn apart by the continuously high-frequency, vibrating iron sand blade. Iron sand tornado. Noah's cards released dozens of tons of iron sand from his sleeves, while his body activated the mimetic rubidium magnet mode at 100 power, accelerating blood flow and turning his body into a human generator. Countless iron sands began to spin, forming a terrifying iron sand tornado. Kazan quickly conjured several ice walls, not because he needed defense, but to protect the ordinary sailors. The batch of sailors who had come with Kazan from Marine headquarters, led by Kazan's deputy, swiftly evacuated the Navy lieutenant and a dozen sailors from the Fortune ship. Similarly, Kuro and others on the Fortune ship also quickly left the combat range of Noah and Kazan to avoid being affected. Of course, Kuro, Galdino, and Arai remained highly vigilant of their surroundings, ready to support Noah and avoid any surprise attacks from other Navy members. The iron sand tornado and blizzard clashed violently in midair. Kazan's expression grew increasingly serious. Ice ball. 5 ice pillars erupted from the ice field, shooting directly towards Noah in the iron sand tornado. Noah's body had already taken on a dazzling crimson color. Furnace meteor. He soared into the sky, and a large amount of easily meltable alloy steel sand was quickly heated to a molten state by electromagnetic energy, then condensed from a high altitude into molten iron balls the size of basketballs. Hundreds of molten iron balls came crashing down from the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Kazan saw this scene and immediately thought of a certain unpleasant colleague, then raised his hand and made a gesture. Explosive pheasant beak. The ice bird soared into the sky, and the iron balls fell from above. Boom, boom, boom. Noah's observation hockey instantly sensed danger, and in a split second, he accelerated with magnetic levitation, avoiding the sea prism stone bullet that came from not far away. Are they other officers from the Navy headquarters? In the next moment, the sea prism stone bullet was burned and evaporated by flames. Lillian appeared not far from the ice field, clearly having secretly brought over several high-level fighters from her family to prevent Noah from being besieged by the Navy. Kazan looked at the blazing Lillian, a user of the flame fruit. Among the Navy personnel who came with Kazan, a dual-wielding rear admiral charged out, his long swords covered in armament hockey, unleashing a fierce cutting wave. Don't think being a Logia user means you can act as you please. The dual-wielding rear admiral stepped forward with moonwalk and lunged at Lillian. Lillian showed no signs of tension. Her hands erupted with blue flames. I'm not one of those who can only cook with fire. Roar of the fire dragon. The deep blue flame dragon instantly evaporated the incoming cutting wave and charged toward the dual-wielding rear admiral. Not good. Kazan's expression changed. Ice Age. 2 ice spears. The freezing aura lowered the temperature of the fire dragon slightly, but that terrifyingly high temperature of 4,990 degrees Celsius could not be suppressed in an instant, and the following ice spears only slightly hindered it. However, that moment was enough for the dual-wielding rear admiral to react. He quickly used Shave to dodge the impact of the fire dragon. In the next moment, the fire dragon evaporated a crater with a radius of several hundred meters at the position he had just occupied. At this time, Kazan had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had just been hit by Noah's molten iron ball while trying to save someone. Although he used elementalization, the high temperature was a natural counter to ice fruit users, and that strike still caused him some damage. Both sides were now on guard against each other. On Kazan's side, besides himself, there were also 2 rear admiral-level aides, along with a dozen Navy colonels and several warships. On Noah's side were Lillian, R. Galatino, Chloe, and the hidden Joshua and Monet in the high skies. Kazan at this moment did not expect things to develop in this way, as if facing a top pirate crew from a new world. Hail! The flame-killing black dragon wave. The sky was filled with hailstones crashing down on Noah's side like a torrential rain. Lillian unleashed several shockwaves in the shape of black fire dragons with her fists, destroying the massive hailstones. Kill. Fire. The cannons of more than a dozen warships fired simultaneously. Galatino clasped his hands together, exploding locusts. The surrounding glaciers were temporarily transformed into a large pile of grayish-white locusts. These wax locusts not only had a locust-like structure, but also contained specially modified explosive glycerin components. The overwhelming locusts collided with the dense barrage of cannonballs. In an instant, the area of confrontation erupted with tremendous explosions. The merciless sun. Lillian instantly transformed into a blue little sun. Although its radius was only about a dozen meters, its surface temperature reached a terrifying 990 degrees Celsius, coupled with pervasive thermal radiation, which rapidly evaporated the surrounding glaciers into water vapor. Amidst the dense water vapor, a blue little sun charged toward the Navy warships. Kazan immediately manipulated the surrounding glaciers. Ice whale. An ice whale collided with the blue little sun. However, Kazan's expression was very serious, sensing Noah's attack with his observation hockey. He could only quickly evade and continue manipulating more ice whales to block Lillian's blue little sun. But Kazan's two fists could hardly contend with four hands. Galatino's exploding locusts had already infiltrated part of the warships. Boom, boom, boom. Enemy attack. Watch your defenses. Seeing the Navy soldiers being continuously harmed, Kazan was immediately filled with rage. Ice Age. Super Blizzard. Kazan, who do you look down upon? Noah radiated a crimson glow, and in an instant, he threw out dozens of punches. Heat wave explosion fist. The hot iron fists, imbued with hockey, forced Kazan to raise his guard. Boom! In the distance, a warship was struck by the blue little sun, and in an instant, a large chunk was chewed off the steel and hardwood warship, igniting the gunpowder inside it. Damn it! Kazan grew even angrier. However, the opponent he faced was Noah, who was in a state of high temperature. Although Kazan's hockey was slightly stronger than Noah's, and he had the advantage in stamina, the difference in strength between the two was not significant enough to determine a victor in an instant. With Kazan being held back, it was difficult for him to fully support the other Navy forces. Meanwhile, the members of the Noah family included the hard-to-defend Lilith and the old-school Galatino. Even with two brigadier generals from the Navy present, they still couldn't hold the line. The two sides clashed fiercely for over an hour. 5 out of 12 warships had already been sunk, and the Navy suffered heavy losses. Although Kazan was not seriously injured, he had sustained some injuries. One of the two brigadier generals, the dual-wielding general, was tragically killed under Lillian's little sun, turning to ash, once again creating a massive ice wall. Kazan looked at the still rampaging blue little sun and the seemingly unyielding Noah and could only approach his vice admiral, Gutta, telling everyone to disperse, operate in small teams, avoid clustering together, and prioritize evasion. Yes, Admiral Kazan. Vice Admiral Gutta also understood the danger at this moment. Kazan clenched his fists. Ice explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The glacier beneath Noah's side suddenly erupted, sending large chunks of ice flying in all directions. Super Blizzard. Frozen time capsule. Kazan suddenly emerged from beneath the glacier, appearing behind Galatino, instantly freezing him and preparing to smash him with a punch. But Kazan suddenly retreated explosively while activating his elemental transformation. Boom! Galatino's body exploded, devastating the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Clones? Sneak attacks are not a good habit. Admiral Kazan. Noah's iron sand swept in. The high-frequency vibrating iron sand sword clashed with the ice military knife again. Boom! Another warship was destroyed by the little sun. At this moment, Noah's observation hockey suddenly sensed a strong sense of crisis. He made a magnetic levitation turn while enveloping himself in an iron sand shield. A laser penetrated the iron sand shield, and under the distortion of Noah's magnetic field shield, combined with the reflection from a steel mirror, the laser was refracted away. Wow! Kazan, you really are in a tough spot. A middle-aged man with a somewhat lewd appearance appeared beside Kazan. Don't underestimate them. These guys are not simple. Then let me see how they're not simple. Shakiyata no Kagami. Borsellino gathered countless light bullets with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. The rapidly fired light bullets rained down densely. Heavenly thunder. Cheelin. A thunderous cheelin filled with a sense of destruction descended from the sky, instantly obliterating a large number of light bullets and pressing toward Borsellino. Borsellino, looking surprised, quickly countered. How terrifying. Heavenly radiance. A super giant beam of light shot toward the thunder cheelin. A clash of titans. The collision of lightning and laser illuminated the heavens and the earth. A terrifying explosion erupted from the collision, and a mushroom cloud rose from the glacier, creating a massive pit with a radius of about a kilometer in an instant, followed by a shockwave akin to a super hurricane. Kazan quickly raised a large piece of glacier to protect the rear Navy soldiers. The two sides then created distance. A few minutes later, the water vapor slowly dispersed. Kazan, Borsellino, and Vice Admiral Gutta looked at the distant enemy, their observation hockey already sensing the enemy's presence. Noah, Lillian, Garatino, and Joshua all looked at the Navy across from them. For a moment, neither side made a move. It's really scary. The steel fruit, the flame fruit. the wax fruit, and the rumble fruit. Polysolino seemed to be joking, but he was actually very serious at that moment. Kazan's expression was also very grave. He didn't expect there to be a Logia user hidden nearby. If the opponent had ambushed him just now, it could have caused him serious trouble. Upon seeing Polysolino appear, Noah also abandoned the thought of killing Kazan here. After all, Kazan at this moment was at the level of an admiral, and killing a Logia admiral was simply too difficult. He originally planned to have the secretly lurking Joshua deliver a fatal blow to Kazan at a critical moment, but unfortunately, Polysolino arrived too quickly. Retreat. As soon as the words fell, a large area of steam enveloped Noah and the others, and Ali's wormhole opened, causing everyone to instantly disappear from the glacier. Huh, they're gone? Polysolino raised an eyebrow. Kazan's observation haki also sensed the enemy's disappearance. However, the two did not act rashly, but continued to remain on guard in the surroundings. After more than 10 minutes, finding no further abnormalities, the two finally relaxed a bit. Kazan turned his head and ordered, "Gyut, immediately deploy rescue." Yes. Gyut flew towards the positions of other Marines. Polysolino took off his glasses, wiped the steam off, and quietly asked, "What are these guys?" "I'm not sure. I was investigating the massacre incident on the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom when I discovered they might be the culprits, which led to our confrontation." Kazan felt a headache coming on regarding how to handle the aftermath. The Grand Line, Paradise, the Navy headquarters, Marine Fort, even Steelbone Kong, who was in a semi-retirement state, was startled by the news coming back from the South Sea. In the Marshal's office, apart from Steelbone Kong, other high-ranking Navy officials at the headquarters were rarely gathered together. This included Vice Admiral Zifa, the Navy hero Monkey D, Garp, Chief of Staff Tsuru, Rear Admiral Muskrat, and Rear Admiral Gion. Meanwhile, Sakazuki was in the North Sea, Sengoku was stationed at the G1 base in the New World, and Akainu was sweeping pirates in the West Sea. Tsuru, as Chief of Staff, also handled the Navy's intelligence department work. Therefore, she was the one to give a comprehensive report on the situation. According to Kazan's report, the enemy's currently confirmed totaled 6. Colonel Brandnew, from the intelligence department, immediately projected images onto the side screen. The suspected leader was a young man with the steel fruit ability, possessing 3-color haki, with strong martial arts and swordsmanship, and his fruit ability developed exceptionally powerfully. Images of Noah in disguise appeared on the screen, along with many of his techniques. Muskrat was very surprised. Wasn't the previous user of the steel fruit eliminated by Sakazuki just a few years ago? This guy must have obtained the fruit only in the past few years, yet he has developed it to such an extent. The Navy high-ranking officials present, seeing the introduction of Noah's abilities, couldn't help but exclaim at the depth of Noah's development of the steel fruit, which had reached a new peak compared to previous users. High heat, mirror, magnetic field, current, iron sand control. One fruit could be used for multiple purposes. The second target was a blonde girl, estimated to be under 18 years old, a Logia flame fruit user, possessing both armament haki and observation haki, with untested martial arts and swordsmanship. And her ability was also very powerful. Rear Admiral Bull was killed by her. The screen displayed a photo of Lillian, wearing a half mask, and her blue little sun state. The flame fruit? Garp looked closely at the screen. The previous user of the flame fruit was punched into the sea by him. Yet, he seemed to be seeing the flame fruit for the first time. Is the flame of the flame fruit blue? Zifa racked his memory of the Navy's internal confidential archives, discovering that the flames of previous flame fruit users were all orange-red. This blue flame was a first. Muskrat voiced his speculation. Could it be that the devil fruit ability has awakened? Awakened? It's indeed possible. Zifa could only temporarily conclude that this situation was due to the awakening of the fruit's ability. Following that, Tsuru continued. The third target is the South Sea bounty hunter Garatino, currently the only confirmed identity target, a wax fruit user, possessing observation haki, with untested armament haki. And his fruit ability has also developed very powerfully. The screen displayed Garatino's photo, along with some introductions to his techniques. The fourth target was a young black-haired man, a Logia rumble fruit user, who had exchanged a blow with Polysolino, who described him as having island-destroying power. The screen changed to show Joshua in disguise, with images of the Thunder Kirin and Heaven's Flash colliding. Another Logia user, and such a powerful one. Gion's beautiful eyes held a hint of apprehension. The fifth target was a young man in glasses disguised as a merchant ship's supervisor, showing no signs of fruit ability, proficient in armament and observation haki, and using a silent martial art. His weapon was a pair of claw blades. The screen changed to show Kuro in his disguise. The sixth target was a young man with green hair, who had little presence and was suspected to be a user of some kind of spatial-type devil fruit. He was the one who helped the other targets retreat. The screen displayed a photo of Alii wearing a black mask. Steelbone Kong rubbed his temples. Tsuru, what do you think we should do about this force? Tsuru was not swayed by the presence of 2 Logia users and several powerful Paramecia users. After all, she had witnessed the 3 Emperor-level forces in the New World, as well as the former Rocks Pirates and Roger Pirates. She put down the documents in her hand. Marshal Kong, based on this group's behavior, I don't believe they are pirates seeking treasure. But it is precisely because of this that I think their threat is even greater. Kong nodded. To him, those pirates who burn, kill, and plunder on the seas were merely a nuisance, posing no real threat to the world government. Tsuru continued her analysis. From the strength they have displayed, this group cannot be an organization that developed from the 4 seas. Rather, they are a secret organization that developed from the Grand Line. And their purpose is what we need to focus on next. Could it be the Revolutionary Army? Muskrat quietly suggested. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the office became extremely awkward. Tsuru certainly knew the reason for such awkwardness, but she felt there was no need to break this tension and continued her analysis. The possibility that these people are the Revolutionary Army is low because those with Conqueror's Haki would not easily submit to others. I don't believe Dragon has the strength to subdue this group. Ha ha ha, indeed, that unfilial son has no way to suppress this group. Garp laughed heartily and then grabbed a bag of sunbae to eat. Tsuru and Kong said nothing, but Zifa frowned, though he also remained silent. It was difficult for everyone present to comment on Dragon's situation. I propose we issue a bounty for this group under the name of a terrorist organization. Upon hearing Tsuru's proposal, Kong pondered for a moment and then nodded. Let's do it. Crane continued to propose. Besides issuing a warrant, we should strengthen our intelligence investigation on this organization and not let it happen like this again. If it weren't for Admiral Borisellino arriving in time, Kazan and the others would surely be in grave danger. I will discuss this with the Gora CI and have CP cooperate with us in investigating this organization. Kong will take on the communication work with the Gora CI. Additionally, as the most mobile Borisellino cannot continue to stay in the Sabaody archipelago alone, we must send a vice admiral to replace him there, making it convenient for us to deploy Borisellino to support others at any time. Kong nodded. Yes. Borisellino should indeed serve as the core force of the reserve team to avoid situations where support cannot arrive in time. Soon, the Navy headquarters completed discussions regarding Noah's group. The relevant warrants were also rushed out by the Navy headquarters. Early the next morning, several news agencies under the world government, as well as the well-informed World Economic News, reported the warrants and the modified event details. Instantly, the world was in an uproar. Crane naturally would not be so kind as to help Noah's group gain fame. Instead, she was deliberately building them up to bring about their downfall. She described Noah's group as being comparable to the Emperors of the Sea in the New World. It seemed that as long as Noah's group was willing to enter the New World, they could immediately become the 4th Emperor of the Sea. This was clearly an intentional attempt to sow discord, hoping that the great pirates of the New World would focus their attention on Noah's group, with the hope of using this opportunity to extract more detailed information during the battles with other great pirates. Moreover, Morgan's The Birdman directly created a sensational headline in the news. The exit of the reverse mountain canal. The Gemini Lighthouse. Just as the recently recovered red-haired Shanks was chatting and laughing with Kakaros, a little girl with one side of her hair white and the other red rushed in holding a newspaper, panting and shouting. Shanks. Today's newspaper says a new Emperor of the Sea has been born. What? Beckman stepped forward and took the newspaper. After flipping through the World Economic News, Beckman's brows furrowed. Shanks took a sip of his drink and jokingly asked, Beckman, could it be that the 4th Emperor of the Sea has really appeared? No. But this matter is a bit complicated. You should take a look for yourself. Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks. After looking at it for a while, Shanks's expression also became serious. What a powerful force. The other members of the Red Hair Pirates also flipped through the newspaper and the warrants. Iron Man, bounty of 2,038,270,000 berries. User of the Iron Fruit. Proficient in all 3 types of hockey and swordsmanship. Leader of the secretive organization. Responsible for the massacre incident on the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom, as well as the massacre of Navy soldiers, extremely heinous. Life or death is not to be considered. Blue Flame, which, bounty of 1,814,320,000 berries. User of the Burn Fruit. Proficient in 2-color hockey. One of the members of the secretive organization participated in the massacre incident, killed a Navy brigadier general, extremely heinous. Life or death is not to be considered. Candleman Galdino, Bounty of 554,100,000 berries. User of the wax fruit. Can use observation hockey. Former bounty hunter from the South Blue. One of the members of the secretive organization participated in the massacre incident, killed many Navy soldiers. Extremely heinous. Life or death is not to be considered. Thunderlin. Bounty of 1,598,250,000 berries. User of the Thunder fruit. Possesses the power to destroy an island in one blow. One of the members of the secretive organization participated in the massacre incident. Extremely heinous. Life or death is not to be considered. Claw Glasses Man. Bounty of 336,980,000 berries. Proficient in hockey and body techniques. Uses specially made claw blades. One of the members of the secretive organization participated in the massacre incident. Extremely heinous. Life or death is not to be considered. Mysterious green-haired masked man. Bounty of 1,101,400,000 berries. Suspected user of a space-type devil fruit, capable of large-scale teleportation. One of the members of the secretive organization participated in the massacre incident. Extremely heinous. Life or death is not to be considered. 2 Logia users? This strength is indeed formidable, Jesus Burgess remarked while fiddling with his sniper rifle. Beckman took a puff of his cigar. The key is that they were able to kill a Navy brigadier general in front of Admiral Akiji, which shows that Akiji was suppressed at that time. Moreover, even after the addition of Admiral Kizaru, they still couldn't take them down, allowing them to escape unharmed. Clearly, the 2 vice admirals were unable to capture this organization. Shanks's gaze was deep, lost in thought. Kakaro's, beside him, joked. Are you overthinking it? The ones who should really be worried now should be the Navy and the world government. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the ship doctor. Shanks raised a glass and drank it all. Kakaro's shot a disapproving glance at Shanks. You're lucky this time. That sickly devil fruit user didn't develop his powers well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it to the Gemini Lighthouse. Hurry and find a professional ship doctor. By the way, give him the medical book I gave you. The old man can't sail with you. Ha ha ha, thank you, ship doctor. Shanks replied cheerfully. In the Grand Line, New World. In a calm sea area, several large sailing ships in the shape of whales were slowly sailing. Among them, the largest ship had the words Moby Dick painted on it. Old man, the New World may be welcoming the 4th Emperor of the Sea. 3rd Division Captain Joseph shouted to Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who still had not completely gray hair and was not yet connected to the foredrip of years to come, glanced at the newspaper. Haha, is the world government and the Navy planning to use others to do their dirty work again? What a boring trick. 6th Division Captain Blamenko laughed heartily. Who cares? I don't think that secretive organization is anything remarkable. If they come to the New World, our Whitebeard pirates won't be afraid of them. That's right. Old man is the strongest in the world. A group of guys who don't even dare to show their true faces can't compare with our Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha. With the old man here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even the hidden Marshal D. Teach laughed along. However, deep down, he felt no fluctuation. As long as a user of the dark fruit didn't appear, he didn't care. In the New World, in the Wano country, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates in Onigashima, the chief governor, Kaido, and his trusted subordinate, Yamato, were listening to the report from overseas intelligence personnel, and their expressions became somewhat serious. Suddenly, a fierce clash and a girl's scream echoed from the small square outside. Kaido has started again. Young Master Yamato. This matter should be reported to Kaido at night. Jin shook his head helplessly. Although Noah's group's displayed strength was formidable, they were not the Zoan-type users that Kaido preferred. And since they had not clearly stated their intention to enter the New World, Jin naturally would not be in a hurry to report. In the New World, Totoland. Deep within the desert castle of Cake Island, a plump woman who was madly devouring desserts became displeased when she saw her eldest son walk in. Parasparrow, you should know the consequences of interrupting me while I'm eating desserts, right? Cold sweat was pouring down Charlotte Parasparrow's forehead as he hurriedly summarized, Mom, I'm interrupting your meal because something big has happened at sea. The Navy and Morgans are both rallying for the 4th Sea Emperor. What? The 4th Sea Emperor? Which bastard has been pushed out? Charlotte Linlin had some intelligence left when she wasn't going crazy. Parasparrow quickly explained the situation. It's a force called the Secret Organization. I've heard they can contend with Akiji and Kizaru, and they even killed a rear admiral from the Navy and escaped unscathed. Charlotte Linlin was somewhat puzzled. Oh? How come I haven't heard of this organization? Parasparrow spoke rapidly. I just communicated with the Underground Kings, including Morgans, and they all said they hadn't heard of this organization either. However, this organization is indeed very powerful. Among the 6 known members, there are 2 Logia-type users. the Thunder Fruit user and the Flame Fruit user, as well as a very strong Steel Fruit user, a Wax Fruit user, and finally, there seems to be a user with space-type abilities. As soon as Charlotte Linlin heard about the 2 Logia users, her eyes lit up. Immediately send someone to investigate this organization. I want to know all the information about them. Upon hearing his mother's command, Paraspero understood what she was thinking. She was clearly considering some kind of marriage alliance. However, this time Paraspero was not optimistic about his mother's idea. After all, the strength of this organization was too formidable, and the likelihood of a marriage alliance was slim. The conflict between Noah's group and the Navy, along with the subsequent issuance of a wanted notice, not only shook the great pirates of a new world, but also surprised the 5 elders of Mariewa. Mariewa, between power. Saint Satan's gaze was extremely stern. This organization is very likely the force that took the civilians of Fervance. Saint Pitt frowned. A space-type devil fruit user? The Door fruit is with CP9, and the teleportation fruit is missing. It's hard to determine. This is unimportant. The key is this girl. Saint Vacheli held a photo, which prominently featured Lillian in her blue little sun form. Saint Nasajuro caressed the long sword in his hand. Can the flame fruit also turn into a sun? Is there no result in the search for that fruit yet? CP is still secretly searching, but you should know that the fruit has self-awareness, Saint Satan said somewhat helplessly. A serious look flashed in Saint Nasajuro's eyes. That fruit and the surgery fruit must be found as soon as possible. We are nearing that time point, and we need to accelerate that plan. Saint Vacheli stroked his big beard. The 7 Warlords plan has currently only confirmed Crocodile and Moria. CP is in contact with Navy Hunter Mihawk and the terrifying weapon Doflamingo, but there are no suitable candidates for the time being. What about Wang Ji? Saint Nasajuro raised an eyebrow. He refused. Saint Vacheli casually explained. Saint Satan reminded. We need to let CP quickly select suitable candidates. The 7 Warlords plan is of great importance. However, I need to execute a plan soon, and if successful, we might obtain a useful 7 Warlord. That runaway from God Valley? What do you all think about that girl with the flame fruit? Let's CP investigate thoroughly once her trace is found. I will personally lead CP0 to take action. Although the possibility of her becoming the new sun is slim, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let a potential threat slip by. Meanwhile, in a small garden deep within the flowers, a graceful white butterfly was slowly landing on a finger. On a nearby stone platform, there were several photos, all of which were pictures of Lillian. At the same time, in the Grand Line, in the Kamabaka Kingdom of Paradise, the hidden temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army also received today's newspaper. Dragon, something big has happened. Ivankov glided in with an eccentric dance. Dragon, who was troubled by supply and weapon channels, put down his pen. Ivankov, what happened? Look, taking the newspaper. Dragon glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Then he stared intently at the newspaper and those few wanted notices. After a while, he sighed. What a powerful force. They can basically be compared to the Sea Emperors of the New World. Ivankov suggested, Dragon, should we try to contact this force? From their actions, they shouldn't be a malicious terrorist organization. Dragon thought for a moment. Yes, at the auction on the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom in the South Sea, participants were all underground forces. As for the slaughter of the Navy, it's likely that a conflict broke out between the two sides. I agree to make contact, but we must not expose ourselves until we have clarified the true situation of the other party. Let's have the 4 Seas branch pay attention. If they find anyone from the hidden organization, let them make contact secretly. The attention of various forces across the sea did not affect Noah and his group's actions. After all, the mobility of the Noah family is too strong, with Apostle Shiki's float fruit and Ale's whole fruit supporting large-scale rapid transfers. Meanwhile, Joshua's thunder fruit, Lillian's flame fruit, Monet's snow fruit, and Lilith's emperor butterfly fruit all have the ability to fly long distances. Coupled with the recently built ARC number 001 experimental spacecraft, which relies on graphene batteries and wind turbines as core power, initial tests have been completed. As long as the Noah family intends to keep it secret, other forces find it difficult to track their movements and infiltrate. After all, in the face of Mary's emotional observation hockey, any spy is as obvious as a flame in the dark. After breaking away from combat with Akiji and Kizaru, Noah's group did not set off immediately but returned to Sky Island. Inside the governor's mansion of Lion Island, Noah and others summarized the situation of this battle. He took a sip of lemon water. This battle was just an appetizer. The next time they encountered the Navy or the world government, it would likely not be so easy. He felt that his observation hockey was not strong enough and needed to awaken his armament haki as soon as possible. Galatino mentioned his shortcomings as well. Although he had killed a considerable number of Marines in this battle, he almost got taken out by Kazan. If it hadn't been for Joshua, who was hidden in the sky and communicated with him telepathically at a critical moment, reminding him to use the candle clone to hide himself, he would probably have been shattered into pieces by now. Lillian also spoke of her inadequacies. Her stamina was still insufficient. After using the solar mode for just over 2 hours, her stamina had dropped to less than half. Moving forward, she needed to strengthen her physical training. For the young Lillian, stamina was indeed a limiting factor in her strength. This was also one of the reasons Noah quickly chose to retreat upon seeing Borsalino appear. After all, a Marine admiral could fight without rest for 10 days and nights. In a short time, even with all his means, Noah, along with the other members of his family, could only temporarily suppress Kazan and Borsalino. However, there was no way to kill both of them within a few hours. Once time dragged on, reinforcements from the Navy and the world government would arrive in an endless stream. At that time, the stamina of Lillian, Galatino, Chloe, and others would definitely decline significantly, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Noah's side. Noah made a decisive decision and immediately ordered Alii to lead everyone to retreat. He did not feel discouraged by this outcome. The members of the Noah family were still very young at this time and had enormous potential to be tapped. In contrast, Kazan, Borsalino, and others were already at their peak. In the future, unless they could awaken their conqueror's haki or achieve full awakening of their devil fruit powers, their strength would not see significant improvement. At the same time, this clash also helped to calm the arrogance of the family members. Having witnessed the world's top combat power, everyone clearly recognized the gap between the two sides, which lay primarily in physical quality and stamina. As long as they improved their physical quality and stamina, the Noah family would at least produce 4 or 5 general-level combatants. After more than a month of recuperation and adjustment in Sky Island, Noah and his group set sail again. However, Galatino had realized his shortcomings, so he chose not to join the ship, but instead opted to spend a year at the training camp in the Kingdom of Ram. Noah, along with Chloe, and others, redisguised themselves and once again jumped through a wormhole, appearing in a sea area near the Kingdom of Baishan. However, this time, the ship they were piloting was the Nautilus, which had directly chosen to enter submersible mode. Their destination was the Lost Sea in the southern part of the South China Sea. On October 3rd, 1506, in the sea-round calendar, it had been half a month since Noah and his companions set sail again. During this time, they had passed by 8 islands. Today, they finally arrived at the edge of the Lost Sea. Noah, wearing a cowboy hat, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the gloomy sea surface. Brother, the situation in this sea area is a bit strange. Lilith, who had come from the Kingdom of Rum to provide support, was at Noah's side, her expression very serious. Noah's observation haki also sensed the oddities of this sea area. Sudden storms and tornadoes, along with the massive hailstones that occasionally fell, made this sea area resemble the Grand Line rather than the South China Sea. Do you have confidence? Lilith thought for a moment. If we activate the magnetic field shield and combine it with my monitoring, we should be able to navigate. Then let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to let Ale open a wormhole to leave. Lilith nodded, then took the treasure map they had obtained earlier, along with the nautical charts from surrounding countries, and focused on monitoring the weather changes within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The Nautilus quickly sailed deeper into the Lost Sea. Hail ahead left full 37 degrees. In a sea area directly in front of the Nautilus, about 3 kilometers away, a large hailstone, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, fell from the dark clouds. Not good, full defense. Move to the right. Noah's body had entered the rubidium magnet mode, and a powerful defensive magnetic field immediately enveloped the Nautilus. The next moment, dozens of water tornadoes surrounded them from all directions. Make way. Noah controlled the magnetic force. Iron sand into spears. Electromagnetic cannon. Continuous fire. Dozens of electromagnetic cannons shot towards the sea surface beneath the water tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collisions made the sea surface even more chaotic, but also disrupted the trajectories of the water tornadoes. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Nautilus broke through the encirclement. At this point, it had been 4 days since they entered the Lost Sea, and in these 4 days, situations like the one just experienced had occurred almost every few hours. With the intention of exercising, Noah did not use the float fruit to pull the Nautilus into a safe zone high in the sky, but continued to sail through the waves with everyone. Noah did not keep the magnetic shield up at all times, but instead let everyone take turns trying to combat the strange weather. However, after 4 days and 4 nights of tumultuous waves, everyone was somewhat exhausted, and even Noah felt a bit tired. Seeing the Nautilus safely avoid the waters with waterspouts, Noah turned to ask Lilith, how far is it to the destination? It's about 53 kilometers in the northwest direction. If all goes well, we should reach the target island in 5 hours. 5 hours? Then let's go full speed ahead. The Nautilus continued to advance against the wind and waves. Clearly, the journey was not smooth sailing, which caused them to take more than 3 extra hours to reach their destination. After landing, Noah casually stored the Nautilus away. The scene that came into view was surprisingly calm. The island was covered in vines, weeds, and moss. Aside from the oysters, barnacles, mussels, and shrimp attached to the coastal rocks, there were no signs of large animals around the coast. Apart from the occasional small crabs sneaking between the rock crevices, there were very few other active creatures to be seen. After Noah and his companions passed through the rocky area with jagged coastal boulders, they arrived at a low hill. There were ruins of buildings, and Klush cleared a large area of vines, revealing many outlines of structures. As everyone walked, they gradually delved deeper into the remnants of this ancient city. Everywhere was filled with moss-covered walls and broken remnants. Very clean, Klush exclaimed as he turned over a collapsed stone wall, finding no gold, silver, or jewels inside. Noah has already seen some possible truths. It is expected that if this place is not destroyed by natural disasters, then the treasures inside will naturally remain. 2 hours later, they arrived at a suspected temple ruin. Noah looked at a mural depicting a ritual, a look of surprise on his face. Is that really the Nika dance? Is this the place of worship for the sun god? Klaus swept the surrounding stone walls and discovered more murals. After looking at these murals, Noah shook his head. It seems this is indeed the place of worship for Nika. No wonder it was destroyed. This is the fate of the losers. Brother, how do we solve the riddle on this treasure map? Lilith asked, holding the treasure map with a puzzled expression. Noah read the riddle. In a land where the sun rises, at the time the sun sets, colorful light shines, and the ancient well howls. In fact, this riddle is very simple. The land where the sun rises represents a location. The time the sun sets represents the evening of the day. And the colorful light shining represents the season when the aurora appears. The so-called treasure should be inside the ancient well. The season when the lost sea has auroras is every year in April, May, or August, September. During these 2 time periods, the sun rises exactly from the northeast, which means that the ancient well is in the northeast part of the island. Soon, the group centered around the sacrificial site began to explore towards the northeast. However, along the way, they did not discover any architectural ruins, and naturally, there were no man-made wells or the like. Noah used electromagnetic waves along with observation hockey. Yet he still couldn't find any trace of the ancient well. Until they reached the coast, they had found nothing. Chloe adjusted his glasses. Could it be that the ancient well only appears every evening? Not necessarily, Noah pondered again. Despite searching according to the clues of the riddle, why couldn't he find the ancient well? Looking at the surging waves not far away, Noah suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the rising sea level has submerged the ancient well? He once again focused his observation hockey and electromagnetic wave sensing, probing the nearby seabed. A few minutes later, Noah opened his eyes. He found it, just 2 kilometers away on the seabed. It turned out to be underwater. It seems the impact of the rising sea level is indeed real. Chloe hadn't expected that this treasure map from hundreds of years ago would indirectly prove the fact of rising sea levels. Noah's hands touched the surface of the sea. Soon, the surrounding water parted to the sides, revealing the seabed beneath, which was about 30 to 40 meters deep. As the water was split apart, the ruins hidden on the seabed finally emerged. A structure resembling a lighthouse lay in ruins, with the upper half of the tower completely shattered, leaving only the base. And an ancient well was located inside the base. Turning over the remains of the structure revealed a sizable ancient well, with a spiral stone staircase along its walls. Noah and his companions descended along the stone steps. The seawater inside had been drained by the float fruit, and there were still many octopuses, eels, and lobsters left in the crevices of the surrounding rocks. After descending more than 100 meters, they reached a muddy bottom. After using the float fruit to remove the sludge, a tunnel was revealed at the bottom. Passing through the tunnel, they arrived at a natural cave. However, this natural cave showed signs of human modification and had a section of tunnel that had been destroyed. Judging by its design, this should be a submarine harbor. The entire abandoned submarine harbor cave has an area of about 20,000 square meters and a height of around 10 meters. Several small caves were also carved into the rock walls of the cave. Noah casually pulled away the mud and stones from the ground. A rotting, Rusty submarine was parked at the harbor. Although there were no high hopes for treasure, Noah did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Let's split up and search a bit. See what treasures are here. Soon, everyone scattered to carefully search the dozen or so small caves, the abandoned submarine, and the areas covered by stones. Chloe removed the rotten wooden door. Wearing a portable respirator and oxygen tank, he entered the small cave before him, under the beam of his flashlight. 2 rows of bookshelves are displayed inside the cave, with books in a state of decay. Fortunately, a portion of the books were made from special sea beast skin, which could withstand corrosion from seawater. Chloe picked one up and flipped through a few pages. Another unknown ancient script. From the images, it seems to be a book about plants. He selected the books made from special sea beast skin, totaling over 200, and also found several sea charts made of the same material on a desk inside. The sea charts depicted the situation of a lost sea from hundreds of years ago. In another small cave, Lilith discovered a large number of ancient scripts carved into the rock wall. However, part of the content was also carved in a universally used language, so she could understand that portion. In March of the 866th year of the Sea Circle calendar, the Kingdom of Atlantis was attacked by the world government. The first fleet of the kingdom was completely annihilated. In May, the world government launched a demon-slaying order against the kingdom, and the kingdom's army retreated step by step. In August, the capital island of Atlantis was destroyed by a beam of light from the sky. In September, the kingdom's guardian Perk, who had been misled by the world government's conspiracy, finally returned to the war-torn kingdom, leading the remnants of the kingdom's army to destroy 17 naval ships and kill Admiral Rubio. In October, the 5 elders of the world government suddenly arrived, and the guardian found it difficult to resist them. The remnants of the kingdom's army were nearly wiped out, and the citizens were almost slaughtered by the celestial dragons. The guardian, using the awakened power of the hurricane fruit, burned his own life to destroy the ships in this Atlantis area. In November, I returned to Crab Island, my hometown, which had been destroyed by the celestial dragons, with the 6 surviving subordinates, carving the historical text here. Lilith looked at that part of the ancient script. Is this one of the historical texts? She recounted the situation here to Noah, who instructed someone to make a rubbing of the historical text inside. In the other small caves, there wasn't much else. The only valuable item was a set of special techniques carved by the survivor. This set of special techniques was called the Atlantis Deep Sea Diving Technology, which included shark skin swimsuit technology, artificial gill technology, deep sea blood potion technology, and Sea King breath simulation technology. Noah assessed this technology. It indeed has significant value for races other than the fishmen. The sharkskin swimsuit technology is not much, but the artificial gills, deep sea, blood potion, and Sea King breath simulator have very high technical content and are widely applicable. Galatino's wax gills and aged graphite gills are creations of specific fruit abilities, best suited for their own use, while others can only use them for a short time. In contrast, the artificial gills from the Atlantis Kingdom can be mass-produced as an industrial product. Similarly, the deep-sea blood potion is an essential consumable for terrestrial creatures diving in the deep sea. Without using the deep-sea blood potion, not only is the diving depth limited, but it also makes one susceptible to decompression sickness, which could even be life-threatening. The last technology in this set, the Sea King breath simulator, provides divers with a relatively safe assurance. After all, swimming in the ocean poses the greatest risk from large sea beasts and sea kings, especially in the Grand Line. Those terrifying large sea kings can make even a regular Navy vice admiral retreat. However, Noah also discovered the drawback of the Sea King breath simulator. The ocean breath simulator invented by Bijapunk essentially makes sea kings invisible to oneself. The Sea King breath simulator simulates oneself as a sea king. But the issue is that sea kings are also intelligent. They communicate and fight with each other. This means that using the Sea King breath simulator could lead to being regarded as a rival intruding on their territory by other sea kings. This technology can only be used in the 4 seas to repel sea beasts. Once entering the Grand Line, it must basically be discontinued. Otherwise, it may attract nearby sea kings. Noah instructed his subordinates to make copies of these technical documents. After not discovering any other treasures, the group did not leave Crab Island immediately. He felt that the location of this lost sea was quite good. An awakened user of the hurricane fruit had created a vast stormy sea by burning their life force, turning this area into a forbidden zone. Now, apart from ships that accidentally entered the lost sea, almost no one would willingly venture into this area. The radius of the lost sea is about 500 kilometers, and according to Noah's observation using observation hockey, there are still 13 islands within it. As long as these islands are modified, the Lost Sea can serve as a secret base for the Noah family in the South China Sea, especially with more and more descendants of the Freven people being healed. Sakasasai Island was nearing its population limit. While the growth rate of the Sky Island's Emperor Cloud was not fast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people all at once. Noah believes that the special environment of the Lost Sea makes it very suitable as a new development point. There are storms acting as a natural barrier, and there are also more than a dozen islands present. Among these islands, the largest one has a radius of about 11 kilometers. Noah quickly took action, transporting all these islands to the central area of the Lost Sea, which resembled the eye of a storm, appearing calm and serene. Through his observation hockey, Noah realized that this so-called Eye of the Storm area was actually the location of the capital of the Atlantis Kingdom, Atlantis Island. At this moment, there was a bottomless abyss on the seabed of this maritime region. Clearly, this was the result of the King's attack. Noah selected an area near the deep sea pit where the water is relatively shallow and the bottom is composed of thick rock layers, placing 13 islands in that area. Then, Noah went to a nearby sea area, dug up a large amount of rocks and sediment, and filled the bottoms of these islands to enhance the stability of their foundations. This ultimately formed the Storm Islands, consisting of 5 large islands, marking the official establishment of the Storm Islands Governorate. Ari opened a wormhole and transported a large number of able-bodied individuals from Sakasi's Island to begin the construction of the Storm Islands. Currently, there are 5 islands in the Storm Islands: Storm Island, Crab Island, Sharp Rock Island, Silver Beach Island, and Block Island. The first 4 islands are natural islands combined with some seabed silt and rocks, while the last one, Block Island, is made up of 9 small deserted islands. The core of the Storm Islands is Storm Island, which is also where Storm City is located. Noah summoned Gyram, who would be transformed into an apostle. The role of the cubic fruit in infrastructure was immense, and with Shiki using the float fruit for assistance, a city rapidly emerged from the ground, constructed like building blocks. The cubic fruit was used to directly cut out cubic rock blocks, which Shiki then manipulated to stack in designated positions. For example, to build a house, one simply needed to cut out a cubic rock block measuring 15 meters on each side, and then perform a secondary division of the interior of the rock block to quickly obtain a 2-story small house. Through this method, Storm City completed a series of infrastructure projects within a month, including a governor's mansion, for grain warehouses, 16 defense castles, 12 2-story stone houses, 1 underground sewage system, 2 small reservoirs, and 10 large industrial factories. The population gradually transferred from Sakasasai Island reached 32,000, which was sufficient to maintain the city's functions. Noah planned to designate the Storm Island Governorate as an industrial zone. After all, the Rum Kingdom, being an island suitable for farming and a member of the world government, was not suitable for industrial development, especially heavy industry. Similarly, Sky Islands were also not suitable for heavy industry due to their lack of minerals. If heavy industry were to develop, it would have to rely on Noah to transport mineral-rich islands from the doldrums, which was not a long-term solution. The Storm Islands, located in the eye of the storm, experienced almost year-round no rainfall, and the islands relied solely on pipelines for water supply. As for freshwater sources, it was actually quite simple. The Block Island within the Storm Islands was not entirely within the eye of the storm. 1/3 of Block Island was in the storm zone, which was an area that often experienced heavy rainfall. Block Island was transformed into a special terrain, with that 1/3 of land in the storm zone not only at a higher elevation, but also forming a basin shape, allowing it to collect precipitation and transport fresh water to the 2 small reservoirs on Storm Island through pipes. Therefore, even if Storm Island experienced no rainfall year-round, it would not affect its water supply. Of course, not all of the Storm Islands were planned to be industrial zones. For instance, Crab Island was more suitable for animal husbandry, while Silver Beach Island was suitable for agriculture. Sharp Rock Island and part of Block Island were suitable for mining. With the initial construction of Storm City completed, AJ, who was responsible for the industrial department and also managed the education and science department, was transferred to Storm City to oversee industrial construction. Considering the importance of the Storm Islands, Noah transferred Joshua from the Rum Kingdom to serve as the governor of the Storm Islands. Additionally, to manage the various governorates, Noah abolished the Sakasasai Island Governorate and relocated it from its original sea area to above Black Rock Island near the Rum Kingdom. To ensure concealment and safety, almost all of the Imperial Cloud produced over the past few months was transported to above Black Rock Island, forming a brand new Sky Island. Sakasasai Island would serve as the production base for the Cloud Factory, as Black Rock Island's volcano could continuously provide volcanic ash containing C4 stone components. Sakasasai Island and the Rum Kingdom formed the Eastern Sea Governorate, with Uncle Joseph as the governor. The Sky Islands above Gaia Island, along with Baika Island and Gluttony Island, constituted the Sky Paradise Governorate, with Monet as the governor. After the reorganization and adjustment, the country of Dawn formed 3 governorates: the Storm Islands Governorate, the Sky Paradise Governorate, and the Eastern Sea Governorate. As for other small bases and listening stations, they were assigned to the Supervisory Department for Unified Management. Noah and his companions stayed in the Storm Islands until the end of the year and only set sail again after the new year. After more than 2 months of development, the Storm Islands added 4 more mineral-rich islands, all of which were formed from veins of minerals secretly excavated by his envoy, Shiki. In the Antarctic ice cap, a large part of the factory, secretly built underground in the Kingdom of Rum, was sealed with card seals and then relocated to the Storm Islands using Aile's wormhole jumps. At this time, a large arc dock had been built in the industrial area of the Storm Islands, capable of mass-producing medium-sized arcs. Additionally, the set of technology obtained from the ancient well ruins on Crab Island also began its research and replication work. Noah left Garum in the Storm Islands as the head of the industrial area, also to fulfill Noah's vision for the development of the cubic fruit. This cubic fruit has immense uses not only in infrastructure, but also in scientific research and weaponry. The cubes produced from the cubic fruit can be compressed. Just this characteristic alone can lead to a multitude of applications. For example, compressing hydrogen to its limits will turn it into metallic hydrogen, which has an explosive power dozens of times greater. If metallic hydrogen is further compressed, the hydrogen atoms will undergo nuclear fusion reactions, triggering a nuclear explosion. Of course, compressing hydrogen atoms to the point of nuclear fusion would likely require the awakening of the cubic fruit to achieve such a level. Additionally, cubic compression can also produce various high-strength alloys and non-metal materials. For instance, using the cubic fruit to compress graphite can create large quantities of synthetic diamonds. And as long as the output is controlled, these synthetic diamonds can bring continuous profits to the Noah family. The devil fruit can be utilized not only in combat, but also in production and daily life, playing a significant role. Therefore, Noah's decision to keep Garum in the Storm Islands is to make the most of it. If it weren't for the lack of more suitable trump cards, Noah wouldn't even want to keep Bear, the steel fruit user, around. After all, the steel fruit can manipulate magnetic fields and generate high heat, which would greatly enhance metallurgy and machining. However, for his own safety, Noah naturally wouldn't leave Bear in the Storm Islands. At this stage, the superhuman body granted by the steel fruit allows him to withstand admirals physically, without the enhancement of the steel fruit. If he were ambushed by an enemy of admiral level, he could be killed in one blow. Although the probability of an admiral-level enemy ambushing him is low, Noah remains vigilant. This is because the world government still has many hidden trump cards, such as the mysterious Knights of God, the 5 Elders, and M, the King of Ancient Weapons. If the world government finds a way to determine his identity and sends the Knights of God to carry out a decapitation operation, he would face incredibly powerful enemies. At that time, every apostle he is could influence the outcome of the battle. Therefore, when Noah goes out, he must have Shiki and Bear as his apostles. The others are not as important. On May 17th, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, a secret tunnel was quietly excavated between the Red Earth continent, located between the South Sea and the West Sea, along with 2 small secret bases established at both ends of the tunnel. After the tunnel was completed, Noah and his group boarded an inconspicuous commercial transport ship named Prosperity and officially entered the southern waters of the West Sea. As for the West Sea, the distillery had already secretly dispatched over 20 professional agents early last year to carry out intelligence work, led by Shiri. Currently, the distillery has 6 major teams: the East Sea Rum Team, the North Sea Vodka Team, the South Sea Tequila Team, the West Sea Sherry Team, the Paradise Gin Team, and the New World Champagne Team. The head of the distillery is Tamani, and the supervising department is the inspection department. As Noah's temporary secretary, Chloe had already completed intelligence exchanges with Shiri, the head of the West Sea Team. Master Noah, of the 3 targets, 2 have already been confirmed in location. Let me guess, the confirmed targets are Capone Becky and Daz Bonus. Chloe nodded. Master Noah, your insight is remarkable. Noah shook his head. The answer was obvious. That woman was not so easy to track down. The woman in question was, of course, Nico Robin. This time on the journey to the West Sea, he had many targets, among them Nico Robin. As for whether she was willing to join, that was not something she could decide. Among the 2 confirmed targets, which one was closer? Daz Bonez had recently been active in the Tulip Islands, about 10 days of sailing from us. Then let's set sail. The Prosperity was transporting a large amount of hardware tools as cover and quickly approached the Tulip Islands. Meanwhile, the undercurrents in the ocean calmed down as Akiji swept through the South Sea. However, high above in Mariewa, a red figure jumped off a 10,000-meter cliff under the cover of night. Yet, none of the guards in Mariewa noticed this. The red-haired pirates, having set sail again, stopped once more at the Shambadi archipelago after more than 6 months of sailing. Indeed, this was not the first time the red-haired pirates had arrived at the Shambadi archipelago. At Shaki's bar in the Shambadi archipelago, Vice Captain, long time no see, Rayleigh, who had just returned from the human auction, poured himself a glass of rum. Shanks, are you still not planning to enter the New World? Ha ha, no rush. Shanks clinked his cup with Rayleigh's. Forget it, you young people's matters, the old Ray with the coating, won't get involved. Let's drink. Rayleigh shook his head self-deprecatingly. Shanks smiled without speaking, took a sip of his rum, and turned to greet Shaki, who was smoking a cigarette. Boss Shaki, you're looking younger. If you have something to say, just say it, you little brat. Shaki seemed to have already guessed Shanks's thoughts. Shanks's expression became serious. I want Boss Shaki to help find some information about the CP organization, especially the ships transporting secret treasures. CP organization? Shaki frowned. What are you looking for? Nothing much, just some speculations to verify, Shanks replied ambiguously. Rayleigh on the side guessed something but remained silent. Shaki extinguished her cigarette and replied lightly. My price is high. You need to be mentally prepared. Ha ha, no problem. Shanks appeared unconcerned about money, making Beckman twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Beckman asked, does the boss lady have any information about that secretive organization? Shaki shook her head, no. But if you encounter them, you'd better be cautious. Although the Navy hasn't disclosed the details of the battle. My informants tell me that Akiji sustained some minor injuries at that time, and Kazuru, and that Thunderfruit user fought to a standstill. So powerful? Beckman fell in a deep thought. Shanks laughed confidently. Ha ha ha, Beckman, don't worry. If we do encounter them, we won't be at a disadvantage. Beckman did not deny Shanks's confidence. But as the vice captain and strategist of the red-haired pirates, he had to consider various situations and prepare for the worst. 10 days later, on Perfume Island in the Tulip Islands, in a narrow alley, a tall man, about 2 meters tall, suddenly stopped, his fingers gleaming with a metallic silver light. Come out. Soft and rhythmic footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley, and a man in a white suit with a monocle smiled. Daz Bonez? Since you know why I ask, aren't you curious who sent me? I'm not interested in the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Daz had already appeared in front of Kuro. His fingers aimed directly at Kuro's neck. However, the moment his fingers reached the neck, his expression changed, because the sensation after his fingers penetrated felt like entering air. Too slow, Kuro's figure vanished like the wind, but his voice sounded behind Daz, causing Daz's body to tense up. Instantly, he rolled forward, his heels turning into blades, kicking backward. But he was too naive. Kuro's voice rang out again, this time in front of him. In the alley, Daz's face darkened. He had just been toyed with by an unseen enemy, like a wild animal, unable to even touch the hem of their clothes. It seems you've run out of tricks. Your fruit power is indeed wasted on you. Daz's already heightened tension broke, and he angrily yelled, Bastard, why don't you attack? Are you scared? Oh, then I'll do as you wish. The next moment, Daz felt a heavy kick to his abdomen, sending his body flying several meters. Before he could react, he was kicked again from behind. Daz was like a soccer ball, kicked back and forth by Kuro, without even crashing into the surrounding walls. All right, no more playing. Noah, on the rooftop, could see Daz's current level of strength. It was only at the level of a regular Navy colonel, and that was with the fruit power support. Kuro erupted instantly, his fists covered with armament hockey, smashing into Daz's chest, the internal damage from the dark force instantly shocking Daz's organs, as if they were electrocuted. As Daz slowly fell, Kuro gently lifted him up. After capturing the target, the two quickly disappeared into the alley. Back on the Prosperity, Noah did not have the idea of transforming Daz into an apostle, at least not for now. After all, Daz is currently a bounty hunter and only 16 years old, still in a stage that can be transformed. If there is no way to conduct a mental transformation, then he can only be turned into a card apostle. However, Noah believes that the other party will be a person who knows how to adapt to circumstances. Daz, feeling a bit of pain in his head, opened his eyes and patted his face, finally seeing the surroundings clearly. The unfamiliar ceiling, the bed that shook from time to time, and the obvious sound of waves all indicated that he was on a ship. He quickly recalled that he had been defeated by a man in a white suit and glasses. It seems I was brought onto the ship by that guy. But why didn't he kill me? Is he planning to sell me to a slave trader or recruit me? Just as Daz was lost in thought, the wooden door of the cabin slowly opened. Awake? Eat something, and then come with me to meet the master. A member of the family elite said to the vigilant Daz, then casually placed a plate of food down. With his hunger piqued by the food, Daz remained silent. And after the person left, without any hesitation, he picked up a spoon and shoveled the seafood fried rice into his mouth. As for whether the food was poisoned, Daz had no doubt, because if the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need to waste a bottle of poison. A direct cut to the throat, and then throwing him into the sea to feed the fish would be much more straightforward. After finishing a plate of fried rice, he drank a large bottle of watermelon juice. The next moment, the wooden door was opened again. The temporary crew member looked at the empty plate and casually tossed a set of new clothes. Change. Daz glanced at his tattered clothes and then picked up the new clothes to change into. Let's go. He followed the temporary crew member into the captain's room. At this moment, Noah was reading a book, surrounded by a dense mass of iron sand. Daz's gaze shrank at this scene. He was not only shocked by the various changes of the iron sand, but, more importantly, he recognized that the elegant man in front of him was the true identity of the leader of the Seeker organization. You are the leader of the Seeker organization? Noah raised his head, his gaze calmly fixed on Daz's eyes. Are you afraid? Haha, are you joking? Who wouldn't he be afraid when facing a monster that can stand against a Navy vice admiral? You're honest, and I appreciate that even more. Noah's iron sand pulled over a chair. Let's sit down and chat. After calming his emotions, Daz directly sat down. Are you trying to recruit me? I have that thought, but I still need to observe for a while. What if I don't pass? What do you think? Noah replied with a half-smile. Having been in the bounty hunter industry for several years, Daz naturally understood Noah's implication. Such secret organizations definitely wouldn't allow those in the know to leave casually. However, Daz didn't mind too much, as this world is indeed one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Instead, he began to ask some questions that had been on his mind. I want to know what your organization's purpose is. Purpose? Noah opened the window and looked toward the distant azure sea. I want to liberate the entire world and establish a brand new world. A nation where all races coexist peacefully, prosperously, and equitably. Daz was momentarily speechless. He had thought Noah would talk about finding great treasures or becoming the pirate king. But instead, it was this even more terrifying dream. Do you think my dream is unrealistic? Noah asked with a smile. Daz remained silent for a moment, but eventually expressed his thoughts. Although I do think this dream is somewhat distant, I still admire your ambition. I never believe that my dreams are unattainable, because from the moment I came to this world, my thoughts have taken root and sprouted here. Even if one day I die, the thoughts I leave behind will still allow my dreams to be realized. Noah's voice was very calm, but the aura around him was unprecedentedly high. Although that aura did not erupt, Daz beside him could feel the scorching, crimson, vast conqueror's haki. Even if it meant death, would he not regret it? For great ambitions come with sacrifices. Dare to change the sun and moon and create a new world. Without the courage to risk life and death, what dreams can one talk about? I understand now. Please let me follow in your footsteps. I also want to see what this so-called new world is like. Welcome aboard, my partner. You will see a brand new world. Daz stood up. Captain, I look forward to your guidance in the future. You can call me Noah or the head of the family. Either is fine. Of course, if we are outside, you can refer to me as the president or the boss. I understand. After waiting outside for a long time, Chloe, hearing that Daz had agreed to join, knocked on the door and came in, then took Daz away. For new members, especially those with potential, a gradual transformation process needs to be followed. Whether it's ideological education, knowledge dissemination, hockey training, physical exercise, or fruit development, these programs will be organized step by step. On the ship, Chloe could only act as a temporary instructor, providing Daz with various knowledge. After the journey to the West Sea, Daz would definitely go to the training camp on Rum Island for about a year of further study before becoming a formal member. Unbeknownst to them, the Prosperity had been sailing in the West Sea for more than a month. During this time, they passed 13 islands and found a devil fruit on one of the islands, an animal-type mantis fruit, which was considered a relatively valuable fruit. After all, the mantis has characteristics such as flight, immense strength, camouflage, and insect perception. If developed well, it could at least be a small master at the level of a rear admiral. However, Noah did not forget the goal of this trip. On this day, amidst the misty rain, the Prosperity slowly lowered its sails and docked in the white port of Sicily. Noah looked at the members of the Gambino family openly collecting protection fees at the dock. A smile on his face. The 5 major mafia families of West Sea truly exist like local emperors. Boss, I just spoke with a few disciples of the Gambino family, And they said the auction on Sicily is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Chloe reported softly. The day after tomorrow? Noah played with the tarot cards in his hand. The probability of Capone Becci participating in the auction exceeds 80. It seems we just need to wait here for the right moment. Soon, the group checked into a hotel at the port. The entire Sicily was becoming increasingly lively with the approaching auction, but along with it came violence and chaos. On the nearby island of Naples, Capone Becci, who had secretly arrived, stared intently at one page of the intelligence collected by his subordinates, which featured an image of the auction's devil fruit. Castle fruit? Ha ha. It seems we must act against the Gambino family in advance. You guys, immediately execute Plan B. The combat team will come with me to participate in the auction. Yes, Godfather. With Becci's command, the Capone family's forces almost emptied out. The Gambino family, as one of the 5 major mafia families, certainly would not let their guard down. To ensure the auction could proceed smoothly, they had secretly arranged for a considerable number of experts to be stationed in Sicily. A thrilling game of mantis stalking cicadas, with the yellow bird waiting behind, was about to unfold on Sicily. Sicily, St. Raphael Cathedral. Noah sat in front of the large clock at the top of the church, and Tamani, who came through the wormhole for support, used colorful camouflage to turn the location of everyone into a row of stone statues. Daz maintained his blade state with both hands while trying to activate his Busashoka haki. He had taken the Source Blood Potion a few days ago, and his physical abilities were rapidly enhancing. At this moment, he could vaguely sense the Busashoka haki within his body. Chloe poured Noah a cup of black tea, standing by like a professional butler. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the large minute hand behind them slowly moved to point at 9 o'clock in the morning. About a kilometer away from the church, a tall building was bustling with the Sicilian auction, but soon, fierce gunfire and explosions erupted from the auction. In the next moment, a wormhole opened beside Noah, and R, dressed in a white suit and wearing a mask, walked over holding a small box from the other side of the wormhole. Did you get it? Fortunately, the castle fruit is right here. R opened the small box, revealing the castle fruit inside. Meanwhile, Capone Becci, who rushed straight to the auction storage room, had also killed a dozen Gambino mafia guards. With an excited expression, he opened the storage room door and found the small box containing the castle fruit. After opening the box, he saw a castle fruit lying inside. Ha, the castle fruit. This is the fruit I've always wanted. Capone Becci grabbed the fruit without hesitation and took a big bite. Delicious, huh? Capone Becci suddenly stopped, looking at the flesh he had bitten into. The texture, resembling a mix of cheese and cream, left him puzzled. Didn't they say that devil fruits are very unpalatable? This castle fruit isn't bad at all. He took several more bites and found the taste quite good. However, after a while, his expression turned grim. He hadn't sensed any devil fruit abilities. Could it be because he hadn't eaten at all? Capone Becci swallowed the remaining flesh, but after a while, there was still no sign of any abilities. How could this be? Is this castle fruit fake? Damn Gambino, you're dead. Capone Becci clenched his fists in anger. The Godfather, Gambino's reinforcements are here. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Capone Becci's expression worsened. Retreat immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were bombarded by numerous rockets, and the intense explosions caused heavy casualties among the Capone family members. Capone Becci, using a subordinate to shield himself from gunfire, felt a sense of impending doom. Soon, amidst the fierce gunfire and explosions, the Capone family members dwindled, leaving only Capone Becci and a few subordinates. At that moment, the godfather of the Gambino family, Gambino Off, emerged from cover with over 300 elite family members. Becci, hand over the devil fruit and 10 billion berries, and I can let you go, otherwise. Hee. Off. I didn't expect this was all your plan. I really underestimated you before. Capone Becci knew he was in danger upon seeing this scene. However, he still feigned calmness. I've already eaten the fruit. What? Off's eyes turned fierce. But I can compensate you. How about 20 billion berries? This left Off in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Capone Becci appeared very composed, but various thoughts flashed through his mind. Strange. Off actually doesn't know the castle fruit is fake? Does he not know this fruit is fake? Or was it swapped midway? However, this result gave him more confidence in escaping. Off, the fruit has already been eaten by me. If you're determined to fight to the death, then I can only use the devil fruit ability to perish together with you. Even if I can't kill you, I can severely injure the Gambino family. You wouldn't want other families to take advantage of the situation, would you? Off became even more conflicted. Noah and the others on the cathedral watched the simulated image of electromagnetic waves. Chloe displayed a look of disdain. What a hopeless case. They were clearly warned in secret, but still allowed the Capone family to launch a surprise attack. Capone Becci, He is indeed a character. But it's a pity his ambition is too great. This mindset is already formed, and there's no value in reforming it. Brother, the negotiations between both sides have ended. Looking at Capone Becky, swaggering away in the image, Noah showed no expression. Proceed as planned. Yes. After leaving Sicily, Capone Becky and his group were racing back to the family's headquarters at full speed. Although they did not obtain the castle fruit this time, Capone Becky had completely recognized Gambino-off's incompetence. Clearly, he did not intend to fulfill the promise of 20 billion berries and even planned to take the opportunity to eliminate the Gambino family. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky. Capone Becky instinctively looked up and immediately shrank his pupils. Golden Lion? However, Noah had no intention of wasting words and directly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Even Capone Becky was instantly stunned into unconsciousness. With a casual swipe of the float fruit, both the ship and its occupants were pulled into the sky. Noah carried the unconscious Capone Becky, and Ro, who was on standby in the cabin, saw Capone Becky and asked, "Is this the surgical subject? Let's get started." Ro skillfully set up the operating room and cleanly removed Capone Becky's frontal lobe. Noah casually took out the castle fruit and stuffed it into Capone Beach's mouth, then drew the world card for the tarot deck. A golden cocoon enveloped Capone Beach. Soon, Apostle Beach was successfully transformed. World, Capone Beach castle fruit. The kneeling Apostle Beach greeted Noah with fervent eyes. "My lord, servant Beach pays his respects to you. Beach, your task is very simple. Unify the mafia of the West Sea. I appoint you as the acting governor of the West Sea District. As you command." That night, Eri led Noah in a surprise attack on the Gambino family stronghold. Without anyone noticing, they turned Gambino off into an ordinary apostle, using the bully dog fruit they had previously obtained. By controlling off, they quickly took over the Gambino family, completing the initial control over these two mafia families. Next, they could swiftly eliminate the other three mafia families, consuming each other and secretly scheming to wipe out the most heinous members among these gangs in the internal strife. This was also part of the plan. After all, the Noah family would not accept those heinous mafia members. In this way, they could secretly complete the internal purification of the 5 major mafias. Such trivial matters naturally did not require Noah to execute personally. The entire inspection department, led by Mary, secretly settled into the Capone family to begin a thorough internal screening in preparation for the upcoming purge. Meanwhile, Beej and Off also secretly ordered their subordinates to investigate the whereabouts of Nico Robin. In the Northwest Sea area of the West Sea, the Newfoundland Islands, the Capone family stronghold is located on York Island of this archipelago. After more than a month of secret screening and cleaning, Apostle Beach had purged the core members of the Capone family, replacing them entirely with elite members of the Noah family, while also absorbing a portion of reformable youths from the lower ranks of the Capone family. To rationally clean out the core members of the Capone family, Beach and Off planned several ambushes in collaboration, using each other's hands to eliminate dissenters. After the initial internal cleaning was completed, Beach delegated some management tasks to the elite members who had come from the Noah family, while he cooperated with Noah to conduct experiments. Inside an underground cave on York Island, a notorious mafia member had his prefrontal cortex cut off, turning him into a dazed state. Then Noah took the prepared carp fruit and stuffed it into the other's mouth. Seeing the experimental subject swallow the devil fruit, Beej immediately swallowed it into the castle space. Inside the castle space, several personnel who had been on standby quickly took the experimental subject to one of the rooms filled with fruits of the same type as the carp fruit. Then they slashed the experimental subject's throat. With the death of the experimental subject, the information entity of the carp fruit began to untie itself from the soul of the experimental subject. However, as soon as the information entity of the carp fruit detached from the experimental subject, it encountered an insurmountable spatial barrier. There exists a special spatial barrier between the castle space and the external space. Unless Beej opens an exit, the two spaces are completely isolated. The information entity of the carp fruit wandered around inside the castle space. After about 10 minutes, it crashed into one of the apples, transforming this apple back into a carp fruit. The personnel monitoring this room quickly discovered the apple that had turned into a carp fruit and immediately reported this to Beach. In the laboratory outside, Lord Noah, the experiment was successful. Successful? It seems as expected. Noah had actually been researching and speculating about the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruits for some time. From memories of his previous life, he knew of 2 fixed rebirth methods for devil fruits: the gravitational locking of the dark fruit and the faith locking of alabasta. In addition, Noah also deduced a third method of spatial locking from the rebirth method of the dark fruit. Since the gravity of the dark fruit can attract the information entities of devil fruits, then an alternate space should also be able to do this. After all, the small alternate spaces generated by other fruits are relatively independent of the pirate world. If the information entity of a fruit cannot escape even strong gravity, then the strength of the spatial barrier of the alternate space is surely greater than that of strong gravity, making it very difficult for the information entity of the fruit to break through its blockade, forcing it to enter the fruits within the alternate space. As for why this method of rebirth in an alternate space has not been researched by others, the answer is very simple. On one hand, fruits with alternate spaces are extremely rare. The known fruits with alternate spaces are the dark fruit, the door fruit, the swallow fruit, the castle fruit, the swamp fruit, the mirror fruit, the book fruit, and the card fruit. The spaces of the card fruit and the book fruit are static, and these two fruits cannot execute the killing for fruits. Thus, only 6 fruits remain that can implement plans for killing to obtain fruits. However, without the observer perspective of a god, the natives of the pirate world rarely think in this direction and can only rely on luck. In other words, unless the users of the above 6 fruits pull other devil fruit users into the alternate space and kill them, and happen to have a large number of fruits in the alternate space, it is unlikely to discover the secret of fruit rebirth. This possibility among the 6 fruits is greatest for the user of the dark fruit to discover the rebirth secret. Why is this believed? Firstly, the alternate space of the door fruit is the inner world of the pirate world, meaning that the alternate space opened by the door fruit is not of the portable type, which leads to the door fruit lacking the function of storage. The user naturally would not store fruits inside. After all, if you store fruits in the inner world of Sabati Archipelago and open the door in the new world, there is no way to retrieve these fruits, losing the meaning of a storage space. The same reasoning applies to the mirror fruit. As for the swallow fruit, castle fruit, and swamp fruit, while they have a certain probability, the chance of capturing devil fruit users themselves is relatively low. The characteristics of the dark fruit, which can render the user's abilities ineffective, combined with its capacity to absorb items into the dark space, provide a higher probability of encountering both users and fruits in the dark space. If Noah is not mistaken, the reason why Marshall D. Teach is so fixated on the dark fruit is that he once obtained information left by a previous user of the dark fruit, knowing that the dark fruit can absorb the killed user's body into the dark space. Then, fruits were stored in the dark space, forcing the fruit entities to be reborn within it. However, this does not mean that the ability to force the fruits to be reborn is an exclusive ability of the dark fruit. Originally, Noah planned to use the Goma no Mi to create an apostle and test this hypothesis. However, he found that the castle fruit was more suitable for experimentation, which led to this current experiment. When the koi fruit was placed in front of Noah, his smile grew even more radiant. Soon, he took out the previously sealed abilities. The parrot fruit user, Gullo, the turtle fruit user, Dick, the earthworm fruit user, Austin, the nine-tailed fox fruit user, Catherine Butterfly, and Diamante, who was created as a card apostle. These individuals had not been transformed into apostles by Noah, but had remained sealed within the cards. And now it was finally time to utilize them. As for why Diamante was included in the recycling, the reason was very simple. Because Diamante's life paper was in the hands of the Don Quixote family, and since the flying fruit was not cost-effective, Noah chose to recycle the fruit. He sent these people into the castle space. In no time, 5 freshly baked devil fruits were placed before him. With these 5 devil fruits, the total number of devil fruits in the Noah family's reserves had reached 17. The Paramecia type, Goma no Mi, glue fruit, children's fruit, sound fruit, and flying fruit. The Zoan type ordinary koi fruit, rattlesnake fruit, red fox fruit, crow fruit, sheep fruit, red spider fruit, mantis fruit, parrot fruit, turtle fruit, and earthworm fruit. The Zoan type mythical vampire fruit and nine-tailed fox fruit. After thinking for a while, he instructed Alii via the telephone bug to bring the 6 captains from the winery over. As the first batch of elite members of the family, being able to stand out as captains clearly required not only strong strength, but also meeting standards in ability and loyalty. These individuals had made significant contributions to the family's intelligence system in exploring the seas and the Grand Line. And Noah did not intend to continue storing these fruits, but instead planned to distribute them to these newly promoted officers. After all, many family members had limited potential. Even those who stood out as officers found it difficult to reach the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters solely through physical techniques, swordsmanship, and hockey. At this moment, the value of the devil fruits became apparent. The first winery officer to arrive was Sherry, who was in charge of the West Sea branch. She was an ordinary-looking girl with long sea blue hair, a native of the Rum Kingdom, and was 18 years old this year. Next was Tequila, the head of the South Sea branch, a large man with light red skin, born a vagabond in the Oirak Kingdom, and 19 years old this year. The head of the Paradise branch, Juniper, was a black-haired young man with a somewhat expressionless face, an orphan from the Tsinghua fish port of the Rum Kingdom, and he carried a long sword, being 20 years old this year. The head of the East Sea branch, Rum, was the son of a merchant from the capital of the Rum Kingdom. After his family went bankrupt, he ended up on the streets and was secretly adopted by a training camp. He was a smiling fat man and 19 years old this year. The head of the North Sea branch, Vodka, was a young man with a large scar on his face and red hair, an orphan from Rogtown, and was 20 years old this year. Lastly, the head of the New World branch, Champagne, was a girl with golden curly hair wearing gold-rimmed glasses, abandoned in Orangetown, and she was 18 years old this year. Lord Noah, the 6 of them respectfully greeted Noah. Noah waved his hand and said, "Everyone sit down. It's been almost 2 years since you graduated from the training camp. I called you here today to reward your hard work." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed joy on their faces, but out of respect for Noah, they remained silent and quietly waited for what would come next. Noah took out a dozen boxes from the card space. These 14 devil fruits have not yet been allocated, and you can choose one according to your needs. As everyone looked at the row of small boxes, their eyes became even more fervent. Soon they picked their desired fruits. Sherry chose the glue fruit. Tequila picked the rattlesnake fruit. Rum chose the flying fruit. Juniper picked the mantis fruit. Vodka chose the red spider fruit. Champagne selected the nine-tailed fox fruit. Since you have already chosen, then eat it. Yes, thank you for the gift, Lord Noah. Everyone eagerly consumed the fruits, although the taste was hard to describe. They left no flesh behind, as it was the family rule and also a reflection of their awareness. Noah was quite optimistic about the fruits chosen by everyone. These fruits are relatively inclined towards intelligent systems, whether it is the glue fruit's omnipresence, the nine-tailed fox's mimicry transformation, the rattlesnake's infrared sensing, the red spider's environmental sensing, the mantis's environmental color and flight, or the flying fruit's flight and storage compression, all of which can be applied to information theft. After eating the fruits, Noah also provided guidance on their ability development, although all except the glue fruit and the flying fruit were zoan types. This does not mean that zoan types lack other development ideas. For example, the rattlesnake fruit, as a snake type, has general characteristics such as infrared sensing, hibernation, shedding, and toxins. Among these, the shedding characteristic can be achieved through taking the family's specially developed source blood potion, allowing for rapid strength enhancement. Another example is the red spider. This species has characteristics of rapid reproduction, speed, hiding, gregariousness, and considerable strength, along with the ability to spin silk. In summary, each species has its unique aspects, and ordinary zoan types can sometimes become very powerful. The key is to find their characteristics. As for the awakening of the fruits, the awakening of zoan-type devil fruits is relatively easy, but also very dangerous. The reason lies in its ease of awakening. Easy awakening means that the ability user may not have undergone sufficient honing, and their inner resolve might not be strong enough, leading to the information entity of the fruit taking control during the awakening process. Therefore, Noah solemnly reminded everyone to pay attention to the training and strengthening of their willpower to avoid being overpowered by the fruit's information entity during awakening, turning into a failed awakening beast. As for the development direction of the superhuman glue fruit and flying fruit, Noah had already conceived a lot in the Book of Devils. Sherry and Rum only needed to apply to browse the Book of Devils to develop according to the ideas laid out inside. With Noah present, Sherry and Rum directly obtained a master copy of the Book of Devils. Rum flipped to the section regarding the flying fruit. For the development of the flying fruit, Noah had already conducted various attempts on himself using the ability extraction method. Therefore, the development of the flying fruit in the Book of Devils is very detailed, and Rum quickly grasped the various derivative abilities of the flying fruit, combined with the two-color hockey he already possessed. His strength was close to that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. As for Sherry's glue fruit, much of its development ideas came from Noah. For example, combining the observation hockey with pseudo-elementalization, non-Newtonian fluid defense, gel shaping, and gel fusion. Among these, the gel series has the greatest potential. Although the glue fruit user cannot create glue gel, they themselves are glue gel. This means that the user can achieve transformation, morphing, and fusion through body gluification. In the training ground, The moment Sherry was hit by a prisoner, she instantly turned into a puddle of glue. The glue then stuck to the prisoner like a powerful adhesive, quickly spreading, covering, and enveloping his entire body. Soon the prisoner suffocated to death as his mouth and nose were blocked by the glue. However, Sherry remained attached to the prisoner's corpse and could control him to perform various actions. Noah, who was nearby, pointed out, even if an ordinary person's body is fused, it won't significantly enhance their strength. But you can have Ro help out by modifying some special materials. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Noah. The attack power of the glue fruit itself is not too strong, but those modified individuals can be equipped with various enhancements. And with Ro, a surgery fruit user, human modification technology is almost effortless. However, you should not control too many modified individuals at once. After all, the glue fruit is not a puppet fruit. 2 or 3 is about your limit. I will be careful. Sherry naturally knows her limits, unless she can awaken the fruit. Controlling 2 or 3 modified individuals is nearly her maximum. With the current technological accumulation of the Noah family, using relatively powerful pirates as experimental subjects, removing the frontal lobe, and using various potions for accelerated enhancement to create dozens of modified individuals with a lifespan of about 10 years at the rank of Rear Admiral is still feasible. If the original strength of the experimental subject is relatively high, the modified individual could even reach the rank of Vice Admiral. However, these modified individuals, after having their frontal lobes removed, essentially become simpletons, finding it difficult to execute basic commands, relying only on methods similar to the glue fruit's fusion or the graphite fruit's graphene wire for control. The pros and cons are very clear. After this allocation of fruits, the distillery staff train for a month around York Island, after which they gradually return to the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. At this time, a message came from the Gambino family, prompting Noah to set sail again. On August 16, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the West Sea, Naples waters, a pirate ship was enjoying a rare afternoon. Captain Dirk, sipping rum, squinted and quietly asked his first mate, One-Eyed, has the identity of that woman been confirmed? The One-Eyed replied, just as quietly, yes, it should be correct, but it's quite troublesome to take action. No problem. Didn't the Camorra family say they would only give us that batch of weapons for 50 million berries? Let's use her as a counterbalance. Dirk's plans were falling into place. Meanwhile, the girl hidden in the cabin had already heard the conversation on deck through ears created by her ability. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, seemingly accustomed to such betrayal. However, despite her emotions not fluctuating much, she still got her small backpack ready. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted on the deck. Captain, we've spotted a merchant ship. Where is it? Northwest, about 6 kilometers away. Ha ha, boys, we hit the jackpot. Steer towards it. Received. In the cabin, the girl showed a hint of reluctance on her face, but she could only pray for the merchant ship to escape quickly, as she was in no position to help herself. The chase on the sea lasted for more than an hour. At this moment, the distance between the pirate ship and the merchant ship was less than 200 meters. The pirates on the pirate ship revealed cruel and bloodthirsty smiles, eagerly preparing their grappling hooks and planks to board the ship. However, in the next moment, fear and panic suddenly appeared on the faces of the pirates, because several people had jumped over from the opposing ship. In the blink of an eye, Kuro and 5 of his subordinates landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Quick! A pirate who was about to speak suddenly felt his throat go cold, then clutched his bleeding throat and fell to the ground convulsing. Dirk showed a fierce expression and swung his long knife at Kuro, shouting, "Die! Heart!" As soon as the words were spoken, a hollow appeared in the position of Dirk's heart. Kuro's figure materialized behind him, holding a still beating heart in his palm. Inside the cabin, the girl saw this scene through her ability and was instantly terrified, her hands and feet going cold, her eyes filled with shock and fear. In her eyes, Dirk, who had a bounty of 35 million berries, could easily kill hundreds of ordinary soldiers. But at this moment, Dirk lay sprawled in a pool of blood on the deck, looking so weak and pitiful. In just a few minutes, more than 50 pirates on the pirate ship were all wiped out, not even qualifying to become experimental material. Kuro stood on the deck, picking up a bottle of rum to wash off the blood of his 10 blades. "Aren't you coming out, Miss Nika, Robin?" That voice filled Robin in the cabin with even more terror and despair. But she knew she had no chance to escape. After all, this was the vast sea, and as a person with abilities, she couldn't even swim, let alone run away. After a while, a pale-faced Robin walked out from the cabin. She said nothing, wearing an indifferent expression as if she was resigned to her fate. Kuro's lips curved slightly. "You're very rational. Captain, We have collected all the valuable items on board. Two subordinates brought out two large chests filled with treasures and berries. Then let's go. Kuro grabbed Robin by the backpack strap and used Moonwalk to leap into the air, while the other 5 subordinates also used Moonwalk, though 2 of them were still carrying the large chests. Kuro suddenly exerted force with his legs, and in an instant, dozens of wind blades swept down. The pirate ship was instantly dismembered into several pieces, and the wreckage slowly sank into the sea. Gulialu. Robin swallowed hard. After a while, the group returned to the Prosperity. Kuro brought Robin to the captain's room. Noah, who did not care much about the events outside, looked up to see Robin's despairing face, which appeared slightly youthful yet bore a hint of weariness from the trials of life. He paused his writing and used iron sand to pour her a cup of red tea. The steaming cup of tea floated over to the tea table on one side. Sit down. Suddenly, Robin looked surprised and asked uncertainly, Are you Iron Man? The Iron Man of the secretive organization? The nickname given by the Navy was indeed Klitsch. Noah felt nothing about this nickname, but as a cover, it was still acceptable. At this moment, Robin finally came back to her senses. In fact, she had been paying attention to the secretive organization for a simple reason. The man who complicated her feelings had clashed with the secretive organization just a few months ago. She calmed herself and then sat down in a nearby chair. How do you plan to deal with me? I assume you wouldn't hand me over to the Navy for that 79 million berries, would you? You're very smart. Noah took a sip of red tea and then smiled as he asked, Why don't you guess my purpose? Robin thought for a moment. The most valuable thing about me is the historical knowledge in my brain. You need my historical knowledge to achieve certain goals. Arrogance and prejudice, indeed, are flaws that everyone finds hard to avoid. Noah fiddled with the globe on the desk. Your historical knowledge holds little value for me because I have little interest in the past, rather than focusing on the past. It's better to look towards the future. Robin's mind went blank for a moment before she slowly spoke. But I am a historian. My existence is to explore past history. Yes, so I cannot let you leave. Why? Are you also afraid of the past history like the world government? Robin's tone involuntarily became urgent. Noah calmly expressed his inner thoughts. Because if you become someone else's pawn, it will hinder my plans. I don't want my enemies to gain even more powerful strength, thereby preventing me from overthrowing the entire world. Robin was immediately rendered speechless. Noah casually placed a book in Robin's hand. Robin instinctively glanced at it, and her gaze was immediately drawn in. The Book of Years. She opened the pages, and before she knew it, over 2 hours had passed. This book contained a total of 7 rubbings of historical texts, along with historical materials collected by the Noah family from various ancient ruins, with the most being from the history of the Kingdom of Atlantis. The origins of those 7 historical texts were as follows. 1 discovered at the bottom of the East Sea, 1 found in the royal tombs of Alabasta, 1 located in the Alabasta Desert, 1 uncovered in the ruins of Skypea, 1 found on Crab Island in the Lost Sea of the South Sea, and 2 discovered in the sea forest of Fishman Island. Robin let out a sigh. I didn't expect that the historical texts I have longed for would suddenly appear before me in the form of 7 rubbings. Then, with a hint of testing in her gaze, she asked, Do you really not want to know the contents of these historical texts? I've said you're very clever. But clever people often think too much, Noah replied, his gaze piercing as if he could see through Robin's heart. Doesn't it record the ancient weapons? Poseidon the Sea King and Pluto the Underworld King, as well as a pirate named Joy Boy? What? Robin's breath quickened. You actually know the contents? That's why I said your value to me is not great, Noah said nonchalantly, making Robin feel powerless. After a moment, Robin finally spoke up. So, you don't want other forces to know the contents of the historical texts. Therefore, I, as a historian, must be under your control. Exactly. Even if I don't need those so-called ancient weapons, I don't want my enemies to obtain them, and you are one of the keys to unlocking the ancient weapons. I understand. However, I want to know, you could easily kill to silence me. Wouldn't that be safer? Noah shook his head with a smile. You think too highly of yourself. There are many who know history, not just you. Most of the Roger pirates learned everything about the past on Laughtail. They just chose to wait for the so-called Child of Destiny. I am not willing to wait. I have never believed in the so-called Child of Destiny. I see. So Laughtail has all the history. Robin suddenly realized. You are mistaken again. The history of Laughtail is merely Joy Boy's one-sided account. People tend to write diaries selectively. Therefore, this history is just Joy Boy's perspective on it. Noah turned the globe on the desk again. The past has long been set in stone, but the future holds infinite possibilities. If one acknowledges the so-called Child of Fate, then everything I strive for would be meaningless, wouldn't it? Robin felt for the first time the terrifying aura emanating from Noah. especially that kind of boldness and determination to change the world, to overturn the entire world. What kind of world do you intend to create, Your Excellency? Noah took out the 5 volumes of Dragon Slayer and some other books. This is the world I envisioned, and even if I shatter into pieces, my will shall forever be imprinted in the history of this world civilization. After saying this, Noah waved his hand directly. Chloe, arrange a room for Miss Robin. Leave it to me, Lord Noah, Chloe replied respectfully. Although Robin had a lot of questions, she still left with Chloe, carrying a huge pile of books. After arranging the cabin, Chloe gave Robin some clothes and daily necessities, then left. In the room, after hastily eating a bento, Robin eagerly opened the books Noah had given her, especially the set called Dragon Slayer. Before she knew it, night fell. However, Robin in the room was still reading late into the night, and after finishing 2 volumes, she felt a tremendous impact on her heart. Early the next morning, Chloe brought breakfast. Miss Robin, while reading is important, you still need to take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chloe. With panda eyes, Robin looked exhausted, but her gaze was full of brilliance. Chloe knew she and T absorb his words, but he didn't continue and quietly took his leave. 5 days later, the Prosperity returned to the secret base on York Island. When Robin disembarked, her spirit had greatly changed. If she had previously been filled with confusion and fear, at this moment, she seemed to have seen through the bizarre nature of the world. When she met Noah again, Robin no longer felt the previous anxiety. Only admiration remained. Mr. Noah, York Island seems to be the stronghold of the Capone family, right? Yes, I've already transformed it. Transformed it? It's merely an application of a devil fruit ability. For those who are notorious yet powerful, I will transform them into card apostles, like this one. As soon as he finished speaking, Apostle Shiki transformed from card form into human form. Robin's gaze sharpened. Golden Lion Shiki? Little girl, I'm Golden Lion Shiki, and I am also my Lord's Apostle. I look forward to working with you. Seeing the legendary pirate before her, Robin finally understood why Noah had such ideals of overturning the world. I am increasingly looking forward to Mr. Noah's new world. You will see it, but your strength is too weak. The enemies we will face in the future are extremely powerful. Without strength, you may fall before dawn, Noah reminded her. Robin nodded. I understand. Then please train me, Mr. Noah. If it were the old her, she definitely wouldn't have been too keen on improving her strength, as the history of the world was her obsession, and Akiji had left her with an insurmountable shadow. But now, not only had her obsession with the history of the world greatly diminished, but she also no longer feared the Navy and the world government. She believed that improving her strength was very necessary. Chloe will teach you physical skills for a while, and I will guide you to reorganize the development of your devil fruit. Development of the devil fruit? Robin knew that her fruit was the flower fruit, which had very weak potential. Noah saw her expression and knew that Robin thought her fruit ability was mediocre. Although you have a wealth of knowledge, your development of the devil fruit ability is quite ordinary, wasting this fruit. I'm really sorry about that, Robin said half-jokingly. The ability of the flower fruit belongs to a type that combines superpowers and superhuman abilities. You can create flower organs outside your body, and these external organs are connected to your senses, right? Yes, Robin nodded. So why did you expose your identity so easily? What? Robin was confused by Noah's sudden question. That's why I said you wasted this fruit. You could easily make flowers bloom on your face, changing your appearance and even your body shape through the flower skin. After hearing this, Robin tried it out, and indeed, after covering her face with a layer of skin, her appearance changed somewhat. Noah released a full-length mirror. You can create an entirely new face. Before long, Robin's face looked completely different. If it weren't for being very familiar with her figure, a stranger would find it difficult to see through this disguise. The disguise is just a small application of the flower fruit, which gives you the ability to create floral organs from a distance. If your body and martial arts are strong enough like this, Noah's finger was pitch black, instantly plunging into the stone block in front of him. As long as your physical skills and domineering aura are strong enough, any target that appears within your observation range is difficult to escape your assassination. Robin poked the stone block in front of her with her finger and found it a bit painful. Next comes the third application direction, which will be the foundation of your future strength, exoskeleton derivation. You need to mimic the exoskeleton of insects, creating a layer of exoskeleton and specialized organs on the surface of your body, thereby using this method to change the physiological weaknesses of women's strength. Under Noah's guidance, Robin stumbled and tried. At first, the exoskeleton she generated was bizarre, and not only did it fail to increase her strength, but it also restricted her body's movement. However, Noah reminded her to combine the exoskeleton structure of insects with the structure of a human body, which allowed her development progress to advance rapidly. Soon, she developed the first set of exoskeleton armor, Ant King version 1.0. This was the result of Robin dissecting hundreds of ants under a microscope. After entering Ant King mode, her strength increased by dozens of times, but the duration was very short, lasting only about 10 minutes. Noah knew that this was the result of Robin's rigid imitation of the ant structure. Next, she would definitely have to constantly adjust according to her own body to transform into a mode that could maintain an external skeleton in the long term. In the West Sea, the Calabria Sea area, one of the 5 major mafia families, the Intrang family, was entrenched here. At this moment, at the Intrang family's stronghold on Citrus Island, a large number of Capone family's evil cannon fodder shouted, "Kill!" for the Godfather, as they waved axes and long knives, with ordinary thugs behind them carrying rifles and rocket launchers. Enel, one of the supervising teams, looked coldly at the fearless cannon fodder in front of him, not considering these people as companions at all. After more than a year of ideological reformation, Enel finally passed the ideological review 6 months ago, and he also completed the training of body techniques and dual-color hockey. Especially in terms of observation hockey, his talent was extremely strong, a super-wide type like Noah. Suddenly, a large number of Intrang family mafia members emerged from both sides of the street ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The evil cannon fodder rushing in the forefront was suddenly hit hard and quickly retreated in disarray. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Enel's mouth. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dense bullets, a few rocket shells were also mixed in. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it. The cannon fodder was caught between attacks from both front and rear, suffering heavy casualties. The Intrang family's people were also dumbfounded. However, Enel had no interest in explaining to these trash. He swung the alloy trident fiercely, and a dozen evil cannon fodder were cut in half. This incredibly bloody scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This is the consequence of retreating. Follow me and charge. Enel led the charge and quickly slaughtered the retreating evil cannon fodder, then rushed straight towards the Intrang family's mafia members. Help! Don't kill me. On this day, Citrus Island ran red with blood. Soon, the news of the Capone family swallowing the Intrang family spread rapidly in the underground world of the West Sea. The remaining families, the Camorra family, the Omeda family, and the secretly controlled Gambino family, immediately colluded in the dark, preparing to unite against the Capone family. Unfortunately, the Camorra family and the Omeda family did not know that Gambino had already become Noah's apostle, a high-level spy existence. This was a fatal flaw for this so-called temporary alliance. In the Naples Sea area, at the Camorra family stronghold, the Pearl Islands, after secretly contacting the other 2 mafia families through a telephone bug, the godfather of the Camorra family, Camorra Harry, showed no signs of relaxation on his face. Did you contact the Dirt Pirates? A bald executive of the family shook his head. Godfather, the Dirt Pirates went missing some time ago. Harry Fronet? No. The Capone family strength is too strong. The other families may not be reliable. This is not good. Godfather, we can actually find the antiquities dealer, suggested a shifty-eyed executive. The antiquities dealer? Harry hesitated, not because the antiquities dealer was not strong enough, but rather because the opponent's strength was too strong, which made him very wary. After thinking for a while, Harry still did not make up his mind. Let's discuss contacting the antiquities dealer later. You go contact other pirate groups. As long as they are willing to take action, the reward is 5 billion berries. Yes, Godfather. The family executives had no objections to Harry's decision. After all, the antiquities dealer had a very bad reputation in the underground world of the West Sea, a typical double-edged sword. If they wiped out the Capone family but caused the Camorra family to suffer heavy losses, it would not be worth it. However, a week later, a sudden piece of news shocked the slightly relaxed Camorra family. What did you say? Harry's eyes widened as he listened to his subordinate's report, looking very ugly and shocked. The bald executive could only continue. Godfather, the news is true. I obtained this information through the Joint Chamber of Commerce. Harry gritted his teeth. Damn it. Gambino, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Just moments ago, the stronghold of the Omeda family, one of the 5 major mafia families, had been attacked by Oaf and his men during a secret meeting. Now, nearly all of the high-ranking members of the Omeda family had been slaughtered, while the lower and middle members were quickly absorbed by the Gambino family. With the Gambino family swallowing the Omeda family and the Capone family swallowing the Intrang family, the system of the 5 major mafia families in the West Sea's underground world was falling apart. Faced with such a situation, Harry, who did not want to sit idle, finally made up his mind. More, contact the antiquities dealer immediately. Yes, Godfather. The bald executive Moore hurried to contact the antiquities dealer. Meanwhile, Mary, along with members of the inspection department, was conducting covert screening of the temporarily absorbed members of the Entrang family and the Ometa family. For those who had committed numerous crimes among the temporarily absorbed personnel, they would need to find ways to exhaust them during the upcoming campaign against the Kimura family. As for those who had few problems or only minor crimes, they would undergo ideological reform or be assigned to unimportant positions. Both sides were preparing. Unknowingly, over a month had passed. During this month, the Capone family and the Gambino family had been causing friction. On one hand, it was to numb the Kimura family, and on the other hand, it was to reasonably clean up some unqualified personnel. The Kimura family did not relax their vigilance because of the friction between the Capone family and the Gambino family. Instead, they strengthened their internal armament. Of course, as the mastermind behind the scenes, Noah was very clear about the Kimura family's small movements through the intelligence monitoring at the distillery. However, letting the other party prepare adequately was also one of Noah's goals. After all, to reasonably exhaust those unqualified cannon fodder, the Kimura family's strength had to be strong enough. As for the antiquities dealer who would intervene, Noah did not take him seriously. He was even well aware of the antiquities dealer's intelligence. After all, the Noah family possessed telephone bug monitoring technology, as long as one was on the monitoring list. Many things said over the phone were basically equivalent to the Noah family knowing. This one-way transparency of intelligence brought extremely terrifying consequences. On the evening of November 21st, at the secret base on York Island, Robin walked in holding a document, having completely changed her appearance. Even within the family, she chose to maintain her disguise. Is there important intelligence? Yes, it's the phone records between that antiquities dealer and Kimura Harry. Noah took the document, flipped through it for a while, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. This Harry has some brains. Letting Ove go to the appointment. Okay, by the way, the Navy's Western Sea branch has also been paying attention to the conflicts in the underground world recently. Noah waved his hand. Don't worry. As long as the Gambino family and the Capone family haven't decided the winner, the Navy won't take action. He had studied the dynamics of the West Sea. There are 3 major underground forces in the West Sea: the 5 major mafia, the United Chamber of Commerce, and the 8 Treasure Navy. If any one of them were to disappear, it would lead to even more severe chaos in the underground world of the West Sea. Moreover, these forces are backed by nobles from various kingdoms, the West Sea Navy, and global underground giants. Although the current admiral of the West Sea Navy is T. Pig Kaji, he also does not have the authority to use the Navy to eliminate the mafia. Such gray forces are sometimes the result of compromises among various parties. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, on November 28th, in the West Tower Sea, also known as the famous top of the West Sky region. This sea area is located in the middle of the West Sea, right between the territories of the Gambino family and the Kimura family. Therefore, this secret meeting was naturally chosen to be held here. In addition, in order to dispel Uf's vigilance, Harry specifically chose an island close to the Gambino family, Red Coral Island. On the eastern sea surface of Red Coral Island, a fleet flying the Kimura family flag slowly approached the port of Coral Town. Uf, who had arrived early at Coral Town, brought many members he intended to eliminate. However, he drove all the nearby residents away to other places. At this moment, among the Kimura family fleet, an old man wearing a gentleman's hat stood at the bow, watching the increasingly close dock, as well as the vaguely visible members of the Gambino family on it. Next to him was Moore, a bald cadre of the Kimura family, who was observing the situation at the dock with a telescope. Mr. Hanover, Uf of the Gambino family, is at the dock. Don't rush. The antique dealer Hanover chuckled with a weird laugh while playing with a handgun in his hand. For the overly confident Hanover, Moore was not genuinely concerned about him. Rather, he was worried that Hanover would be unable to take down Uf and his men, bringing losses to the Kimura family. A few minutes later, the fleet finally entered the dock area, less than 200 meters away from the dock. Moore, where's that guy Harry? Uf shouted loudly. Naturally, Moore didn't want to expose himself now, so he immediately responded, Godfather Uf, my godfather will be out to meet you soon. Hiding behind several Kimura Mafia members, Hanover suddenly raised his hand and shot. Corrosive bullet. In an instant, 6 bullets were fired. Uf at the dock had already sensed the danger through his observation hockey, and he jumped away. The several disposable guards acting as his escort were instantly hit by the corrosive bullets. With a sizzling sound as if splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, these men let out shrill screams, their bodies smoking before turning into a pile of white bones. Fire. Hidden cannons were pushed out from the ship's cabin, and gunners quickly rushed out to shoot and bombard the Gambino family members on the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, take cover. Return fire. Help. The dock was in chaos, while Oof, who had already jumped to the rooftop of tall building, along with several members of the Noah family, calmly watched this scene. Hanover's handgun continued to fire. Anyone or anything hit by his bullets would experience massive corrosion and dissolution. Soon, those unqualified members on the dock were completely eliminated. Then, a large number of Kimura family mafia members landed on the dock, starting to surround Oof and the others in the tall building. Seeing this scene, Moore immediately burst into laughter. Oof, your Gambino family's doomsday has arrived. You really are confident. Oof calmly looked at the triumphant Moore and the not-so-distant Hanover. In the next moment, Oof's shirt exploded directly, his body swelling significantly as he entered the half-beast form of the bully dog. What? A power user? Moore was startled. Hanover, however, looked disdainful. Is this your confidence? How boring. Corrosive bullet. The bullet penetrated Oof's body and hit the tiles behind him, corroding a large hole. However, Hanover's expression became serious, and he suddenly exhaled sharply. Corrosive gas. Several Kimura Mafia members who couldn't escape were corroded beyond recognition, rolling on the ground in agony. However, this gas capable of corroding anything encountered Oof, who was fully covered in Busashoku haki. In an instant, Oof appeared right in front of Hanover. Busashoku? Damn it. Corrosive fist. Boom. Oof instantly threw a punch, sending out a shockwave. Hanover widened his eyes in anger, being blasted away for hundreds of meters by the shockwave of Oof's iron fist, crashing through the docked ships and falling into the sea. Trash, another half-baked user who only develops abilities without training the body. From a moment Oof transformed and attacked to Hanover being knocked into the sea, only a few seconds had passed. Moore, who was just coming back to his senses, was now completely cold, his hands and feet trembling involuntarily. I surrender. His heart was instantly ripped out from his chest, and Moore fell down with unblinking eyes. Oof casually crushed his heart. The family doesn't need trash. Soon, the Kimura family brought over by the Mafia was bloodily wiped out. The antique dealer Hanover, who was fished out of the sea, is a user of the corrosion fruit, whose ability is similar to that of the Navy Cheyenne and his rust fruit. While Alf dealt with the members of the Kimura family brought by Moore, the Kimura family stronghold was also raided by Becky. Harry and other high-ranking members of the Kimura family were completely annihilated. As a result, 3 of the 5 major Mafia families in the West Sea were entirely destroyed, leaving only the Capone and Gambino families. The 2 families appear to be at odds, but in reality, they were helping each other eliminate rivals while rapidly taking over the territories of the other 3 Mafia families. The other forces in the West Sea, seeing that the Capone and Gambino families were maintaining restraint and the situation was evenly matched, had no choice but to abandon their thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos. While the Noah family was busy strategizing against the West Sea Mafia in the Grand Line, at Mariejois on the Red Line, flames were soaring. And amidst the chaos and fire, a large number of slaves seized the opportunity to escape from Mariejois. Ships that had been prepared below the Red Line rescued thousands of slaves. Fisher Tiger was fortunate because the 5 elders were not in Mariejois that night, but had gone to Egghead Island. Borsalino also went to support Sengoku against the crazed Kaido due to matters in the New World. Kazan had been wandering in the South Sea recently, seemingly searching for Noah and his group, and had not returned to the Navy headquarters. Garp went back to the East Sea to see his grandson. Suru also went to the North Sea to hunt down the Don Quixote family. At that moment, in the Navy headquarters, only Fleet Admiral Kong, Chief Instructor Zifa, and Rear Admiral Guillaume were present, and one of them had to stay in Marineford. Thus, only Kong and Guillaume went out to engage, but unfortunately, neither of them had control skills. With Rayleigh and Shaki secretly assisting, those fleeing ships quickly completed their coating and submerged underwater, leaving Kong and Guillaume sighing in despair. This incident instantly ignited the seas. Especially Morgan, who thrives on chaos, wrote this news as the headline the next day. Clearly, this matter could not be concealed, and the world government had no choice but to issue a bounty for the Sun Pirates and the mastermind Tiger. Fortunately, Tiger was not entirely reckless. He knew to cut ties with the Ryugu Kingdom in advance, becoming a wanted criminal of the Ryugu Kingdom. Otherwise, the world government would definitely have targeted the Ryugu Kingdom. The 5 elders, who had just returned to Mariejois, did not say much on the surface, but they were already plotting how to deal with the Ryugu Kingdom in their hearts. The covert unification of the West Sea Mafia significantly boosted the power of the Noah family. However, Noah did not set sail again, but continued to stay in the secret base on York Island. At this time, He had completed the creation of the 6th major arcana card's apostle. Noah currently possesses 6 major arcana apostles, which are the Devil, Pan Barton, Swap Fruit, the Emperor, Shiki, Float Fruit, the Death, Mzilu, Mushroom Fruit, the Justice, Garum, Cube Fruit, the World, Capone Becky, Castle Fruit, the Hermit, Hanover, Corrosion Fruit. The Corrosion Fruit enhances Noah's attack strength. Its ability is very simple and brutal, which is to corrode everything. Even armament hockey can be corroded. Of course, to corrode the opponent's armament hockey, one must have sufficient stamina, and their observation hockey must be stronger than the opponent's. Otherwise, one may find themselves in a situation where they have very strong attacks, but cannot hit the opponent. After obtaining the 6th major arcana apostle, Noah's card fruit further strengthened, with the complete awakening progress of the fruit reaching around 27. Moreover, the number of fruit abilities he can borrow increased from 1 to 2. However, Noah also used tarot card divination to know that his body can accommodate at most 3 external demon fruit abilities simultaneously. This means that even if Noah reaches the fruit awakening state, aside from his own card fruit, he can only use 3 apostles' fruit abilities at the same time. This was expected since the human body has its limits, unless one ceases to be human. However, his apostles are created from human bodies, so their strength can continue to grow through their own training. In a training ground, Noah controlled the power of corrosion, merging it with iron sand, and then borrowed the control of the float fruit. The corrosive sand instantly corroded the rock wall ahead, creating dense, small holes. If someone with a fear of holes saw this scene, they would probably faint on the spot. The combined use of 2 fruit abilities proved to be very challenging. However, Noah had already anticipated this result. He took out the card of the Great Bear. The steel fruit must be remodeled. Previously, Noah thought he had to gather both the minor and major arcana to complete the fruit awakening because he didn't fully understand the awakening mechanism of the card fruit. Now he knows that he only needs to gather the major arcana set to complete the fruit awakening. So the previously remodeled Great Bear is no longer suitable to remain in the minor arcana set. He placed his palm on the Great Bear's forehead, instantly extracting the card spirit residing within, and then took out the power card from the major arcana set. Mirje. The Great Bear's body was once again enveloped in a golden cocoon. Soon, the 7th apostle from the major arcana set was born. Power, Great Bear, Steel Fruit. Noah's card fruit has taken another step toward awakening. With the transformation of the giant bear into the Great Arcana card, Noah's connection with this card has become closer. In fact, the Steel Fruit is as important to Noah at this stage as the Float Fruit. Among the 7 Great Arcana apostles, only the Steel Fruit and the Castle Fruit are of the superhuman type. The rest are of the superpower and supercreation types. The Castle Fruit does not provide a strong enough boost to physical strength, and Noah is an ordinary human. Even if he takes the Source Blood Potion to enhance his physical quality, there is still a bottleneck to this enhancement. To compete with masters who possess phantom beasts, the Steel Fruit must become a staple. For instance, beings at the level of Sengoku, Kaido, and the 5 Elders have physical qualities that are basically at the world ceiling. Without an exceptionally gifted body, Noah can only use the Steel Fruit to bridge the gap between himself and those with phantom beasts. Fortunately, Noah's Conqueror's Haki is very powerful. After years of psychological suggestion and mental construction, his Conqueror's Haki has undergone a noticeable mutation. At this moment, his Conqueror's Haki, in a highly condensed state, is not the dark or purple color of ordinary Conqueror's Haki, but a crimson red. This mutation is actually quite normal. Haki is a crystallization and extension of a person's will, spirit, and emotions. Ambitious or lawless individuals have black or purple tones to their Conqueror's Haki, which are the mainstream colors. With Noah's mindset, his Conqueror's Haki naturally has a red tone. Of course, Noah's Conqueror's Haki is not just a change in color. This mutation has granted his Conqueror's Haki some brand new abilities. The first ability is Mind Resonance, similar to the observation Haki ability of Princess Otoheim from the Ryugu Kingdom. The second ability is Crimson Torrent, which is also the core ability of Noah's Conqueror's Haki. As long as there are people with the same mindset as Noah, their willpower can merge into Noah's Conqueror's Haki. However, this ability has a limited range. Currently, it can only draw on the willpower of companions within a radius of 3 kilometers. His Crimson Torrent has an effect similar to Observation Kill and can also wrap around Armament Haki to break through others' Armament Haki defenses, with a breaking effect stronger than Flowing Sakura. In fact, Crimson Torrent and Mind Resonance are a combination skill. Those who do not share Noah's mindset cannot connect through Mind Resonance, and without this connection, they naturally cannot integrate their willpower into Noah's Conqueror's Haki. Additionally, Crimson Torrent has a reverse application, which allows companions who agree with Noah's mindset to gain resistance to the pressure of others' conquerors' haki within a specific range. However, Noah has not truly tested this application yet. After all, up to this point, the Noah family has not engaged in battle with enemies possessing conquerors' haki. The training ground is still ongoing. At this moment, Robin appears at the edge of the training ground. Noah stopped, and Iron Sand picked up a towel from the lounge. While wiping his sweat, he asked what's going on. A message came from the North Sea. Doflamingo has hijacked a treasure ship transporting gold from the heavens. According to the communication records, the other party plans to use this to coerce the Gorosei into making him a warlord of the sea. Noah picked up the lemonade, a misguided choice, without strength. What does it matter if one becomes a Shichibukai? The sea values strength. Robin continued to report the intelligence. The naval hunter Mihawk accepted the world government's invitation and became the third Shichibukai. The terrifying weapon Dahlia became the fourth Shichibukai. A terrifying weapon? That fruit user? Where is he located? Currently in the Orlando Sea area of the New World. Have the distillery enhance surveillance, Noah instructed. No problem. Robin continued. The East Blue Branch discovered a valuable target. A mimic fruit user named Phone Kale, but he entered the Grand Line yesterday. A mimic fruit? Noah took a sip of lemonade, unfazed. The infiltrators from Sabaody Archipelago reported that the Big Mom Pirates intelligence personnel purchased a devil fruit in Sabaody Archipelago, confirmed to be the Paramecia type heat fruit. Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. The heat fruit? Can we confirm the opponent's location? They should still be at Fishman Island for now. Noah heard the news, but another thought surfaced in his mind. Why are they leaving Fishman Island? Could it be that Charlotte Pudding hasn't eaten the Mirror fruit yet? After all, such an important devil fruit would surely prompt the Noah family to send Aerie to retrieve it immediately. The fact that the Big Mom Pirates intelligence personnel chose to pass through Fishman Island only indicates one thing. Charlotte Pudding has not yet obtained the Mirror fruit. Year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, January 8th. New World, Thunder God Island route. A few days ago, Noah and his companions jumped through a wormhole and arrived in this sea area. They were currently above Thunder God Island. Along with Noah were Chloe, Robin, Daz, and others. And even Joshua, who was in the South Sea Storm Islands, had come along. At this moment, Joshua had entered an elemental state, transforming into a flash of lightning roaming through the thunder of Thunder God Island. It was truly a terrifying power. Daz looked at the dark clouds below, filled with endless lightning snakes. This was, so far, the second disaster zone caused by the awakening of two devil fruits they had encountered. The Lost Sea, caused by the awakening of the hurricane fruit. And the Thunder God Island before them was clearly a disaster zone caused by the awakening of the Thunder Fruit. Noah shook his head and explained it's not that simple. After the Thunder Fruit awakens, it's still very difficult to form Thunder God Island. Is there some secret behind this? Robin was somewhat puzzled. To create such a disaster zone, it's very difficult to rely solely on the awakening of the fruit, especially with natural types like the Thunder Fruit and Hurricane Fruit that lack fixed substances. Noah pointed to the Thunder God Island below. The reason this island can maintain a state of constant thunderstorms is that it has rich iron ore. Under the smelting of the thunder power, these iron ores gradually transform into magnetite, which allows Thunder God Island to sustain itself for a long time. I see. Noah continued to explain. The Lost Sea itself is a region with strong storms. Under the attacks of the ancient weapons of the world government, Atlantis Island has turned into a massive underwater abyss, allowing magma to continuously surge from this breach. This provides the hurricanes with a huge supply of heat, thus maintaining long-term storm disasters. Everyone suddenly understood. In fact, the special nature of Judicial Island, which is always in a state of daylight, is also caused by an awakened fruit user, most likely the Glint fruit. The Logia-type devil fruit is referred to as a natural disaster precisely because of its ability to semi-permanently alter the climate of specific areas. Half an hour later, a flash of lightning shot onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny, and Joshua reformed from the lightning. How is it? Noah asked. Joshua shook his head. There's nothing to reference, but I can use the lightning from this island to extend the duration and expand the range of electromagnetic wave monitoring. How much can you expand it? The limit is about a radius of 2,600 kilometers. Noah stroked his stubbled chin. 2,600 kilometers? Even Mariejoa on the red line is included. Chloe took out a world map and calculated with a scale. Indeed, it is within 2,600 kilometers. The section of the red line at Mariejoa is only about 1,500 kilometers away from God Island. Noah immediately commanded, Joshua, use Thunder God Island to monitor the surrounding seas, especially the ship of the Ant Pirate Group. Leave it to me. Joshua transformed into a flash of lightning again and merged into the thunderclouds below. Meanwhile, Noah maintained contact with Joshua through electromagnetic waves. The third morning, Noah suddenly opened his eyes, and Joshua rematerialized in front of him from the lightning. Brother, the target has appeared, just 436 kilometers northwest of us. They just surfaced from the seabed. Let's go meet them. The Nautilus quickly set sail, heading northwest at full speed. In less than 4 hours, the homie ship created by the Soul Fruit was beneath the Nautilus. Joshua swiftly took out the newsbirds within a few dozen kilometers using wireless transmission, while also employing electromagnetic interference to prevent the nearby phone bugs from communicating. Noah and others also put on masks and wore white suits, directly launching a surprise attack from the sky on the homie ship. Inside the homie ship, the fourth son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Owen, suddenly changed his expression and rushed out of the cabin. Boom! In the next moment, the homie ship was struck by a terrifying molten iron fist, instantly shattering into pieces. The ordinary pirates of the Charlotte family on the ship were caught off guard and couldn't react at all. Owen, stepping on moonwalk, looked at the white-suited masked figures descending from the sky, his face turning exceptionally ugly. CP organization, are you declaring war on us? It seems you have already eaten the heat fruit. What a shame. Seeing Owen, whose body was glowing red, Noah knew that the other party had consumed the heat fruit. At that moment, Owen exclaimed, Mr. Owen, the snail can't communicate. Owen's heart sank, and just as he was about to prepare to escape, a surge of Crimson Conqueror's hockey rushed towards him. How is this possible? Owen widened his eyes, almost losing his footing on the moonwalk. 9 dragons entangling. The sea suddenly surged and 9 water dragons exploded, wrapping around Owen from all directions. What? This ability? Owen was taken aback, and his feet turned bright red as he violently ascended into the sky by heating the air. Cloud covers the sky. The Emperor's clouds, long spread out in the surrounding airspace, instantly transformed into a gigantic palm that blocked out the sun, pressing down on Owen. With his hands glowing red, Owen struck upward with all his might. Heat wave fist. The extremely high-temperature fist wind pierced through the center of the giant cloud palm. Before Owen could feel pleased, several cloud pythons quickly emerged from the giant cloud palm, attacking him from all sides. The sea dragon below also soared into the air. Damn it. This is the ability of the float fruit. Could it be that that old man, the golden lion, has been taken down? Owen angrily dispersed the cloud python. However, he had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation. The dispersed cloud contained sea stone components that floated in the air. Before long, Owen began to feel increasingly heavy. What's going on? Are these clouds toxic? The more he struggled, the more sea stone components entered his body with each breath, rendering his fruit ability weaker. In less than 3 minutes, Owen fell downward completely powerless. Noah's iron sand, mixed with sea tower stone, wrapped around the falling Owen, and then returned to the Nautilus, where Joshua also returned to the deck. The pirates below and that ship had been completely cleared. Very good. Noah directly sent Owen into the castle space. Then, he swiftly killed him inside, and before long, the heat fruit was forced to resurrect within the castle space. After Owen's body was drained of blood, it was instantly charred. The Nautilus quickly sped westward. Meanwhile, in Totland Kingdom of the New World on Cake Island, a homie responsible for managing the family's life papers was taken aback. Oh no, Lord Owen's life paper is burning. Soon, Katakuri and Perispero rushed to the dessert shop where the life papers were stored. At that moment, Owen's life paper had nearly burned to ashes. Charlotte Owen's death enraged the entire Big Mom Pirates to the extreme. Soon, the Big Mom Pirates issued a bounty of billions in the New World and the Underground World. Unfortunately, Noah's methods were clean and decisive. Even the underground intelligence giant Morgans couldn't figure out who did it, let alone other underground giants. The only one who might know the truth is Violet, the second princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, whose stare fruit has a maximum observation radius of 4,000 kilometers. Thunder God Island is only about 790 kilometers away from Dressrosa. If Violet had been observing that day, she would have seen the battle between Noah and Owen. Unfortunately, Noah had already taken precautions against her. On the day of the operation, he had Champagne arranged for his subordinates to deliberately ignite a small forest near a coastline of Dressrosa Island. As a result, Violet could only focus her attention within the Dressrosa Kingdom, guarding against potential enemies. The furious Big Mom Pirates stirred up chaos in the New World, which instead attracted the attention of the Navy and other powerful pirates. After Noah returned to the York Island base in the West Sea, he didn't stay long and quickly jumped through a wormhole to Lion Island in the Paradise Sky Governorate. Master Noah, long time no see. Monet greeted him with a smile. Is work going smoothly? Monet nodded. No major issues. The defense system of the Sky Island has been initially improved. She introduced Noah to the specific situation of the Sky Island. Currently, the Paradise Sky Governorate oversees a total of 15 Sky Islands, including the core areas of Lion Island, Feather Island, Angel Island, Field Island, and Shanghai Island, along with 4 outpost Sky Islands, Southern Baikar Island, Easter Gluttony Island, Western Cloud Island, and Northern Sky Pool Island. The total population is 53,000, with 500 regular troops. They possess 4 medium-sized flying arcs and a 1,000-person aerial cavalry unit, led by the commander of the Sky Legion, Weepa. Although there are only 500 regular troops, the militia consists of about 300 people, all of whom receive basic training in hockey and physical techniques. The local specialty of the Sky Islands, the Sky Island shellfish farming industry, has also developed very quickly, especially with the assistance of Andy, Luo, and others. Some rare shellfish species that were close to extinction have been restored to viable population levels. For instance, the impact shell and laser shell, which had been on the brink of extinction, have now recovered to a population of over 2,000 shells. Noah visited Mechanical Island, located to the northwest of Lion Island, which is dedicated to transforming flying arcs. He saw Ro busy on a ship. Is this the Eden-class arc? Ro, noticing Noah's arrival, quickly stopped his work and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Noah, this is the Eden-class arc you envisioned." The arc before him differed from ordinary medium-sized arcs in that its surface was covered with dark green scales, which were actually leaves from a local plant on the island. The characteristic of the Eden-class arc is its biological nature. This ship is essentially a tree that can store energy through photosynthesis. Its power and weapons were created by Ro using surgical fruits to transplant some functional organs from the island's creatures onto the tree ship. For instance, the jet propulsion system is based on a giant wind shell cultivated with IQ agents, which was transplanted onto the ship. Similarly, the laser cannon, a weapon, was enhanced using IQ agents to strengthen a laser shell before being implanted onto the tree ship. To enhance energy storage capacity, Ro also used IQ agents to strengthen the energy storage organs of heat shells, with a maximum storage capacity equivalent to the heat produced by completely burning 5 tons of coal. This Eden-class arc is equipped with 100 heat shell energy storage batteries. Additionally, to increase the scale of energy generated through photosynthesis, photosynthetic leaves that can extend freely were transplanted on both sides of the tree ship, increasing the area of photosynthetic leaves on the ship by 10 times when fully expanded. The bottom of the ship was implanted with enhanced cloud shells that can release fixed clouds, allowing the tree ship to float without power at high altitudes, while also providing camouflage and defense against intrusions by ability users. This biological battleship not only possesses strong survival capabilities, but can also provide supplies for the crew on board. For example, the meat growth chamber modified from part of the Baron of Stomach's organs, the fruit growth chamber, the freshwater generation chamber, and the shower room modified from water shells, along with the kitchen modified from flame shells and heat shells. The surgical fruit's ability to ignore species differences and rejection allows for many unimaginable modifications and creations in biological transformation, with the transplantation and modification of various biological organs. Ro's development of the surgical fruit has become increasingly in-depth, and he is starting to understand Noah's saying, "Knowledge is power." It seems the research and development progress is good, but it's still not enough. Ro nodded. Indeed, it's not yet perfected. However, although the resin organs of the Yalchaman red tree can be transplanted, the bubbles produced by the resin are difficult to maintain stably outside the Shambodi Islands for long periods. I'm working on improvements. Noah waved his hand. It's okay. Take your time. We still have time. By the way, Noah, you instructed me to build a special ark, and it is estimated to take about 2 more months. 2 months? I understand. You don't need to rush. Just make sure to prepare more in terms of safety measures. I will strengthen the arrangements in this regard. Noah looked at the internal facilities of the Eden level and then inquired about Luo's ability development. At this time, Luo had already mastered the use of ultrasound, X-rays, and nuclear magnetic resonance, but he had not yet grasped gamma rays and heavy protons, which he estimated would only be possible after the awakening of his fruit. However, he had made significant progress in other areas of development. For example, he utilized the beast samples left behind from previous experiments with Gold Lion to transform them into a special beast battalion. Luo selected dozens of gorillas and modified their bodies, categorizing them into several types: the Sea Gorilla Squad, Fire Gorilla Squad, Flying Gorilla Squad, and Strength Gorilla Squad. The Sea Gorilla could operate underwater, using toxins, ink, and electric shocks as means. The fire gorilla had organs from the wind and flame shells implanted, and possessed wings that allowed it to breathe fire and fly. The flying gorilla had laser shell organs and wings, enabling it to shoot lasers and fly. The strength gorilla had insect exoskeletons and hedgehog spines implanted, providing immense strength and the ability to shoot large spikes. In addition, Luo also modified a set of biological armor for himself, using gorillas as raw material. This allowed him to blend in, avoiding the disadvantages of directly modifying his own body, while also utilizing various biological organs. The over 6-meter-tall biological armor possessed strong physical strength and various peculiar biological organs, allowing Luo to pilot it and conserve his own stamina. After more than a week of inspection on the Sky Island, Noah went back to sea. The Nautilus did not descend in the waters around Kai Island, but chose to dive into the previously discovered area of the Gluttony Sea where the Baron of Stomach was found. After a secret transformation, Gluttony Island now has a medium-sized Ark station there, which regularly travels to the Baron of Stomach's Petal Island to harvest ingredients to increase the food reserves of the Sky Island. The Nautilus also underwent an upgrade in the past few days, such as adding cloud shells and wind shells to enhance its concealment and maneuverability. During the descent from high altitude, the hull of the Nautilus was wrapped in fixed clouds to avoid detection by passing ships or newsbirds. Chloe glanced at the recording pointer and immediately commanded, "Proceed to the northeast at a 42-degree angle." Received. The temporary crew members busily went about their tasks. On the massive nautical chart in the cockpit, a magnetic suction star was stuck to an island. The island was labeled Stuka Island. Stuka Island was indeed Noah's destination for this trip. This island is located on the second route of Paradise, adjacent to St. Poplar Island. 4 days later, in the afternoon, the Nautilus arrived in the waters near Stuka Island. After retracting the Nautilus and disguising themselves, the group entered Stuka Island through a tunnel dug from below via Ars wormhole. They were being cautious because this island was the territory of the terrifying weapon Dahlia, who is a user of the weapon Wa fruit. Noah originally planned to take care of this guy in the New World, but unfortunately, there was an easier target, the hot fruit user, which allowed him to escape. However, the other party had recently been pummeled by Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates in the New World and had slippery escaped back to the lair in Paradise. A piece of news that was just investigated by the informants in the Sabaody archipelago. Noah would naturally not miss this opportunity. The entire Stuka Island has been transformed by Dahlia into a mechanical fortress, densely packed with numerous machine factories specifically for producing arms. According to various intelligence reports, Dahlia's development of the weapon fruit is quite decent, at least not as useless as Baby 5. After procuring various weapons from the underworld, Dahlia utilized these weapons for imitation and improvement, and the abilities of the weapon fruit user allow him to quickly understand the structure and working principles of different weapons. This is also the reason why Dahlia is referred to as a terrifying weapon. The development of weapons in the pirate world is extremely peculiar. Some places are still using flintlock guns, while others have already adopted submachine guns and rocket launchers, and there are even those using laser cannons. Former members of the same organization as Vegapunk, such as Queen, Judge, and Caesar, have developed a large number of weapons, many of which have flowed into the underground black market. For example, the rocket cannon dog owned by the Barak Studio later was most likely developed and manufactured by Vegapunk and others. Dahlia has collected a vast array of powerful weapons, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Moreover, according to intelligence from the underworld, Dahlia is not a lone wolf. He commands a skeleton legion recruited from the Endless War Nation, the country where Barrett was born, and has 3 competent subordinates. The reason why Noah and his group did not directly enter Stuka Island is that among Dahlia's subordinates, there is a superhuman devil fruit user named Sierra, whose ability is the same as the slow fruit later used by Silver Fox Foxy. This fruit's ability can emit a special slow light beam, causing the person or object hit by it to instantly enter a slowed state for 30 seconds. For someone like Foxy, this fruit naturally doesn't show much effect. However, when used by Dahlia's subordinates, combined with Dahlia's bombardment, it can turn enemies to ashes in just a few seconds. A 30-second slow state is truly lethal. Noah did not want to be hit by such abilities. After infiltrating Stuka Island, Noah immediately summoned Shiki to directly use his powers to control the entire island, although he did not make the island float for the time being. This time, when dealing with a warlord, Noah naturally would not use his previous disguise, but planned to let the Golden Lion make a comeback. He could conveniently disguise himself as one of the Golden Lion subordinates to avoid any exposure issues, considering the characteristics of the steel fruit. He planned to use the abilities of the mushroom fruit this time, while Ale and Kuro would also try to refrain from making a move. However, Daz and Robin, who had not yet made an appearance, could also take action. Through the tunnel dug by Ale, the group directly arrived at the underground mechanical castle where Dahlia and her subordinates lived. However, Noah did not act immediately, but waited for nightfall. It wasn't until the deep of night that he moved. Noah's observation hockey combined with electromagnetic waves quickly locked onto the biological presence within the castle. Found it. He shared the detection information through electromagnetic waves, and a sly smile appeared on Shiki's face. He picked up several pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs and a shell containing sea prism stone clouds, activating the abilities of the float fruit to manipulate iron sand holding the handcuffs and the shell. Soon, the rocks above parted to the sides under the control of the float fruit, revealing a small passage leading directly to Sierra's room. Sierra, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly sensed a crisis with his observation hockey and instantly woke up. Unfortunately, it was too late. The float fruit made dealing with enemies in a closed space extremely convenient. In the next moment, the walls and ceiling closed in on Sierra from all directions. Sierra immediately activated his ability against the wall, Slow Light. However, he didn't notice a small hole had appeared in the floor of the room, spouting sea prism stone clouds into the room. Before long, Sierra felt his body weaken. What is happening? As the amount of sea prism stone clouds he inhaled increased, his body grew increasingly powerless, and the effect of Slow Light finally ended. He could no longer activate it again and could only watch helplessly as the iron sand brought the sea prism stone handcuffs to his hands. Sierra was captured. In another room, the zone-type ability user, Wood, was directly wrapped up by the walls and then handcuffed. The entire castle was left with only Dahlia as an ability user. At that moment, Dahlia also sensed something was wrong. However, in the closed environment of the castle, he was destined to meet his downfall. Noah's Conqueror's hockey directly impacted and oppressed, while the float fruit manipulated the surrounding walls and steel plates to crush. In just a moment of confusion, Dahlia inhaled a large amount of sea prism stone clouds, which led her into a vicious cycle. Within seconds, Dahlia was like a dead dog, handcuffed by sea prism stone and bound by iron sand. As for the others in the castle, almost in an instant, they were locked in place by objects controlled by the float fruit, waiting for Mary's inspection. Those outside the castle were still unaware that Dahlia and the core staff had been completely wiped out. As for the communication via Den Mushi, Noah also possessed electromagnetic interference capabilities, though the coverage was not as extensive as Joshua's. However, it was easy to shield the castle. Seeing everything going so smoothly, Noah didn't even need to use the backup plans he had prepared earlier. He didn't even have to reveal the card of Shiki. This was understandable, as Dahlia was not among the later 7 warlords and had clearly fallen midway, indicating her strength was quite average. Originally, Noah had planned to eliminate Doria in the name of the Golden Lion and then empty the entire Stuka Island. Now, he needed to revise the plan, as having a person of his own among the 7 warlords was more valuable than the industrial equipment and arms of Stuka Island. Soon, Noah transformed Dahlia and Seer into apostles within the mechanical castle. Chariot, Dahlia, Weapon Fruit, Restraint, Seer, Slow Fruit. The Zoan-type user Wood was also transformed into an apostle, but he belonged to the minor arcana deck, with his fruit being the chameleon form of the lizard fruit. However, Wood successfully transformed into an apostle. Noah discovered an unexpected surprise. "Are you an agent of CP4? "Yes, my lord," Wood replied respectfully. It truly was an accidental gain. But Dahlia was really careless to let CP's people infiltrate the upper levels. No wonder she was later removed. Just then, Mary walked in from outside. "Big brother, the situation isn't good. Among the 573 people inside the castle, there are 16 spies from various forces, including 3 from the world government, 1 from the Navy Sword Agency, 6 from underground tycoons, 1 from the Don Quixote family, 1 from the Barak Studio, 2 from the Big Mom Pirates, and 2 from the Revolutionary Army." Noah was speechless. It turned out Dahlia's stronghold was full of leaks, with both humans and ghosts coming into metal. Chloe also frowned. "Lord Noah, if we let this go unchecked, Dahlia's situation will be very troublesome and easily set up by other forces. What do you suggest?" Chloe's gaze turned cold. "Why not go all out and use the ability of the mushroom fruit to destroy the entire Stuka Island, letting those spies and criminals die here reasonably, and transfer all the barely qualified personnel to Storm Island?" "That's a great plan." Noah was very satisfied with Chloe's suggestion. The family not only needed combat power, but also strategists who could plan and advise. Stuka Island had already been severely infiltrated by various forces. Without eradication, it would be easy to backfire. If we use Mary's ability to secretly screen them one by one, with nearly 30,000 people on Stuka Island, it cannot be completed in less than a month. Noah immediately made a decision. Chloe, you arranged this plan to ensure that the entire population of Stuka Island is completely left behind. Understood. Chloe quickly began mobilizing troops, while Noah started to block all telephone bug communications on Stuka Island and released a wide area of coma-inducing fungi. In less than half an hour, all living beings on Stuka Island fell into a state of coma. Wearing gas masks and protective suits, Mary and others used the temporary isolation rooms created by guide.Noah, working with Mary to conduct audits on everyone. Due to the urgency of time, Mary used a rough screening method, questioning large groups of people at once, asking whether they were from other factions and if they had committed any crimes. Other in-depth questions could wait for a more leisurely time for a second review. In just 6 hours, Mary completed the initial screening of over 30,000 people, and those in question were all poisoned by Noah right there, totaling 736 executions. Especially among Dahlia's subordinates, it was almost a complete wipeout, as these guys had committed numerous murders and arson. Except for a few with better physical qualities, who were kept as test subjects, the rest were executed. As for those spies, Noah naturally showed no mercy. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Ale transferred those who passed the screening quickly to Storm Islands through the wormhole. Additionally, to avoid revealing any clues, Chloe retrieved the bodies of the previously eliminated members of the West Sea Mafia from the ice storage in the West Sea. After all, there were over 100,000 disqualified members from the 5 major mafia families who had been cleaned out. However, this portion of the bodies was preserved for the purpose of disguise. These bodies were soon covered by Noah's fungi, rapidly growing colorful mushrooms that erased their original appearance and characteristics. At the same time, Noah sealed important production lines on Stuka Island, left behind a large pile of scrap metal and then detonated bombs. Wood, as one of the few surviving spies, immediately reported this to the commander of CP4. At this point, Dahlia had already escaped from Stuka Island with the remnants, completely breaking free from the previous predicament. 7 hours later, 3 naval warships docked at the Stuka Island port. The task was carried out by Admiral Maynard, stationed nearby. He used binoculars to see the devastated port area. Aside from the craters caused by explosions, there were still burning flames and mushrooms growing everywhere. How terrifying! Maynard was shocked by the scene before him. Soon, Marines in protective suits and gas masks entered the core area of Stuka Island. Everywhere were corpses covered in mushrooms and scattered mechanical equipment. The Marines quickly estimated that the population of Stuka Island was nearly wiped out and hurried to withdraw. Based on the Marines' observations and photos, Maynard quickly wrote a report to Marin Vondo and suggested that Marin Vondo designate Stuka Island as a no-go zone. After all, from the Marines' investigation, the mushrooms on the island were still reproducing, and the animals brought up for testing showed signs of poisoning in less than an hour. Clearly, the island was rendered useless. This was also one of Noah's objectives. Although he seemingly destroyed Stuka Island, it didn't mean he truly abandoned it. After all, with his fungi fruit ability, he could restore the ecosystem of Stuka Island at any time. On the other side, in the marshal's office of Marivondo, Kong communicated with the 5 elders for over 10 minutes. Although both sides were dissatisfied with Dahlia's series of failures, they had no suitable candidates to replace her, so they could only continue to tacitly allow Dahlia to remain in the Shichibukai ranks. As for the spies lost by the Navy and CP, the 5 elders and Kong did not care, as after all, which spy organization had no casualties. The next day, the World Economic Journal extensively reported on Dahlia's tragic victory as a fungi fruit user and the destruction of Stuka Island. This news made the factions that had planted spies on Stuka Island feel as if they had swallowed a fly. However, they could only accept this outcome. After all, no faction had anticipated that Dahlia would destroy the entire Stuka Island to eliminate spies. However, with the destruction of Stuka Island, global underground arms prices immediately soared, causing a significant decrease in the intensity of wars in various places. After all, at this point in time, the Don Quixote family had not yet taken control of the Dressrosa Kingdom, and Doflamingo had not yet colluded with Kaido. The underground arms market was still dominated by Dahlia's family. However, with Dahlia, this terrifying weapon, falling silent, it was estimated that the Don Quixote family would accelerate their advance into the Grand Line. Noah did not care much about this outcome. After all, a faction like the Don Quixote family, which was neither up nor down, was merely sheep to be slaughtered in the New World. If the opportunity arose, Noah would not hesitate to strike down Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family, regardless of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Inside the Thousand Sunny, Noah and Robin are searching through some materials about the amusement park. Stuka Island definitely cannot be developed again in the near future, so they must find a suitable place for Dahlia and others to stay. Noah's target is Turtle Island. Soon, Robin found a piece of potentially relevant information in the library's summary catalog. Mr. Noah, please summon the book with the number 367102. Noah summoned the book number 367102 from the card library. The cover read a goods travelogue. Robin flipped through it for a while and found the entry about Turtle Island. In the year 1105 of the Sea Circle calendar, when I passed through the waters near Blue Island, a sudden storm blew the ship off its original course. The shape of this island resembles a giant turtle shell. According to local residents, the island is said to be a giant turtle, and a song has been passed down through generations, rocking and swaying, rocking and swaying. King of the Sea, Golden Crown. As soon as Noah heard the song, he knew he had found his target. It must be this island. He located the position of Blue Island on a map to the side. This island was the 6th node island of the 5th route of paradise, approximately 293 kilometers away from Long Chain Island. Since the travel notes did not specify the exact direction and this island had no magnetic force, it could not be located using recorded or permanent pointers, and could only be located using a special sea turtle pointer. However, this did not stump Noah, who took out his tarot cards for divination. The probabilities were as follows: 0 for southeast of Blue Island, 14 for northeast, and 98 for northeast at 63 degrees. Seeing this result, Noah immediately adjusted his direction. 2 days later, in a calm sea, an island with a silhouette resembling a turtle shell appeared beneath Noah and his companions. It truly looked like the outline of a turtle shell. Let's go down and take a look. Soon, Noah and his group appeared directly on a beach at the edge of the island, very close to a small town on the island. As they stepped onto the streets of the town, the island's residents observed Noah and his companions with great surprise. After all, Turtle Island was not on the magnetic navigation route, and it had no magnetic force, so very few ships would come close. Before long, a short middle-aged woman, accompanied by several tall and strong men, approached the group. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Dear guests, I am Loba, the mayor of Turtletown. You must have been blown off course here due to the weather, right?" "No, we specifically came to this island," Noah replied with a smile. Loba was momentarily at a loss for words. However, the strong men beside her turned their expressions unfriendly and reached for their weapons. "No need to be so tense. If I wanted to make a move, you wouldn't stand a chance," Noah said, and as soon as he finished speaking, a hint of his conqueror's hockey leaked out. Loba and the others immediately began to sweat profusely. Realizing the situation, Loba quickly forced a smile and asked, "Sir, is there anything we can assist you with? I would like to learn more about the legends of this island." Mayor Loba should be able to give us an introduction, right? Of course, of course. At that moment, a young boy piloting a robot appeared on the street not far away, shouting angrily at Noah, "You damned invaders, prepare to be destroyed." "Riot, stop right now. Madam, don't be nervous." Noah instantly manipulated the electromagnetic field, firmly controlling the robot. Inside the cockpit, Raja desperately pulled the control sticks and buttons, but the robot remained completely still. In an instant, a stream of iron sand pulled Raja out of the cockpit. The panicked blond boy with glasses looked around 14 or 15 years old, and he was shocked by Noah's power. "Sir, Raja is still young. Please forgive him." However, Noah refused. Indulging him is not a good educational method. His talent for mechanical manufacturing and research is quite good. Even in such a resource-poor environment, he can create such a robot. He has great potential for future development. But he needs some discipline. "Crow, I will leave him to you." "No problem. I will make sure he understands what the fundamentals of this world are." A hint of malicious mockery flashed in Crow's eyes behind his glasses. Seeing this scene, Loba couldn't help but show a worried expression. Unfortunately, she knew the nature of this world, which was survival of the fittest. There were no strong individuals on Turtle Island, and facing Noah and his group, they could only choose to swallow their anger. Soon, under Loba's guidance, the group entered the ancient ruins at the center of the island. In fact, Noah had already figured out the layout of these ruins through his electromagnetic wave perception, and he even sensed the powerful life force of the giant turtle. However, Noah also discovered the problem with this island turtle. Its massive body brought immense strength, but it also came with a tremendous burden. With a diameter of over 5 kilometers and a height of about 1,800 meters, along with the thick rocks, soil, and trees covering its surface, it was difficult for the turtle to move. Even if it could move, it could only do so for a short time. For biological modification, Ro and Andy were the experts, and Noah called them over. Ro used his surgical fruit abilities and observation hockey to carefully examine the island turtle's physical condition. "Captain Noah, the condition of this turtle is far more serious than we imagined. Its body has suffered from severe malnutrition due to a long period without food. If we don't address this, it is likely to die from organ failure within 30 years. Can we use biological modification technology to improve its condition? Ro thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, but it will take several months. Then you should stay here and help for a while. Other matters can be postponed. Sure. After discussing the treatment plan for the island turtle, Noah's group also arranged for the residents of Turtle Town. After all, this island turtle needed to be transformed into a mobile fortress, and these low-strength civilians could not remain here. He instructed Alii to gather them and take them to the Storm Islands for resettlement. Meanwhile, Dahlia Siswood and others remained on Turtle Island to begin fortifying the entire island. The treatment and modification of the island turtle were almost simultaneous. Ro transplanted some organs from the Baron of the Stomach into the island turtle, allowing it to use these vine-like tentacles to catch marine creatures for food. At the same time, he also transplanted some organs from the Sky Island shell to enhance its concealment, mobility, and attack power. Dahlia utilized weapons and steel produced in the industrial zone of the Storm Islands to modify the turtle shell, creating various laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, regular artillery, and machine guns, forming small turrets on the turtle shell. The core area was designated as a weapons manufacturing factory, capable of producing various shells, rockets, and bullets. Moreover, these modifications were designed for underwater submersion. After all, the island turtle was only about 1,800 meters high, and in certain sea areas, it could submerge, such as in the waters around the Shambodi Islands, where the depth ranged between 5,000 to 12,000 meters. The depths in a windless zone were even more exaggerated, generally ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 meters. Windless zones serve as nests for large sea kings, whose massive bodies could thrive at depths of several thousand meters, making the depth quite suitable for them. This was also the reason why large sea kings rarely appeared in the four seas. After all, the depths in the four seas generally exceeded 10,000 meters, making it difficult for large sea kings to navigate. After leaving Turtle Island, Noah piloted the Nautilus towards the direction of the Oakland Kingdom on the third route of paradise. He was headed to this kingdom because the divination results for this month indicated that a devil fruit was located within the territory of the Oakland Kingdom. 3 days later, on the icy and snowy Oakland Island, Noah and his companions, dressed in down jackets, ski through a blizzard toward the small town on Oakland Island. Oakland Island, where the Kingdom of Oakland is located, is a winter island, except for the area near the volcano in the west, where crops can be planted for about half a year each year. The rest of the time is characterized by icy and snowy weather. Noah and the others landed in a remote area in the southeast of Auckland Island, about 46 kilometers from Auckland City near the volcano. After passing through a coniferous forest, they saw a wooden cabin and a sailboat anchored in the bay. Upon their arrival, the owner of the cabin immediately pushed open the door and rushed out, glaring at Noah. "Who are you? Are you pirates trying to steal the flag again?" Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man, as round as a balloon, erupted with a crimson heat. Surprised by this state, Noah looked at the middle-aged man, but before he could say anything else, the man charged at him. "Dad, go for it," shouted a pair of twin youths waving flags from not far away. There was also a boy with a pointed chin and a girl with light purple hair, both shouting excitedly. "Dad, defeat these pirates. I wonder if they have any treasure." Unfortunately, they would soon be disappointed. Noah gently squeezed his hands, and instantly the surrounding ice and snow transformed into terrifying giant ice pythons, rushing towards the middle-aged man. This ability? The middle-aged man's expression changed. Soon, his body was enveloped by the ice and snow. However, he did not panic. As his body temperature rapidly rose, the surrounding ice and snow quickly melted into water vapor. Boom! Soon the water vapor expanded and exploded, breaking apart the ice layer around him. But in the next second, the ice and snow wrapped around him again. The two of them continued to engage in this back-and-forth battle from noon until evening. On the ice field under the setting sun, the middle-aged man, who had melted the ice and snow once again, was already sweating profusely, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Meanwhile, Noah showed no signs of fatigue at all. What if his body temperature could reach 10,000 degrees Celsius? The devil fruit ability consumes stamina. Maintaining a high-temperature state consumes energy at an exponential rate. In contrast, Noah's float fruit ability has very little stamina consumption. At this pace, he could endure for 10 days and nights without a problem. In fact, the reason for dragging it out for so long was that Noah was deliberately playing around. Otherwise, a single burst of Conqueror's hockey combined with a barrage of electromagnetic cannon fire could have easily taken the opponent down. At this moment, the middle-aged man finally realized that Noah was toying with him, but but he was powerless to resist. I won't give up. Suddenly, the middle-aged man charged fiercely toward his 5 children, shouting as he ran, "Kids, hurry and escape." Escape from what? Chloe was already standing behind the twins, adjusting his glasses and asking. In an instant, the middle-aged man's mood plunged into despair. Soon, the exhausted middle-aged man was bound by Noah's ice python, while Chloe kindly persuaded the middle-aged man's 5 children to stay. Inside the wooden house, Noah pushed the middle-aged man onto a nearby chair. "Can we sit down and have a proper talk now?" "What?" The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, and then asked incredulously, "You hit me for half an hour just to talk to me? I don't like to communicate with people who have a bad temper. That's why I needed to cool you down a bit. You don't mind, do you?" "Huh." The middle-aged man's face twisted, and he clenched his fists. If he weren't unable to overpower the other person, he really wanted to punch this bastard in the face. Noah didn't indulge the other party. He directly threw a splash of seawater at him. The middle-aged man, drenched and feeling extremely cold, immediately felt even weaker. "Are you a bit calmer now? Do you need to wake up a little more?" No. The middle-aged man was very eager to be a hero. Soon, he revealed the entire situation of his family. The middle-aged man's name was WokenUp, a user of the heat fruit, which is a type of paramecia. To be precise, this fruit should be called the heat body fruit, which is different from the heat fruit that Noah had previously recovered from Owen. Owen's heat fruit should be called the thermal energy fruit, as the thermal energy inside it can be released. In contrast, WokenUp's heat fruit can only heat his own body, but he can regulate his body temperature between 110,000 degrees Celsius. Both fruits have their own strengths. WokenUp's 5 children are the eldest son WokenUp, 22 years old, the second son WokenBL, 22 years old, the third son WokenL, 15 years old, the eldest daughter WokenLBIL, 18 years old, and the second daughter WokenLL, 10 years old. Their family operates under the pirate flag of the paradise, belonging to a special type of bounty hunter. Therefore, Noah did not go for the kill. Instead, he had the idea of recruiting them. In fact, the 41-year-old WokenUp had quite a bit of potential. With scientific training and the bloodline potion from the Noah family, he could easily reach the level of an elite rear admiral, if not a general. His 5 children were also promising. With suitable devil fruits, their strength would increase dramatically. Faced with Noah's offer, WokenUp hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. After all, he still vividly remembered how Noah had easily crushed him moments ago, and even if he didn't consider himself, he had to think about his children. After WokenUp agreed to join, Noah revealed his true identity and had Ale take his 5 children to a training camp for a year. Whether as hostages or because Noah sincerely wanted to train them, WokenUp knew he had no excuse to refuse. Noah also asked WokenUp if he had discovered any devil fruits on Oakland Island. WokenUp shook his head. "Lord Noah, if I'd found a devil fruit, I would have given it to my children long ago. My heat fruit was also encountered back home on Whiskey Peak." "You're from Whiskey Peak?" "Yes. But I left there a few years ago because I discovered that crocodile was active nearby, and I was worried that my children would be affected. So I left my hometown." "I see." The group rested at the wooden cabin campsite for the night. The next morning, bright and early, Noah continued on the journey to find the devil fruit. Since it was an inhabited island, Noah couldn't casually use the power of the float fruit to search and had to rely on observation hockey and electromagnetic scanning. However, observation hockey and electromagnetic sensing have their limitations. For example, things hidden underground are difficult to detect. Now, Noah just hoped that the fruit wasn't buried underground. On January 21st, 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, Noah and his group spent most of their time on Oakland Island searching for the devil fruit. Except for the time they returned to the Rum Kingdom for the annual meeting. This was the norm for Noah while searching for the devil fruit. Even using tarot cards for divination might not yield a very accurate location. Moreover, even if an accurate location is obtained, it only reflects the position at that moment, as sometimes the devil fruit can be moved by people, animals, or natural disasters. He has already confirmed that the fruit is not in the volcanic area of Oakland Island, but rather in the icy expanse of the frozen region. Facing an ice field covering nearly 200 square kilometers, Noah felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, he thought of someone and quickly turned to give an order. "REI, go bring Luo here." "Luo? He should still be over at Turtle Island, right? I'll head over right away." A few minutes later, the wormhole opened again. REI jumped out with Luo from the wormhole. "Noah, is there an urgent matter? What stage is the transformation work on Turtle Island at?" "The transplanting of the predatory vines has been completed. The island turtle's vitality has significantly recovered with ample food supply. The next step is to replace the plants on the turtle's shell with symbiotic plants that connect with the island turtle, which can further enhance its energy source. Noah nodded. Well done. Luo scratched his spotted cap. It's my honor to help you, Noah. The reason I called you here this time is to utilize your abilities to find a fruit hidden beneath the glacier. Searching for a devil fruit? Luo thought for a moment and quickly reacted. Do you need to use a CT scan? Yes. Noah casually took out a few devil fruits from his cards. You first scan these devil fruits with the CT as a reference for their physical properties. No problem. Luo held the devil fruits with both hands and quickly scanned them several times with the CT, recording their status in the scan. Noah, it's ready. Then let's get started. Luo focused. Operating room maximized. The operating room's range immediately covered a radius of 1,500 meters. Enhanced CT. After a while, Luo regretfully opened his eyes. There are no signs of devil fruits here. Robin marked an X on the detailed map of Oakland Island at that location. How many times can you still use this level of scanning? Luo estimated his stamina. I can probably use it about 80 more times today. 80 times? That should be enough. After all, this glacier is only about 200 square kilometers, so we might find it quickly. Soon, Luo began methodically scanning the nearby area. Until the 17th scan, Luo suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of peculiarity. Did you find something? Noah, there are many outlines of buildings beneath the glacier. Outlines of buildings? What is the specific depth? Luo estimated for a moment. It's probably below 142 meters. That depth? Noah raised an eyebrow. Then his body entered a high-heat steel state, causing the glacier beneath him to rapidly melt and directly evaporate into water vapor. Soon, a hole appeared in the glacier. It wasn't until he reached about 145 meters deep into the glacier that he encountered hard rock. He and Ichino teamed up to continue melting the surrounding ice layer. As the ice layer below was quickly melted, the buried ruins began to reveal their true form. To prevent the ice layer above from collapsing, Noah manipulated iron sand to form a ceiling and pillars. Robin looked at a portion of the statues and ancient texts within the ruins and quickly translated the content. This is the sacrificial temple of the ancient Anka people. According to the records of the O'Hara Library, the Anka kingdom was once a prosperous nation, known for its gemstone processing, and had carved the famous tiers of angels. Noah saw that the elevation, which was clearly more than 50 meters below sea level, indicated that this so-called Ankura kingdom was likely submerged during the cataclysmic sea invasion 800 years ago. Among the temple texts here, some of the content spoke of their worship of the gem god, as well as how to perform sacrifices and various rituals. Can we find out where the capital of the Ankura kingdom is? Robin continued to examine the content on the surrounding buildings and soon found relevant information. Every year on April 9th, the king of the Ankura kingdom would kneel westward from the capital to worship the gem god until he reached the gem temple. This means the capital is located to the east of the gem temple. Are we going to dig up these gems? Ares reminded. Not in a hurry. Soon, Noah and Ichino began to clear a path eastward. After advancing about 3 kilometers to the east, they encountered the deeper Ankura royal city, which was almost at an elevation of about 110 meters above sea level. No wonder it was directly submerged. Upon entering the royal city, they found many jewelry pieces inside the buildings, truly deserving of the legendary gem nation. Especially in the palace, the buildings were embedded with various dazzling gems. After being submerged by seawater, it was estimated that this place quickly froze into an ice layer. Therefore, many bodies of the Ankura people remained relatively intact, with almost no signs of skeletal remains. Suddenly, Luo spoke up. Noah, I found a devil fruit right inside the palace. Moments later, Luo used the spatial ability of the operating room to extract the hidden devil fruit. Huh, this fruit looks so unfamiliar. Robin looked at the devil fruit in front of her. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. After all, she had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. Noah also did not recognize this devil fruit. He directly took out the Book of Devils and flipped through it from start to finish. Yet he still did not find any records that matched the characteristics of this devil fruit. Robin was also very surprised, saying, "How could this be?" Suddenly, Noah seemed to have an idea. This place was destroyed 800 years ago. If this fruit has been frozen here for 800 years, it means that the devil fruit encyclopedia from 800 years later has no records of it. Robin also realized this. That's true. The first officially published devil fruit encyclopedia was published in 1247. Perhaps the world government has the most complete devil fruit encyclopedia, but they would never publicly publish such content. Noah thought for a moment, then whispered a few instructions to Ale. A few minutes later, Ale brought over a test subject with its frontal lobe cut off. And then he brought Mary over as well. Noah cut open the devil fruit and stuffed a piece of the fruit's flesh into the experiment subject's mouth. Mary immediately sensed the information in her mind. This emotionless experiment subject could not block Mary's observation hockey. Soon, she understood the ability of this devil fruit. Big brother, this devil fruit is the Logia-type rock fruit. What? Logia-type? Everyone was very surprised. There's actually such a fruit? Chloe was a bit shocked. Rock fruit? Noah began to think about the development direction of this fruit. This fruit was clearly an advanced version of the stone fruit and the sand fruit. After all, sand is essentially tiny rocks. Moreover, he glanced at the vast amount of gems in this palace. And it was very likely that someone in the Ankora kingdom used the rock fruit to mass-produce gem ore, which made this kingdom a gem nation. Soon, Noah made a decision. He directly borrowed Becky's castle fruit to retrieve the rock fruit from the experiment subject's body. Ari, bring Vic over. Upon hearing his order, Ari immediately understood Noah's intention. I'll bring him over right away. A few minutes later, Ari and Vic jumped out of the wormhole. Vic, who was already about 3 meters tall, towered over everyone. He looked puzzled and asked, Big brother, there doesn't seem to be any enemies around, right? Why did you call me over? Of course it's for something good. This is the Logia-type rock fruit. You should eat it. Noah handed the rock fruit in his hand to Vic. Logia-type. Don't refuse. You should be feeling a bottleneck now, right? Vic immediately lowered his head. He indeed felt a bottleneck. At this time, he was already 17 years old. And after 7 years of persistent training, combined with the various resources of the Noah family, his strength had reached the level of an elite vice admiral. Relying solely on physical techniques and hockey to reach the elite vice admiral level at his age was already very powerful. Unfortunately, Vic had been at this level since the beginning of last year, and a year had passed with very slow progress. Even through exhausting training that consumed his vitality, his progress remained slow. It was clear that Vic's body had reached the limit of its potential. As for the vampire fruit that Noah had prepared for him, Vic had never suggested eating it because he felt that a vampire was not suitable for a hard-hitting martial artist. However, upon realizing that the fruit before him was the rock fruit, Noah believed that Vic was very suitable for this fruit. After some hesitation, Vic still picked up the rock fruit. He knew he could not be willful. The family needed more general-level combat power to deal with future enemies. He expressionlessly ate the grape-shaped rock fruit, leaving not a bit behind. The moment he consumed the rock fruit, a powerful shockwave suddenly erupted from within him. Is that Conqueror's Haki? Noah was very surprised. He did not expect Vic to have such qualifications. However, he soon noticed a strange phenomenon. Vic's Conqueror's Haki was also crimson red and intertwined with Noah's Conqueror's Haki. As the two Conquerors' Haki blended together, Noah felt Vic's will from within. It was pure belief, a continuous self-suggestion day and night, combined with daily physical training and the evolutionary power of IQ. That awakened his crimson Conqueror's Haki. So that's how it is. Conqueror's Haki can be trained this way. Clearly, Vic's situation gave Noah a very accurate answer. Pura belief. A strong body, combined with the evolutionary power of IQ as a catalyst, could potentially awaken a person's Conqueror's Haki. Of course, this was also inseparable from Noah's ideological education. Generally speaking, among pirate groups, each pirate crew could potentially give birth to a leader with Conqueror's Haki, but it is rare to see 2 or 3 individuals with it. For example, in the Whitebeard pirates, there were Whitebeard, Blackbeard, who kept it hidden, Ace, who gave up, and Kazuki Odin, who partially withdrew. In the Big Mom pirates, there were Charlotte Linlin and Charlotte Kadakuri, who protect their family. In the Beast pirates, there were Kaido and Yamato, who compares herself to Odin. In the Red Hair pirates, there was Shanks. This means that under the organizational model of a pirate crew, it is inherently unsuitable to give birth to a large number of awakeners of Conqueror's Haki, because the captain's belief must resonate with the crew. A pirate crew can only have one captain who is qualified to pursue the so-called dream of Pirate King. This dream cannot accommodate the ambitions of a second awakener of Conqueror's Haki. For example, Ace, who boarded Whitebeard's ship, always wanted Whitebeard to become the Pirate King. Under these circumstances, how could his Conqueror's Haki become strong? Between kings, it is like 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one party is willing to submit. However, a submissive awakener of Conqueror's Haki is destined not to become strong, just like Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has always been submissive to Kaido and Big Mom. It is impossible for him to enhance his Conqueror's Haki. The Noah family is different, especially among the core members of the family. They have accepted Noah's ideological education. Although they recognize and respect Noah as their older brother, they also possess the belief to change the world. The dream of creating a brand new world is enough to accommodate countless awakeners of Conqueror's Haki. After all, there can only be one pirate king, but there can be countless saviors. This is the difference in dreams. Noah's dream can accommodate everyone. The dream of the pirate king can only be for oneself. With the awakening of WIC's Conqueror's Haki, Noah's inner conviction became even stronger. WIC, as if waking from a dream, saw the struggling Achino and realized that his Conqueror's Haki suppressed the other party, which was quite normal. After all, Achino was forced to join and had only been with them for just over a month. So it was natural that he couldn't resonate with Noah and thus be immune to the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki. WIC withdrew his Haki and immediately said respectfully to Noah, "Brother, thank you very much for your guidance. Don't underestimate yourself. Your efforts are also the foundation for today. Since we have gained this power, we must use it well and strive for a new ideal nation." Yes, that is also my conviction. WIC's gaze was incredibly firm. Is this the power of conviction? Robin looked at WIC in surprise. She wasn't familiar with him, only knowing that he was Noah's childhood friend and one of the earliest members of the Noah family. Noah turned his head to look at the others. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki is the crystallization of belief. As long as you internally recognize the dream of creating an ideal nation, combined with a strong body and the evolutionary power of IQ drugs, you all have the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Is it really possible for everyone? Kuro wondered. Noah looked at Crow. To be precise, the purer the belief, the easier it is to awaken. You're very smart, but being too smart can complicate your thoughts, which reduces the probability of awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Crow understood Noah's point immediately. In other words, the simpler a person is, combined with a pure dream and the stimulation of the IQ potion, they are more likely to awaken the Conqueror's Haki. It seems I really find it hard to awaken. This is also a psychological issue that strong strategists cannot avoid. It's typical of overthinking. Once thoughts become complicated, beliefs lose their purity. This is also why, among all the members of the Noah family, Vic became the second person to awaken the Conqueror's Haki after Noah. With Vic awakening the Conqueror's Haki, Noah also began to instruct everyone to completely loot the treasures of the Ankira kingdom. Noah focused on collecting gold and silver, while Robin was interested in the frozen books, statues, and murals. Vic also began to use his abilities to collect various gemstones. The rock fruit has a characteristic that it can initially only create ordinary rocks. However, if there are samples of other stones, they can be recorded. The various gemstones left behind here almost encompass all types of gemstones in the pirate world, including rubies, sapphires, emeralds, crystals, amber, beeswax, diamonds, jade, and more. After Vic used his abilities to replicate the components of these gemstones, he could use his powers to create imitations of these gemstones, producing artificial gems that are exactly the same as natural ones as long as the corresponding elemental components are present nearby. Noah and his group took more than a week to completely loot the ruins of the Ankara kingdom. The gold and silver alone were worth over 300 billion berries. As for the gems, with Vic around, if the Noah family was willing, they could even pave the ground with gems. Noah and his companions traveled through the wormhole and returned to the Storm Islands, a place convenient for cultivation. On Qianshan Island, which is specifically used for training, Vic was trying out various abilities of the rock fruit. As a natural type, the basic ability of elementalization allowed the rock fruit to transform into various kinds of stones. However, considering the physical immunity of elementalization, using sand as the elemental material basis would be relatively more practical. Vic didn't think too much about elementalization and instead transformed his body into diamond. As a sparring partner, Klo silently struck Vic's body with his claws. Clang, clang, clang. The collision between Klo's claws and Vic's body sparked a series of fireworks. Klo immediately covered his claws with Busashoka Haki, but still failed to break through Vic's defenses. Clearly, Vic's diamond body had a very high defense strength. However, the next moment, Arkino, who was engulfed in high heat, punched Vic's body, igniting a portion of the diamond on Vic's surface, forcing him to elementalize into sand to evade. Noah reminded from a distance, this is the weakness of diamond. Temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius are enough to ignite diamond. Therefore, you need to develop other types of rock armor. Next, Vic attempted abilities related to creation and shaping. A gigantic and hard rock giant, or an exceptionally troublesome rock sand giant python, or abilities similar to crocodile's sand water absorption. As a higher tier fruit than the sand fruit, the rock fruit could encompass all the abilities of the sand fruit. After trying these abilities, it was time for Noah's various ideas. Suddenly, a ruby cannon emerged from Vic's body, with a massive gear-shaped calcium carbide inside the cannon chamber rapidly rubbing together as it absorbed moisture from the sand. Soon, the energy inside the cannon chamber surged rapidly and converged onto the ruby laser. A laser shot out explosively from the cannon's mouth. Z. In an instant, the distant mountain was directly pierced through. The ruby laser cannon was one of the applications of science. In the next idea, a cloud of dust emerged from Vic's body, and then the dust rapidly spread in all directions. What is this? Close observation Haki was frantically warning of danger. Noah used a strong magnetic field to block the spreading dust, preventing it from getting close, while explaining to Achino and Chloe, this is asbestos dust, a type of fine needle-like rock that is difficult to see with the naked eye. If a large amount of asbestos dust is inhaled into the body, it can quickly cause bodily lesions, similar to the platinum lead disease that Fravans experienced. My high-temperature body should be immune, right? Achino asked uncertainly. To be precise, your high-temperature body can be immune to the vast majority of viruses, toxins, bacteria, and harmful components. The key is whether your physical strength can withstand it. Achino immediately recalled the previous experience of being worn down by Noah, which made him realize that the abilities of the devil fruit also require physical quality to support them. After trying out the asbestos dust, Vic transformed the dust back into ordinary rock. If he hadn't transformed the asbestos dust, the training ground would have been completely destroyed. Once someone trained here, it would be easy to inhale the asbestos settled on the ground. Next, Vic transformed his body into opal, constantly adjusting the surface structure of the opal, allowing his body to gradually blend into the surrounding environment. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that, since Vic was a rock fruit user, he could easily disguise himself as a rock, merging with the environment, making it difficult for ordinary observation Haki to detect his presence. Close observation Haki became ineffective, failing to notice Vic's presence. However, Noah's level of observation Haki could sense faint fluctuations, especially after entering the electromagnetic wave amplification mode. This feeling became even clearer. After trying out the environmental color invisibility of opal, Vic transformed his body into a stone armor made of moissanite components. Achino, go test the high-temperature limit of this armor. No problem. Achino's fist glowed with a fiery red heat as he smashed one fist down on Vic's armor. Soon, Achino provided a data point. Not bad. It can withstand high temperatures below 2,700 degrees Celsius, and its hardness is slightly lower than that of the diamond armor. Clearly, this temperature was sufficient, as long as he didn't encounter the heat fruit, flame fruit, burn fruit, thunder fruit, flash fruit, and awaken lava fruit. This set of moissanite armor could essentially withstand the attacks of most strong opponents, except for the flash fruit and the non-awakened lava fruit. The other four fruits could only be used by those in the Noah family who mastered Conqueror's Haki and internal destruction with armament Haki to break through Vic's defenses. However, Vic was not foolish and naturally wouldn't just stand there to be hit. Next, Noah summoned the historical text stone slab found in the Pandora ruins from the cards. Vic immediately understood Noah's intention. He touched the slab with both hands, and after a while, he opened his eyes. Bro, I can control this stone, but I can't create it. Is it the sea prism stone components affecting me? Indeed, there is a special substance interfering with my abilities. Noah actually has some guesses in his heart. If the historical text was so easily destroyed, the world government would have already acted to eliminate it. Clearly, the general superpowers of the devil fruits cannot affect the historical text stone tablets. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, Achino, whose body temperature can reach 10,000 degrees Celsius, could evaporate the historical text stone tablet with extreme heat. At that terrifying temperature, any stone would be decomposed and evaporated. It seems that to enhance your strength, you must plan for that thing. Vic was confused. Brother, what thing? A type of special mineral explosive rock that exists in the New World. Explosive rock? Just a fist-sized piece of explosive rock can cause devastation within a radius of several hundred meters. Hundreds of such pieces can destroy a small island. Chloe adjusted his glasses. This thing should not be easy to obtain, right? That's right. This thing is strictly controlled by the world government and the Navy. And currently only the high-ranking Navy officials and the 5 elders know its specific storage locations. However, Noah immediately smiled. But ultimately, this is a mineral, and since it's a mineral, it must have a place of origin. Through information from the underground world, I have already pinpointed 5 suspected islands of origin. Even if the world government and the Navy have mined the explosive rock clean, there are definitely small veins left undiscovered in the abandoned mining areas. And Vic is a rock fruit user, so he can easily find those veins buried deep underground without needing to search for the storage locations of finished explosive rocks. Half a month later, we will set off for the New World. Understood. Vic stayed behind to continue practicing his fruit abilities, while Noah and his group prepared for their journey to the New World in half a month. After all, the New World is different from the paradise. The three sea emperors have already divided nearly 40 of the seas in the New World. In the remaining seas, the world government and its affiliated countries control about 27. Other seas are either semi-independent pirate groups like Hive Island or one of the world powers, Elbaf, or extremely harsh, uninhabited areas. On February 3rd, 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, a wormhole opened above Thunder God Island in the New World, and then Noah and the others streamed out. Noah then released the Nautilus, and Vic placed both hands into the shell of the Nautilus. Instantly, a layer of opal covered the shell, and then the Nautilus disappeared into the air. After everyone boarded, the Nautilus quickly sped in one direction. Chloe looked at the three permanent pointers in his hand, constantly monitoring the flight path to avoid deviation. The purpose of this trip was the Misty Sea area of the New World. According to various intelligence analyses, there are many islands in this area, but they have always been under strict control by the world government. The reason Noah suspected this was the origin of the explosive rock is due to a piece of information. In 1476, a transport fleet of the world government in the Misty Sea was attacked by a powerful pirate force, causing a terrifying tsunami in the surrounding seas. After that, the Navy stationed the blood-handed general, Belay, in the Misty Sea. It wasn't until around 1488 that Belay left the Misty Sea. Under what circumstances would a tsunami occur? The answers are few. Either Whitebeard's tremor fruit, or a violent explosion, or the impact of the Heavenly King. First, we can rule out the Heavenly King's impact, as at that time Vegapunk had not yet created the Holy Mother Flame, and the energy supply for the Heavenly King would definitely not be enough. It would not casually use the Heavenly King. Both Whitebeard and Explosive Rock are possibilities. This is because the pirate force that attacked the transport fleet was none other than the infamous Rocks Pirates, and Whitebeard was part of the Rocks Pirates at that time. Coupled with the Navy's subsequent reaction, Noah knew that there must be something very important to the world government in the Misty Sea. A week later, the Nautilus entered the outer edges of the Misty Sea. Noah amplified his observation hockey through electromagnetic waves and quickly detected several monitoring outposts set up by the Navy in the area. Clearly, the world government had not completely abandoned the Misty Sea. However, these monitoring outposts were basically useless to the Flying Noah family. Soon, the Going Merry descended from the sky into the depths of the Misty Sea. After finding the first uninhabited island, the Going Merry landed on the island. The island was very quiet, and Noah didn't even sense the presence of large animals. The plants were also sparse and appeared malnourished. However, Noah quickly discovered some ruins on the island. Cloud glanced at the rusted mining tracks and the pile of rubble at the end of the tracks. It was a mining cave, but it had collapsed. "Leave it to me," Vic said, inserting his hands into the ground and began assimilating the surrounding rocks. After a few minutes, Vic shook his head. It wasn't here. There was only an ordinary copper mine ruined below. Then it was on to the next island. The Going Merry set sail again. There were quite a few islands within the Misty Sea, probably more than 30. Noah and his group searched 8 islands in a row without finding the presence of explosive rock. On the 9th deserted island, which is a very small island with an area of less than 20,000 square meters, Vic also didn't pay much attention. He just proceeded with his routine, sensing the situation through the underground rock layers, but soon he opened his eyes. Big brother, there's a discovery. What discovery? Noah didn't have much hope for this small island either. There's a huge vortex-shaped cavity on the seabed to the northeast of the island. I sense some unstable rocks underground that are somewhat like the explosive rock you described. Is that so? We'll know if we take some samples. Vic nodded and then controlled the surrounding rocks to extract some unstable rocks buried over 500 meters deep. When those unstable rocks were brought to the surface, they began to expand. Boom! A violent explosion instantly destroyed a large area of rock that Vic had created. As soon as Noah saw the pebble-shaped stones, he knew they were explosive rocks. This is it. Such terrifying power. Chloe estimated that the fist-sized explosive rock had instantly destroyed nearly a 120-meter radius of rock layer. Is this what explosive rocks are? Vic quickly burrowed underground and found the explosive rocks buried deep within. By sensing the elemental structure within, he quickly figured out the composition of the explosive rocks. When Vic re-emerged from underground, he was holding an explosive rock wrapped in crystal in the palm of his hand. Can you already replicate the composition of explosive rocks? Vic nodded. Yes, I can now mass-produce explosive rocks. In fact, the Noah family is not without powerful explosives. For example, Gayram can produce metal hydrogen cubes in large quantities through cubic fruits, which are comparable in power to explosive rocks. However, metal hydrogen cubes have one drawback. Other than Noah and Gayram, no one else can activate their explosive commands. This is because the metal hydrogen cube needs to release the cubic compression to explode instantly. On the other hand, the explosive rocks that Vic creates, while also extremely unstable, will not explode as long as they do not come into direct contact with oxygen. Therefore, by covering the surface of the explosive rocks with a layer of crystal, Vic isolated them from the air. Moreover, the hardness of the crystal is not very high, so when it strikes a hard building or rock, it will cause the shell to crack, exposing the explosive rock to air and triggering a massive explosion. This means that these explosive rocks can be used as conventional weapons. Of course, Noah would not casually let ordinary members access explosive rock weapons. After all, their own strength is too weak, making it easy for the weapons to be captured by enemies. Even if explosive rock weapons were to be equipped, they would only be mounted on those Ark battleships. Noah no longer cared about ancient weapons like the Hades. After all, the Ark battleships equipped with explosive rock weapons also possess island-level destructive power. Moreover, the Ark can be mass-produced. From now on, the Noah family and the Dawn Nation have a preliminary foundation to contend with the world government. However, Noah was not blinded by the power of explosive rock weapons. The destructive power of these things can only deal with ordinary people or islands. For mid-admiral level experts, it is hard to cause fatal injuries. Later, Zephyr provided a reference for Noah based on his personal experience. Poliucelino, who was hit by explosive rocks, didn't even get his clothes dirty, and those mid-admirals from the Navy headquarters only suffered minor injuries from the explosions. Of course, if hundreds of tons of explosive rocks were detonated at once, mid-admiral level experts would indeed struggle to survive in the explosion's core zone. The problem is that the existence of observation hockey makes such ambush attacks difficult to be 100% effective. However, after gaining the ability to manufacture explosive rocks, Vic's strength was basically at the admiral level, even more terrifying than an average admiral. This is the enhancement of the top natural type. After consuming the rock fruit, Vic's potential will further soar, and he will soon catch up to Joshua and Lillian. As for Monet, even with Noah's development ideas for her snow fruit, she could probably only reach the quasi-admiral level. Unless she can reach Zephyr's physical strength or awaken Conqueror's hockey, she might enter the admiral level. After leaving the Misty Sea, Noah and his crew did not return directly to the Storm Islands, but instead continued to wander in the New World. Of course, they were not sailing aimlessly, but heading towards Punk Hazard Island. Although Punk Hazard Island is an island without magnetic force, meaning it is an island without recorded compass readings, it does not mean that Noah cannot find this island. The answer lies in Joshua's Thunder Fruit, through the magnetic field amplification of Thunder God Island. He carefully surveyed the waters near the entrance to the New World. It was during this time that Joshua discovered Punk Hazard Island, which lacks a strong magnetic field, and he marked its exact location on the nautical chart. With the sextant's positioning, the Nautilus, flying at high altitude, would not be disturbed by the harsh weather of the New World. A week later, the Nautilus silently arrived above Punk Hazard Island. Under the cover of night, Noah and his crew secretly descended into a mountain forest on the island, which, before the outbreak of the War of the Blue and Red, was a very ecologically rich beast island. At this time, personnel from the world government and the Navy were already stationed on the island, and the research base established in the central area of the island was almost of a similar scale to what it would later become. Vic quickly used his abilities to stealthily lead everyone into the interior of the research base through the underground rock layers. Deep within the underground of the research base, Noah intruded into part of the surveillance signal system of the phone bugs through electromagnetic wave induction, thereby obtaining those surveillance images. However, among the images simulated by electromagnetic waves, Noah did not find the Vegapunk he was looking for, but it was to be expected, as Vegapunk was most likely working on Egghead Island now. Punk Hazard Island is actually not safe, because Kaido took Ember away from here. At this moment, the person in charge of the research work at Punk Hazard is none other than the infamous Caesar Clown. Noah also saw the artificial dragon fruit that had been left idle in the secret room. Let's get to work. With a command from Noah, everyone began to take action. At the same time, the telephone bug communication on Punk Hazard Island was also disrupted by Noah using electromagnetic interference. Shiki and Vic were responsible for eliminating the Navy and CP agents outside the research base, or was in charge of filling in the gaps. Noah, along with Chloe, Robin, Achino, and Days, was responsible for controlling the entire research base. In the secret room, where the powder dragon fruit was stored, Noah and his group jumped directly out of a wormhole. He casually picked up the artificial devil fruit and threw it into the storage card. At the same time, the entire research base was in chaos. Especially the CP agents in the monitoring room were sweating profusely. Not only was the monitoring phone bug displaying static, but even their personal communication phone bugs and anti-eavesdropping phone bugs had lost their communication capabilities. Captain, what should we do? The CP2 squad leader in a black suit had a grave expression. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and he stabbed his finger directly into the forehead of the vice captain. The vice captain fell down, eyes wide open in death. This, the CP2 squad leader explained, is all for the world government. My life paper and Phillips are stored at headquarters. As long as one of our life papers burns, it proves we are in big trouble at Punk Hazard. The other agents quickly flattered him. Truly worthy of being the captain, Phillips' sacrifice is valuable. Everything is for the world government. Applause erupted outside the monitoring room. You all did well. The squad leader instantly kicked out with a swift kick. However, the next moment, a figure silently appeared behind him. Thud! Sharp fingernails pierced through the squad leader's vest, and he widened his eyes. Before he could scream, his body quickly shriveled down. Quick shoot. In an instant, the 5 agents in the monitoring room turned into mummies. Chloe, hidden in the shadows, eliminated all the phone bugs. He was very fortunate because Vic had the rock fruit and naturally could not eat the vampire fruit. Among the family members, Chloe was one of the few who hadn't eaten a devil fruit, had joined for a longer time, had good physical skills, and was also a suitable candidate for the vampire fruit. Therefore, the vampire fruit fell into his hands. This fruit truly lived up to its classification as a mythical beast type, instantly elevating Chloe, whose strength was already at the level of a rear admiral in the Navy, to an elite vice admiral level. This was just a preliminary enhancement. The immense potential of the vampire fruit was enough to make him a presence at the admiral level. The mere CP2 squad leader was no match for Chloe and was easily killed. After handling this situation, Chloe quickly reported to Noah that the CP2 headquarters might have discovered the incident at Punk Hazard. On the other side, Noah had arrived at the center of the research base. Under his feet was the squishy Caesar Charon. After receiving the report from Chloe, Noah was not too surprised, as this was within his expectations. He sealed all the researchers in packages and then selected some valuable research equipment to take away, while leaving behind a large number of time bombs. A few minutes later, Schur appeared with a half-dead naval admiral alongside R. Vic had also completed the extermination task. Let's go. Everyone entered the wormhole, heading to the secret base temporarily prepared in the New World. Less than 20 minutes after Noah and his group left, a beam of yellow light descended from the sky. The newcomer was none other than Fire Captain Borisellino. He looked at the marine base littered with corpses, a hint of gloom on his face. He then transformed into a beam of light once again and arrived at the entrance of the research base. The research base's gate remained intact, but this scene made Borisellino's heart sink. It was too quiet. A laser cut through the steel gate. However, at the moment the gate was being cut open, Borisellino instantly entered an elemental state. Boom, boom, boom. As if a switch had been flipped. A series of intense explosions occurred inside the research base, shattering the research facilities within. Borisellino's face darkened completely. Moreover, this silent disappearance reminded him of the group he had encountered in the South China Sea earlier. After all, with his speed, it took him at most about half an hour to get here from Marineford, which meant that within that half hour, someone could have killed and silenced everyone, including a vice admiral and several CP2 team leaders, and then escaped. He could think of no other force that matched this capability besides the secret organization. However, even if he guessed the identity of the enemy, Borisellino could only watch helplessly as the devastated Punk Hazard Island lay before him, rather than continue searching for the enemy. He directly called back to the Navy headquarters to report the situation here, along with his suspicions. The high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters were silent in response to this news. Meanwhile, the 5 elders in Mariehua also received this news, their expressions grim. The recent Punk Hazard incident made them acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the secret organization. Not only did they have members with natural abilities, but their frightening mobility allowed the secret organization to strike at Navy bases or member countries of the world government anytime and anywhere, while the world government found it difficult to encircle the enemy. Sabaody Archipelago. Shaki's bar. Having just extorted a new pirate crew, Shaki was counting her berries. Suddenly, the wooden door of the bar slowly opened, and Rayleigh walked in with a bottle of liquor. Which unlucky guy is it this time? A small pirate from the North Sea. Rayleigh sat down nearby, just picking up some beef jerky, when he suddenly glanced at the notice board. His expression tightening. What have those guys done again? Shaki continued counting her berries. No specific news. But the information from the world government's internal channels suggests that the secret organization has done something big. The wanted poster section on the notice board had been updated with new bounties for the secret organization. Iron Man, 3, 6 billion berries. Blue Flame Witch, 2, 5 billion berries. Candleman Galdino, 800 million berries. Thunder WIRM, 2, 5 billion berries. Claw Glasses Man, 800 million berries. Green-haired masked man, 3 billion berries. Suspected stone fruit user, 1, 5 billion berries. Another member added? Shaki lit a cigarette without looking up. Maybe a member who hadn't been exposed before. Rayleigh took a sip of rum. Looks like the world government has suffered a huge loss this time. They are too mysterious. There is almost no intel about this organization in the entire underworld, and the existence of a space-type ability user makes it very difficult to encircle this organization. Suddenly, Shaki remembered something. By the way, perhaps the incident with the Kingdom of Fervans was done by this organization. The White Town? From the intelligence gathered from the underworld. The people of the Kingdom of Fervans did not die from toxic dust from a mining explosion, but mysteriously disappeared. Rayleigh immediately reacted. The White Town is a landlocked country, and several neighboring countries have sealed their borders. Only the space transfer ability could move the people of that country out, but you mean the plumbum disease is hard to treat? Rayleigh nodded. Huh. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke. As far as I know, the Iron Barrel Kingdom hasn't encountered a large number of plumbum disease patients, nor have they been selling large amounts of Prussian blue agents to treat heavy metal poisoning. It seems the other side has strong medical technology. By the way, any news on that matter Shanks entrusted you with? Shaki shook her head. None. With the bounty updates for the secret organization, attention to them grew significantly across the seas. Not only were the CP organizations and the Navy secretly investigating, but even the Sea Emperors of the New World, various underworld bigwigs, the Revolutionary Army, and the Seven Warlords all showed great interest in the secret organization. However, against the elusive Noah family, their investigations were almost futile. In the Paradise, on the starting island of the fourth route, Whiskey Peak, on the second floor of a bar, Crocodile looked at the newspaper and wanted posters in his hand, showing no unusual expression. However, he recalled an intelligence he obtained last year. Ancient weapons are very likely hidden in the Alabaster Palace. It seems I need to make arrangements quickly. If I can find the legendary ancient weapons, then I can rule the world. But the Baroque Works is still short on manpower. Only one Van Krieg has some strength, while the others are trash. It looks like I need to recruit some strong bounty hunters from the Four Seas. In the Paradise, Water 7, a coffin ship slowly floated into the port. A tall man with a giant sword scanned the ordinary people around him with eagle-like eyes, a hint of boredom flashing in his gaze. Isn't that the Marine Hunter? Keep your voice down. Are you looking for death? It's the Seven Warlords. Run. Myhawk ignored these ordinary people and walked toward a bar at the port. As he stepped into the bar, the mixed crowd inside fell silent, with many breaking out in cold sweat. The bartender, with a stiff smile, asked, Sir, what drinks and snacks do you need? A plate of water meat, a bottle of Guarani red wine, and today's newspaper. Coming right up. The bartender quickly retrieved a newspaper and handed it over. Myhawk picked up the newspaper and saw the updated wanted posters. That Iron Man seems to be a swordsman. Huh. It's a pity that these people are elusive. I wonder where that Shanks guy has been lately. In the North Sea, the Yatsea. Achoo. Red-haired Shanks lay on a beach chair, sneezing and rubbing his nose. Who is thinking of me? On the ship, Beckman bought a newspaper from the newsbird, glanced through it, and his face instantly turned serious as he jumped to Shanks' side. What's the big news? Shanks looked up at the azure sky. The bounty for the secret organization has increased significantly, especially that space-type ability user. The bounty has reached 3 billion berries. Oh, that's quite impressive. Shanks didn't pay much attention to it. He estimated that these guys must have done something big, prompting the world government to significantly raise their bounty. Just then, Jesus Burgess on a mast shouted, Boss, we've spotted a world government ship, and it seems they have found us. Shanks squinted his eyes, stood up, and looked out at the sea. Sure enough, an armed ship flying the world government flag was approaching rapidly towards the red-haired pirates. Half an hour later, the two ships were less than 500 meters apart. In an instant, the world government's armed ship suddenly opened fire. Attack! Shanks had initially planned to pretend not to see them, but he didn't expect these guys to be so ungrateful. Jesus Burgess raised his pistol and fired continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The shells were instantly blown up by bullets mid-air. The other crew members quickly engaged. At this moment, the CP-9 agents on the world government's armed ship also began to use moonwalk and rifles to retaliate. However, facing the already Emperor-level red-haired pirates, these guys were directly crushed. As the squad leader, Fuzz FRE immediately transformed into the beastman form of a saber-toothed tiger. Roar. The next second, a terrifying conqueror's haki surged, causing Fuzz FRE to roll his eyes and collapse helplessly to the ground. The battle on the armed ship quickly reached its conclusion. "Boss, look what I found." Gab grabbed a small box as he walked out of the cabin, while the nearby monkey Morsta shouted loudly, claiming that this treasure chest was his discovery. Shanks smiled and shook his head. "I know. This thing must have been discovered by Morsta." But the next moment, Shanks's expression suddenly became serious, because he saw what was inside the small box, a devil fruit. Beckman noticed Shanks's unusual expression and seemed to remember something. "Could be the fruit you've been looking for, Captain?" Shanks took the small box and nodded. "Yes. It seems we can't continue sailing in the North Sea. Adjust the course immediately. We are heading to the East Sea." "East Sea? I understand." Beckman didn't ask why they were going to the East Sea, nor was he interested in knowing why Shanks valued this devil fruit so much. Soon, the red-haired pirates adjusted their course and rapidly moved towards Reverse Mountain. Meanwhile, the 5 elders in Mariewa received word that the armed ship escorting that fruit had been attacked by Shanks. On the other side, Noah and his group, having retreated from Punk Hazard Island, arrived at a deserted island deep in the Misty Sea. This sea area was surrounded by Navy lookout posts, and the interior was filled with abandoned mine islands. Noah took advantage of the darkness beneath the lamp to establish a secret base underground on one of the small deserted islands. At this moment, inside the deserted island base, El had brought Law from Sky Island and began modifying Caesar Clown and Navy Vice Admiral Beta. As Noah infused into their bodies, 2 new apostles appeared before him. Magician, Caesar Clown, Gas Fruit, Sun, Beta, Heat Fruit. This Navy Vice Admiral Beta was originally a master of physical techniques and had not eaten a devil fruit. The Heat Fruit was given to him by Noah. After all, the Sun card could only choose from the Flame Fruit, Nika Fruit, Heat Fruit, or Heat Body Fruit. The Flame Fruit and Heat Body Fruit had already been consumed by family members, so they could not become the apostles' abilities. As for the Nika Fruit, Noah did not have confidence in finding it. Therefore, the Heat Fruit became the best choice. Thus, Noah's major arcana apostles reached 11, and the awakening progress of the card fruit rose to 50. They were Emperor, Shiki, Float Fruit, Strength, Bartholomew Kuma, Iron Fruit, Demon, Bartolomeo, Swap Fruit, Death, Mu, Mushroom Fruit, Justice, Gylam, Cube Fruit, World, Becky, Castle Fruit, Chariot, Daria, Weapon Fruit, Temperance, Sill, Slow Fruit, Hermit, Hanover, Corrosion Fruit, Magician, Caesar, Gas Fruit, Sun, Beta, Heat Fruit. These apostles could act and fight independently, and they could also become stronger through continuous training, while their abilities could be lent to Noah. Of course, characters like Shiki, who were at the level of Admiral, had basically reached their limit in terms of improvement. Moreover, Noah's positioning of these apostles was also somewhat different. For example, Caesar's core use was for scientific research, compensating for the family's shortcoming in top-tier scientists. Bartolomeo supplied vitality, Gylam strengthened infrastructure, Becky could recycle fruits, Kuma enhanced Noah's body, Mululu researched microorganisms and potions, Daria replicated weapons. Sill granted Noah control skills, Hanover provided Noah with super destructive power, and Beta could serve as a military instructor, while Shiki was a strategic force. As the development progress of the card fruit reached 50, Noah once again felt a brand new change in the card fruit. He took out a blank card and invoked the power of the Apostle Sill, infusing a portion of the power of Slow into it. Soon, a brand new card was formed. Magic card, Slow Ray. However, this card was not yet perfect, and Noah continued to refine its rules. Rule 1. People other than the ability user can use this card, but they need to drop blood to recognize ownership in advance. Rule 2. Users other than the ability user can silently chant Activate in their hearts to trigger the card's ability when using it. Rule 3. After this card is used, it is automatically destroyed, making it a one-time card. Rule 4. The ability user has the highest authority over this card. He called Clow and handed the card to him. After Clow recognized ownership with his blood, he silently chanted to use it. Immediately, a pink ray of light shot from his palm, hitting Arkino not far away. Arkino instantly fell into an extremely slow state. Noah evaluated the effects of the cards. The effect was the same as when Seal used the slow light, entering a 30-second slow state. After understanding the effects of the superpower card, he went on to create several other cards. For example, Magic Card, Floating Force, Magic Card, Corrosive Gas, Magic Card, Metallic Hydrogen Cube, and Magic Card, Escape Passage. Especially the Escape Passage. this ability borrowed from the castle fruit's power. When a user activates this card, they're instantly pulled into the castle space. The castle space is located on Noah or Becky. This means that by using this card, one can enter the castle space from any location and then be released from the castle space by Becky or Noah. It is equivalent to a one-time return to the city. Its strategic value is extremely high, especially for members of the winery executing intelligence operations outside. Noah immediately asked R to bring back the personnel from the various teams of the winery and equip them with a batch of magic cards first, especially the magic card, Escape Passage, which all winery members must have. The previous intelligence investigations of the winery mainly focused on collecting public information and monitoring phone bugs, with very few infiltration-type intelligence investigations. The reason was that Noah was concerned about their lack of experience. Once exposed, it could lead to the leakage of information about the Noah family and the Kingdom of Dawn. Now he could finally rest assured. To ensure the safety of these intelligence agents, Noah divided the magic cards, Escape Passage, into two types. One is the regular version, and the other is the life-binding version, similar to the craftsmanship of life paper. As soon as the user suffers serious harm, it will automatically activate and transport the user directly to the castle space. This ensures that when intelligence agents encounter powerful enemies, if there is no time to actively use the escape passage, they can still rely on their injured state to trigger it. In addition to the escape passage, there is also the magic card, Life Infusion, created using Barton's Vitality, which can replenish 10 years of vitality all at once, and it also comes in two versions. The emergence of these magic cards has significantly enhanced the overall strength of the Noah family. After all, possessing a full set of magic cards is equivalent to having a mini Noah. Moreover, to create magic cards, Noah only needs to expend physical strength and can even forcibly produce them using Barton's Vitality, which means he can have a very large number of cards. Noah's abilities can almost achieve instant kills against the following enemies. If facing other ability users, it's easy to encounter situations where they are killed upon first meeting. With various abilities, Noah can calmly confront a wide range of enemies. The winery agents equipped with magic cards can basically be worry-free as long as they do not encounter enemies of Admiral-level strength. Of course, due to Noah's style of operation, the members of the Noah family tend to be steady and cautious, and they do not act recklessly. This is especially true for the winery's intelligence agents, who are even more careful and prudent. This is one of the reasons why there have been no leaks in the winery's operations worldwide for over 3 years. Another reason is the presence of the inspection department head, Mary, who regularly re-evaluates the field agents to ensure they do not betray the organization, preventing any changes in mindset midway. Furthermore, Noah also conducts checks on the intelligence agents along the way using the Conqueror's hockey characteristic of spiritual resonance during their travels. These measures ensure the loyalty and confidentiality of the winery. Now, after a new round of enhancements, the winery's strength has become even more powerful and enigmatic, capable of handling many unexpected situations. On March 16th, 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, Noah has been creating various magic cards these days, almost equipping a complete set of magic cards for all elite members of the family, and allowing the cadres to select some magic cards that are useful to them. Today, Noah arrived at Sky Island. After Law completed the renovation of Turtle Island Fortress some time ago, he returned to Sky Island to improve the Eden-class spaceship. After more than a month of refinement, a spaceship that meets expectations has been manufactured. Noah is very satisfied with Luo's work. Not bad. This is the perfect combination of devil fruits and science. Noah, if there is no need for large-scale production of Eden-class spaceships, I plan to take some time to study the Baron of the Stomach to prepare for the future creation of Plant Island. Noah nodded. Okay, Eden-class. You can keep an eye on the time yourself. After all, 1 or 2 ships serving for a year is sufficient. The advantage of the Eden-class arc lies in its self-sustainability. This is not irreplaceable for the current Noah family. The main ships of the Noah family are the Arc-class ships that can be mass-produced industrially. The Plant Island project mentioned by Luo is actually one of the contingency plans prepared by Noah to deal with potential crises in the future. Compared to the rigid Vegapunk, Noah has more solutions in mind for the impending apocalypse. Regardless of whether it can prevent the emergence of ocean invasion, Noah has prepared corresponding plans. For example, the Empire Cloud, which can already be mass-produced, is a preparation for relocating islands to the sky. The Plant Island project aims to use super-large plants like the Baron of Stomach, Yarchi Vine, giant vines of the Sky Island, and Atom Wood to create artificial plants that can grow on the seabed and form plant islands on the sea surface. Additionally, by utilizing the abilities of Shurji and Vic, Part of the seabed rock layers will be stripped away to deepen the seabed, thus increasing the seawater capacity limit in certain areas. The stripped rock layers can also be stacked together to create a brand new continent. Even if the sea level rises by 200 meters in the future, Noah has ways to address this crisis. However, today's goal for Noah is the Eden-class ship before him. He took Robin and others aboard the Eden-class ship, which is controlled in a manner similar to blood oath binding, with a core that has been implanted with an enhanced telephone worm. Goodbye, Luo. Take care all the way. Luo waved to bid farewell to everyone. Soon, the Eden-class ship took off and entered environmental camouflage mode. The reason for choosing today for the inspection is to coincide with the moon that has already appeared in the sky. The Eden-class ship accelerated towards the moon. The speed of the ship is quite decent, reaching about 200 kilometers per hour. However, this speed is still a bit slow for reaching the moon. After all, the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star, requiring about 80 days for a one-way trip and 160 days for a round trip. Fortunately, with Alii around, they can jump back through a wormhole at any time. On the 13th day after Noah and his group set off for the moon, Robin entered the captain's office holding a document. Noah, the Rum team has sent a message. Red-haired Shanks docked at EC-8 port this morning. Noah thought for a moment. 8 port? Avoiding Rog Town? Continue monitoring, but don't get too close to the other party. Understood. Robin recorded this instruction and then continued reporting. A CP agent named Fuzzfur has defected in the North Sea. Fuzzfur. As soon as Noah heard this news, he knew that the Nika fruit had been taken by red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the red-haired pirates had entered the East Sea, and their purpose was clear, to deliver the fruit to Ace. That's right, Shanks' target for delivering the fruit was not Monkey D, Luffy, but Ace. Clearly, Shanks knew that Ace was the son of the late captain, Roger. However, due to a twist of fate, the Nika fruit was eaten by Luffy, which forced Shanks to change his original plan and stage a tragic act to make Luffy aim for the title of Pirate King. Noah just quietly listened to Robin's report. Without any other response, the Eden-class spaceship continued to speed towards the moon. Unbeknownst to them, more than 60 days had passed. At this point, Noah and his companions could observe the pockmarked surface of the moon through the window. Is this the moon? Analu, who had come up with them, stared blankly at the desolate and vast lunar surface. A few hours later, the spaceship landed in a crater. Eden, is there air outside? The ship's main brain, using the surface's photosynthesis, attempted to breathe and discovered that there was indeed air around. And its composition was not much different from that of Blue Star's atmosphere. There was air outside, similar in composition to Blue Star's atmosphere, but with very low humidity. Noah thought for a moment and instructed, is that so? Everyone put on their spacesuits, just in case. Received. Not knowing the difference between the sand on the moon and that on Blue Planet, everyone donned their spacesuits and gradually stepped onto the lunar surface. Enelu crouched down, picked up a handful of sand, and muttered to himself, is this the legendary infinite continent? Noah entered magnet mode, and the electromagnetic waves spread to the maximum extent in all directions. Soon, an area with a radius of over 2,000 kilometers was covered by electromagnetic waves. However, electromagnetic waves are not, especially for underground relics. Noah could only sense up to several dozen meters deep underground. After a while, during the electromagnetic wave sensing, a suspected underground relic area was discovered. Let's go. Head west for 238 kilometers. Everyone boarded the spaceship again to head to the destination. After more than an hour, the spaceship stopped again. Right here, as they got closer, Noah's electromagnetic wave sensing became clearer. The spaceship docked below a cliff, and not far away was a cave, but seemed to have suffered from years of neglect, with many signs of collapse. Noah lightly tapped the ground, and the rocks that had collapsed were instantly moved aside, revealing a metal door behind the cave. There really are ruins? Robin was very shocked. Noah revealed a shocking secret. The Sky Islanders and the Sandians are actually descendants of ancient lunar people. Robin quickly reacted. No wonder there are legends of an infinite continent on Baika Island, as well as designs for the spaceship Ark's proverbs. Let's go in. There are no living people inside. Noah controlled the electromagnetic force to push open the long-sealed metal door. Everyone entered in single file, under the illumination of the searchlights. After passing through a long metal corridor, they arrived at a spacious hall. Inside the hall were numerous small robots on display. Noah gathered a massive electric current with both hands. 1,000,000 volts discharged. As the current continuously flowed into the surrounding equipment, the lights in the hall automatically lit up, and the small robot's eyes lit up as well. The systems that had shut down due to a loss of power restarted. Ziz, ziz. Beep, beep. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. ready to respond to any potential danger. After about 10 minutes, Noah stopped the current output. After all, he was not a user of the Thunder fruit and could only temporarily activate about 1/3 of the area. Upon sensing the cessation of electrical supply, the small robots awakened from their silent state. The small robots emitted a series of strange sounds. Robin paused for a moment. This sounds very similar to the language of the gods recorded in the Bika Temple and Angel Island Temple. She attempted to translate some of the content. Awaken, we, Master Robot number 3593, salute you. Do you need to re-enter the language? Robin and several small robots communicated clumsily for more than 2 hours before completing the entry of the common language. Meanwhile, Noah and the others conducted a rough exploration of the entire underground ruins. Just as Noah returned to the front hall, he saw Robin communicating with several small robots. Robin, can those robots communicate now? Yes, but there are some uncommon words that they may not fully understand. I've also discovered something over here. Come take a look. Oh, Robin led several small robots and followed Noah to a palace. Robot number 3593 introduced. This is the temple. Before the ancient gods left Bika, they left behind some murals. Enel was watching in front of the murals. Is this the scene of the moon people traveling to Blue Star? Robin took out her notebook to record some of the content from the murals. Noah inquired of robot number 3593. Has any of your manufacturing technology been preserved? Yes. It is located in the data room of the temple. Robot number 3593 replied stiffly. Take me there to have a look. God, please follow me. Soon, the group arrived in front of a statue deep within the temple, where robot number 3593 pressed the sun symbol on the base of the statue. Instantly, the statue slowly rose, revealing an elevator. After taking the elevator down several dozen meters, they arrived at the data room of Bika. The room was filled with numerous stone tablets, inscribed with a wealth of text and patterns. Noah found the design blueprint for the Ark, as well as the design blueprints for the small robots. Robin translated part of the content from the stone tablets. This section detailed Bika's history. It turned out that the moon people had such origins. Approximately 600 years ago, the ancestors of the moon people migrated from the blue planet to the moon due to a terrible disaster that occurred on the blue planet, forcing them to leave. After settling on the moon and developing for about 6,000 years, the resources on the moon became nearly exhausted, prompting the moon people to once again look towards their former homeland, the blue planet. In the year 6382 of the solar calendar, the Outpost exploration team successfully returned to the blue planet and sent back information indicating that the blue planet had restored to a habitable state. In the year 6402 of the solar calendar, the floating island Bika was established, and after 10 years of survival testing, no serious adaptation issues were found among the 500 testers. In the year 6415 of the solar calendar, the headquarters decided to initiate a large-scale migration plan. In the year 6583 of the solar calendar, the exploration team entered the vast red continent of the blue planet and established the kingdom of God on that continent. In the year 6770 of the solar calendar, the last batch of Moon Bika residents migrated to the kingdom of God on the blue planet, and the Moon Bika city was temporarily sealed. Inola listened to Robin's translation, his eyes filled with astonishment. Noah is not very interested in the so-called history of the moon people. Soon after Robin finished recording the history of the moon people, he turned to the part of the stone tablets that contained technical data, which was of more interest to Noah. In addition to the design drawings of the Ark Proverb and robots, the moon people left behind more than a dozen types of technology, most of which were related to environmental transformation. For example, there were large-scale oxygen production technologies using quartzite as raw material, artificial sunlight simulation technology, gravity adjustment technology, magnetic field shield technology, soil transformation technology, and water circulation technology, among others. Among these technologies, the most important one is actually the solar furnace technology. Solar furnace? Noah immediately thought of the Holy Mother Flame created by Vegapunk, which is probably the prototype technology for the Holy Mother Flame. According to the content translated by Robin, the moon people discovered an element called subhydrogen on the moon, and by injecting along with deuterium into a strong magnetic field furnace, they could continuously generate massive energy. In Noah's understanding, the so-called subhydrogen is likely helium-3. After over 6,000 years of development, the moon people consumed most of the subhydrogen elements stored on the moon, leading to serious energy supply issues, and they had no choice but to return to Blue Star. However, in Noah's view, if subhydrogen is helium-3, then the moon people would obviously not find much subhydrogen on Blue Star. This also explains why the energy of the solar furnace of the Heavenly King decreased over time. ultimately requiring Vegapunk's Holy Mother Flame as a replacement. Vegapunk's Holy Mother Flame is likely an improved version of the original solar furnace technology, replacing subhydrogen with other elements. Although the raw materials for the solar furnace reaction are difficult to find, this technology still holds significant value. After recording these technological materials, Noah decided to establish a lunar governor's district with Moon Baika City as the governor's office. Considering the importance of the lunar governor's district and the need for massive electricity to maintain and restore it, Noah transferred Joshua from the Storm Islands governor's district. As soon as Joshua arrived at Moon Baika, he eagerly began generating electricity after listening to Noah's instructions. Noah also had Age produce a large batch of graphene batteries as backup energy for Moon Baika to prevent the city from stalling when Joshua went out. After being fully activated, Moon Baika had over 50,000 small robots, 3 robotic production lines, and various mechanical production and processing equipment, with technological levels even higher than those on Blue Star. Immediately afterward, Noah used Aliai's wormhole to travel to the Rum Kingdom, sealing a portion of the civilians from the Rum Kingdom who passed the review with cards and concentrating them in Moon Baika. A total of more than 20,000 people were relocated. This population, combined with the over 50,000 small robots, quickly revitalized Moon Baika. After completing these tasks, Noah did not leave immediately, but went to the far side of the moon to establish a brand new secret base. The reason for going to the far side of the moon was naturally to avoid being observed by Blue Star regarding the changes on the moon. Fortunately, there are also remnants of cities left by the moon people on the far side of the moon. Noah only needed to modify these underground city ruins to establish the secret base. The purpose of the base established on the far side of the moon was to solve the energy supply problem. In the short term, the Noah family could not replicate the solar furnace. However, construction on the moon could not be delayed, so the initial energy supply issue needed to be addressed. Noah's solution was to utilize solar energy. The far side of the moon also has day and night. It's just that Blue Star cannot directly observe it. Age had already developed graphene solar panels last year, with an energy conversion efficiency of around 10, which could be mass-produced using the ability of the devil fruit. As long as a large number of graphene solar panels were laid out, combined with the energy storage of graphene batteries, it would provide substantial energy for the base. Although the moon in the pirate world has an atmosphere, it is very thin and almost devoid of water vapor, which prevents clouds from forming and creates an environment very suitable for solar power generation. With energy support, the population capacity limit of the moon would quickly recover. Noah stayed in the lunar governor's district until October 1508. Of course, Noah's stay on the moon does not mean that other members of the Noah family were not working. For example, before Noah went to the moon, he arranged for Shiki to prepare the Sky Empire under the name of the Golden Lion. As for why he didn't reorganize the flying pirate crew, Noah stated that he couldn't afford to lose face. He would rather secretly control the mafia than establish a pirate crew. The reason is very simple. The mafia is merely a gray force that to some extent represents the underground order, rather than pure plunder. However, pirates are purely a black and evil force. If Shiki were to reorganize the flying pirate crew now, it would become a black mark for Noah in the future. As for how the world government defines the Sky Empire, that is the world government's business. In any case, Noah would not acknowledge that his subordinates were a pirate force. This is a matter of principle. After more than half a year of secret preparations, Shiki had found a very suitable sea area in the New World, the Bryn Sea. The Bryn Sea is close to Wang Zhi's Hive Island, situated between the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, and also adjacent to the Windless Zone on the western seaside. This sea area is also known as the Sea of Hell. The reason it is called the Sea of Hell is that this area is densely populated with numerous volcanic islands and underwater volcanoes, which frequently erupt, maintaining a gray sky in the surrounding sea area year-round. Establishing the Sky Empire here is intended to utilize the constantly erupting volcanoes to extract sea prism stone components for manufacturing Kairosaki clouds. Currently, the Sky Empire has produced a large expanse of Kairosaki clouds, with a volume even reaching several times that of the Kairosaki clouds above Guy Island. Shiki also used the float fruit to obtain islands from the Windless Zone and the underwater rock layers, directly transporting more than 30 islands, which can accommodate millions of people. Noah has equipped Shiki with a powerful lineup of subordinates, including Daz, the revamped Beta, and Hanover, as well as the fruit-powered Weepa. Weepa's fruit is the explosive fruit found by the winery in the South Sea in August, the same fruit later possessed by the Snotty Guy for Baroque Works. The combat power of Daz, Hanover, and Weepa is all at the elite Vice Admiral level. Beta, before her transformation, was already a rear admiral, and after consuming the heat fruit, along with the vitality infused by Barto and the source blood potion, her strength has essentially reached the quasi-admiral level, making her suitable to be Shiki's right-hand person. To avoid exposing their identities, the public identities of Beta and Hanover will be known as Solar and Hermit, with their names kept hidden. After preparing for more than half a year, the Sky Empire is finally ready to reveal its sharp fangs. On the Empire's Sky Dome Island, more than a dozen modified Ark-class airships, along with the flagship Prover-class airship, carry thousands of elite family members. With a wave of his hand, Shiki commanded, "Set sail." The airships quickly sped towards Hive Island. At this moment, Wang Ji, who was holed up on Hive Island, was unaware that danger was approaching. His past few years have not been easy, mainly due to the expansion of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, which caused him to lose much of his territory. If it weren't for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin being wary of Wang Ji's strength, fearing that he would drag them down with him, they would have already made a move on the juicy piece of land that is Hive Island. In less than 3 days, the air fleet appeared in midair east of Hive Island. The members of Wang Ji's pirate crew on Hive Island immediately noticed these uninvited guests and sounded the alarm. Boom! 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 Hive Island trembled as a gigantic rock giant stood up from the center of the island. This was Wang Ji's island fruit ability. He saw the floating air fleet several kilometers away, and his face showed a hint of seriousness as he shouted, "Shiki, what are you doing on Hive Island?" "Ha ha!" Amidst his wild laughter, Shiki drifted close to the rock giant and took a puff of a cigar. "Wang Ji, you're really living in the past. You." The rock giant's face showed displeasure, but Wang Ji quickly noticed the problem. The golden lion in front of him was too young, almost identical to his state before imprisonment. No, that ship's figure was also missing. Even his feet had been reattached. What is going on? This bastard's body is not right. Wang Ji, our reminiscing ends here. I'm not here to play pirate games with you today. Shiki, what do you want? Ha, what do I want? The once naive golden lion and I, who have returned from hell, will let this world know what true power is. Noah's will instantly descended upon Shiki, and a burst of crimson conqueror's haki soared into the sky. Boom! The white clouds in the sky above Hive Island were instantly shattered. Boom! Wang Ji also unleashed his conqueror's haki. The two forces of conqueror's haki collided fiercely in midair. However, Noah's conqueror's haki had already communicated the will of all members of the airborne fleet through a mental resonance. The dark conqueror's haki was instantly overwhelmed by the crimson conqueror's haki. The rock giant was actually pushed back several hundred meters. Wang Ji was taken aback. How is this possible? This is my new power. The former golden lion has perished with the Battle of Elbaf. Now I am Emperor Shiki, and I will never fail again. Don't underestimate me. Ha wave slash. The terrifying conqueror's haki entwined around Sakura and Moku's dual swords. The cutting wave that pierced heaven and earth instantly cleaved the rock giant in two, and Hive Island was also slashed open with 2 chasms over 10 kilometers long. The weakness of the island fruit was laid bare. After merging with the island, any damage the island suffered would also be reflected back onto the user. Too weak. Wang Ji, you can step down? Damn it. After borrowing part of Noah's power, Shiki's strength was even stronger than in his peak period. Moreover, the island fruit was countered by the float fruit. Even if Wang Ji released the island fusion, he had no way to contend with Shiki. In less than half an hour, the quasi-admiral level Wang Ji was beaten to the brink of death, held up like a dead dog by Shiki. Others, attack. As you command. Your Majesty. Liang, the Hermit, Daz, and Weeple led their troops into Hive Island. This place was a pirate island, with no civilians present, and there was no need to hold back. Unless they were users of abilities or strong-bodied pirates, they would be cut down in one blow. The Battle of Hive Island concluded in just over 2 hours. The Sky Empire's first appearance silenced the entire world in such a shocking manner. Those spies hidden within Wang Ji's pirate crew, before facing death, also conveyed the news of the Golden Lion's return to the world. As for these information from the transponder snails, Joshua, who had secretly come over just in case, was already clear about everything, but he did not intervene. After all, the Sky Empire needed to spread the news of the Battle of Hive Island to intimidate surrounding forces, especially Charlotte Linlin, as Liang had openly used the Heat Human Fruits ability. As long as the Big Mom Pirates weren't foolish, they would soon realize who had taken down Owen. Noah also wanted to see if Charlotte Lingling dared to come and seek death. Compared to the barren and desolate Bryn Sea, Noah actually hoped to gain territory from the Big Mom Pirates. Anyway, the bait had already been cast, and it was just a matter of whether the other side would take the hook. The Grand Line, the Paradise, the Marine Headquarters and Marine Fort. Calm. who was about to be promoted to the marshal of the entire army, looked very grim. Kongming quickly reported the intelligence gathered by the Navy to those present. This is all the information regarding the Hive Island incident. How terrifying, Borisellino sighed with a long voice. Although Crane maintained a calm expression, her demeanor was still very serious. From this information, we can tell that the Golden Lion's body has recovered, and his strength is even greater than in his peak period. Such a Crimson Conqueror's haki is indeed very rare. She continued to analyze. On the sea, there are ways to treat a ship's head injury, transplant legs, and even restore youth. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that it is that fruit. The legendary surgery fruit? Guion obviously knew some details. Yes, the Golden Lion must have found the surgery fruit or its user. Crane continued her analysis. We don't need to discuss the Golden Lion's physical issues too much. However, his actions in attacking Hive Island this time have many points worth paying attention to. For example, he did not continue to use the name of the flying pirate crew, but instead used the name of the Sky Empire, clearly indicating that the Golden Lion no longer intends to mix in with the pirate forces. Another point is that he did not take Hive Island with him, but directly sunk it to the bottom of the sea, which clearly shows he does not want other forces to occupy Hive Island, indicating that the Golden Lion Sky Empire is near Hive Island. At the same time, the Golden Lion did not choose to recruit the members of the Wangji pirate crew, but instead slaughtered them all, possibly because he does not trust the other pirate crews or wants to distance himself from the pirate forces. After listening to Crane's analysis, the high-ranking Navy officers gained a new understanding of the Golden Lion. Kong then asked, Crane, how do you think we should respond? Marshal, we don't need to be too anxious. Being anxious now is useless. Crane paused. We can use news channels to promote the Golden Lion as the fourth emperor of the New World. I believe Kaido and Charlotte Lingling will definitely help us test the Golden Lion's strength. Crane picked up one of the wanted posters that was just about to be printed. Moreover, this Sky Empire officer named Lai Yong has the power of the heat-hit fruit, which is Charlotte Oven's ability. We can secretly stir the pot and make Charlotte Lingling suspect that it was the Golden Lion who killed Oven. Kong immediately affirmed, Good. I'll leave this matter to you, Crane. The Navy did not give up on the bounty for the Golden Lion just because Shiki established the Sky Empire. Instead, they raised the bounty amount, surpassing Whitebeard's, though it was still slightly lower than Roger's. Moreover, the bounties for Lai Yong, the Hermit, Daz, and Vipa were also very high, reaching the level of billions of berries. Soon, Morgan's World Economic Journal referred to the Golden Lion as the Fourth Sea Emperor ruling the New World. As for why it happened so quickly, the reason is very simple. The Golden Lion's own strength and reputation are enough to make him a Sea Emperor, without needing to struggle with the red-haired Shanks and other emperors for years in the New World before ascending to the top around 1514. The New World, on the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. After receiving the report below, Marco showed an incredulous expression and quickly went to see Whitebeard. Old man, something big has happened. The Golden Lion has conquered Hive Island and defeated Wang Ji. Whitebeard, who already had an 4 drip, slightly opened his eyes. Shiki, tell me the details. Soon, Marco laid out all the information. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates present all looked astonished. The Golden Lion actually slaughtered Hive Island? And sank Hive Island? Did he have a grudge with Wang Ji? Whitebeard also frowned. To his knowledge, there was no significant grudge between the Golden Lion and Wang Ji. A strange light flickered in Teach's eyes. Besides the darkness fruit and Whitebeard's tremor fruit, he also coveted the float fruit. However, right now, he hadn't even obtained the darkness fruit. His desire for the float fruit was just that, desire, without much concern. But another thing Marco said stirred Teach's inner turmoil. One of the captains suggested, the Golden Lion can actually restore youth? Old man, should we go find the Golden Lion? Your body is fine, and mine is good too. Let us hold a banquet. Whitebeard interrupted his son's suggestions and instead changed the topic. Marco frowned, but said nothing. In fact, Whitebeard also wanted to restore his youth and continue protecting his sons, but unfortunately, he knew there was no free lunch on the sea. Based on his understanding of Shiki, the other party would definitely use this as a condition to demand that the Whitebeard pirates join under him. From Shiki's performance in this Hive Island incident, it was clear he intended to continue competing for dominance in the world, and his ambitions had even become more terrifying. This made Whitebeard even less willing to cooperate with him. He just wanted his sons to live and did not wish to compete for world dominance. The New World, the Tato Land Sea, Cake Island. Parasparrow hurriedly entered the castle hall with the intelligence he had just received. Big Mom, who was indulging in a feast, immediately darkened her expression upon seeing her eldest son. Mama, what has happened now? Parasparrow forced himself to calm down. Mama, The Golden Lion defeated Wang Ji and is now taking over Wang Ji's territory. That old lion isn't dead yet? Big Mom's face turned somewhat grim upon hearing that name, clearly not perceiving the now crippled and aged Golden Lion as her opponent. However, having already learned the relevant intelligence, PirateWorld had to take the re-emerging Golden Lion seriously, quickly explaining, "Mama, the Golden Lion had his ship's helm removed, got new legs, and has even become young again." What? Big Mom's eyes widened. That dead lion actually healed his body and restored his youth? Damn it. At this point, Big Mom could no longer sit still. She knew the Golden Lion's strength all too well. At his peak, even Roger could only barely contend with him. If it weren't for that sudden storm, even if the Golden Lion couldn't defeat Roger, he could have escaped unscathed. And Big Mom knew her own strength. If she encountered the Golden Lion, she might be able to run away. However, it is absolutely difficult for the other members of the world to avoid the attacks of the Golden Lion. The island-crushing offensive of the float fruit is almost a catastrophic threat to those forces with fixed territories. Perhaps Kaido can rely on the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit to match the Golden Lion in the air and at his peak. At this time, Big Mom finally remembered her long-lost good little brother and quickly took out a transponder snail to contact Kaido in Wano country. At the same time, PirateWorld quickly notified other core family members, including Snack and Katakuri, who soon arrived in the cake hall. New World, Wano country. On Onigashima, Kaido was drinking with Queen. Suddenly, a transpondiste naillon. Kaido paused, picked it up and connected. "Hey, old hag, what is going on?" "Kaido, don't forget you owe me a big favor." Kaido calmly took a big gulp of wine. "Hick, you're still the same? What is the matter?" "That bastard Shiki has recovered, and he is even younger now. You should know his strength." "Shiki? That old guy actually had such an opportunity? Oh, this world is getting more interesting." Kaido burst into laughter. Big Mom, a bit angry, shouted, "Kaido, did you hear what I said? Shiki is not the same as before. He defeated Wang Ji from Hive Island today and wiped out the entire Hive Island." Oh, Kaido narrowed his eyes. Despite his rough appearance, he was actually very shrewd. Although the Beast Pirates did not currently border the Golden Lion's territory, it did not mean Kaido was not wary of this former second-in-command. "Lin, what do you want? Shall we team up to test Shiki's strength?" Hearing Big Mom's suggestion, Kaido did not refuse. Soon, the two discussed their plans for a joint probe. East Sea, Dawn Island, Windmill Village. Beckman looked at today's newspaper with a very grim expression. "What's wrong now?" Lucky Roo said while gnawing on a chicken leg. "We have big trouble." Beckman turned to look at Shanks, who was chatting with Luffy, and his headache intensified. "Shanks, I need to talk to you outside." Shanks, who had already lost an arm, noticed Beckman's serious expression. He comforted Luffy and had the bar owner serve a big plate of grilled meat before standing up and walking outside with Beckman. The two arrived at the edge of the coast. "Shanks, here is today's newspaper. Take a look." After receiving the newspaper, Shanks flipped through it for a while, his expression also becoming serious. The Golden Lion has actually returned? And he has regained his youth and body. This is trouble. Beckman knew part of Shanks' plan. He intended to guide that kid before heading to the New World to start a power struggle and prepare for the future. Unfortunately, the sudden rise of the Golden Lion introduced significant uncertainty into Shanks' plans. After all, the Golden Lion's deterrent power was terrifying. Upon returning, he was immediately pushed to the title of Sea Emperor in the New World. As for why Shanks didn't choose to become the 5th Emperor, the reason was very simple. The territories in the New World are limited. Aside from the parts of the sea controlled by the world government and navy, much of the remaining sea must also exclude Elbaf and a large portion of human forbidden zones. The remaining territory can accommodate at most 4 pirate forces of the Sea Emperor level. Among the current 4 emperors, Whitebeard holds the title of the world's strongest man and has a good relationship with the Roger Pirates, so Shanks certainly wouldn't encroach on his territory. Charlotte Lean's Tato land operates independently, and Shanks knows very well about her connection with Kaido. Kaido is also not easy to deal with. With the Azure Dragon Fruit and his Oni bloodline, his haki, physical skills, and abilities are top-notch, and his subordinates are also very strong. The Golden Lion is even more formidable, having almost forced the Roger Pirates into a corner with his legendary status. Under the island-crushing offensive of the float fruit, forces with fixed territories cannot withstand it. Moreover, the Golden Lion has returned young and in perfect condition. No matter how confident Shanks is, he does not believe that the red-haired pirates can confront the Golden Lion head-on. The sudden changes in the New World have put Shanks in a dilemma. To ensure that the agreed-upon person can successfully reach the final island, he must escort them through the most dangerous New World. However, Entering the New World now means fully engaging in war with one of the four emperors and completely defeating one of them to take their place. And time waits for no one. Given the current situation, the Golden Lion Sky Empire will soon expand rampantly, dividing the already scarce territory of the New World. Now, Shanks somewhat regrets staying too long in the East Sea. Even if he hurried to the New World now, it would take about half a year. Half a year later, the opportunity will be gone. Paradise, Sabaody Archipelago. At Shacky's bar, Rayleigh looked shocked. That guy Golden Lion has actually regained his youth? Shacky sneered at Rayleigh. You better be careful. I feel like the Golden Lion has changed a lot. Even Wang Ji was easily defeated by him. Given the history between your Roger pirates and him, if you show up in front of him, you might get killed. Haha, I'm retired now. Is that so? If that kid Shanks encounters the Golden Lion, are you planning to stand by? Shacky reminded. Hearing this, Rayleigh instantly realized, Shanks. He certainly knew what Shanks had been plotting and was preparing to compete for the title of Sea Emperor in the New World. Shacky gazed deeply out the window, as if sensing the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. The Sky Empire has fully taken over Wang Ji's territory, and the next step will probably be to expand outward. Given the position of Hive Island, if we don't go to war with Whitebeard and Lin Lin, we can only expand into the Western Half Sea. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Let the young people handle their own affairs. That's for the best. I don't want to collect your body. So heartless. Shacky. Haha. Let us settle today. S-bar bill first. The coding master old lay. Beihai. Ike Island. The secret base of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, his expressionless face hiding a gaze full of apprehension behind his glasses. Due to Noah's interference, Law did not join the Don Quixote family, which led to Rosanani not taking Law out for treatment. With this insider, many of the Don Quixote family's plans were sabotaged. Even though he had already become a warlord of the sea, the awkward situation of the Don Quixote family had not changed. Moreover, Diamante's death had cost Doflamingo a core combat force. The current Don Quixote family was much weaker than in the original timeline, and their plan to enter the New World had been delayed. They had only just recently entered the New World, preparing to plot against the Dressrosa Kingdom. However, the sudden rise of the Golden Lion brought a sense of pressure to Doflamingo. If the Golden Lion also set his sights on the Dressrosa Kingdom, then his plans would completely fall apart. This left Doflamingo in a dilemma. Continuing to follow the original plan faced enormous uncertainty, while not proceeding with the plan would waste the manpower and resources already invested. Doflamingo was caught in a struggle. However, after struggling internally for a while, he made a decision and instructed his subordinates to continue with the previous plan. Clearly, Doflamingo was betting that the Golden Lion would be wary of the world government and the Navy and would not reach for the Dressrosa Kingdom. Of course, Doflamingo had actually prepared another route, which was to seek cooperation with other Yonko powers, and he wouldn't mind collaborating with the Golden Lion if he was willing. Meanwhile, the giants of the underground world were quietly observing the upcoming actions of the Sky Empire. In the Sea of Hell, a blue dragon soared among the clouds. Beside it, a dark cloud followed, on which stood a lady in pink. Soon, the two saw dozens of floating islands in the sky several kilometers away, which was clearly the headquarters of the Sky Empire. At that moment, a terrifying wave of slashing energy swept toward them. Kaido, in his dragon form, immediately transformed into his beast form, wielding the Kanabo, Thunderbagua. Boom! The intense collision tore apart the surrounding clouds. So it's you. In turn, Shiki descended from the sky, looking coldly at Kaido, who had retreated hundreds of meters, then turned to the lady on the dark cloud. Big Mom, are you here to deliver yourself to death instead of staying home to give birth? Mama, Shiki, is this how you welcome us? We were once on the same ship. Big Mom did not immediately shout to attack, but try to make small talk. Oh, Big Mom, you are still as cunning as ever, but today I still want to thank you for bringing Kaido here. Before she finished speaking, Shiki ignored Big Mom and charged at Kaido. Big Mom's forehead bulged with veins. Bastard Golden Lion. You. However, the next moment, a terrifying heat wave swept over, and the iron fist of the blazing sun released a terrifying heat, forcing Big Mom to summon Prometheus to cope with the intense heat of the iron fist. Kaido's arm muscles bulged, and the hockey wrapped around his Kanabo. Diamond Bullet. Crimson Heart Slash. Boom! The collision suddenly erupted, canceling out some of the power. The attacks from both sides seemed evenly matched. Crimson Heart Yellow Spring. Saki and Mokigare formed a ring, sweeping in all directions, descending 3 worlds, guiding Nirvana. Kaido, unwilling to show weakness, swung his Kanabo at Shiki. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy and shadow of the Kanabo danced together, the roar sounding like a volcanic eruption. Bad wind. Kaido exhaled a terrifying and dense blade of wind. Azure Dragon. Shiki controlled the surrounding clouds, forming dozens of clawing cloud dragons. Tornado Bad Wind. 9 dragons ascending to heaven. The two fought from the sky to the sea, then from the sea to the volcanic island, and then entangled into the sky again. The sword energy instantly tore through several kilometers of the sea surface, reaching the muddy rock layers at the bottom of the sea. Tornadoes stirred up towering waves. Countless sea serpents charged one after another. Flames that pierced the heavens evaporated the seawater. A series of floating boulders fell from the sky. Boom, 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 crashing onto the sea surface, stirring up waves 1,000 meters high. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it was Kaido or Shiki, both had abundant stamina. If it were the decrepit and aged Golden Lion, he might not last against the prime-aged Kaido. However, with the infusion of vast life force and the foundational reshaping from the blood source potion, Shiki's stamina was much stronger than in his peak. Kaido endured a series of sword energy slashes, but his heart grew heavier as he realized that Shiki's stamina and endurance were on par with him, a mythical Zoan user. The Crimson Conqueror's haki further shocked Kaido, as his armament haki defense was breached. Although he withstood it with his robust body, he still suffered significant injuries. On the other battlefield, Big Mom had also been fighting fiercely with the Blazing Sun for 3 days and 3 nights. In terms of strength, Big Mom was a notch stronger than the Blazing Sun, but the Blazing Sun's abilities were too bizarre, even more so than Big Mom's soul fruit abilities. The terrifying high temperatures, or the reverse operation that absorbed surrounding heat to freeze the area, combined with the hidden magical cards on him, made Big Mom focus entirely on dealing with the Blazing Sun. This was still under the condition that the Blazing Sun had not used some of his trump cards, such as slowing light and corrosive gas, but just the electromagnetic abilities derived from the steel fruit, combined with the air manipulation from the gas fruit, made the Blazing Sun extremely difficult to deal with. The Blazing Sun's original form was the Marine Vice Admiral Beta, who specialized in physical training. With the infusion of vast life force and the foundational reshaping from the blood source potion, his stamina was naturally terrifying. He had been entangled with Big Mom for 3 days and nights without showing any signs of fatigue. The battle among the four continued in the Sea of Hell. The world government, the Navy, and underground giants all sent capable intelligence personnel to secretly observe this conflict, especially the Big News Morgan, who personally came to watch. The outside world learned some details of the battle between the 3 emperors through Morgan's newspaper, although the results were not yet out. Many forces already knew that Shiki's strength had recovered to its peak. Moreover, his subordinate, the Blazing Sun, could contend with Big Mom for 3 days and nights, which was much stronger than the Beast Pirate's Jin and the Big Mom Pirate Snack. At this moment, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, aside from Sengoku and Garp, who were on guard against the Golden Lion in the New World, the other high-ranking officials at the headquarters, including Kazan, were in the viewing room. Through the live broadcast from the Elite Intelligence Officer Flame photography guy, everyone could see part of the battle scenes. So terrifying, truly worthy of the Golden Lion. Kazan said seriously, "This Blazing Sun, where did he come from? We haven't gathered any intelligence on this person yet. He might be a secret heir cultivated by the Golden Lion," Tsuru analyzed. Kazan continued to ask, "Tsuru, who do you think will win?" The Golden Lion and the Sea of Hell was originally the stronghold of the Sky Empire, with 3 cadres still yet to take action. Crane added, "However, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin should be able to retreat safely. After all, once they decide to withdraw, the Golden Lion won't be able to stop them." After hearing this analysis, Kong said, "Is that so? If that's the case, let's have Sengoku and Garp refrain from taking any rash actions and continue to stand guard at the G1 base." He initially wanted to see if he could pick up some benefits or send Polysolino over to seize the opportunity to ambush the Golden Lion or Kaido. But now it seemed that such a good opportunity would definitely not arise. Moreover, he was also worried that if Polysolino was dispatched, it would provoke a united front from the Golden Lion, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, leading both sides to attack the Navy together. This had already happened several times before. Whether it was the Navy targeting the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, or the Whitebeard Pirates, the other 2 pirate crews would actively cease their hostilities and quickly approach the Navy base or allied countries, causing several Navy actions to end in failure. With so many experiences and lessons learned, Kong naturally wouldn't continue to engage in such futile efforts. Waiting and observing both sides fight was the most sensible choice. After all, from the perspective of the Navy's high command, both sides were pirate forces, and it would be best if they could both suffer heavy losses. Allowing the New World to remain quiet for a while. 3 days passed without notice. The battle in the Sea of Hell had lasted 6 days and 6 nights. Both sides finally began to show signs of fatigue, especially the Sunny, who had to secretly use life infusion several times during the battle to maintain combat effectiveness and prevent Big Mom from taking action. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of various factions watching the live broadcast through the transponder snail estimated that this battle was coming to an end. After all, in their view, it was impossible for both sides to truly fight to the death. The most likely scenario was that Kaido and Charlotte Lin would actively retreat, and the Golden Lion would solidify his reputation as a Sea Emperor with his overwhelming victory over the 2 Sea Emperors. He might even push for the title of Pirate King or the world's strongest man. Ha ha ha, in turn, you're still far from it. Shiki laughed heartily, mocking Kaido, who bore several wounds. Kaido's face showed obvious fatigue. He clearly hadn't expected the rejuvenated Golden Lion stamina to be so terrifying, fighting for 6 days and nights while still appearing at ease. In fact, this was a misjudgment on Kaido's part, because Shiki had secretly used 10 years of life force hours ago to restore his body to peak condition, without using life force to replenish his stamina. Shiki's condition at this moment would definitely be similar to Kaido's. Kaido glanced at the distant volcanic island. He noticed that Big Mom and Sunny's battle was still ongoing, showing no signs of weakening. Not good. That guy Shiki still has stamina to spare. But my stamina has been depleted by more than half. I can't continue fighting. I need to find a way to escape. Shiki's gaze deepened as he sensed Kaido's waning fighting spirit. Want to retreat? Fine, it's time. A subtle electromagnetic wave was transmitted toward the distant dark clouds. Come on, let's fight to the death. Heart of a red heart. Annihilation God. Shiki, come kill me. Thunderbawa. Terrifying slashing waves and Conqueror's Haki collided with each other. Boom! The clouds in the sky instantly exploded. In the next second, Shiki rapidly closed in and engaged Kaido in close combat. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Flower bones node. Numerous sharp, bony flowers erupted from all of Kaido's joints. What? The heart of the Red Heart, Demon Slayer. A short sword embedded with Sea Prism stone instantly pierced Kaido's chest. Damn it! Kaido immediately felt his body weaken, even though he could resist low concentrations of Sea Prism stone products. Facing high concentrations of Sea Prism stone crystals made it very difficult for Kaido's body to be completely immune. In battles of this level, experiencing physical weakness was a fatal crisis. Dragon Binding Kill Array. The high concentration of Sea Prism stone clouds released from the hidden storage cards in Shiki's sleeves instantly wrapped around Kaido's entire body, even flooding into his mouth and nose. Despicable. Kaido grew increasingly weaker. Ha! The victor takes all. You have no right to call others despicable. Shiki laughed loudly while drawing 2 more Sea Prism stone short swords and stabbing them into Kaido's ribs. At this point, Kaido had completely lost the power to resist. Although various factions had intelligence personnel secretly monitoring the battle here, the fighting range had stretched for dozens of kilometers, forcing them to observe from the distant edges. The closest Morgans was still about 10 kilometers away from the core battle zone. This meant no one saw the moment Kaido was ambushed by Robin. However, as the smoke cleared, all the monitoring agents were taken aback. They saw Kaido, like a dead dog, bound by chains, floating on the side of the Golden Lion. Robin's ability to ambush was such that even observation Haki couldn't react in an instant. After all, the ability to bloom organs could be activated on any object or living being at any time and place. By the time observation Haki sensed the danger, it was already too late. Moreover, at that moment, Shiki was using Noah's Conqueror's Haki to continuously disrupt Kaido's observation Haki, sensing from close range. In battles between experts, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Just like when Kazuki Oden fought Kaido. He was distracted for just a moment by that old hag from the Kurizumi family who used the mimic fruit to turn into Momonosuke, and in that instant, Kazuki Oden fell. Initially, Shiki had planned to use this move against Big Mom. However, he never expected that Big Mom wouldn't dare to come alone. Instead, she sought out her old partner Kaido to come together, prompting Shiki to change his target. Compared to the Big Mom pirates, Kaido's beast pirates were more valuable. Damn it! At this moment, Big Mom also realized that Kaido had been defeated. Gritting her teeth, she immediately summoned the dark clouds to flee. Sunny did not stop her, although bringing out the Noah family hidden behind the Sky Empire meant that Big Mom wouldn't escape. It would directly expose the family's hidden strength and could even become a thorn in the side of the world government. The current performance was just right. Shiki wasted no time, immediately picking up the transponder snail. Everyone, listen up. Head to Wano country at full speed. Received. Dozens of floating islands wrapped in imperial clouds raced toward the waters of Wano country. Meanwhile, the aerial fleet, serving as the vanguard, moved at an astonishing speed. At the same time, various factions were left in disbelief at this outcome, but had to accept reality. The Golden Lion's strength made all factions abandon the thought of seizing the Beast Pirates' territory. After all, those territories were fixed if they seized them now in a few days. Once the Golden Lion dealt with the remnants of the Beast Pirates, they would be waiting for islands to fall from the sky onto their heads. On Odin Island in Wano country, Jin's expression was also very grim. He had received urgent reports from intelligence personnel that Captain Kaido had been captured by the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion was rapidly advancing toward Wano country. "Brother Jin, let's hurry and rescue Captain Kaido," shouted the 16 or 17-year-old Jack immediately. "You idiot." Queen slammed Jack's head hard. "Are you crazy? But that was the Golden Lion who defeated Kaido, and we can't even fight against each other when we're tied together. Jin, we must immediately evacuate Wano, or everyone will become a prisoner." The expression under Jin's mask was filled with struggle. Queen saw Jin's hesitation and quickly seized the opportunity. "Jin, don't worry about Kaido. Maybe he can escape from the Golden Lion like before. We need to ensure that the basic strength of the Beast Pirates is not lost first." Jin hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed with Queen's idea. "I will immediately order the core members to retreat from the submarine port, while the other peripheral personnel will stay behind." Queen then remembered something. "What about Orochi? Don't worry about him, and don't notify him either, otherwise it will definitely cause trouble. Let that bastard Golden Lion deal with these problems." Clearly, Jin did not consider Orochi as part of the Beast Pirates, and was even wary of him causing trouble. To avoid alerting the enemy, Jin only informed the core members about this matter and did not disclose the details to the mid-level members, stating that they were going out to assist Kaido. At the moment they entered the submarine port, a bolt of lightning slowly condensed into a human form, appearing above the skull on Onigashima. He had sensed that Jin and the other submarine had submerged and immediately sneered. A self-destructive choice. If they had chosen to stay and resist on Onigashima, perhaps they could have made Shiki and the Noah family work hard. However, submerging into the sea was another advantageous battlefield for the Noah family. A series of electromagnetic waves completely blocked Wano's external communications. At the same time, Mary, Ajay, Vic, and Galdino, who were hidden in the seabed outside Wano, also received Joshua's electromagnetic communication and began to surround the exit near Wano's underwater tunnel. Wano. Deep beneath the circular mountain range, several submarines were rapidly advancing toward the exit. Soon, the submarines burst out of the tunnel and entered the outer sea seabed. However, just as they burst out of the tunnel, Jin's expression changed drastically as his observation Haki sensed a horrifying sense of crisis. Before he could react, countless black tentacles emerged from the seabed, wrapping around the submarine's hull and propellers at lightning speed. "This is bad." Jin immediately grabbed the transponder snail, but it was unresponsive. "What's going on?" Boom! The seabed rock layer suddenly erupted, and countless rock spikes shot up into the sky, piercing through all the submarines. "Damn it!" Jin cursed angrily. "Quick, prepare the escape pod," Queen exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Yamato, who was imprisoned in the cabin, was overwhelmed by the rushing seawater and felt dizzy. The two prominent figures of the Beast Pirates, along with Jack from the Flying Six, Black Maria, and Fuzz Fu, were all devil fruit users, and they directly became soft-shell shrimp in the water. Suddenly, countless wax fishmen emerged from all directions. Those members of the Beast Pirates who were not devil fruit users were immediately targeted by these wax fishmen. In the water, the wax fruit's weaknesses to high temperatures and flames were concealed by the environment. Just as Jin and Queen entered the escape pod, they hadn't floated 10 meters when they encountered a large number of self-destructing wax piranhas. Boom, boom, boom. As the escape pod was destroyed, Jin and Queen felt suffocated and desperate. Glug, glug, glug. The wax fishmen quickly wrapped around Jin. These specially designed wax fishmen contained sea prism stone crystals, which could suppress devil fruit users and render them powerless to resist. In less than half an hour, the Beast Pirates' fleeing fleet was completely annihilated. Not a single fish escaped. They were either captured or turned into mush to feed the fish. Joshua observed the entire process through electromagnetic waves and saw that the officers and mid-level members of the Beast Pirates had been wiped out. He knew that Wano was now in the Noah family's grasp. 2 days later, after a journey of nearly 8,000 kilometers, the Vanguard airship fleet of the Sky Empire finally arrived above Wano. Due to Joshua's continuous electromagnetic interference over Wano, the internal situation had not detected the sudden changes from the outside world for the past 2 days. This was also related to Wano's long-standing isolationist policy, as they had very few contacts and channels with the outside world. Above Onigashima, Daz and Vipa descended with the airborne cavalry. Who are they? Quick, notify Lord Jin. Someone is invading. What's going on? Communication is down? Vipa suddenly spread his wings. Life returned, heaven's feather. Countless feathers shot out. Boom, boom, boom. The feathers, transformed by the explosive fruit's ability, had become extremely terrifying explosives, simulating explosive rock components. The disorganized, ordinary beast pirates were instantly hit with a catastrophic disaster. Run. Help. Baru, save me. Get away from me. Daz, covered in armament hockey, turned his entire body into a blade state. Die. Scum. In an instant, dozens of ordinary pirates were killed. Don't waste too much. The hermit instantly passed through dozens of pirates, lightly tapping their chests. In an instant, the fine corrosive gas mixed with armament hockey was injected into their bodies. Even pirates with strong physiques were instantly incapacitated. Without the mid-level and high-level combat power of the beast pirates, Onigashima could not hold out for even half an hour. They were either captured or killed on spot. After clearing Onigashima, about 10 hours later, Shiki descended upon Wano with the floating islands of the Sky Empire. Wano, flower capital. Black Carbon Orochi appeared in the small square outside the main hall, protected by Black Carbon Shinobu, Kinjuro, and Fukurokuju. However, at this moment, Black Carbon Orochi no longer had his usual arrogance. His face was filled with fear and unease. Where did these floating islands come from? And the Black Carbon Shinobu who had gone to sea with him suddenly narrowed his pupils. Is this the Golden Lion's ability? How did he come to Wano? Where is Kaido? Golden Lion? Fukurokuju was very unfamiliar with this name. Black Carbon Shinobu's aged face became increasingly grave as he quickly explained. Cough, cough. Coffee was once part of the same pirate crew as Kaido, but at that time, Kaido was just an intern, while Golden Lion Shiki was the 2nd Division captain. Meanwhile, Kanjuro was thinking about whether the Golden Lion's arrival would pose a threat to the Kazuki clan. Suddenly, several figures descended from the floating islands. It really is the Golden Lion. Black Carbon Shinobu's voice trembled slightly. Shiki landed directly on the small square in front of the palace and saw the white-haired Black Carbon Shinobu. So it's you, Black Carbon Shinobu. Lord Shiki, you are looking younger than ever. Black Carbon Shinobu flattered him in a low voice. What is Lord Shiki doing in Wano? I and the King of Light will do our best to be hospitable. Although Black Carbon Orochi's face wore a smile, he was clearly trying to remind Shiki not to go too far. Suddenly, the nearby Relian made a move. Black Carbon Shinobu, who had long been on guard, immediately made a hand gesture, and a hemispherical barrier instantly enveloped Black Carbon Orochi. Boom! Relian's high-temperature iron fist smashed against the barrier, but the barrier remained unmoved. What does Your Excellency Shiki mean? When the king returns later, I'm afraid. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the barrier had disappeared. At that moment, a large number of bone spurs emerged from the joints of Black Charcoal Shamaru, and a massive hair was entangled around his hands, preventing him from using his devil fruit powers. The barrier fruit is not invincible. Shiki calmly watched the ashen-faced Black Charcoal Shamaru while biting his cigar. I am the General of Wano. Black Charcoal Orochi instantly transformed into the Yamada-no Orochi form and lunged at Shiki and Reliant. Hair of the flower, Yamada-no Orochi. Robin's hair instantly transformed into the Yamada-no Orochi form. What? Black Charcoal Orochi was taken aback. Upon seeing this, Fukurosu quickly took action. But the next second he found a large hole had been opened in his chest. Reliant had punched through his chest, not giving him a chance to talk. The only one on site who did not take action, Kayashiro, stood with a katana in hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He realized Shiki was watching him, as if he would lose his head the moment he moved. The two Yamada-no Orochi were battling in the small square. However, the inexperienced Black Charcoal Orochi was no match for Robin. Flower of Bones, Mandala. The teeth of the hair Yamada-no Orochi suddenly enlarged and pierced into Black Charcoal Orochi's body, injecting a large amount of anesthetic venom into him. Even a mythical Zoan type could not withstand such a massive amount of anesthetic toxin. Before long, Black Charcoal Orochi reverted from the Yamada-no Orochi form and fell unconscious amid the ruins. Trash, wasted a mythical Zoan. Shiki casually released a pile of sea prism stone clouds from his sleeve, binding Black Charcoal Orochi and Black Charcoal Shamaru. Then he looked at Kayashiro with a slight smirk. A loyal follower of Kazuki Oden? Do you have any last words? What? Kayashiro's eyes widened, and in the next second, he turned to flee. Iron Sand Tornado. Kayashiro, wrapped in armament haki, swung his katana. Get out of my way. Too weak. Even with all his might, Kayashiro could not withstand Shiki's float fruit for a few minutes before being completely bound by the iron sand. Robin then injected him with mandala anesthetic toxin. Although the army of the Sky Empire was making quite a stir on Onigashima, in the flower capital, the common people of Wano appeared indifferent, even numb. After all, the beast pirates, along with black charcoal Orochi subordinates, had left Wano in chaos, with massive military factories everywhere. Besides polluting the land, they were also exploiting the young labor force among the common people. This was another reason why the remnants of Kazuki could make a comeback later. In Noah's view, black charcoal Orochi was a fool among fools. You, the black charcoal clan, were persecuted by the Kazuki clan, so it would be no problem to kill the Kazuki clan. But you even persecuted the common people and deliberately polluted the land, causing the hearts of the people to turn against you and public grievances to boil over. It was a complete mismanagement of a good hand. He really couldn't understand black charcoal Orochi's thought process. Shiki, along with Reliong, Robin, and others, fully controlled the flower capital. Meanwhile, Mary, along with the inspection department, secretly helped filter out the remaining soldiers from the former Orochi group, the Amatsukido, and the palace guards. Noah is also in the flower capital at this time. He has come to recover the devil fruits and to utilize the good materials to create new apostles. The fruits of Kaido and black carbon cicada were directly recovered, obtaining the reborn Yamada no Orochi fruit and the barrier fruit. These two have no value for transformation. Next are Kaido and Yamato, both of whom are mythical Zoan types and have strong enough bodies. Noah had no intention of showing mercy and decided to transform both into apostles. Empress, Yamato, Oni God fruit, Pop, Kero, Asia Dlegam fruit. The reason he hesitated not to transform Yamato is that the latter is a die-hard fan of Kazuki Oden, even if it can temporarily appease them. There is a lot of uncertainty in the future, and they might turn against him when dealing with the remnants of the Kazuki clan. Noah has no confidence in changing the mindset of such a fan and doesn't want to waste time. Transforming them into apostles is the best way to eliminate future troubles. The same reasoning applies to Kaido, as it is basically impossible for him to be mentally transformed or to submit, even though transforming them into apostles will prevent them from using Conqueror's haki. They will still be a top-level commander and a vice-emperor level helper. He then proceeded to transform Jin, Queen, Jack, Black Maria, Foz, and Shiki. However, only Jin and Black Maria became apostles of the major arcana, while the other four became apostles of the minor arcana. Moon, Jin, Toothless Wyvern Fruit, High Priestess, Black Maria, Ancient Wolf Spider Fruit. As for Runny and Peggy Wan, although both have consumed fruits, one is 8 years old and the other is 6 years old, and they can still undergo mental transformation. Following that, Noah transformed the captured Kanjuro and granted him the Yamada no Orochi fruit. Judgment, Kanjuro, Yamada no Orochi fruit. Thus, Noah's major arcana has gathered 16 apostles, leaving 6 empty slots. He still needs Fool, Lovers, Wheel of Fortune, Hangman, Tower, and Star. After Noah transformed the apostles, he took away Kaido, Yamato, Jin, Queen, Jack, and Kaido. The remaining Black Maria, Shiki, and Fuzz Fu were left behind, along with Daz, Vipa, the Hermit, Liu Yang, and Robin, who were originally prepared for Shiki. The core cadres of the Sky Empire were now in place. Shiki, who controlled Flower City and Onigashima, quickly began to purge the evil members of the Beast Pirates and the Orochi group with Mary's assistance. These individuals were not wasted. The stronger ones were used as experimental subjects, while the more average ones were sent to the Rum Kingdom for organ transplants, blood extraction, and ultimately drained of their life force. In total, Barton harvested the life force of over 30,000 villains, and after using more than half of the life force reserves, they surged again. Clearly, the ordinary members of the Beast Pirates were essentially wicked scoundrels. Except for a few children like Runmi, the rest were dealt with. On the Orochi group side, there were also over 8,000 belonging to villains. After more than a month of cleansing and through re-recruitment, the Sky Empire only gained about 20,000 soldiers in Wano, and they were mostly ordinary combatants. Of course, Shiki did not care much about these 20,000 ordinary soldiers. He only had them participate in maintaining public order and stability, while the real fighting force relied on the more than 1,000 brought by the Noah family. To win people's hearts, Shiki initiated a work for relief program at the first opportunity after taking control of Flower City. After more than a month of work for relief, Those extremely impoverished civilians basically received enough food to survive, which is also the reason why the Sky Empire could recruit over 20,000 people in Flower City. As time went on, the Sky Empire's control over Wano became stronger and deeper. Robin, who was responsible for intelligence work, was reporting to Shiki about various intelligence she had secretly collected over the past month. The above situation describes the current underground forces within Wano. 5 gangs, 3 illegal businessmen, 17 organized bandit groups, 39 nobles. Ha ha ha, very good. Such decayed things should be thoroughly swept into the garbage heap. The Noah family behind Shiki is wealthy and resourceful, and they have strength, so there is no need to compromise with these forces. Robin, I leave this matter to you and Liu Yang. Start with the gangs and illegal businessmen. I understand. Robin nodded. She was never a naive person. Having seen too much darkness, while longing for light, she could no longer tolerate evil. Especially after understanding the Dragon Slayer volumes, and through continuous investigation, she discovered that compared to gangs, pirates, and bandits, illegal businessmen and nobles were the true roots of evil. Because it was these illegal businessmen and nobles who caused the poverty of the civilians, leading many to take risks. Pirates, gangs, and bandits must be killed. Illegal businessmen and nobles must be eradicated. Otherwise, there will be no fundamental change in this world. Robin and Liu Yang, along with elite members, quickly targeted the gangs in Flower City. Regardless of whether they were wronged or not, they would first detain them all. After all, once Mary reviews them, it will be clear who is human and who is a ghost. Meanwhile, Shiki was not idle. He was searching for the remnants of the Kazuki clan hidden in Wano and any potential devil fruits. The first target Shiki set his sights on was the arrogant Ashura Doji. This guy was strong, but unfortunately, he encountered the unscrupulous Shiki, who directly beat him down and took him away, along with the bandits. Next, Shiki advanced to Jiraka City, capturing all the small-time delinquents previously recruited by Kazuki Oden. As for the other daimyos, Shiki was very grateful to Orochi and Kaido for solving these troubles. Now only Shimatsuki Yasui remained, still hanging on, along with that coward Kazuki Sukiyaki hidden in Tokage Village, and Kazuki Hayori, who was working as a geisha in the Agura. As long as these people were dealt with, even if the remnants of the Kazuki clan returned from time travel in the future, they wouldn't be able to turn the tide. In Tokage Village, at the residence of Tengu Mountain's Fei-Che, Kazuki Sukiyaki, disguised as a swordsmith, was very shocked by the sudden changes in Flower City. However, he chose not to stand out and continued to carve beautiful girl dolls, silently waiting for the day of prophecy to come. In the quiet basement at night, after just finishing a beautiful girl doll, Kazuki Sukiyaki, feeling a bit hungry, prepared to go to the kitchen for something to eat. Just as he opened the wooden door of the basement, a figure wearing a straw hat and a black coat with red cloud patterns sat quietly in the living room. "Who are you?" Kazuki Sukiyaki exclaimed. As expected, like decayed wood, the day you wait for will never come. The hermit casually patted Kazuki Sukiyaki on the head. The terrifying corrosive power instantly overwhelmed him, and Kazuki Sukiyaki had no time to scream before turning into a puddle of blood. Target eliminated. Vic, who temporarily came to assist, emerged from the underground. This guy's weapons are decent. He had dozens of fine swords hidden below, along with 2 ordinary large swords and 1 demon-level large sword. Additionally, he discovered this devil fruit in a nearby small canyon. The 2nd generation Onitetsu and the Dango fruit. The hermit casually picked up the 2nd generation Onitetsu, not caring about the strange aura of the demon's sword. "If you don't want to be destroyed by me, surrender immediately. Otherwise," as soon as the words fell, the corrosive aura on the hermit surged, mixed with armament haki, and poured into the 2nd generation Onitetsu. The 2nd generation Onitetsu felt the destructive corrosive aura and began to tremble violently before completely stopping. The hermit then withdrew the corrosive aura and used pure armament haki to infuse it, which went very smoothly and easily touched the sword spirit's core. Obviously, the 2nd generation Onitetsu also surrendered. As an apostle of Noah, the hermit's personality is a blend of Hanover and Noah. He has only one attitude towards uncontrolled external objects: surrender or be destroyed. After taking the 2nd generation Onitetsu, he casually activated a card. Magic card, teleport, instantly transporting the Dango fruit into the castle space. As Vicky's castle space has expanded into a super giant castle with dimensions of 3 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer, with a deepening of his ability development. The interior of the castle space has been divided into various functional areas. This includes the combat area, which is the part where Vicky manifested the castle giant outside during battle, as well as the resource storage area, emergency medical area, escape transfer area, item reception area, fruit recovery area, temporary detention area, comprehensive transportation area, and central control area. Within these areas, hundreds of members of the Noah family are on duty in shifts. For example, the dango fruit that was just teleported was immediately registered by the staff, who notified their superiors to quickly transfer this devil fruit to Noah for safekeeping. Vic manipulated the surrounding rocks and descended into the ground with the hermit. For a user of the rock fruit, the underground is like a dragon entering the sea. Apart from avoiding some underground water veins, they could basically move without obstruction. After leaving Doli village, the two quickly moved from Julie underground towards the nearby Ebisu town. 2 days later, in a forest northwest of Ebisu town, the ailing Kazuki Odin was directly dissolved by the hermit into a pool of blood. They continued north to the graveyard in the Reiko district, where they found the hidden Naomaru. Vic and the hermit had no small talk. This creature, a special individual that had eaten the human fruit, was usually very stubborn. Unless raised from a young age, there was no way to reform its mindset. Vic captured Naomaru, then used Hailu stone handcuffs to seal its abilities and sent it back to the castle space to retrieve the devil fruit. Meanwhile, Robin and Black Maria had initially completed the major cleanup of the flower capital region. Those gangsters and illegal merchants were all caught, and for a time, the Rabbit Bowl prison was overcrowded. At this moment, Robin and Black Maria arrived at the corridor street. The two stopped at the entrance of a room, where the sound of a cold, lonely shamisen could be heard inside. Creak! Black Maria pushed open the wooden door. The girl kneeling inside saw Black Maria and Robin and remained very calm. Lady Maria, Kazuki Hayori greets you. She was indeed a beauty, but unfortunately, their positions were different. Robin smiled as she looked into the girl's big eyes. At these words, Kazuki Hayori's heart tightened. Robin's gaze deepened as she muttered to herself, "Does prophecy really come true? Too bad you won't see it." Kazuki Hayori trembled slightly. In an instant, Black Maria's spider silk bound Kazuki Hayori. "Don't be afraid, sister will let you leave quietly." "No." Venom was instantly injected, and Kazuki Hayori's face began to turn purple, quickly falling into a coma, and within seconds, she was completely lifeless. Robin remained calm throughout. She was very clear about Noah's thoughts. Any enemy must be eradicated to prevent future troubles. Being too merciful only harms oneself and others. Since the Noah family took control of Wano country, it meant a never-ending conflict with the Kazuki clan. They had replaced Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi to become the big villains that the Kazuki clan must defeat. Since they were destined to be enemies, there was no need for mercy. Black Maria immediately ignited the spider silk, and Kazuki Hayori's body was instantly set ablaze, leaving no corpse of an important enemy, which was one of the Noah family's rules. Suddenly, Robin's den mushy rang. "This is the garden. What's the matter?" "Lady, we detected an electrical signal. The parties in communication are Jinryu no Tachi, the former finance minister of the flower capital, and Keidu's subordinate, Kamatachi Hirota from the White Dance region." In the conversation, Jinryu no Tachi planned to contact nobles from other regions to select a suitable candidate among the remaining Kazuki, Kafuki, and Amatsuki clans to support as the new shogun of Wano country. Additionally, Jinryu no Tachi planned to introduce the Whitebeard pirates to counter our Sky Empire and intended to send his son Jinkoji as an envoy to negotiate with the Whitebeard pirates. A cold smile appeared on Robin's face. "Are they seeing our moves and starting to act in desperation?" "Continue monitoring." "Yes." After hanging up the den mushi, Robin and Black Maria left the cold and quiet corridor street. Just as the two had just exited the corridor street, hundreds of masked samurai emerged from both ends of the street. "Kill. For our leader's revenge." "Damn invaders." Robin looked at these samurai expressionlessly. What despicable parasites. Flower World, Mandala. In an instant, a large number of flowers erupted from the ground, emitting a strong anesthetic toxin. Blossom snake. The flowers on the ground instantly transformed into countless venomous snakes, wrapping up the hundreds of samurai in an instant. Under the dual assault of the anesthetic toxin and the blossom snake, the samurai were annihilated, dying tragically on the street. The spies hiding nearby felt a chill all over. Before long, the city defense forces arrived. "Lady of the Garden, I'm very sorry." Robin waved her hand. "It's fine. Just some parasites. Clean this up." The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes." Returning to the former shogun's residence, now transformed into the governor's office, Robin and Black Maria did not pay much attention to the assassination attempt earlier. Both were very clear that these rogue samurai were merely pawns, and the forces behind them were the key. Nobles, gangs, illegal merchants, they were indeed impatient. Robin flipped through various intelligence reports, feeling more and more that this country was sick and it was a serious illness. Black Maria took a puff of smoke. Looks like we need to apply a bit more pressure to make them jump out. What about inheritance tax and personal income tax? A cold light flashed in Robin's eyes. Inheritance tax? Personal income tax? That could work. With some memories of Noah, Black Maria naturally knew about the details related to inheritance tax and personal income tax. The next day, the streets and alleys of the flower capital were plastered with the new laws just issued by the governor's office. The decree from the Emperor of the Sky Empire stated, from this day forward, the Fuso Governor's District, which includes the flower capital, Reiko, White Dance, Julie, Rabbit Bowl, Shimmy, Onigashima, will implement the collection of inheritance tax and personal income tax. The inheritance tax would apply to all citizens, exempting those with assets below 10,000 Sky Yuan. Those above 10,000 but below 100,000 would be taxed at 20. Those above 100,000 would be taxed at 40. The personal income tax would apply to all citizens, exempting those with an annual income below 10,000 Sky Yuan. Those above 10,000 but below 100,000 would be taxed at 20. Those above 100,000 would be taxed at 40. Failure to report and pay taxes on time would result in a 10-fold fine. For tax evasion exceeding 1 million, all assets would be confiscated and a 10-year prison sentence would be imposed. Those refusing to cooperate could be sanctioned by the governor's office using all means. Once this decree was issued, the common people on the street began to discuss it in droves. However, the city defense soldiers, who had been arranged to interpret the decree, quickly began to educate these citizens to prevent anyone from deliberately guiding them. You people don't need to worry. Now you know how much your monthly salary is, right? A carpenter immediately realized that he worked at the governor's office site and earned around 600 yuan a month. Even if he worked for a full year, it would only amount to 200 yuan. The squad leader continued to explain, and this income is calculated by family. If you have children or elderly at home, it will lower your annual income, so the personal income tax has nothing to do with you. That is true. However, those gentlemen don't think the common people are always bowing and scraping to the nobles. However, if given the opportunity, they would not miss the chance to gloat or kick someone when they are down. This is human nature. With just this decree, the governor's office successfully divided the commoners and the nobles. Over time, not only did the nobles of the flower capital learn the new law, but the great families and nobles in other regions also received related rumors. In the flower capital, at the Source Mansion's dry landscape garden on Dongtian Street, Jin Ryuji and several retainers listened to the report from the servant, their expressions unusually grim. Retainer Watanabe Hiro shouted angrily, "Damn it, these pirates are truly no good. To issue such a malicious decree, they want to leave us with no way to survive." The head of the family could no longer wait. In the past, Kaido the Beast was merely harsh, but this Sky Empire is going too far. Another retainer, Umashida Taru, also looked outraged. Under the encouragement of his retainers, Jin Ryuji finally made up his mind. We indeed cannot sit idly by. I will immediately contact the high-ranking noble families in other regions. Tora, you have mastered that power, right? Yes, father, the blonde youth kneeling beside him replied respectfully. Jin Ryuji then commanded, very well, you will secretly leave Wano and seek out the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard was Lord Odin's former captain. As long as you can persuade him, we can expel the Sky Empire from Wano. Jin Tora nodded. I will not fail this task. In the dead of night, a figure climbed over the wall from the back gate of the Source Mansion and quickly disappeared into the night. After leaving the urban area of the flower capital, the figure revealed itself. It was Jin Tora, and beneath his feet, golden flames erupted, lifting him into the air as he swiftly flew towards the distant cliff waterfall. Soon, he reached the edge of the waterfall. At that moment, a sword aura swept in from the sky. Tora's observation Haki instantly warned him, but unfortunately his strength was too weak, and he could only awkwardly evade. The next moment, dozens of water dragons enveloped him from all directions. I'm done for. Father, I'm sorry. I have to go back on my word. Tora felt the weakness and heaviness in his body. Shiki casually pulled Tora out of the seawater, another mythical Zoan user. This place is truly strange. But in the end, you cannot escape my grasp. Tora, whose powers were sealed by seastone handcuffs, was sent to the castle's space. Soon, this mythical Zoan devil fruit was successfully recovered. This was also the 5th mythical Zoan fruit harvested by the Noah family in Wano, which were Kaido's fish fruit, Azure dragon form, Yamato's dog fruit, great god form, Kaido the bee snake fruit, Yamata no Orochi form, Ushawakamar's human-human fruit, great man form, and Tora's bird-bird fruit, Yatagarasa form. Along with the nine-tailed fox and vampire that the Noah family already possessed, they suddenly had 7 mythical Zoan fruits. The gains from conquering Wayno were far greater than expected. Noah has made preliminary arrangements for the adult path fruit and the new fruit. First of all, these 2 fruits will definitely not be used to create apostles. After all, among his major arcana apostles, there are already 3 phantom beast types, so there is no need for the adult path fruit and the new fruit to enhance them. The adult path fruit has been given to the giant snake Nolan from the Sky Island, since the adult path form is a monk warrior. Similar to the great Buddha form of the Warring States period, after the giant snake Nolan consumes this fruit, it transforms into a giant and is endowed with the wisdom of a monk, having very high potential. The new form is prepared for Enel, whose work and attitude in the West Sea Governor's District have made Noah very satisfied, leading him to decide to grant this fruit to him. Enel, who received the notification, was confused. However, he quickly used the escape route to come to Noah's side. Enel respectfully greeted, "Lord Noah, long time no see. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Lord Noah." Enel sat beside him. Noah chatted with him for a while before getting to the point. He took out a small box containing a fruit. "Enel, this is a mythical Zoan fruit. If you want to eat it, it's yours." "Mythical Zoan?" Enel's eyes widened. After years of training and study, he certainly knew the types of devil fruits and understood the rarity of mythical Zoan fruits. It's worth noting that within his family, there were 5 natural type fruits, but only 2 mythical Zoan fruits. Faced with a mythical Zoan, Enel had no reason to refuse. "Lord Noah, I am willing to eat this fruit." "Then go ahead and eat it." Receiving Noah's response, Enel tremblingly opened the small box, looked at the devil fruit inside, swallowed hard, and quickly took a bite. Before long, Enel had consumed all of the fruit's flesh. He then transformed into the beast form of the Waikai. It was a creature with the body of a fox, the limbs of a tiger, the tail of a python, and the face of a monkey. What abilities does this mythical Zoan have? Enel sensed the power of the devil fruit within his body and, after a while, finally spoke of the Waikai's abilities. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle, on January 5th, 2 months had passed since the Sky Empire took control of Wayno country. The New World had become increasingly turbulent. Of course, other regions were not idle either. For example, in the East Sea, the famous music country was destroyed just a few days ago, and the red-haired pirates admitted to their actions of annihilation, quickly entering paradise, likely heading into the New World soon. In the South Sea, the Salb Kingdom, ruled by the tyrant Big Bear, had its infamous reputation spreading throughout the South Sea. The Flower Country in the West Sea was embroiled in internal rebellion, with the Don Quixote family supplying weapons through maritime trade, strengthening the rebel forces within the Flower Country. The Revolutionary Army was also active in the North Sea, overthrowing several bad kings and supporting new good kings. Meanwhile, the Sand Crocodile, Daz, was also extremely active, frequently entering the 4 seas and recruiting many bounty hunters to join his Baroque works. The Straw Hat Pirates were still wandering in paradise, escorting a portion of slaves back to their homeland. In the New World, the Sky Empire not only controlled Wayno country, but also fully took over the territories previously controlled by the Beast Pirates. The work of taking over these peripheral territories was divided into 3 core groups: the Weepa and Shermu group, the Daz and Fuzzfu group, and the Leon group operating independently. For the affiliated pirate crews under the Beast Pirates, Shiki presented a seemingly welcoming attitude, but actually concentrated all these pirate crews in one place to capture them all at once. These pirate crews were steeped in blood and had a notorious reputation, showing no value for reformation and could only serve as experimental subjects, organ and life force suppliers. As for whether dealing with these pirate crews would lead to the loss of control over these peripheral territories, there was no need for concern. On one hand, the management level of the Beast Pirates was extremely poor, mostly just collecting protection fees. For the residents of those islands, they were allowed to govern themselves internally, as long as they paid the required protection fees on time. On the other hand, Shiki's reputation deterred various forces from encroaching on the Sky Empire's sphere of influence. Naturally, the territory previously held by the Beast Pirates was completely taken over by the Sky Empire, unless someone had the ability to defeat Shiki and the Sky Empire. Invading now was essentially no different from seeking death. Even the world government had ordered the Navy to exercise restraint. After all, the deterrent power of the float fruit was too strong. Once Shiki went on a rampage, unless the Navy sent all their high-level combat forces to station in the New World, they would be unable to defend against Shiki's retaliation. Clearly, the world government was unwilling to engage in a fierce conflict with the Sky Empire over the territory of the Beast Pirates. The world government remained inactive. Charlotte Linlin was terrified and was now strengthening the defenses of the nations, wary of an invasion from the Sky Empire. Although Whitebeard was dissatisfied with Shiki occupying Wano country, he did not let anger cloud his judgment. Previously, Whitebeard had fought against the Beast Pirates alongside his sons. Although he could make Kaido bleed, he could not keep him down. As soon as he approached the waters of Wano country, Kaido would directly enter Whitebeard's territory to cause trouble, forcing Whitebeard to retreat. The current Sky Empire was even more mobile, and Whitebeard was very wary of the rejuvenated Shiki. Therefore, he suppressed his desire to restore Odin's country. After all, in Whitebeard's heart, his sons were more important. With no external forces interfering, the work of the Sky Empire's takeover was proceeding very smoothly. Of course, this was also related to the straightforward and brutal nature of the takeover work. The Sky Empire did not immediately eliminate the kings, nobles, gangsters, and illegal merchants of those island nations, but instead maintained the previous management style of the Beast Pirates. This was a temporary measure for the short term. Once Shiki finished dealing with Wano country, he would take action to completely bring these island nations under the rule of the Sky Empire. A month had passed since Yuan Longji dispatched his son Yuan Huzi to find the Whitebeard pirates. Due to the communication snail in Wano country being usable only within the country, the signal would deteriorate significantly beyond a distance of about 1,000 kilometers. Therefore, Yuan Longji was unaware that something had happened to his son. However, as time drew closer, Yuan Longji and the nobles not only completed their internal integration, but also elected a new general. Robin was reviewing various intelligence reports, a cold smile on her face. What a bunch of monsters have emerged. It seems we've caught a big fish this time. 24,000 Ronin Samurai 6. 700 personal guards from various families, 3 600 bandits, and 4 200 gangsters. Truly a formidable force. Black Maria smiled while exhaling smoke. Robin drew back the curtains and gazed at the night sky with the moon above the willow tips. Tonight will be an insomniac night. I'll take care of the gangsters and Ronin in the West City. Black Maria took on this task. Then I'll handle the East City. A flower blossomed atop Robin's head, floating in midair, her ability similar to Green Bull's. Above the noble district in the East City, Robin looked down at the cluster of mansions, where the 17 noble families of the flower capital resided. They looked down on the idea of living in the same neighborhood as commoners, making it convenient for Robin to strike. She lightly descended onto the dry landscape in the courtyard of the Yuan residence. Bone flower, falling petal swarm. Countless cherry blossoms fell like raindrops. Yuan Longji, who was writing documents in his study, suddenly looked up at the window. Under the lights, the sky was filled with falling cherry blossoms. Cherry blossom rain? Yuan Longji instinctively admired it, but he quickly realized, wait, this season. However, it was already too late. Amidst the cherry blossom rain, the gray-white bone bees attacked with lightning speed. Enemy attack. He kicked up the desk to block the bone bees coming through the window. Then he rolled over to the knife rack and drew a large saber. Willow leaf slash. Dozens of bone bees were sliced apart by the dense sword energy, turning into a rain of cherry blossoms. Someone come. Help. Yuan Longji's face changed drastically. Damn it. He heard the screams of his wife and young son, as well as the rising and falling calls, realizing that the entire mansion was under attack. Bone flower the other shore. Not good. Yuan Longji's observation hockey went wild with warnings, and he immediately jumped onto the beams, breaking through the roof to escape. Just as he burst onto the rooftop, dense bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the entire house, blooming like flowers from hell. Bone flower Susanu. A massive skeletal giant suddenly rose. Bone flower Azura. The skeletal giant instantly transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, wielding bone knives in its arms. Yuan Longji swung his knife in fury. Die for me. Willow leaf, 9 flashes. Robin, in the forehead of the skeletal giant. Hell's punishment. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, instantly covering the entire noble district, with all the weak inside pierced by the spikes. Those who did not die on the spot hung on the spikes, screaming in agony. However, Yuan Longji's slash had little effect, merely cutting through a small part of the bone armor. Robin knew that the remaining people were all exceptional masters. She clasped her hands together. Flower World Mandala. Countless flowers bloomed on the bone spikes. The anesthetic pollen drifted with the wind. Seeing this scene, Yuan Longji's face darkened further. He leaped with all his might. Willow leaf falling slash. Crack. The skeletal giant's skull was cleaved open, and Yuan Longji instantly charged inside. delivering a knife wrapped in armed hockey that pierced directly through Robin's chest. Robin smiled at him. Flower of hair, serpent bite. With the old power gone and the new power not yet born, Yuan Longji was instantly entangled by Robin's hair. Dozens of hair snakes sinking their venomous fangs into his body. I can't accept this. Let me tell you some news. The man named Tiger has already died. What? Yuan Longji's eyes widened, filled with pain and hatred. As Yuan Longji was killed, the other masters remaining in the noble district sensed the danger and immediately fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Robin's Flower World mandala is a large-scale skill. The more they exerted themselves, the more pollen they inhaled. Originally, they could rely on armed hockey and swordsmanship to resist those bone bees and hair snakes. But now they were growing increasingly fatigued. Under Noah's guidance, Robin had changed many of her previous habits in using her abilities. For example, in her physical manifestation ability, apart from the necessary sensory organs and inner muscles of the exoskeleton, she avoided using other organ flowers, opting instead for bone flowers and hair flowers. The bone flowers were not real bones, but a keratin composition similar to fingernails. This was to avoid a weakness of the organ flowers, which is empathy. Since keratin has no nerves, it naturally does not transmit pain to the body. If it were the previous organ flower mode, once Robin's organ flower was attacked by the enemy, her body would have to endure the same pain, and that accumulated pain would be enough to drive a person mad. Besides bone flowers and hair flowers, Robin also sought out various bizarre flowers in nature as references, developing various toxic flowers, medicinal flowers, and strange flower abilities. This was also the fundamental reason for Robin's strength, rising to that of an elite vice admiral. She mimicked a part of Baron Gastric's abilities, developing the gluttony flower, which allows her to gain massive energy reserves through frenzied eating. If it comes to a war of attrition, Robin could easily last for 10 days and nights against her enemies. The Bone Spike Hell and Flower World that just covered this noble district didn't even consume 1% of her stamina. As for the knife that pierced Yuan Longji, it was actually just a clone of Robin's bone flower. Her true body was hidden underground. In terms of the strangeness of ability development, Robin is second only to Noah in the Noah family. The conceptual development of the superhuman-type devil fruit often depends on the knowledge level and open-mindedness of the ability user. After obliterating the entire noble district, Robin left behind a scene of corpses everywhere. The city defense army, upon arriving and seeing the scattered bodies and shattered buildings, displayed expressions of awe. On the other side, Black Maria had also dealt with all the gangsters and wandering samurai in the Western City. However, she did not go as far as Robin to eliminate them all. After all, these thugs and Ronin could still be used as disposable resources. Therefore, Black Maria only poisoned these people, allowing the following city defense army to take them to Rabbit Bowl Prison. A similar situation unfolded successively with Ling, Shimei, Julie, and Baiwu. Joshua, Vic, the Hermit, Anthony, Tamani, and others secretly took action, exterminating the listed rebels. It was a merciless extermination of entire families. There was no need to spare such noble forces. They had to be completely eradicated, as these groups would not be grateful to the Noah family for sparing their lives. On the contrary, they would harbor hatred, and if given the chance, these people would definitely return. In Noah's past memories, there are too many lessons learned. When dealing with enemies, do not try to reason with them. Instead, eliminate them physically. Because some people are stubborn and unyielding. The nobles of the flower capital have an arrogance that has been ingrained in them for generations. Rather than expending effort to try to reform them, it's better to send their entire family to meet the king of hell. As the dust of a night of bloodshed settled, the entire resistance force of Wano country was wiped out. The Sky Empire directly abolished the name of Wano country, renaming it the Fusang province, which now governs Huadu County, Jili County, Shimei County, Tubin County, Baimu County, Lingho County, and Guidao County. Among the several floating islands of the Sky Empire, Shiki settled 6 islands in the inland sea of Fusang province to expand the original counties. The remaining 43 floating islands were relocated above a volcanic archipelago to the northwest of Fusang province, where the Sky province was established. After discussions among Shiki, Noah, and Robin regarding the 3 million population of Fusang province, they decided to relocate a portion of the population to the floating islands of the Sky province. After all, if the population structure is not changed, it is easy for people within Fusang province to form cliques, which could lead to the emergence of tribal factions. In the future, as the Sky Empire continues to integrate the affiliated islands of the New World, this kind of mutual population migration will become a common method. The munitions factories and sea prism stone mines previously constructed by Kaido and Orochi in Fusang Province were not shut down, but upgraded and transformed. After all, Noah is not a fool like Orochi, who would intentionally pollute his own territory. By improving processes and increasing pollution treatment facilities, while reasonably allocating working hours, these factories quickly resumed production. The polluted lands and rivers were also relocated by Shiki's abilities to a volcanic island for concentrated storage. Soon, those lands could be farmed again, and various advanced agricultural techniques and equipment ensured that the agricultural production of Fusang Province not only recovered, but also exceeded the overall output during the Kazuki-Sukiyaki era. The economic system of the Sky Empire leans towards a state-owned economy, with the production and sale of various basic materials monopolized by official enterprises. Small shops, workshops, craft stores, and restaurants run by civilians serve as a supplement. Coupled with high taxes on the wealthy and inheritance taxes, it effectively curbs the rapid accumulation of assets by high-income groups, preventing the wealth gap from widening in a short time. For the civilians of Fusang Province, they do not have many complaints about their current lives. After all, without comparison, there is no harm. The previous era of Orochi, where people struggled to make ends meet, was abjectly poor. Even further back during the Kazuki era, the civilians were generally impoverished, with hunger and cold being the norm. Now, they can eat their fill and even have meat once or twice a month. There are no longer disturbances from gangsters, no street fights from rogue samurai, and no bullying from noble youths. Who would still miss the Kazuki family? Especially after the downfall of Kazuki Oden? The civilians of Fusang Province generally lack goodwill towards the Kazuki family. Those who long for the return of the Kazuki are mostly nobles and retainers of the Kazuki family, most of whom have already been eliminated. Only a few old, weak, sick, and disabled individuals sent to the future by Tenmoon remain. With the Sky Empire's population migration across various provinces, by the time Momonosuke and others appear, the population structure of Fusang Province will have been completely changed. Clearly, Noah has no intention of giving the other side any chances. The Sky Empire is constantly integrating internally, while the underground arms market across the New World is becoming increasingly chaotic. However, the arrival of the Don Quixote family just happens to fill part of the gap left by the Beast Pirates. On the other side, the red-haired pirates, who just finished their coding in the Sabidi Archipelago, are finally ready to officially advance into the New World. But at this time, the New World's territory has already been nearly divided. Rayleigh and Shaki watched as the red-haired pirate ship submerged. They hoped Shanks wouldn't be too impulsive. The current Golden Lion is not easy to deal with. Shaki speculated in surprise. He actually lost an arm in the East Blue. Could there be a Sea Emperor-level master hidden in the East Blue? Perhaps. Rayleigh didn't ask Shanks for specifics. Shanks only told him that he had gambled his arm on the new era. After completely taking control of Fusang Province, Shiki was looking at the map of the New World. Currently, the territory of the Sky Empire is located in the central seas of the New World, including the former Wano country, Hive Island, and the Sea of Hell, covering about 17 of the New World. The territory controlled by the Whitebeard pirates occupies about 11, while Big Mom's territory occupies around 13. Robin looked at the map and said, currently, the Sea of Hell does not need to be garrisoned, but the waters around Hive Island do need a garrison. Although Hive Island has been sunk by Shiki, there's still 18 inhabited islands and 83 uninhabited islands nearby. However, Shiki looked at the map and saw that the waters around Hive Island are flanked by the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, with a distance of nearly 200 kilometers to the core area of the Sky Empire, with the Big Mom pirates' territory in between. Although Shiki wants to swallow the Big Mom pirates, unfortunately, that cannot be done right now. On one hand, the Sky Empire has not yet digested the territory of the Beast Pirates. On the other hand, the first bird gets shot. The Sky Empire has already attracted too much attention. If they continue to attack the Big Mom pirates, it would force the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates to unite, and even the world government and navy would intervene. However, if they do not annex the waters of Wano, they will face management issues between the Hive Island waters and the Beast Pirates waters. Although the Sky Empire has a fast-moving air fleet, the distance of 200 kilometers requires several days for each round trip. In the event of an emergency, they can only rely on the support from the Noah family behind them, which would reveal the relationship between the Sky Empire and the secret organization, potentially causing the world government to act out of desperation. Robin, noticing Shiki's concerns, thought for a moment and proposed, Shiki, why don't we directly exchange territory with the Big Mom pirates, letting them give up part of the territory near the Beast Pirates waters, while we give them the waters around Hive Island and the Sea of Hell. Exchange territory? Shiki's eyes narrowed. and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, good idea. I believe Charlotte Linlin won't refuse this small request of mine, but I'm not suitable to make an appearance. Who would be more appropriate to go? Shiki thought for a moment. Li Weiying is not suitable. After all, the heat fruit was obtained from Owen. Although they don't know we have fruit recovery technology, it's better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Black Maria, Shiwumu, Fuzz Fu Daz, and Weepa are all at the level of rear admirals and do not have the qualifications to represent the Sky Empire. After all, that crazy woman is unpredictable, and without strength, she cannot suppress the other party. After thinking it over, Shiki realized that besides Li Weiying, the only one who can barely do it is the Hermit. But the Hermit is also only an elite rear admiral and leans towards skill-based combat, lacking significant advantages. Unless they use the magic cards distributed by Noah, but doing so would expose some of the family's trump cards, which is clearly not advisable. Suddenly, Robin thought of someone. How about we let Monet come? Monet. Shurji's eyes lit up. Her strength is indeed sufficient, and she has never been exposed. Then let's have her go to the Wan Guo together with the Hermit. After receiving Shiki's request, Noah quickly agreed to the matter. However, since Monet was going to work in the Sky Empire, her position as the governor of Sky Paradise had to be handed over to someone else. Considering the uniqueness of the Sky Islands, Noah transferred Enel, who had previously served in the West Sea, and arranged for the Apostle Jean to go there as well. With Enel as the governor and Lillian as the vice-governor, Kaido would serve as the governor of the South Sea, with Garam as the vice-governor, controlling the Storm Islands and the Sea of the Lost. Joseph, the uncle, would be the governor of the East Sea, with Barton as the vice-governor, controlling the Kingdom of Rum and the Black Rock Sky Island. Becky was appointed as the governor of the West Sea, with Yamato as the vice-governor, controlling the territory of the former 5 great underworld factions. Joshua would be the governor of the Moon, with Quinn and Jack as vice-governors, controlling the entire Moon. Unknowingly, the Dawn Nation of the Noah family had acquired such a vast territory, with a population soaring to around 38 million. Among them, the East Sea Governor's area had 230,000. The South Sea had 120,000. The West Sea had 169 million. The Sky Paradise had 80,000. The Moon had 60,000. And the New World Governor's area, Sky Empire, had 36 million. Except for the North Sea, all other regions of the Dawn Nation were under the control of the Noah family. Of course, this does not mean that the Noah family did not have bases in the North Sea. It was just that these bases were managed by the inspection department and did not have ordinary civilians. Once the candidates were confirmed, Monet utilized Ars Wormhole to arrive at the capital of the Sky Empire, Sky Dome Island. Monet, long time no see. Upon seeing Robin's disguised identity, Monet greeted her with a smile. So it's Miss Garden. Has Lord Noah sent me here to stay in the Sky Empire? Robin nodded. Yes, after all. You need to go to the World of Nations with the Hermit to handle the territory exchange. Territory exchange? Robin then explained. After hearing it, Monet finally understood why she had been sent over. This time you go to the World of Nations. Don't worry too much about Charlotte Linlin's attitude. She will definitely agree to the territory exchange. Monet smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago. After more than 3 years of training, her armament hockey, observation hockey, martial arts, and her fruit abilities had all greatly improved. Perhaps she couldn't defeat Charlotte Linlin, but she could be compared to Katakuri, plus her natural escape abilities. Even if the Big Mom Pirates wanted to keep her, it would be very difficult. The Hermit's strength was also not weak. If they used a mutual destruction tactic, it was possible to take down Katakuri or Snack, although it was highly unlikely that the Big Mom Pirates would take action. However, Shiki and Noah did not want to take risks, as Charlotte Linlin was an unpredictable madwoman. Especially when she was in a hunger-induced frenzy, she was utterly inhumane. Soon, Robin had explained the details of the negotiation. The next day, an Ark ship took off from the Sky Province, heading straight for the waters of the World of Nations. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the New World, a massive sailboat emerged from the depths of the sea, and the diving membrane broke. Captain, which route should we choose? Beckman turned and asked. Red-haired Shanks sliced through a series of massive hailstones and replied with a smile. Dressrosa route. I've heard that the Don Quixote family has been active in the nearby waters recently. Let's go meet this warlord. Doflamingo? Beckman raised an eyebrow. Then let's head to Dressrosa first. Originally, red-haired Shanks intended to visit the Whitebeard pirates first to pay his respects. However, he learned through Shaki's intel in Sabati Archipelago that Whitebeard had recently been wandering near the Hive Island waters, wary of the Sky Empire and the actions of the Golden Lion. He also learned that the Don Quixote family had been frequently active in the waters near Dressrosa. He immediately had an idea. If he couldn't delve into the central waters of the New World for the time being, the waters near Dressrosa could serve as a temporary base. Although red-haired Shanks was confident, he was still cautious of the Golden Lion, so he did not choose to rush in at the start. On February 5th, 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, a flying ark entered the core area of the World of Nations. The Big Mom pirates, who had long strengthened their aerial surveillance, immediately detected this uninvited guest. Soon, Charlotte Linlin charged towards a flying ark on the clouds with Zeus, followed closely by core powers such as Katakuri, Snack, Parasparrow, Cracker, and Smoothie, using either moonwalk to push through the air, piloting homie ships, or flying with their abilities. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Boom! Using Noah's Conqueror's Haki, the Hermit instantly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Charlotte Linlin also erupted with her Conqueror's Haki. The two waves of Conqueror's Haki fiercely collided above the waters of the World of Nations, dispersing the clouds in the sky. Monet also made her move. Oxygen Snow, Suffocation Zone. In an instant, the oxygen within a radius of several kilometers was solidified into falling snowflakes. Katakuri's observation Haki saw a terrifying future, and he shouted, "Be careful, the oxygen around us is disappearing." "What?" Smoothie exclaimed, feeling a sudden difficulty in breathing, although she could hold her breath for dozens of minutes. The enemy's attack clearly wouldn't last that long. Others also felt the difficulty in breathing. As soon as Monet made her move, she gave the Big Mom pirates a warning. The next moment, her body turned into snowflakes, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the homies' fleet. Nitrogen Snow, Snowfall on Earth. Seconds later, not only did heavy snow begin to fall around them, but the sea surface also rapidly froze, encasing several kilometers of the sea in ice. What ability is this? Katakuri's eyes widened. Suddenly, the Hermit jumped down from the sky, followed closely by Charlotte Linlin. Monet snapped her fingers. Instantly, the oxygen that had been solidified by the snow returned to a gaseous state. Katakuri and the others noticed they could breathe normally again and let out a sigh of relief. "Lady Linlin, good afternoon." The Hermit took off his top hat and greeted with a smile. "You are people from the Sky Empire?" Although Charlotte Linlin's expression was grim, she maintained her composure, clearly wary of the Golden Lion and the two in front of her. The Hermit nodded. "I am the Hermit, the Foreign Affairs Commissioner of the Sky Empire. This visit to the World of Nations is by the order of His Majesty Shiki to discuss some matters with Her Majesty the Queen. I am Monet, the commander of the Blizzard Legion of the Sky Empire." Monet introduced herself with a smile. Well, you Sky Empire really have a wealth of talent." Big Mom observed the two in front of her, her expression somewhat serious. One was a Foreign Affairs Commissioner with Conqueror's Haki, and the other was a natural ability user commanding a legion. The earlier warning had a very good effect. At this moment, Katakuri, Snack, Smoothie, Parasparrow, and others did not speak, as they naturally held reverence for the strong. "What does Shiki want to discuss?" "Since Her Majesty the Queen asked, I will not hide it. This visit is to discuss a territory exchange." The Hermit got straight to the point. Monet pulled out a map from his pocket and threw it to Big Mom. As she caught the map, Big Mom began to think and quickly realized, was it about the territory of the Hive Island Sea? Her Majesty the Queen has sharp eyes. Opening the map, Big Mom glanced at it. A portion of the islands in the northwestern sea of the world government was circled, specifically the islands on the southeastern side of the BC. Moreover, to avoid overly provoking Charlotte Linlin, this time the selected affiliated islands of the world government were all relatively far from the core area. In total, there were 10 inhabited islands and 76 uninhabited islands. In exchange, the Hive Island Sea had 13 inhabited islands and 83 uninhabited islands, along with the Hell Sea. However, the calculations couldn't be that straightforward. The inhabited islands near Hive Island had been under the rule of the Rocks Pirates and the Wangji Pirates for decades, resulting in a chaotic situation. The Hell Sea was even more of a no-man's land. On the other hand, the 10 inhabited islands on the world government side, while their living conditions were average, at least the Big Mom pirates only collected dessert and life taxes and would not allow other pirates to freely enter and pillage. Therefore, these islands were managed quite well. With a large population, the Hermit said with a smile, "If Her Majesty agrees to the exchange, King Shiki can forget about the previous matters and guarantee not to invade the world government for 5 years." Charlotte Linlin naturally sensed the threat in the Hermit's words. Although feeling quite constrained, Charlotte Linlin was not a completely brainless woman. She had some intelligence during normal times. How to calculate the population on the islands? The Hermit suggested with a smile, "We will relocate the population of the Hive Island Sea, and the original population of the world government can be relocated if they wish." If they do not wish to relocate, we can also accept them. Charlotte Linlin thought for a while and found it too troublesome. The total population on those 10 inhabited islands was nearly 3 million. She was Shiki, with the capacity for large-scale transportation. Relocating millions of people to the Hive Island Sea would be a losing deal, better left to Shiki. Those people can be given to you, but I want Shiki to dredge the Hive Island from the seabed. The hermit glanced at Big Mom and nodded. I can agree to this on behalf of Her Majesty. Since both sides agreed to exchange territory, there was no need to waste time anymore. The hermit and Monet flew back to the flying ark and quickly left the world government. Meanwhile, the Navy, which was constantly monitoring the various forces in the New World, soon received some intelligence. Although they did not know what Big Mom and the envoy from the Sky Empire discussed, the fact that neither side actually fought indicated that some agreement had been reached. The emergence of another natural type ability user from the Sky Empire was also taken very seriously by the Navy's intelligence office. According to the information released by the Sky Empire, there were a total of 4 legions: the Sky Legion, the Blazing Sun Legion, the Blade Legion, and the Beast Legion, and it seemed that another Blizzard Legion was about to be added. The Navy's intelligence office was continuously updating its assessment of the Sky Empire's high-level combat power. For instance, the Hermit, who displayed Conqueror's Hockey in the world government, and the Blazing Sun, who had fought fiercely with Big Mom in the Hell Sea, along with Blizzard Monet, who could instantly create an anoxic zone of over 10 kilometers and freeze several kilometers of the sea surface. The strength of these 3 individuals was beyond what a typical vice admiral could contend with. Unless it is elite generals like Crane, Guion, or Kizuru, it is difficult to engage in one-on-one combat with the opponent. The Navy has no choice but to elevate the threat level of the Sky Empire. However, although the Navy and the world government want to deal with the Sky Empire, they do not want to act hastily, as they are clearly worried about retaliation from Shiki. Moreover, the position of the Sky Empire at this time also puts the world government and the Navy in a very awkward situation. If they want to launch a large-scale attack on the Sky Empire, they must pass through the territories of the Whitebeard Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. As long as the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates do not act recklessly, they will certainly not allow the Navy to pass smoothly. As for using the King, this trump card is currently very limited in usage due to insufficient energy supply. Before the Saint Mother Flame is developed, the Gorosei and will not easily use this trump card. In the following month, the Sky Empire and the nations quickly completed the transfer of territory. Various forces also clarified the general situation from the actions of the Sky Empire and the nations. Kreja, with a large number of biscuit soldiers and homie ships, along with some small pirate groups affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates, quickly took control of the Hive Island Sea area. During this time, Shiki also raised the previously submerged Hive Island from the seabed and relocated it to its original island base. On the Sky Empire's side, besides the Blizzard Corps, which is still recruiting soldiers, the other 4 corps have initially completed their recruitment. Each corps has a strength of 30,000 soldiers. The Aerial Corps is stationed in the Sky Province, led by Weepa, with the vice captain being Mantis, who has consumed the barrier fruit. The Blade Corps is stationed in the Fusong Province, led by Daz, with the vice captain being Apostle Fuzz Fuck. The Blazing Sun Corps is stationed in the southern Raging Tide Sea area, near the Whitebeard Pirates, led by Apostle Blazing Sun, with the vice captain being Shermu. The Beast Corps is stationed in the newly exchanged Ailey Sea area, near the Big Mom Pirates, led by Apostle Vale, who has the Velociraptor fruit, with the vice captain being Apostle Brian, who has the fruit of the Blizzard Corps plans to be stationed in the northern Storm Sea area, near the Elbaf Kingdom of the Giant Race, led by Monet, with the vice captain being Nolan, Sky Island Giant Python, Human Fruit, adult form. In addition, the Sky Empire has 4 core departments: the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Secret Department. The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is Black Maria. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is the Hermit. The Ministry of Military Affairs is directly managed by Shiki, and the head of the Secret Department is Robin. To facilitate management, Shiki and Robin decided to adjust the islands in each sea area and simultaneously conduct administrative divisions. The Blazing Sun Corps station in the Raging Tide Sea area is planned to become the Raging Tide Province. The Beast Corps station in the Ailey Sea area is planned to become the Rainbow Province. The Blizzard Corps station in the Storm Sea area is planned to become the Storm Province. After completing the preliminary planning, Shiki and Vic, who came to help from the Secret Department, began the island relocation project, concentrating the islands within the planned areas of the 5 provinces. To avoid the islands being affected by earthquakes and tsunamis, not only was the elevation of the islands increased, but with the help of Vic's rock fruit. The seabed plates surrounding the islands were reshaped. The elevation of these islands generally ranges from 300 to 600 meters, forming natural island fortresses. Moreover, to avoid being taken out in one go, although the islands in each province are concentrated in one sea area, there is at least a distance of about 50 kilometers between each island. As for transportation issues, this is not a problem for the Noah family. The research department quickly launched several models of monkey version flying ships, which can use solar energy as power for passenger and cargo transport. At the same time, to strengthen defense, they used the Imperial Accumulation Cloud to deploy aerial war fortresses over the boundary sea areas, along with the island chain routes at sea, ensuring that ordinary pirate groups find it difficult to invade the Sky Empire. The so-called island chain routes were created because Shiki moved all the islands in the outer sea area away, artificially creating large areas of islandless sea. If one does not enter the Sky Empire through the island chain routes, they will face at least 1,000 kilometers of islandless sea. However, on the island chain routes, there are troops of the Sky Empire stationed. Currently, there are 4 island chain routes within the entire Sky Empire: the Southern Raging Tide route, the Eastern Rainbow route, the Northern Storm route, and the Western Heavenly Kingdom route. The intersection of these routes is precisely the Fusang province. Of course, at this time, the Fusang province not only has the original Wano country, but also over 800,000 people who were previously relocated from the Hive Island Sea area, who have been settled on nearby islands, becoming part of the Fusang province. The various forces in the New World are watching Shiki's island relocation project with astonishment, especially the world government. At Mariewa, among the power players, the Gorosei looked displeased after reading the report from the CP organization. This line seems to have found out something. Jupiter Saint's gaze was indifferent. Mars Saint Maz touched his beard. All above sea level 300 meters? Are they worried about the future rise in sea levels? Where did he get this information? The Kazuki clan of Wano should know about events from 800 years ago. Venus Saint Nazashiro squinted his eyes. His family came from Wano, so they naturally knew some of the hidden information. Do we need to consult that adult? Saturn Saint asked uncertainly. The other Gorosei also fell into thought. After a while, Jupiter Saint spoke first. No rush. The mother flame of Vegapunk has not yet been developed, and the energy of the national treasure is already running low. We must reserve enough energy to deal with the coming of the day of prophecy. Is it possible that the fruit could awaken? The detestable traitor Mars Saint Maz was somewhat irritated. Saturn Saint's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Can we find out where Shanks has taken that fruit? According to the latest news from CP, Shanks still has that fruit and should not have consumed it yet. Peter Saint took out a photo, which revealed Shanks landing on Sabaody Archipelago, carrying a small treasure box from the cabin. What does he want to do? Saturn Saint couldn't help but feel angry inside. Nazashiro Saint shook his head. It doesn't matter. Don't forget, he is not AD. Even if he eats this fruit, he cannot awaken it. If he continues to carry this fruit, it may actually reduce the chances of the D clan obtaining it. Saturn Saint remembered another matter. However, the Golden Lion should have found the surgery fruit. Is there any way to find the user of this surgery fruit? Even if we can't capture them, we must kill them to allow the surgery fruit to be reborn. CP is trying to find ways to infiltrate the Sky Empire. Peter Saint gave an uncertain reply. Saturn Saint, feeling a headache, said, additionally, the Navy is also reacting. Currently, the stock of sea stone is insufficient, and after Wano was controlled by the Golden Lion, the supply channels for sea stone have been almost cut off. Let them endure for a while. The Golden Lion is not Kaido, especially since this guy's temperament has changed greatly, making him even more unpredictable. We should let CP infiltrate and probe first. Nazashiro Saint was clearly somewhat wary of Shiki's float fruit. In the case of insufficient energy reserves for the king, if Mariewa is attacked by Shiki's island-smashing attack, even the 5 elders may escape disaster. But the ordinary celestial dragons inside the Holy Land will surely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, the 5 elders do not intend to confront the Sky Empire openly. This is the deterrent power of the float fruit and Shiki. While Shiki is busy transforming the Sky Empire, the red-haired pirate crew has also begun to establish a foothold in the New World, temporarily controlling a small island to the northwest of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Don Quixote family, which had been frequently active nearby, is now in a dire situation due to the red-haired pirate crew, with Doflamingo even losing a hand to Shanks. Fortunately, Doflamingo has medical skills and excellent tailoring techniques. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a missing arm like Shanks. After their crushing defeat, the Don Quixote family had no choice but to retreat from the Dressrosa Kingdom and flee back to the North Sea. On May 1st, 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, Noah secretly returned to the sea from the Paradise Sky Island. This time back to the sea, the first stop is the famous Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta Kingdom, canola flower port. A regular commercial cargo ship slowly docked. Noah, Chloe, and the recently graduated Pekin and Shachi were watching the busy port. Their target was at canola flower port. According to the brewery's intelligence, this person had recently fled into the Alabasta Kingdom, and members of Baroque Works were also in contact with him, seemingly intending to recruit him. Chloe was reporting quietly from the side. Where's Crocodile recently? He is in the South Sea and has not yet returned to the Grand Line. How many core members of Baroque Works are currently in Alabasta? There are currently 3. A thorn fruit user disguised as the owner of a spider CF, a mimic fruit user executing infiltration tasks, and a mole fruit user responsible for peripheral work at canola flower port. Chloe continued, among them, the one with the mimic fruit, due to his fruit ability, is currently only known to be active in the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, and his exact location has not been discovered. Let's go find that guy. No problem. Based on the intelligence provided by the brewery, Chloe led Noah and the others through winding paths for more than half an hour, arriving at the entrance of a luxurious casino. The doorman saw the group approaching and immediately greeted them with a smile. Welcome. What would you like to play? Exchange 1 million chips for me. Noah walked straight in. Following closely behind, Chloe took out a check and filled in a number. The check was notably from the Blue Sea Bank, established by one of the underground giants, a loan shark. The doorman immediately took the check and led Chloe to exchange for chips. Meanwhile, Noah and the others had already entered the hall. He quickly spotted their target, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes and messy hair, missing 2 fingers from his left hand. Ha 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 ha. Blackjack. The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. At the gambling table, a gambler who had lost all his chips cursed and walked away. Noah quickly filled the position. Would you mind adding me as a player? I don't mind. But one of the gamblers noticed that Noah was empty-handed and wanted to remind him about the chips. Chloe had already walked in from outside, placing 1 million Bailey worth of chips in front of Noah. Hee welcome. You seem a bit unfamiliar, brother. The middle-aged man had also counted the chips he had just won, smiling as he said to Noah, when someone is giving out money, of course I welcome it. Dealer, deal the cards. Noah calmly watched everyone. The dealer nodded and began shuffling and dealing the cards. Half an hour later, Noah had successfully accumulated 13 million Bailey in chips in front of him, while the other players had very few chips left, especially the middle-aged man, who had lost everything. At this point, the middle-aged man was red-eyed from losing and stared fiercely at Noah. Kid, are you cheating? Maybe I'm just lucky. Noah still smiled calmly. Meanwhile, the hall supervisor from the casino appeared beside the table, giving Noah a deep look before turning his head. RUL, don't cause trouble. You should know who runs this place. The middle-aged man RUL glared at Noah fiercely. Kid, don't let me run into you outside. Then he stood up and left the hall, heading towards the casino exit. Noah also left. Chloe picked up the chips to exchange for berries. After exiting the casino, Noah's observation hockey sensed that a target was following closely behind him. He pretended not to notice and continued to stroll towards the outskirts. Before long, Chloe caught up. The group eventually arrived at the edge of a stretch of desert. Rule, who had been following from a distance, could no longer hold back and suddenly jumped in front of everyone, smashing a large pit into the ground. Hee kid, you were pretty arrogant just now. Rule showed a mouthful of big yellow teeth, staring menacingly at Noah. You really are a frog in a well. As soon as he finished speaking, Chloe appeared behind him. Rule's body stiffened as a wave of Conqueror's hockey surged throughout him, instantly causing severe disruption to his nervous system. Noah casually tossed the sea stone handcuffs, restricting the abilities of the devil fruit, and then opened the passage to the castle space. Soon, the recovery of the strength fruit was complete. RUL didn't even qualify to be transformed into an apostle. The reason being that this guy's physical condition was too poor, and, at nearly 40 years old, he couldn't unleash the potential of the strength fruit. After eliminating RUL, Noah did not go after those small fries in the Baroque Work studio because they were not worth much. Although the Mera Nomi has decent value. The capital of Alabasta has a population of 3 million, making it difficult to find a user of the Mera Nomi among them. Unless Noah is willing to stay there and search for several weeks, it will be hard to find the person right away. Moreover, taking out these small fries might raise Crocodile's vigilance, so it would be better to let them be for now and come back to harvest later. After setting sail again from Canola Flower Port, the Prosperity headed toward the calm belt in the East Sea. The tarot reading told Noah that sailing toward the East Sea would yield the desired results. On the morning of the 3rd day back at sea, Kuro knocked on the cabin door. What's the matter? A small boat is signaling for help, but I feel like they might not have good intentions. Noah's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Are they pirates? It didn't seem like it, but the two of them carried a sense of malice. Kuro's vampire fruit had a special sensitivity to the malice of other beings. Let's go meet them. The two of them arrived on the deck. At this moment, the Prosperity ship was less than 300 meters away from that small boat. So was them, truly an unexpected gain. Noah had already seen the appearance of the other party, a tall and muscular man, and a golden-haired old woman wearing a leopard print shawl and sunglasses. Does Mr. President know them? That old woman is one of the former Rocks pirates, and the muscular man should be a modified version of Whitebeard and her genes. Members of the Rocks pirates? Leave that old woman to you. Just take her out. Leave it to me. Kuro's body instantly disappeared from the deck. On the small boat, Bakine's observation hockey instantly made her hair stand on end. Not good. Son, protect me. Boom. Kuro's claws had already pierced through Bakine's heart and throat. Weevil, who hadn't reacted yet, was pulled into the sea by the surrounding water tentacles. However, Weevil, who hadn't eaten a devil fruit, did not lose his strength in the water. Instead, he began to struggle wildly, swinging chaotic and violent slashes. On the sea surface, Bakine had already been torn to shreds by Kuro, dead beyond any doubt. Boom! The furious Weevil burst out of the surface of the sea, but waiting for him was still the dense water giant python. And Noah had already used Caesar's gas fruit to deplete the oxygen around them. Weevil, who only knew how to use brute force, struggled with a water giant python for half an hour, finally feeling it increasingly difficult to breathe. Unfortunately, his poor brain capacity didn't allow for much intelligence. After another 10 minutes, Weevil finally lost consciousness from asphyxiation. A mindless brute is easy to deal with. He casually released a card to seal him away. Inside the cabin, Arai brought Roro from the island of Gluttony. Noah, what do you need me to do? Noah directly released the unconscious Weibel from the card. I need you to modify this person. Law looked at Weibel and, after observing for a while, his expression became increasingly serious. This guy's a bit off. He is a modified human, cultivated through gene fusion experiments. Check his body and see if there are any issues. A modified human? Given his age, he must have been cultivated for at least 20 years. Could he be a product of Vegapunk's illegal scientific research team? Not exactly, but there is some connection because his creator, Bakken, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates and had some interactions with Vegapunk's team. During their conversation, Law had already conducted a comprehensive examination of Weibel's body through MRI, CT scans, and ultrasound. After the examination, Law frowned. His body is very strong, but there are also serious problems. The main issues are congenital defects caused by gene fusion, including mental retardation due to underdeveloped brain, failure of the reproductive system, hypermasculine syndrome, and mania caused by abnormal secretion of male hormones and rejection reactions from heart transplantation, among others. Can these issues be resolved? Yes. Law was very confident. Perhaps these problems would be difficult for other doctors or scientists, but for someone with the surgical fruit ability, they weren't too severe. However, Law knew that this modified human was material for Noah's apostle. Therefore, he first removed Weibel's frontal lobe before beginning treatment. He replaced the transplanted heart and then reorganized Weibel's male hormone secretion cells to restore part of his reproductive system's function, allowing the hormone secretion in his body to return to normal. Finally, he modified the brain by injecting IQ Life serum to promote secondary brain development. But the recovery of the frontal lobe was permanently eliminated. The entire surgery lasted more than 3 hours. In pursuit of perfection, Law also used the surgical fruit's ability to make significant adjustments to Weibel's extremely uncoordinated body and limbs, transforming him into the physique of a normal person. After completing the treatment, Noah fed Weibel the previously obtained strength fruit and then modified him into an apostle. Fool! Weibel, strength fruit, my lord. Weibel pays his respects to you. Get up. As Noah spoke, he extracted the strength fruit ability from within him. After feeling for a while, he discovered that the effect of this fruit was not the true strength fruit, but rather a power fruit, because this fruit could only increase physical strength, with a maximum increase of 100 times, rather than controlling various forces. If it were able to control various forces, it would be extremely terrifying, as force includes electromagnetic force, gravity, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force, encompassing most of the physical directions with the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Clearly, this fruit was not the strength fruit, but rather a power fruit, equivalent to a lower-tier fruit compared to the Momo fruit. Noah had already mentally prepared for this. However, an increase of 100 times in strength was already very powerful. Previously, this fruit was wasted on Rur, as he was just an ordinary gambling addict. with strength even below the average person. Even if it was increased by 1,